did bake unleavened bread. But if angels are still this way today, man, there must have been a lot of angels who would have passed by or that have passed by us. I mean, you would think if this person is a spirit, they will not eat. These angels are eating food. So, or did the New Testament also change this? Where angels no longer eat food and do things like this? Ay, my God. Okay. So they did bake unleavened bread and they did eat. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. And they called unto Lot and said unto him, where are the men which came into thee this night? Bring them out unto us, that we may know them. And Lot went out at the door. At first, you would not quickly catch it, like, okay, let's just see who they are. You would think that's what he's talking about with your church mind. Okay. And Lot went out at the door unto them, of course, and shut the door after him. I can imagine that. And said, I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Like, no, they just want to know them, you would think. There's nothing wicked yet, you would think. Behold, now I have 2 daughters, which have not known man. Aha, so now you know what they're talking about. Let me, I pray you, imagine this, just to sacrifice his daughters. I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as is good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing. For therefore came they under the shadow of my roof. And they said, stand back. And they said again, this one fellow came in to sojourn, and he will needs be a judge. Now will we deal worse with thee? So they probably wanted to rape Lot himself than with them. And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to also break the door. So you see that. But the men, and you can imagine that, yes, Abraham knew his wife, things like that kind of no. So you can imagine that demons probably is also working with these people to destroy them. Just a minute. Just to destroy them. Okay, I can imagine that there's demonic activity also going on there. But the men put forth their hand and pulled Lot inside the house. That's when they were going to break the door. The door is not broken yet, it's not open yet. But the men put forth their hand and they pulled Lot into the house to them and shut the door. Okay. Oh, perhaps they opened the door somehow. But this looks very supernatural what they did. But anyway, and they smote, of course, eventually supernatural, and they smote the men the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. And the men said unto Lot, As thou hear any besides, son-in-law, that's the angels asking, I believe, son-in-law and thy sons and thy daughters. It's like they didn't know. And whatsoever thou hast in the city. So the angels are coming to confirm whatever. They were literally going to be victims straight away. And thy daughters, and whatsoever thou hast in this city, bring them out of this place. For we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxing great before the face of the Lord, and the Lord has sent us to destroy it. And Lot went out and spake unto his sons-in-law. Oh, still had time. Which married his daughters. So he had at least 2 other daughters outside there. and two daughters in here because he said, let's keep, I have two daughters, right? There's some in there. There's at least two out there. Somehow he didn't have sons, it seems to be. You're welcome, Ife. So two in there and two out there. Yes, morning phenomenon. So he had two. So he went to speak to his sons-in-law, at least two, married to his daughters, but maybe we'll find out how many daughters are married out there. And said, up, up, get you out of this place, for the Lord will destroy the city. But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-law. And when the morning arose, the angels hastened. So now this is almost done. Then the angels hastened Lot, arise and take thy wife and thy two daughters which are here. That means let's walk with those of you that are here. He had just two daughters, yes, in the house. But there's at least two daughters that were married because he said he had two sons-in-law. And I don't think maybe they divorced. If they divorced, then those two daughters would not have been daughters that no man has known, except he was lying. Which I don't think so. If they find out eventually, maybe when the men are trying to touch them and all that, you find out that they are not virgins, like he's trying to say, that would be bad for him. You can imagine. Okay, so but bottom line is that he had at least two because it says sons-in-law. So that's at least two that were married outside. Okay. So when the morning arose, so they wait till the next morning. Then the angels hastened Lot and said, saying, arise, take thy wife and thy two daughters which are here. So let's leave those other ones. Lest thou be consumed in the iniquity of the city. Like we need to do this assignment, right? And while he lingered, the men, he was still slowing down, the men lay hold upon his hand and upon the hand of his wife and upon the hand of his two daughters. So that's two hands for two people, okay, each. That's four. And the Lord being merciful unto him, right? The Lord be merciful unto him. And they brought him forth and set him without the city. And it came to pass when they had brought them forth abroad that he said, escape for thy life, look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plain. Escape to the mountain, lest thou be consumed. Just run. Somehow they did the job halfway. And Lot, and Lot said unto them, oh, not so, my Lord. Behold, now thy servant has found grace in thy sight, and thou hast magnified thy mercy, which thou hast shewed unto me in saving my life. And I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil betake me, and I die. Behold, the city is near to flee unto. Is it? It is a little one. I think that's Zoar. Oh, let me escape there. Is it not a little one? And my soul shall live. So I don't even know if that city was probably supposed to be one of those who will be destroyed. And he said unto them, see, I have accepted, and he said unto him rather, see, I have accepted thee concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow, I will not overthrow this city. Yes, apparently, again, the daughters who were married refused. They must have refused. Or maybe their husband stopped them, but I can imagine he would have spoken to his daughters also. But he said sons-in-law. Maybe their culture, you speak to the husband, and you wouldn't snatch your daughter away from that man. He's married to her, so especially if she doesn't want to leave, right? So it's safe to assume so, and there are at least two. So it was Lot that eventually saved this Zoar, but not finalized the marriage. I'm not sure if I don't think we have proof that their marriage was not finalized in any way. Or you're saying maybe they married. I don't know why you are insisting on two. They married Joseph and Mary. Okay, maybe they were virgin daughters. I don't know, but I don't know why we have to stick with the fact that they're just two daughters. It could have been more than two. I mean, that's the simple, I would say, the simple thing that would be the case. That they were others because he went to meet them. I mean, in that city, how did Those men are they're wicked men. Even the ones that even choose to marry a woman, you are still holding back. I don't understand. You know, Linda, you're welcome. So, CT, you're welcome. And he said unto him, See, I have accepted thee concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow the city for the which you have spoken. So that was supposed to be thrown over also. Hassle thee, escape there, for I cannot do, oh my God, I cannot do anything till thou become thither. You have to go there first. Otherwise, I can't start what I'm supposed to start. Therefore, the name of the city was called Zoar. Okay, the sun was risen upon the earth when Lot entered Zoar. So it was just about dawn into actual daybreak to dawn, somewhere around there. Oh, okay, that's fine again. So you see, and he entered into Zoar. That's when the sun was risen. The Lord rained upon Sodom and Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven, and he overthrew those cities and all the plain and all the inhabitants of the cities, and that which grew upon the ground. That's brimstone and fire. Yes, around 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. That's almost, should we say, 30, no, 24 minus 6, 18 hours, right? Because it came to Abraham around noon or maybe 3 p.m. Conversation, having lunch, negotiation, traveling down. Then the night they wanted to rape the man. All through the night, he stayed with them. He went in the midnight to go to his sons in law, which makes some sense that, that anyway, went at night. So, and then they didn't give that to him. And that took another 7 hours of the night or so. So now it's now morning. This is Genesis. Um, 26. But his wife looked back from behind them. She was the last, and she became a pillar of salt. Oh. So he was already in the threshold of the city. So those ones started to destroy. And she looked back. And Abraham got up early in the morning. He had a nice night. I mean, the Lord has. In fact, there's even no proof that God. Okay, yes, there was after the negotiation. He must have had a wonderful night himself, resting in the morning. You know, hey, look at what you call encounters, right? This is precious, and I'm praying that God's spirit still open our eyes the more. I mean, to me, just like it was occurring to most of us. Same thing with me yesterday or 2 days ago. That come on, think of it. Abraham literally talked with God. Literally talked with God. I mean, so there's some things we have decided to add to what we call New Testament. And I mean, what are we talking about here? Hmm. Thank you, Father. So he got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before the Lord, to that same spot, you see. And he looked towards Sodom and Gomorrah and toward the land of the plain. And behold, so he could look and beheld, and lo, the smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass when God destroyed the cities of the plain, God remembered Abraham and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, like a summary. When he overthrew the cities in the which Lot dwelt. And Lot went up out of Zoar, so he's living there now. So he didn't even settle there eventually. Maybe he's now beginning to cut like, this city was saved because of me. I'm not going to go there to even settle because we don't know what's going to happen to them in the next few years. God can still destroy them eventually. So now it's morning. He's able to move around. Okay. Morning, Stoic. So he's able to move around. So he wanted to continue his journey. I believe is what the case is. Okay. Let's share this live. Click the three dots, click share. Then let's share to people so they can join. How we love your name. You're the beautiful one. We love your name. How we know your name. You're the beautiful one. We love your name. Ooh, you have some questions, the stoic. Okay, let's see. Excuse me. So just wait a few minutes. We'll read just a few more verses, then we'll open the floor for conversations, or at least for your question first, so that we can continue after your question. So, and Lot went up to Zoar. Sorry, went up out of Zoar and dwelt in the mountain, and his two daughters with him, for he feared to dwell in Zoar. Yeah. And he dwelt in a cave, he and his two daughters. He should have gone back to Abraham. Should have gone back to Abraham. I mean, I don't know why he didn't. Or did he think the whole world was destroyed? Of course not. We're reading Genesis 19. Anyway, so that's the first thing there, right? I've gone back to Abraham. And his two daughters with him, for he feared to dwell in Zoar, and he dwelt in the cave, he and his two daughters. And the firstborn said unto the younger, Our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come in unto us after the manner of all the earth. That's not true. I don't know if they were little daughters. I don't know why they would think like this. Okay? They left people in Zoar. I mean, there's no way they're little. They must be at least around 10 years plus. Because we can see here that it's like they could conceive from age 10 or so. Okay? Maybe shame on pride didn't let him go back. But also, the daughters also made this funny statement. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. Who sent you? And they made their father drink wine. Wine from where? So maybe it's taking a while. Like I said, maybe it planted some vineyard. Same thing with very similar to Lot. Sorry, to Noah. Alone in the earth, just alone in the earth, and he planted a vineyard and made wine. So Lot is doing something very similar. And check scriptures. God helped me early in life. I just checked scriptures and I discovered that regarding wine, particularly maybe alcoholic wine that could intoxicate, and I saw that just about every reference to wine, except maybe two, okay, except the spirit of someone was still active in them, probably. So just about every mention of wine in scriptures, there was always something negative that followed, sometimes often sexual that follows with wine. I think the first mention would be Noah, at least in Genesis as we know it, the regular Bible. Was Noah. After Noah, I think it was Lot. Okay, after Lot, then let's see, that's after Lot, I think maybe David's children straight away. After Lot, maybe David's children. I don't think there's anything relating to wine with Jacob. After Lot, maybe David's children. When they made Amnon. In fact, first David made Uriah drink wine so that he can return to his wife, but he did not. Okay, that's another one. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. That alcoholic wine, or at least whatever can intoxicate. So he made Uriah drink wine to return to his family, but he slept at the doorstep of David. Then next, um, Absalom made his brother Amnon drink wine when he was drunk before he smote him. Then the next you will find is maybe in Proverbs about wine. That's number 5, which is quite more than once actually. So there is a place where Jacob was drunk. Okay, can you remind us also? So most of it is usually negative things that follow and also sexual related. So where did Jacob get drunk? I can't remember. Okay. Oh, maybe Jasher clarified that he was drunk. Oh, really? That's another one, you see. So wine is a mocker, like Proverbs put it. So indeed, maybe he was drunk. I thought it was not even in Genesis. Okay. I thought it was not in Genesis, but maybe that. So that's when I saw that about wine and alcohol, I'm like, this even confirms what I mean, I just wanted to know. Joshua, right? Okay. All right. So okay, let's continue. And they made their father drink wine that night. And the firstborn went in and lay with her father. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. He was really drunk. And it came to pass. Oh, yeah, see. You can also paste the chapter and verse if you have it handy. Maybe in Genesis if it's there, then also in Joshua. But I think I can remember in Joshua. And it came to pass on the morrow, just the next day, that the firstborn said unto the younger, Behold, I lay yesterday with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night also, and go in and lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. And they made their father drink wine that night also. And the younger rose and lay with him. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. Thus were both the daughters of Lot with child by their father. And the firstborn bare a son, and called his name Moab, or Moabami, right? Or Moabah. The same is the father of the Moabites. Okay? That means, Moabah, right? The child of father. And the younger, she also bare a son, and called his name Ben Ami, right? Ben Ami. So the same is the father of the children of Ammon unto this day. So Moabites and Ammonites came from these. All right, so that's the end of that chapter. So we'll probably just continue with chapter 20 tomorrow. Okay, was it good or stout? I did not perceive. So he was drunk. Okay, Stoic, let's hear from you if you're still there. Okay, Stoic, I'm trying to.
Good morning.
Yes, let's just see. Give you 3 minutes. Good morning.
So lately I've been going through TikTok and I've engaged with several Muslims on TikTok. And just so you know, before we start, I am not a Christian. I used to be a Christian, but now I am no longer a Christian. So now I was engaging in several discussions with Muslims, and I noticed they kept quoting scriptures from the Bible, like verses like what's it called? Zephaniah. Is it Zephaniah? Nehemiah and Zephaniah. Is it Zephaniah? Then they started with this one, a pure language. Yes. So they asked me to read Zephaniah 3 verse 9 for them. So I want to read the 9 for you. So the 9 says, "For then I will change the language of the peoples to a pure language, so that all of them may call on the name of Jehovah to serve him shoulder to shoulder." Does the verse sounds familiar?
Yes, although KJV would have been better, but go ahead, please.
Then the second one again, like they were saying something which is somehow different from the usual Christian doctrine. Now, according to Muslims, they believe they are servants of God. Like, unlike most Christians, they actually believe they are God's children or they are sheep. You understand what I'm saying? So, they then quoted another verse for me again, which was talking about when
I think
Christ was being tempted by
I
the
yeah.
devil.
I think your mic is rubbing against something, right? It's just a little bit distracting. Yeah.
It's because of my. What about now? Is it? Am I audible?
No, you're not unaudible or inaudible, but it's rubbing against something. When you move, change, want to turn your pages or something, it rubs against something and makes it. What kind of mic are you?
Okay, let me
Headphone,
let me sit down.
please.
Yes, I'm using an headphone.
Yeah, so that
How
whatever.
about now?
Yeah, it's kind of better. So if you had wired headphones, right?
No, Bluetooth.
Yeah, maybe your ear is rubbing against some clothing
I can just
material.
turn it off. Should I turn
Okay,
it off, or is it better now? Because I've changed my position, my sitting
that's fine.
position.
As long as you're not. The microphone is with the earpiece, right? The earbuds.
No, it's not an earpiece. It's a wireless
Yeah,
Bluetooth
but the mic is towards
Bluetooth
the
headphone.
earbuds, right? Proceed. I think
Yes, let me drop one on the. Like, let me use one as a microphone.
I think if you are
How
seated,
about now?
it's gonna work. Please go ahead. Yeah, nice.
So they talked about you know when Jesus tempted was being tempted by the devil. Like they said, and that in that context, like I can't remember the scripture they asked me to read, but then it was saying something about like devil the devil was asking Jesus Christ to bow down to him, to worship in exchange of controlling the world and everything. So then they said the worship there was what was required from devil. You understand? So like I don't know how to explain this better, but they were trying to like connect their form of worship to what Christ did or to what the devil asked of Christ.
Okay.
Am I clear enough? Are you understanding me?
Yes, I think I'm still
So then they said they, as in the Muslims, their sole purpose on earth, or we humans rather, our sole purpose on earth, according to Muslims, is to only worship God and obey his commands. So that's and by worshiping him, like they prayers are like they pray differently. Worship is different from prayer. like according to them, you understand?
Okay.
You can pray while worshiping, but worship is mandatory. That's why they like they go to mosques 5 times a day. It's called salat. Like I'm not a Muslim. I come to know of these things while talking to these people. So the the mode of worship was specified there. Like I just I'm trying to know what you think about these verses, because I don't know. It's just somehow.
Okay.
I think my time is up.
Yeah. So if I got you right, they are trying to say first, I didn't get the Zephaniah language part, what you're trying to bring out of that. Maybe they're trying to say Arabic language is that language. I didn't catch that.
Yes,
Okay, right?
yes, that's what they meant.
Okay,
They
good.
quoted other scriptures, but this is the one I can find at the moment.
Okay, okay. Long story short, to say that Islam is like the way to go, more or less, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, then secondly, I've heard this one before that bowing your face to the ground is a Muslim thing. Jesus is a Muslim, etc., stuff like that, because he bowed his face to the ground, you know. So I think that's what they're also trying to
Yes.
push for. Yeah. Okay, bowing the face to the ground is not just a Muslim. It's not things that only Muslims do, you know. You can start from there. Um, so it's just the tendency of anybody to get everybody to just I mean it's just what people would do. Even some Christians would do that, right? And that's why some have tried to say even Abraham was not a Christian in that sense. Because the term Christian and the technical
Yes.
term, you
They,
understand? Yeah.
they
So
say that a lot. And also I saw one again yesterday. So let
you
me
didn't
quickly
catch me.
cut you off.
You didn't
I
get what I
think it's
said. You didn't get what I said. I'm saying people would even say even Abraham is not a Christian. That is, they agree, yes, he's the patriarch of the Christians or the Hebrews that eventually became Christians. But he's not Christian because Christ has not come then. Do you get what I'm saying?
yes.
Even these Christians even say this themselves, at least to shake the pseudo grace Christians out of their sleep and say, do you know what? This is your super Christian thing. Even Abraham was not part of that. So I think those are those Muslims just trying to evangelize, for lack of a better word, or market or do something to elevate what they're doing. So someone is mentioning a cultural way when people face the ground. It's like Idobale, right? Idobale is even more humble, if you will, than kneeling and touching the ground with your forehead. When you prostrate in some cultures in West Africa, you are flat on the ground. That's quite strong. So, but the problem is, I don't know
So
what you are
then
now believing or facing or knowing is where the thing lands. But go ahead.
then again they quoted another one, I think yesterday. I think it's 39 or so. I don't know if my translation would give it. What did you open door for?
Oh, God, relax now.
What did you keep for here where you define? Sorry. I was sitting by the door and she just opened the door immediately and now.
Start
Okay,
talking.
sorry. Sorry for that. So they quoted 39,
Yeah.
Matthew 23, verse 39.
Okay.
It says, "For I say to you, you will by no means see me from now until you say, Blessed is the one who comes in Jehovah's name." So this is also one of the verses they usually quote to tell people Muhammad was also mentioned in the Bible, and they did so many things. I don't know why I'm not remembering these things at the moment, but then they were quoting scriptures that kept pointing back to
Okay, let me
the
ask you.
Quran and Muslims and the prophecy of Muhammad and all that.
Do you think the scriptures is even true in the first place?
Do I think the scriptures is not true?
Do you think it's true at all?
Hmm, I mean, if we were to go by logic, I would disagree with some of it, but not the entire book itself.
Okay. So let's say 50-50, right? And even the Muslims, you're not sure they're doing so well. So that's like 25%. I'm wondering why you need me to more or less save you from the Muslims or to kind of clarify you from what they're trying to
Mm,
say. Why have
no,
you not
it's
considered
not actually saving, but why have I not considered being a Muslim? Is that what you're
joining
asking?
them, something like that? Or
Well, I have a Quran on my phone, and I've been doing some research, and I don't know. It's more like the only thing keeping me away from being a Muslim. It's more like my personal, understanding.
Of
It's not just because to some extent it's a little bit more accurate than, I don't mean accuracy by facts, but then like it's, how should I put it? It's structured. You
what is
understand? Like the Quran, it's
Islam?
structured.
Oh, Quran itself.
Yes, the Quran is structured, and again,
Okay.
compared to the Bible, of course, that's what I meant. But
Okay.
aside that, like I still don't believe an all-knowing God would need a specific language to, you know, worship him with. And secondly, like the hierarchy of Islam, I don't know, it's just pointing back to Saudi Arabia, which is, that is also my, should I say my the issues I have with Islam. I
Okay.
still just like, I can't take it for a fact that an all-knowing God would want to be worshipping in a specific language. And again, they say some things that, like, they say things about Quran, about Arabic being a pure language, and I did my research. It's not a pure language. It was preserved. It was deliberately written in such a way to keep meanings within. Like, they, how should I explain it? They borrowed words from Jews, from Hebrews and other surrounding tribes or nations or around them at the time. Then they merged these languages, these borrowed words together as Arabic. Then, with time, they preserved the scriptures and they refused to change. They refused to adapt. So instead of, borrowing words, they would create new words to make up for, those
Okay.
words that are not present. So it's not a pure language because it was eternally, designed by God. It's more like a man-made. So that's just it again.
Can
Hello,
revisionist
sir.
channel come up? Revisionist channel come up so that we can have a talk with you. Just hold on,
Hello,
nature.
sir.
Just a moment. Your network is not so good, nature. Actually, it's showing red. If you can see it, showing the red signal. Or if you can move around to see. Okay, so straight on. Do you speak any African language? The Stoic.
Yes, I
What
speak
language?
Yoruba.
Yoruba. Okay. You have seen many of our videos. It's not the first time you've seen them, right? Are you there?
Sorry, come again. I didn't catch that.
You have
Come
seen
again. I
many of
didn't.
our you have seen many of our videos. Have you considered the idea that Abraham, who is more or less, they will say Ibrahim there, is a very central figure to whether Islam or Christianity, which you said you left. Okay, that is probably more or less a West African man or an African man at least. Have you considered that? So that these things are not supposed to be a religion or religions, but it's supposed to be just history and the way of life that flows from that people. Have you considered that? Because that's more or less what we're trying to show people. So that your Yoruba is closer to
I
nature, to
think we've
life.
had this discussion before.
Okay. What was our conclusion? Remind me. Because I can remember, I think I've seen it.
I'm trying to remember what we discussed.
I can't remember myself.
You asked me to go to your YouTube channel. I don't know.
What?
I wrote it, like I wrote the name down where somewhere. I just can't find it. I couldn't find the name afterwards.
Ah,
But like I was like, I wanted to, like, go to your YouTube channel to watch your videos, but I don't know what came up. But that's just it. But yeah, we
let's
talked. You said some things about the beginning and like the meaning in, Yoruba, Ibereshim, and that was what you
okay.
said, something like that, yeah.
Oh, we spoke about language.
But it's been long.
Okay. Can you just
Yes.
join the Telegram page so that we'll see how join the Telegram page, right? If someone just search Kunle Ministers on Telegram. Telegram channel. Actually, for now, we're not having conversations as such there, but we can post things there and all from the admin side of things. So try to join that, so that at least Since it's your second time, like that. Nature is good. Bring me. I know what the Stoic is talking about. Okay. No, you're already in the nature. So, so check that.
I can barely
Explore.
hear you. I don't know. It's
Whoa.
like my network is breaking up.
Can you hear me now? Is it- You can try your second headphones so you have both in. You can remove the you can remove the two headphones if it's slowing you down.
Okay, let me turn it off.
Yes. So you can use that link that Yanga sent to join the Telegram channel. Okay.
I'm sorry. Also, like my the key question I wanted to ask was like what do you really think about Islam?
What I think about Islam is farther
The
from the truth.
network is somehow fading.
It's back and forth. And thanks for your patience, nature. So, but just hold on. So if Islam is farther from the truth than Christianity, another way I can put it is that Quran is farther from the truth than the Bible, as it were. Okay, so that's relativity. Okay, so just to let you know, but almost 50% of what you have in the Quran is still just about what the Bible is saying, especially historically speaking. Okay, only that the Muhammad guy came and said God is no longer with the Jewish people, as it were, or the Bible people, and it's now a different deal. This is what we now think. So that's just it was written in response, if I relative to Christian, well, to Judaism, to the people of God. It was against them, and we are saying that people, right? It wasn't a religion. It was a human race, a God race, right? Mankind. That's what we are dealing with, not a religion at all. And we're saying that mankind, that family, special family, whatnot, all of that is in Africa, is what we are saying. And that even removes the question of religion to a large extent. I don't know if you're still there, the Stoic.
Yeah.
Can you still hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear
Yes,
me?
I can hear you. Loud and clear.
Yeah. So if it is
Yes, I can
true
hear.
that, for example, who the Yoruba people have called Odudua somewhere in their story happens to be the Abraham, and they know that person so well, whatever language he spoke, okay, whatever a tribe it came from, which I doubt they were even tribes then, okay. And if that is true, man, I mean, I'm sure it may sound like a weird question. I am circumcised, for example, but I can guess you were circumcised maybe on the eighth day. Who taught them that circumcision? So these are the flow of life. Just closing yesterday, we are talking about how African education system was before the Western world came. Education
Yep.
was not a thing you go to school. You learn as you live with your parent. That is the quickest way to learn anything. Learn as you do it and watch people do it, not just read text without clear scenarios and doing exams. So that's what I want you to explore. Okay. Um, that's what I want to explore. But could you briefly, before we let nature speak, being first timers as against our more regular guests, and I guess maybe Shadi is still driving or something. Um, could you just very brief, like 60 seconds, narrate why you left being a Christian or left church, as it were, the Stoic?
I would say like I wasn't given the choice to decide. Understand? So as many of us.
Your parents just
But
brought you
then
in.
like so growing up, I like I started seeing some things, especially prayers, like things people say about prayers, for instance. Like there's these things I noticed a lot of things about prayer when growing up. So one of it was one of them was when I like if I ask for things, like if I pray for things and I don't get those things, even after putting effort in trying to get them, after working for them, like I notice my brain as should I say programmed or influenced to forget these things, like to forget these times. So I only remember I only remember the few times these prayers were answered, or the few times those things I prayed for happened. Like,
Okay.
and I don't know if you get like there are
Yeah,
times I
many
will ask for
times,
things
like the Bible says, ask soever what you
first.
will, and I will do it. And at times you can ask, things were not done.
Absolutely. And even afterwards, I was trying so hard to avoid sin and, to like I was obedient to my parent. I was doing everything scriptural. Yet, if I pray and ask for things, I'm not saying I was expecting them to happen instantly or to like fall from the sky. No. I was actually, expecting these things to happen with time. And I don't know, unfortunately,
They didn't happen.
the I don't know,
Okay.
they didn't
But
happen.
what was
And
the major turning
that
point?
was
Like, when did you decide, or when did you start saying you're no longer Christian, or whatever that means? When was that turning point, really? What was the last straw, you know?
okay. Well, I noticed Christianity isn't just the only monotheistic religion we have.
Okay.
There have been several monotheistic religions, one. And secondly, I also came to the conclusion that no, yes, it started with Jew, Jewish people, the so-called special people, the chosen people. And I
I
noticed
want you to be a little faster.
the
We have heard
scripture is
like three
giving them a
people.
lot of free passes. Like
I want you to be a
they
little
they
bit.
are assured this,
Yeah, I want you to be
free
a little bit
pass
faster. Can you hear
with
me?
God. I don't know if you get it.
Yeah, I get you. Can you hear me though?
I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, it's like it's a delay. I want you to be a bit faster. We've kept three people waiting. Okay, how many years ago was this when you eventually turned? Maybe you saw the Jew. Are you talking about the present day Jew or the ones you read in the Bible?
The ones I read in the Bible.
Okay, God kept treating them specially, right?
Yes, aside that, like they were also assured. They were also assured. Like I don't know. Sorry, I read several scriptures in the Bible that was pointing to like this special treatment God will give them. It's more like saying, He will
The others are
overlook
not are useless, right?
so many things. Absolutely, something like that. And one of the things that even, finalized this whole thing was contradictions in the Bible.
Okay. So when give me timeline very quickly as I so I will say some things and you can go check, join the Telegram, etc. So what timeline? When did this happen?
I would say I stopped being a Christian around 2023 to 2024.
Okay, that's 3 years ago. Okay. Are you in West Africa now? No.
Yes, I'm in West Africa.
Okay. Okay. Let me see. So you stopped going to church at that time or just before then?
Before then, I stopped going to church. I used to be a Catholic. Then I started, going to several churches. Like I had no particular church. I was going to any church I want.
All right. That's okay. So okay, let's quickly touch a few things. Yes, you're right. There are things times people pray, we don't get those answers. Sometimes it's taking too long. Sometimes you just forget about it. I beg. This thing is not it's not working. But let me merge two things, right? If you think God was teaching anybody special, those special people were Africans, historically, from what we can find, right? And again, despite that, even the special people, look at Abraham we're just reading about. Do you know how long he waited for a child? You know, so if you are to read, if when you were still trying to consider staying with scripture and those things, you will notice that people waited for things. Maybe some waited and didn't even get what they waited for in their lifetime, right? So that feels contradictory. Jesus said, "Ask anything in my Father's name, I will do it." With my word abide in you. Which one now? Either are you giving us, or you want us to start reading word, or which one? It feels that way. But if you check the people who are in this faith that you're supposed to be following, or you were thinking of staying in, that your brain birthed you into, those people waited for things. They really, really waited for things. So somehow that's what you find. Even when you are with this Most High God, you would have to wait for some things. Fortunately or unfortunately, okay. So that's that. So I would say you should have been more patient, and it's not too late. But then this probably will help you. So take your time to watch those interviews, and you will see some things that can probably reconsider. You will reconsider things and how you see them. I see that. Did you get me the story? Stoic, are you there?
Okay.
I don't know if you heard what
I'll
I
do that.
said. Okay, okay.
Yes, I get
All
you.
right, let's hear from you, Nature. The network is not so good.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, you have time delay. Nature, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I heard you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, let's go. Let's give you your 3 minutes. Let's go,
Okay.
Nature.
Okay. We like to start from the place of prayer that our brother is talking about. One thing I want you to know is that, you see, God answer prayer in three ways. God answer prayer in saying yes. God answer prayer in saying wait. God answer prayer in saying no. So in that three category, if God say no, that means the things you are asking for may endanger your life or can damage you. So, as a good father, he's not going to give you. That's number one. Number two, in wait, maybe at that appropriate time, God knew that you don't need those things you're asking for. So, it won't give you except the time has ripe for you to accept it. Then it will give you. Then, when God says yes, it means maybe you are in danger and you want to step, and that danger can claim your life instantly. God will come to your aid. So that's the three way God answer prayer. So I have cleared the prayer part. Then I want to go into. You said you left Christianity, and
Your voice is very low.
you said what?
Your voice is very low. Just continue.
Okay, okay, okay. Can you? Am I loud now?
Better.
Hello.
Much better.
Am I loud now? Let me continue. So our brother said that he left Christianity into Islam.
No, not
You
really.
see,
It's
I
not.
have made my
It's
research
not in Islam
sometimes
yet,
ago.
bro. It's not in
Anybody
Islam
who
yet, but
converted
continue.
uh, from uh, from Islam into Christianity, they normally have what we call the testimony of their conversion. You see, that their conversion will hold on into a spiritual significant circumstances or situation that they can never forget in their life. But if you ask anybody who converted from Christianity into Islam, they don't have testimony of conversion. Their conversion is not related to anything spiritual. So I want my brother to know that this your conversion, you said you convert from Christianity into Islam. Is there any significant spiritual uh, testimony attached to it? You cannot. There is, from what you explain, you don't have it. So you better check yourself very well. So I want you to know again that, you see, this Islam we are talking about is a political movement, which is Arab culture, Arab nature, disguising under religion to take land. That is how they do. It is not a religion, it's a political movement that wants to take land. So everything concerning Islam is based on lie. Because I am a Muslim before. You understand me? I am a Muslim before. So everything they are doing, all the story in their Quran is copied from the Bible. when this guy, Mohammed, is copying everything, you see, that is a mistake. He made a mistake. You see, the story of Abraham, the story of David, the story of all their prophets in the Quran, you see, is different from what the Bible has said. And you see, Judaism is the first set of people that God gave what's it called, Torah, which is the Old Testament.
Let me add one
So
more
when
minute.
this guy
Boys,
is
like you are
copying
far from your
everything,
phone
he made a
again.
mistake. So please go and make your research and check it very well. So, and I know that God will guide you through. So that is what I want to say. Thank you, Mr. Akule.
Yes, thank you, Nature. It's I didn't even know you were a Muslim before, so I was going to say, well, maybe, but since you were a Muslim before, that makes it easier to just let you speak on. None of the prophet was a Muslim. Yeah, indeed. It's a very recent thing. In fact, the New Testament, as we know it, was already done before Islam more or less started. You can remove and come back, Nature. The network is not so good on your part, but we heard everything you said. So that's it, Stoic. Explore African history and see how nature, culture, everything is we've woven together in one flow, is what you see in Africa. Although not that you enter so-called African spirituality and all that is not the best, because it's also been a little bit messed up. But then at least you have that real, actual African people. That's, to me, I think that's the first. And you discover is the African people that are, they just turned your thing against you, right? They took your story and your history and they weaponized it against you as religion. Roman Catholicism, Islam, whatever. It's just your culture and your history and your story that have been flipped back on you and used the way it's being used. That's just it, unfortunately. Let's hear from you, Giang. Let's give Giang his 3 minutes so he can speak.
All right, thank you, Minister. Maybe I'll start with Stoic again and say, I think you let him just do a bit of deeper research, even about Islam. How did Islam came about? I think it's good you get to know and know when they came in, so that you will understand the basis for comparison. Thank God you are not yet there, you are still contemplating, so it's better you know the depth of it. And like Nature has said, it's just a copy. When you read the Quran, you read the Bible, you just see that the stories are just distorted a bit, but almost the same story, but they are not almost exactly the same. And I'd ask them, you would always see that in the Quran say we. So I was asking him, who are the we? I was asked some of them, when I come across some of them, I'll ask, we gave you this, we did this, we did. So I'll ask them, who was the person, the messenger that brought the scripture? Who was it? God that was the we? Is this in God as plural, or that is just one person that gave the instructions? So sometimes you need to dig deep. I know that we if you have questions in your mind, it's good to do research before you jump from one to another and then you enter something that is even worse. So I'd rather even prefer that you stay as neutral as you are. Listen to what Minister has said, listen to his videos and his interviews. Do your own research, a bit of the history about this particular religion, how they came about. Like I'll tell you, Christianity is actually not a religion. Like people look at it, it's just more or less a way of people. They saw people behaving like Christ, and they tag them derogatorily Christians. So Christian was like a mockery, a name that they used to just mock them. But it became that. But it's just some people behaving like Christ, who they knew, and so that came about. So I would just say you do a bit of deeper research and listen to what he has said you should do. I think it will help you in your quest for what you want.
Thank you, Giang. Is your mic fading?
Those people, but they were still in his house. They've not yet married. Yeah, that's what I think. Because you remember when he came to Mary and Joseph, she was already betrothed. So as far as they're concerned, she was his wife. But because formalities have not been finished, that's why he wanted to divorce her secretly. I pray from the scripture, when he heard that she was with child, he wanted to dispose her secretly until the angel appeared to him and said, don't, because what she carries is from God, so you shouldn't put her away. And then he started following the instruction to say, okay, leave the town for some time, all of that. So sometimes the culture, when you are betrothed to a woman, as far as she's concerned, she's your wife. In my culture, when you go to ask for a lady to marry, and then, in fact, when you are paid the dowry for the woman, sometimes we want to wait until you do formal celebration. But the moment you are paid your dowry for the woman, even if she's still in her parents' house, if anything happens to her, peradventure she dies, she will be buried in your house, except if you decide no, they should just bury her in their house. Otherwise, from the moment you have finished paying dowry, she's considered your wife, and nobody can. So sometimes that's the culture, that's our culture. So it's possible, that's how I'm looking at it from that point of view, that it's likely that they were betrothed to those guys. And so since calamity was going to come and disaster, he felt obliged to go and talk to the people who are going to marry his daughters, so that they can also try to also save them, so that his daughters will have their husbands intact as they go, because he was going to move with his wife. So if the daughters were going to move to with their husband, it was going to be good for them. But they didn't really look at it from that point of view. So that's just my thought
Another
about
one.
it.
Yes, I got you. Another one is there anything that you are seeing that is making it unlikely to you that those men were actually married to two other daughters? Why are we not considering that as a maybe even higher possibility, or at least 50-50? Do you get my point? Is there anything in that option that is making it unlikely to you?
Yeah, well, what I would say is, if he had other daughters there, scriptures will have captured that he had gone to see his other daughters and their husband, but they just talked about his son-in-laws. They didn't talk about the other daughters that they were married to. They just say he went to his son-in-laws. You get it? Because if he had that, the conversation would have gone deeper into talking, okay, because of my own other daughters, maybe conversation with his daughters to even try to persuade them to talk to their husband because of what the pending danger that is going to come. But that was completely silent. And so the only way we could say that is he had that, except if there are other scriptures that, apart from the Bible,
That's
because
what I
it's the
was going
Bible
to
that I've
say.
read
Could you just take time
eventually.
to maybe Control F on your Jasha to see if we have that detail? Because I can't remember myself. In my head, I'm assuming there are four. I mean, it's at least four.
Okay,
But
my laptop is off, so
enough, right? So that
yeah.
would be. Let's quickly hear from Olalani while maybe I also try to search just to have that. Ola, good
Okay.
morning. Let's give him 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone.
Morning, morning, morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I was just wanted to encourage Detroit, the gentleman who spoke earlier on. No, I'm not from a Muslim background, but I have so I've read the Quran, not back to back, but I've read enough to know, just to copy what the gentleman who just spoke said, that it's pretty much a copy of the Bible with a mixture of other books that we are now unveiling. So the way it's done, it's the way they approach you. They highlight what contributes to Islam when they speak with you, and what doesn't contribute to Islam, or what is rejected, or what proves Islam to be a lie. They would then let the statement they'll make then is to say that the holy book of the supposed Christian religion is corrupt. I have a long-standing Muslim colleague. We've had to go at it for almost 7 years, and we both respect. I think I would say maybe out of complete arrogance now, he has not changed to be a Christian, because in no way, shape, or form have I, in my own ability, made him realize that we would unalive him if he left what we call our Christian religion. But more to say to gentlemen is, please do the research, like like you advised. The existence of Christ is actually is a history, right? It's happened. There's records globally from different sources at the same time and at different times, referencing that Christ did come to this world, was crucified, and from a few, not a few, from a lot of things I've learnt on this platform as well, returned. So we read it generally in the Bible that, yeah, he woke up on the third day, etc. But there are more historical records independent of the Christian faith about, his return. So I just wanted to encourage you that, yeah, you're thinking about it, you haven't made up your mind. I think, like the minister said, Islam is further from the truth than the Bible is. Being Christ-like, being Christian. In fact, today, you do have to question who's a Christian. You actually, because if you look at the Christianity being practiced in the United States with the Trump supporters, you have to question yourself that what sort of faith is this Christianity? They really don't have to read the
Network is
Bible to
beginning
be
to
a
fade.
Christian.
It's
Say
never
again?
just
Sorry, say that?
Yes, it's better now.
Okay.
Just 2
Oh,
seconds.
my volume. Okay. So they basically tell you that they don't have to read the scriptures. They don't have to practice nothing. All they have to do is just say they believe in Jesus and they're Christians. So to ask, so I can understand your confusion about Christianity, especially if those are the people you've been following. And I think, not trying to point out that there's one Christianity group better than the other. I think you also mentioned that you're a Catholic, which kind of like, I need to be I stand corrected, or I don't know how they say that word, but there's certain practices that I've seen in that group that always concerns me. When you're asking me to kiss the cross and things like this, I get uncomfortable, because even the Bible as it is kind of like tells you not to do things like that. So again, it's just a word of encouragement to him, and hopefully, minister, because I tried coming up on Thursday, it wasn't successful. I wanted to talk about, you were speaking about seeing the curse of possibly the black people or whatever, and how Africa is taking loans from IMF and things like that. Hopefully, maybe maybe not today, but perhaps that opportunity will come back to raise that anyway. Thank you very much.
Yes, you're welcome. You can just hang on. We'll probably still come back all the way from the top. All right, effortlessly Sade, good morning, good evening, where you're at.
Good morning. Oh, good evening. It's about 10, almost 10:30 here. What did I want to say? I think I find it quite amazing how, if you look at in the Bible, other than the flood, which God took a personal, took out on a personal mission, on a project to project destroy the earth. That's what I call that one, right? Sodom and Gomorrah seem to be like a personal project for him to because he could have literally said to Abraham, there's this place very close to you I want to destroy. Take your men and go and destroy, and he will destroy it. Abraham will have no problem because but he kind of took a personal, even went to go and check. Let me go and check if this day after eating lunch, you would eat breakfast, after eating barbecue breakfast in Abraham's house. He went into the land to go and check it first to see, in fact, do I want to destroy it or not destroy it? Maybe because, and this is my own thought, maybe because, you see, after the flood, he had said, you know what, I'm not going to destroy the earth again. So maybe this time around it was more like, if I'm going to even take action and take this place down as a whole, right? Let me go in and be certain. I don't know why, but there was no explanation as to why God decided that he'd go and check it himself, right? Before destroying it. So secondly, you said something about, or in the story, you talked about how Lot's daughters decided that their father was who they wanted to sleep with. Gian's actually, I think, answered that question when he said, that character of Sodom and Gomorrah was still inside them. Is that because those types of things perhaps were acceptable in Sodom and Gomorrah? Like, if you think about it nowadays, like like you are in the UK now, as much as you are in the UK, let's not even touch that. You can't just walk into a store and go and steal chocolates. Do you understand? But if you came from a background where stealing chocolate was okay, you get, even if, you would find a reason to act out some of those, how do you say it, unsavory behaviors or unsavory characteristics, you will just find a way to just do it, even with that. So these are the two things that I observe with the story. So for the other one again that I want to talk about for my man's, what's his name, Mr. Stoic? Yeah, I would not be the one encouraging him to read this or not read that, or read this or not. I think he's on a journey to discovering truth, right? And I think that journey will find the right expression within him. Because for me, say for instance, I personally have not been to church in a while. Maybe because of the things I know. The pastor might be saying something now in the Bible that I know that is not, it doesn't, I will just say, objection, my Lord. They'll just ban me from the church. I laugh, it's true. They'll just tell me to leave the church. You get what I mean? So I think he's on a journey to discover. I've not read the Quran back to back, but I found out some of the stories in the Quran gave me more direction than even the Bible. The way for instance, the Quran, they use Muslim people, the way they know Solomon is not the way we know Solomon in the Bible, right? And the Bible also has, the current Bible we have, or not the KJVA, right? KJVA, not the KJVA Apocrypha version. It has taken quite a lot of books out. In the Bible, like in the normal King James Bible or your New Living Translation, you have things like XYZ happening and what are these tales not in the book of Joshua? One pastor has not looked at me in all my years of Christianization. And Christianization, I believe, is in itself is a phenomenon. In all my years of being a Christian, has not said, they say it's in the book of Joshua. Let's go and investigate the book of Joshua. Almost as if purposely or intentionally, there are just some books that they have decided that, may not be profitable to this our grace movement. Everything now is grace. Do you understand? This is as if I'm just assuming. So I would say, I think he's on a journey. I think he would eventually find where he wants to lie, right? Not necessarily, how do you say it? If you enter the Muslim one and see flaws in there too that will shake him. If he goes into the Catholic world, I could tell you categorically now, in the last 50 years, the Catholic Church has had over 300,000 cases of sexual assault against children.
The Vatican.
Yes, Vatican,
That's
England, Australia. Go and check it. Do you know how many billions of dollars they have spent? In Australia alone, I think over 17,000, no, USA, 17,000 boys between 1980 something and 2015. This is recent, though. This is not something that has happened a long time ago. So every denomination you find some certain flaws. It's now you that will now say, yeah, and I think it is very profitable to know God for yourself.
No. Yeah.
Go and find that God for yourself. Go and know him for yourself. Not based on any denomination, not based on Christian. This Islam that we're talking about, is it not? Didn't we establish that Ishmael is the father of the Muslims? This Ishmael, where did he grow up? Who was his influence? Was it not Abraham? Do you understand? So there are elements of this Islam that feeds into this same Christianity, who at least Christianity, I would say, descended from the thoughts and the tutelage of Abraham through Isaac, right? They're still almost one and the same thing, right? Almost one and the same thing. But lots of human influences has definitely, because I would say Christianity is one of the most mocked religions in this world, if not the most mocked.
And Islam is the most defamed,
It's the most, not just defamed, but Islam is so strong in the sense that you can't take a Quran and put it on the floor.
Yeah.
Well, go and look at Muslim people. That book, the Quran, you can't even swear on it. The way they go to church, they'll put their hand on the Bible. I swear on that oath that XYZ. You can't do it with the Quran. People, I mean, the deep Muslims will tell you that Oriya Fayakuni. If you are lying, you will die. No, and they stand by it. They stand by it because they believe in it so much that it does play out that way for them. The Quran is not something that someone will hold and you will swear and you are lying. Yet the Bible, they can use the Bible pages to wrap up off. And say that's what you can't do that with the Quran. Wars has been started because of that. Didn't you ever the last time there was a massive Christians or Muslim killing in the north at one point? They said there was a woman that was selling puff puff. There was a page that she used to wrap puff puff, but apparently it was a Quran page. She mistakenly or no mistakenly, somebody now from there it became a big thing. So there's a way that Muslims respect that religion to the point of even mass murdering, right? And there is another way that you look at it as Muslim, because I'll tell you now, all these people that are Muslim extremists, if you look at their heaven is full of virgins. In fact, their promise is that when they get to heaven, they're just going to be sleeping with women.
I wonder what the reward of the women are. Maybe they'll be virgin.
No, but are you listening to me? This is a school of thought that they deeply believe in.
There's one Elijah on the page, by the way. I just forgot to mention that. Sorry, I don't know if she's still Muslim, but if the name is still Lafayette, sorry to put you on the spot. Latifat Momo. The name sounds Muslim. Sorry, we don't hate Muslims, all right? You can come up if you want, Just let us know your thought. But I saw a Muslim name. What I think, Latifat Momo. But if you want
between me and you, I don't hate Muslims. I have a great respect for Muslims. I grew up in, there's a way you grew up in Nigeria now. On Friday, you see the Muslims going to church during the Ramadan season when they fast. I think it's the Ramadan season they fast. They shall fast at some point. You see them going to prayer. You see them they are cooking for them. You understand that? You see all these things. I can even recite the Surah to the Fatiha. It's Muslim, but I used to hear it. Do you understand? So I have a great respect for Muslims. That's number two. I don't believe you can take out the Muslim. America that has a vendetta. They want to cancel. They want to destroy the Muslim Wayimu. It's true. You can't destroy them. That is the descendant of Abraham, and there was a promise that was attached to their name. That their seed will be what? You read it the other day. When the angel, when Sarah told the woman Pepper and she ran away, and the angel appeared to her, what did he say? He could have said anything. He could have said, go in, so, and so after this child, you will survive and everything. He said that we bless them. They will become a great nation. They will be wild. Their hand will be against people and people's, you get what I mean? What's happening today? Do you understand? So you can't take them out. There's a promise on their head. But I don't believe one denomination holds it all. If we go and check Okbeleifa, when you start to read it, it makes so much sense. Right? If you read the Bible, there are some things that make sense. Go delve into the Quran. There's some things that make sense. Look into the Catholic practices, especially the Catholic practices around things like exorcism. Things that make sense. These are all things that they've been using for years. Years, even esoteric, almost crossing the line between esoteric and spiritual, especially when it comes to Catholic. When you're looking at people that they do exorcism and stuff, you see some things and you're like, wait, are you sure these people are pure Christians? This looks like occultic, but they've been using it to exercise for years. So there is no one religion or one denomination that holds on the answers, and I think it's meant to be so. Because God in itself is vast. It will be an insult if you can actually figure out God that way. If through one simple until you can sit and say, I figured the God out. Do you understand? So I would encourage you to keep checking. Just keep doing what you are doing. If it's there, I don't know. Maybe he has left. You understand? But it's how do you say it?
He's not even in the comment anymore. Anyway, but we got you so that we can just quickly catch others. It's funny sometimes.
Yes. So thank you so much.
Yes, you're welcome, Charlie. So just click on you're coming back. So Joanne, but right just before Joanne has been here just about once or twice. Let me hear from Ndubuike. Ndubuike, have you been here before? Nnabuike rather, right? Nnabuike, have you been here before? As a guest, especially.
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay. So let's quickly hear from you. The next set is 2 minutes, maybe 3. Anyway, good.
Yeah,
Yeah, I came up when one of the guys were saying that Quran, that Bible is true, but the Quran is not. I'm just paraphrasing here. I can't remember how he
Okay.
put it.
Okay.
That Christianity is true, that Islam is not. It was
Just a
copied
moment.
from Bible.
Just a moment before you continue. So, Gian, you don't even need to go that far. You know, we need to learn to read more than we just imagine. If I were you, I would have gone to check before, rather than, because that's how things just grow, and before you know it, people have that impression. You know, so rather than just saying maybe this, maybe that, it's
I'm on
good to
phone.
just
I'm on
check, like a
phone.
later check after you have, guessed. But it's also in Jasher, that about this daughters. Again, it's not one of those super important things. Okay, but I would even say probably it had maybe even more than 4 daughters, or at least four, at least about four. Jasher 19. Okay, again, it's not so important, but just to mention, Jasher 19. Um, Jasher 19, anyways, where you will find it. So when he was saved from that captivity, he gave birth to a daughter. That captivity that Abraham saved him from, he gave birth to a daughter. That's Lot. Gave birth to a daughter, and he called her name Paltith. So 24. At the time, the wife of Lot bare him a daughter, and he called her name Paltith, saying, "Because God has delivered him and his whole household from the king of Elam." Okay, and Paltith, the daughter of Lot, grew up, and the men of Sodom, and one of the men of Sodom took her for a wife. So apparently was married, except you want to still push this theory further that whether she was just betrothed and she didn't marry him. I don't think it's necessary to push that far. He probably was married to her and all that, and there was a long time between those moments. So this was, long story, this was the Paltith that was giving food to a hungry man, and they burned her alive. Okay, so that one was dead. Okay, but that's one daughter, and of course that can't be the one that was escaped. So let's keep running to 46. And angel rose up from the door and took him. 48. And the angel said to Lot, "Arise and go forth to this place, and all belonging to thee, lest you be consumed in iniquity of it." And the angels laid hand of Lot and his hand of his wife and his children belonging, and of his children, that's the 2 daughters. Okay, set them up forth out. So let's see. And okay, 52 is another strong one. 1952, Joshua 1952. Then he overthrew the cities and all the plains of all the inhabitants of the cities, and which grew upon the ground, and that which grew upon the ground. And Ado, the wife of Lot, this one's got the name. Ado, the wife of Lot, looked back to see the destruction of the cities. For her compassion was moved, watch this, on account of her daughters who remained in Sodom, for they did not go with her. You see, and when she looked back, she became a pillar of salt. So there's at least 2 more daughters. Daughters is plural, right? And again, I'm thinking there could have been 3 in the sense that one has died. I mean, if she says that she's on account of her daughters that didn't go with her, she probably is not talking about the one that is dead. But maybe one was dead, she was still remembering her, and there's another one that was still alive, apparently, So there was at least 4, if not even more than 4, like 5, because I don't know why you've been thinking
It looks
about
like 5.
Sorry, you get my point.
Yeah, I said it looks like 5.
It probably is,
From the Joshua story, it looks like 5.
Yeah. So, but my point is, thank God Chema is not here, so that Chema will not claim the champion of this one. Because Chema is one I always say, I remember. She will just say, "Yeah, I'm going to lose her more now. Wow, this small girl, eh?" So, but the thing that I think is the right thing to do is to check the text before we start building theories, and before we are very far, like that. So please go ahead, Nabuike. Sorry to interject you. Just give it 3 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to tell the person that none of these religions are historical facts. None of the stories in all these religious
Okay.
books,
Okay.
whether Bible, Torah, or Quran, are religious facts. That most of these stories are myth,
Okay.
allegories, and poetry, poems. Because
Okay.
when you look at the creation story, you cannot say, "Oh, that's a historical fact."
Okay.
And God said, "This happened, this happened, this happened, this happened." The flood story, even in the New Testament about Jesus ascending to heaven like he was flying into the air. I believe that's also an allegory that has to do with somebody attaining the highest level of consciousness.
Do we move
Because,
fast?
sorry?
Do we move fast? I want us to move fast on something.
Yeah.
How do you think the earth was created?
Sorry?
How do you think the earth came to be, or we came to be?
I do not know.
Good
Which
answer.
is something we have to all acknowledge. Instead of trying to create a myth,
Okay.
it's better to say we do not know.
Good. Do you think Abraham was a real person?
No, I believe it's a mythical figure.
Okay.
But I believe that the story might be related to some other stories in some other African ethnic groups. They pick parts of the story from this ethnic group, pick part of the story from this. Sorry?
Who picked the story from different places? Who wrote it eventually?
Those that put the Bible together.
Who are they?
Because I believe, sorry?
Who are they? Do you know who they are?
Yeah, different groups were involved. Because if you look at the Bible we are reading today, it's different from the Bible of 16th century.
Really? How different is it? Have you checked the both?
Yes, I've seen that of 16th century Bible. You will not see the name Jesus Christ there.
That's not the serious difference. That's just a spelling. Jesus is spelled with an I. Jesus, right?
Okay, like the story of Abraham, you will see the woman called Keturah in that of 16th century Bible.
Okay.
But in this modern Bible, sorry?
Yes, today, what do you see today?
You won't see Keturah there. There's no Keturah there.
Is there? Keturah, right?
Yes, Keturah.
Yeah, Keturah.
Is there?
Okay, the 16th century Keturah, they projected Keturah as somebody from Africa, in fact, western part of Africa, not just Africa from the story, but it was now shortened, summarized like they are trying to hide something. Oh, if we say this woman is from West Africa, that means there may be more questions. How did Abraham get to that place and all those kind of things? You understand?
I get
So
you.
there are also other books that you will not see in today's Bible that were there in the older Bible. So many apocryphals, even Philip, that of Adam and Eve, and there's so many other books. Book of Thomas and the rest of them. So you won't see them here.
Okay. We have read some of those things, and we think the Bible is actually human history, Mr. Nabuke.
Exactly. Human history, not... I believe some of them might be, but some were just made up stories in order to shape people's belief.
Have you heard about Obugad in Anambra?
Yeah, the story of Obugad for me,
yes,
is just a group of people trying to recreate their history to become Jews.
Okay.
I don't believe that story is more real, because the Ezenry that was deposed in I think 1912 or so did not say that their people came from Israel. It's now the modern Ezenry that were created by the British that came up with all those ideas that they came from Israel. The older ones, there was no history that they left behind and said, we are Jews, we came from Israel. No. So I think some people want to create a history, they want to relate or force themselves to become Jews or something, because in their Bible, there's a promise, oh, if you are Jew, this is you're a special person. So some people are trying to become.
So who do you think wrote all these stories, and when? Do you know how long? Do you know when they wrote the story? Let's start from when. Do you know when they wrote?
some of these stories were excavated from different parts of the world.
What
Some
time?
were made up entirely because some of those books could not be traced to anything original,
Okay. So what time?
especially most of them in the New Testament.
Okay. What time do you think the Bible was written by whoever? We're not talking who yet. What time do you think it was written, or even discovered?
Yeah,
Can you
the
remember?
present. I know that there have been so many meetings where they put different books together. Three something AD was that of Constantine and his group.
Good.
So we've had different groups.
Just a
you
moment.
know,
Just a moment, Mr. Nabuke. From Genesis to Revelation existed as early as 300 AD. Is that what you're saying?
Genesis to Revelation, some of those books, but maybe not the West as they were put together. West that are encouraged slavery and all those things. I believe some of those ones came through a transatlantic period that they had to add some of those things. Slave obey your master and all those things. That as they were passing through. Sorry?
I think you have not done so much reading of even the Bible itself, actually. Especially, the Keturah one, you just you have not really done so much reading of the Bible, even the Bible, itself. I mean, honestly, with due respect. You have not read it so much, But, I think it's just a lot of ideas you've picked up from many different places that, like slave obey your master is just a text. Someone can interpret it in many different ways. And I think the interpretation has been very bad. But
no.
Say is,
if you look at the slave Bible in America, which they created a museum, the stated date they added some of those things in the Bible. You understand? They stated this and said this was added so time and so time. Sorry?
You said it's a slave Bible, isn't it?
Slave museum where they came up with some of, yes, in America, where they came up with, there was a time they had to add certain things in the Bible. And this is not long time ago. They keep adding because this is reverse edition. So right now, there are also people, the Quakers and other group of people, they're also trying to reverse, get a new Bible. And they hired this lady. What's her name? What's her name?
The quickest thing
Who is sorry?
One thing you can do is to tell us what point they added what, right? What point was the last adding, which from what I can get, this 1660 you said, you would have said it, I would have let it slide, but apparently nothing was added between 1660 and now. It's the same. And I know you're talking about the King James version.
No, if the name Jesus Christ did not exist in 16th century Bible, that's the big addition.
So what was
a big addition? Because if the Bible said there's no name written under the heaven or earth that we must bow to except the name of Jesus Christ, and you now realize that before 16th century that name was not in the Bible, that's a big addition.
But just a moment, what name was there then?
There were so many of them. We have Yehoshua, Yeshua, Jesus, and all those ones that appeared in different versions of the Bible before 16th century.
That's just a name.
It's not just a name. It is significant because name is something that is central to Christianity. Without the name of Jesus Christ, there's no Christianity. But if you realize that name came after 16th century Bible, then it's a big deal.
Tell me another one.
Don't you think so?
Tell me another big deal. I honestly don't really think so, but tell me another one.
Because that's the biggest deal for me.
Yes, I know it's the biggest. What's the bigger one? The less one? Tell me maybe two more significant changes between 1660 that you can remember. If you can't remember, you can let me know that you can't.
No, what I've said it before, that there were other books which I call that some apocryphals that were there, that are not in this modern Bible.
No, I think it's the other way around. By the way, someone just created a playlist and called it the Bible. They just took books together and called it the Bible, which is not a bad idea, but they just didn't include some, which we have included and see that they align with the other part, which they've called. But apart from that, you have one more. That's not a change. That's more like somebody not including something in his playlist. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. Someone decided to call
And
it.
you think it's unintentional?
No, of course, some of it was intentional. That's not the point. But my point is, someone decided to I mean, pick number 1 to 8, and he left 9 and 10, right? And now we are saying that there's 9 and 10. That doesn't mean 1 to 8 is wrong. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. We just found more. I
Yeah,
don't know if
because
you
what like the reason I came up was that I just wanted to make a point that all this religion for me,
Mhm.
they are political movements.
I got you.
They,
They've been politicized 100%. Okay.
yeah, they
But
are not there for
I got you.
spiritual upliftment.
They have a spiritual. Okay, I got you. I got you. So, but I want to. Do you have one more apart from the fact that they didn't include some books in what they've called the Bible, right? Of which the Ethiopian Bible it was complete in it. So, and then maybe they changed the spelling of the name. They translated the name of Jesus, which they should not have. Something like that. So, what's your other one? Just give me one more.
Yeah, they are like that of Mary Magdalene
Okay.
that suggested that is it Mary Magdalene or Thomas or from some of those books that suggested that Jesus had a wife, had children, and all those things.
That's why I say you need to do some reading. So, so that you can pinpoint things and not, so we not throw away the baby with the bathwater. So, where was it written that Jesus had in any book? You do know the book that Jesus had children and wife. Do you remember?
I don't know the particular book.
Okay.
I don't know the particular book.
Okay, let me tell you what we have seen. Is this the first time you have seen our page?
No, I've seen this page before.
Okay. So what we are thinking is that these stories are African stories and they were written by Africans, more or less. But in the middle of the line, somewhere along the line, some people took it, which people would always do. Some Africans still do that till today. They can take the Bible and convince you to bathe you in the water, anoint your head or whatever, do something bad to you, or I don't know, to take your money from your stuff. It's interpretation. And the problem will always happen to those who don't read it themselves, are not strong enough to stand their ground. You see, so people will always do that. But on a massive scale, some people did it on a very massive scale from the Western world and did it to Africa. But that story was probably written by Africans, right? And written about Africa. It's a lineage story as against just some story to uplift and the way you have put it, right? It's still about the most valid creation story and origin story that personally I have found, more than even so-called Big Bang and evolution and all that stuff. Okay, so
yeah, you are right to some extent because especially the story of baptism, like in Igbo land, we've been doing baptism. There's a group called Okonko. Sorry,
sorry to interject you. Baptism is even very simple. Anybody can decide they want to start baptism. I am looking at matters like bride price, like circumcision. Right?
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Who taught them that? That's Abraham that brought that. It's not something you just copy randomly to cut the foreskin of a small boy. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The only two places we find that is inside that Bible thing and inside these African people. Europeans do it, but not as much as Africans do it at all. They probably learned it from Africa. They got it by way of religion because they read it in the Bible, maybe. So this is African stories we're dealing with. We have also compared many other oral stories in Africa, and they match in a very, very, very substantial way. So this thing was just misinterpreted to deceive the people, to get them in a certain way. It was politicized. You're correct. It was weaponized, 100%. That is what we're looking at. You understand? And you discover it is in the same people who happen to be their story that these religions are most violent, most radicalized. You don't see a radical Muslim in Saudi Arabia cutting people's head down. They would arrest the guy. He probably can't even do that.
Yeah.
You understand? There's also no Vatican. Well, there are funny things happening in the Vatican, but to be in secret. You will not see in Vatican somebody saying, start eating grass, eat grass, eat grass. I mean, like we've seen in some African videos, it felt like a joke. So you won't see that extreme Christianity. You won't see that extreme Christianity or extreme Islam in the so-called headquarters of these places. That's where there's enjoyment. They have good roads, good things. But Africa now, that are taking the religion hook, line, and sinker, as it were, They're suffering from it. And incidentally, the irony of it that just boggles your mind is that we are discovering it's actually their story. It's actually their story. But I'll invite you to watch the interviews I've done. Have you watched them?
No, I haven't.
Please do, right? Please do.
Which
We are
page?
seeing,
Is it on this same page?
on the same channel, but on YouTube is where you find it quickly, the full interview.
Oh.
We are seeing Igbo words, Yoruba words that we are finding inside the modern Hebrew, so to speak. So the languages, we are finding peoples, we are finding cultures, we are finding even locations here, not even in the Middle East.
No, yeah, that's true because I practiced Judaism for 13 years.
13, right? Did you how many
Yes.
times have you been to the Middle East, Israel?
No, I haven't been. But it's
Well,
just in synagogue here in London. We were even one of the synagogues in Bohanwood. I was one of the founders there. You know.
I'm sure they will, no matter how far you try to go, they will still be racist on you. I bet I lie.
Exactly.
Yeah, they don't like you.
Yeah.
And that's
It's
probably why
true.
you left. I don't think you're still there now. Are you still there?
No, I left 15 years ago. I left.
They would
Even to carry the Torah. You see somebody who just at the bathroom smoking. After smoking, you see him carrying the same Torah that you cannot carry. So I look at the whole thing and say, this is bullshit.
Now you're talking.
know?
Let me hear your story.
Yeah.
So
You know?
let me see if I got you right. Rather, this guy is supposed to be a Jewish person,
Yes.
and by blood, whatever that means, he's the one that can hold the Torah, but you cannot because you are going. Correct.
Yes.
But he would have just finished smoking and still go carry. the
Just
Torah.
you enter between, just can't finish smoking and just see him carrying this. I say, this you're supposed to be holy, you know? So
Listen,
my eyes open wide. After sometimes I said, no, this is just nonsense.
wow. So
You
now
know?
13 plus 15 years. Did you say you practiced 13 years and you left 15 years ago?
Yeah, 15 years ago. That was
that
when my
was-
daughter was 3 years. Yeah.
Oh my word. So you see
Yeah.
that's 28 years like that. So let me tell you
Yes.
something, sir. I feel like saying God brought you here. And it's good to have fathers like you that have seen everything, or at least seen a lot. Mm?
Yeah.
I mean, first I feel like saying I'm just sorry for those years, but it's fine. God do, and
To
God
be honest,
does-
it was like a wasted years. It was
Oh.
like wasted years, to be honest.
oh my God.
You know, where you abandon your own culture, try for other people to accept you in their own culture.
You see.
You know, and for them to accept you, have to be a slave there. You have to
More
be.
or less,
You have.
right?
So when you see other black people inside that synagogue, they're like slaves, and later you realize, oh, I've been a slave in this place.
Whoa.
Oh my God, that kind of thing.
Please tell me, how do they treat British people that are not Jewish? Are there such like a third group? There's a Jewish chosen according to them. There's the African people that are trying to join. Is there a third category like British? How do
Yeah,
they-
there are white Jewish there, and the way they're treated. When your eyes open, you now realize that they treat them far better than you.
Oh my God! On what grounds? Is it official?
Yeah, of course. You may not notice if
Okay.
you are brainwashed, but once your eyes open, you understand, because some of them started carrying Torah.
Oh, some of the whitish people, right?
Yes.
So what was the reason that the Jewish people gave to allow British carry and you not carry?
Now, some of them went, did circumcision, but I was already circumcised.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Some of them did circumcision, but I was already circumcised.
Okay.
So,
Mhm.
so if telling them, oh, I was circumcised, in fact, they know us. That is the issue.
You see?
The first time I came there as an Igbo, they knew.
Wow. What did they say in the first time? Can you explain to us, please?
The first time.
Mhm. When the first time you came, that's 28 years ago now. When you entered the midst, they knew. How did you know they knew? And they knew what?
I started practicing Judaism right from Nigeria.
Nigeria before traveling. Okay.
Before traveling. Yahweh People Assemble. That was the name
Let's not call
the name
name
of
of
the
people, but
Okay, sorry. That was before I came. So when I came here, introduced myself, I was thinking that, oh, it was the same way we are in Nigeria. We've been taught once you introduce yourself, oh, you accepted, everything was perfect, So things I was doing in Nigerian synagogue and all those things, and I realized I could not.
Carrying the Torah, etc., right?
Yeah, carrying the Torah and all those, and I realized I could not do it here. You understand? And I realized that I could not do it here. So that even the circumcision was like questionable. We are not the people that, even though they won't tell you, like, even though they will not tell you. So there were some other people that two people will follow them to bedroom to check, but for an Igbo person, they didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, they didn't, because they believe, oh, these are Igbo people, they are already circumcised.
Okay.
But the
They
idea
did
of carrying Torah, till I left that place, I didn't.
for 13 years.
Yes,
So
there
let's
was
get
a
back.
there was a Caribbean man who
Mhm.
was carrying it, but he was circumcised
By them?
by
Or
them, yes, as an adult. Yes.
see. Who
So,
was an adult?
yeah, he was
So
the
now my
only
point,
person, a black
that
person
was
I know, who
African.
was carrying it.
Good. Oh my God. Oof. Okay, now my point. So it appears that, oh, look at that perversion. So it appears that, you see, they found a third category, is what I'm looking at. So it appears that the only people for them that can carry it is whom, first of all, they themselves, who they think they're chosen and all that, synagogue of
Yes.
Satan and all, and then whom they circumcise. Right? Because that's what I'm saying. Your mic is kind of off. Your mic is
I
off.
think
If
I
you're
think
off,
he's answering the call.
But
yeah,
that's basically what he said. Yeah.
somebody of that age. Do you see that?
I wanted to ask him some questions.
I mean, it's important. Do you see that? And they found a common ground. And watch this, the Caribbean guy that was still circumcised by them, they will still treat him one kind. They will still treat him one how. Hey, my God. This is why it's good to listen to people. I would have said, whatever we're doing. Yeah, you're welcome back, Mr.
So, yeah,
Eneke.
somebody called me. Yeah.
I thought so. Casolese was right. So Casolese was going to ask you some questions. What was I going to ask? So it appears that the way this thing works is that it's either they themselves, the so-called chosen people, or whom they have circumcised that get to touch the Torah and all that. Correct?
Yes, yes.
Right? I see.
And the issue is that even some of them don't even believe in this Yahweh. They don't. When you have proper discussion, you find out that this is to them like as we do, like there are people you only see during the feast of Passover, Tabernacle. For them, it's like the same way Igbo people celebrate masquerade.
Okay, you're right.
Yeah, it was not something holy that we, the Jews, we that we are practicing Judaism from Africa. Those periods used to be so holy and all those things. No, for them, it's like we are going to masquerade.
Oh, I see.
They
Carnival,
don't really,
right?
they don't really believe in this Yahweh, is this, that. No. That is just, when you have this, you say, oh my God, this is, in fact, for them, it's a casual thing. It's a culture, like New Yam Festival, all those kind of thing. Nothing holy about it, So, it opened my eyes, to be honest.
Africa man, those of our. Oh my God. Oh my God.
It opened my eyes.
I understand. Sorry to interject you, sir. I understand how you're like, you know what, these things are just inspirational. Somebody wrote it somehow. I think they just mix the stories, It's fine. It's nice for spiritual elevation, But this thing is not there. The same thing with the guy. I've had people that has gone as far as Buddha, for crying out loud. They are doing amazing. They go suffer, eh? They will suffer. Imagine this is African. This is who you are. You have been circumcised from birth. What can be more pure from that? I mean, from
exactly.
But they still look for some rule. They still look for some rule to still exclude you. This is where the problem is. This
exactly. It's the skin.
That's where your problem is.
It's
And
the
that's
skin.
really improve your glory. That's where the glory is. And they've been waiting, looking for how to wash that thing off. They cannot. They have just been looking for how they can clone it. The day they can clone it, the rules will change. But that's where the problem is. God no give them this
Yes,
one.
yes.
That's the problem. They don't care if you are Christian, Muslim, to them it's king. Why can't they give you visa because you are Jewish or because you are Christian in Christian nation in the US? And
Yes.
so people get to this point in this knowledge, and from there they turn away like, I'm just done with this so-called Abrahamic thing, and they become offended. They turn back. But God helped us in our ministry. We went ahead of that. Hey, Oaspe, I come on, you don't come again. Now, white man, right, Oaspe, hope you know. So Oaspe that you're saying, I Kamani, it was a white man that wrote it. Although it doesn't mean it's evil if a white man wrote it or good if a black man wrote it, but just to let you know, it's written by a European kind of guy who said an angel was dictating stuff to him and was writing stuff. And more or less, most people think it's a substitute for the Bible. Oh my God. I don't know if to say I'm sorry or to apologize. I don't even, is it apology they call it? I feel for you.
you don't need to do that.
God.
You
He has
know?
come
No, I
back
feel for
home.
you.
You should welcome home.
Yeah, I feel for you, sir. So, sir, what we are saying, you need to watch those interviews, right? And
I
I'm
will.
happy this thing is happening. Yes, please. Your daughter must be 18 years old now. A very critical point. Am I right, sir?
Yes, almost 18. Yeah.
About 18 is a critical time for her. She needs to understand this. I guess do you used to go to church or something? No.
No, yeah, my wife go to Baptist, which I go there sometimes, and I love the system there, to be honest. You know,
Oh,
so
you are a
but
very
for
strong
me,
man.
I'm no longer a member of any religion.
What's that mean? Better go down verse. I got which Baptist. If you enter Baptist, you try.
Minister,
You try.
you'll be
I
a
wanted
good
to
one.
ask some questions. Sorry, guys.
Yes, you have a lot of people to ask you questions here. But just before that,
to attend
this is
the event in April, to be honest, for a real life
right.
view of what
Yeah, you need to attend. Yeah, what area are you, Mr. Nabuike?
I live in London.
London is a bit. London will take you about 2 hours, 2.5 hours on train to get to a conference we have.
Where
But
is the
honestly,
conference? Where is it? Is that place?
it's in Sheffield. It's in Sheffield. But God
Okay.
will help us because the people will be having a lot of people that have been hurt. God will help us not to, because people cannot afford another hurt again. People that have been into Judaism, that guy is speaking today. The daughter opened the door. Say, why did you open that door? I'm discussing something important here. Before a man can be, you're a stoic. So it's gonna be a lot of people who have been kind of hurt. We just have to depend on God to guide us, and I'll try my best, and God will just help us, because people cannot afford another hurt. People have been hurt in church. Some women have been just abused, more or less, just treated like trash. Some have been abused in the mosque. Some have been abused in Islam. Some in the so-called Judaism. And this thing now is just talking about you. Your skin is your body is a temple of God. You are the son of Abraham, for crying out loud. That is who you are. They can't. They wish they can remove that. They can't. They cannot. It's in your blood and your DNA. That's who you
Yeah.
are. There are things inside your DNA that you can't baptize it on. You can't remove it. You can't undo it. It's almost like once saved, always saved, if at all. Although it's not always not so. But I mean, if there's anybody whose salvation and everything is inside his blood, is that West African man, Sub-Saharan African man. And that's what the whole world hates. And that's why they hate you. Oh my God, they will hate you, because you're
It's true.
living. You haven't lucky yourself came out of their life. You are living walking evidences that they are liars. They are
Yeah,
not. They are
yeah.
Polish people.
I became a friend to the old man, and they didn't want me to go close to the man. The man was already in 90s. The man started telling me a lot of things.
Truth. He'll be telling you truth because he doesn't have anything to lose. He's about to
Yeah,
die.
yeah, yeah. He started telling me about different
Tell us a
Jewish
few
groups.
things, right? Tell us a few things he told you before we allow the other guests ask you
Yeah,
questions.
he told me about he told me about so many Jewish groups in Africa. So one in South Africa, Zambia, Igbo people. It was just the man was in CIA. I think that was the very not CIA, Mossad. That was the very he has visited many parts of Nigeria.
Mossad.
Yeah, he was Mossad.
Mossad.
Yeah.
Hey,
So
Oga, let's talk on Telegram. If these people, you don't know who you are dealing with.
So they didn't want
I
me to
said you
go
are
close
lucky
to
you came out
him,
alive. You think it's a joke?
because he
They
was
are
quite
giving you one
old.
communion. You don't discover that you start having one diabetes. You don't know 3 weeks to get it birthday. Hey, you are passed from death to life. Mossad.
The man was close to me, but they never wanted us to be
They
close.
will not. They will not.
Once they closed the synagogue, they want to pull the man away from me so that, man was saying a
My
lot of
God.
things,
Please let your daughter. Oh my God. Can you please join the Telegram? Is your family there? They've gone to church or something, right?
No, my wife went today, but my 2 daughters are some. It's because it's raining heavily.
Okay. If you can please, someone put the Telegram link. Please join the Telegram group.
Okay.
Biko. Let your family, if you can, this is your choice. Of course, we can't force anyone. But my mind is going for your younger children, your daughters, your sons.
Yeah.
That are, thank God they're going to church, but they need to know these things. That next generation is important. Our generation will be like, say, don't go, to be honest.
Yeah.
You understand? So these people cannot continue in this. Baptist what? Anglican church is Anglo, is from English.
It's English,
right?
yeah.
Roman Catholic is from Rome.
Oh, yes.
Please, someone pays the Telegram link. Do you know how you can join Telegram, sir?
I have Telegram.
Yeah, but yes, thank you so much. That means you know how to use it. Just join the Telegram group if you can. So we begin to move forward from there. So let's see how this conference will look this year. It's the second. Someone is already saying, "Hey, sorry, Mr. Anubuke." So
no, you were saying you can facilitate his transportation for the conference, and then
no,
if
transportation is a big man now. It's not money. My mind is just the time. I don't like. I really don't like that.
What date?
It's around. Yes, around April. So if you can, please come. If you drive, it will take you too long. My conscience, I will feel somehow. You drive 4 hours, eh?
Yeah.
God will have to. But if you take train, you can run from. It's a train from London to Doncaster for about 2. It's not even up to 2 hours. But I'm imagining traveling from home to the train station, then from straight to Sheffield. Maybe 2 hours, 10 minutes, something like that. Plus your 10 minutes drive to park at the train station. That's a lot, right? But although my head, I'm thinking just watch online, right? You can get it from your home. There's no need to travel that far, except you really want to. I can catch from along the way. If not, let's just do whatever I want to do online. I was almost going to cancel the US conference.
Sorry.
But you realize God told me don't do that. Yeah, voila.
Sorry to interrupt. No, the reason I said what I said is I'm coming from London. I'll be coming with my daughter, so we're going to make a weekend out of it. So I'm going to have 3 spaces in my car. I'm happy I'm happy to work with you, Mr. because I think definitely this is we hear these stories in movies, we don't realize that this is
right.
You're a real gem.
What part of London do you stay?
I'm in Bexley, Belvedere, Greater London. Where are you?
I'm in Harrow.
Okay, North London.
Yeah.
We can still make an arrangement.
Northwest,
yeah, I'll be driving past the M11 anyway.
Okay, no problem.
I'll follow you. I'll chat with you when we're done, just to stay in touch.
Okay, no problem.
Yes,
thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Wala also is maybe around his 40s or something like that. I'm sure you're a much senior man.
Yeah. I'm 50 now.
Wow, that's Golden Jubilee. That's wonderful.
Minister, I'm 52 this year, not 40s. But thank you very much anyway.
So you say you'll be 60? I remember. Sorry, you said you were 50. Sorry, say that again.
52. I said I'll be 52 this year. 52.
Oh,
okay, you're older than me.
He's the one that sounds like he's young 24-year-old, according to Shade.
Yeah.
So that's brilliant. So that's wonderful. I'm happy people are linking up. So such a wonderful thing. So what I would say is, if it's something you can link around, that's where we're. To be honest, let me just mention the date, okay, for the sake of today, so that you can begin to work around that, so we can begin to fix the date.
Yeah.
Last year was exactly the same time, it's 26th last year, but this year will be 25th. So it's a Saturday, okay, Sabbath technically, okay. So it's going to be very likely a Saturday evening, 25th April. So that's the date, really. We are getting the hall. We're getting the hall. We've decided the hall we want to use the same venue, really, as last year. So we are doing the deposit very soon. They're still talking back and forth and all of that. So we're doing the deposit very soon. Perhaps this week they're just a little bit slow in the back and forth, so that I can fully, with full chest, begin to, because I don't want to announce something then it starts shaking. But it's very likely that's the date, everything is fixed. Myself, that day is clear. Although we probably will still have TikTok live in the morning, but it's an evening thing. So we just come around, right? So try to fix your weekend. See it as a weekend. Come praying with your heart. There's nothing I can do. I can only talk. But God can answer people's prayer. It will change. I don't know. This thing is a thing, is a God thing. It's a God thing. And when you see God doing something, you say go fear. And when I started seeing this thing, the thing is fearful. It's fearful what God is just doing, and this that is very scary. It's very scary. It's not something I can carry myself. What is my age? Look at these men. They can give back to me if they if they decide to give birth from around age 15 or something. You know, you can give back to me. That's the point. There's no point doing gra. What am I doing? So, but a way I can describe it is try to make it around like a weekend. Make it spiritual. Fast if you can. Just come with your family. In my mind, I'm like, you know what? Just do what you can do online. But if it works for you, come with your family. Make it a weekend out. It may take you 4 hours to drive back and forth. Enjoy the drive, right? And yes, it will be. That's the thing. It will be live broadcast. So I'm thinking, why do people travel that long? These other people have told me I'm coming from London. I'm coming from White. Is it White of Isle of Wight or something like that? Far south London, almost as if you want to enter inside the water.
Yeah.
But that's 6 hours by train and all. I'm like, don't come, just watch online. But they say they want to come. Like, okay. So make it an weekend evening. And we just come, we worship God the way we know how to. You can check last year's edition and see how it went. Okay.
Okay.
Just like that. So thank you so much. Please, sir, join the Telegram. Because the way these people are,
I haven't seen the link yet.
Just search Kunle Ministers, right? Kunle, the Ministers with an S.
Kunle. Okay, I'll do it right away.
On Telegram, yes. So, and also watch the interviews. Get your daughter, that's an adult, right? Get her to watch the interview. Thank you so much, Olorisha. So that's the link. Copy and paste that.
Okay.
And by flight is cheaper. If by flight is faster. It's not cheaper. I don't think so. Right. But you could take a flight if I don't know, flight from Heathrow to Doncaster Sheffield Airport.
No, it's
I'm
not.
not sure how
It's not that bad. I go to Workshop Leeds all the time. It's just
you
4 hours.
see.
Yeah, it's not that.
4 hours, right?
Yeah,
Maybe
it's
it's
not
because
that much of a big deal. It's
I don't like driving.
Listen, if anyone wants to come from London, I don't actually mind getting a 14-seater. Frankly.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I'll be happy to do that. The only thing I would say is I plan to stay the weekend.
Okay.
So
family and just enjoy it.
Yeah, I plan to make a weekend out of it. So if anyone is interested, please reach out. I don't mind taking you. If you want to stay the weekend too, it's fine. If not, you can find your way back to London because I'll be going the following day. It's not that much a big driving to it's not that bad at all.
Right.
Yeah.
What you can do for me, Ola, is do me a DM so that we can organize it much better and see we can have a catchment area along that area, right? Because that is logistics we're beginning to talk about. So that it's more organized and it's not like some people are favored more than others. And if it's something that I can say, okay, fine, we're getting a poster, something of which I'm thinking you're talking about rent to drive, right? Ola.
If I've got a saloon car, but if there are people who are willing to come, yeah, I'll just get like a space bus or something.
Just if I even rent the driver along, the guy will drive if that's gonna stress you out,
Driving is I enjoy driving, so
right?
that's why the way you're saying it, that it's 4 hours. I'm thinking like we go
that's
to
4 hours of fun for you.
yeah. Going to Manchester, it's like I've done Manchester in a day from where I am. Do you get me? Like 5 hours there, and then it's not that. It's straight road. It's not. I don't think I don't.
Your M18 is it?
I don't think it's that bad anyway.
I see. Round trip from London to Sheffield is £100. £100 on what? Anyway, so that's wonderful. So, Wola, please do me a DM so we can begin to work. It's 2 months. Today is the 15th. We're looking at 2 months and 10 days. Okay, so likely going to be April 25. Okay, Anyway, so do me a not DM, text me inside of Telegram.
I think
You
I've
already
got your
have that.
WhatsApp as well, Minister. So I'll reach out to you.
You got my WhatsApp, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe I forgot. I've got a few people chatting back and forth. Thank
that's
you
all
so
right.
much.
I'm not taking it personal. It's okay.
Yeah, thank you. So now what we're gonna do, we are still just enjoying what Nabuke is saying. Tell us about the Mossad man and how they were trying to get you away from him. There's still a lot of people trying to ask questions. By the way, just a moment, Nabuke, before you continue. I know I stopped Joaneb and Kasoleze, but these are patriarchs. Let's leave them. They are professors. You are just coming for the first time. Bright, can you just say hi so that we can get back to Nabuke?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Happy Sunday.
Yeah. Yes. If you don't have any Mossad story for us, we'll just give you 1 minute to just say hi. So we'll go back to we are listening to real
Please,
life.
let's go back to the Mossad.
Boy, no, just say hi, please.
Let's go back to
60
the
seconds
Mossad.
is fine.
Let's go back to the Mossad. Let's go back to the Mossad story, please.
Okay,
For
because
now,
you know,
then
okay,
we'll come
fine.
back. We'll come back.
But is it
You
your
can come back
first or
for me
second?
later.
First or
This is my
second
first
time
time, actually. This is my
on
first time
the as a guest or seeing the channel?
as a guest.
As a guest, okay.
Seeing the
Nice.
channel, I've been on this channel since last year.
Oh, okay, brilliant. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right,
And
let's.
I really love the work.
Oh, brilliant! Thank you very much. We'll get back to you in a moment. Okay, so
I
Mr.
don't really think there's anything big or what big that he
I know,
told
no,
me.
it's fine.
They-
I know 28 years is big, sir. Don't say there's which kind big. It's big.
No,
Yeah.
the man told
13 years
the man
is big.
told me how he owned a fashion clothing line. He owned clothing line in Brazil. You know, he stayed in Brazil, and the clothing line entered America and Europe. She said that this woman, was this black model? You know, with the one of the supermodels.
Is it Naomi Campbell?
Naomi Campbell. That Naomi
Wow.
Campbell used to do catwalk for his this thing and all those things, you know. So that's through those means that we are getting a lot of information and all this kind of thing. The man was, you know, at that age, his brain was no longer, you know, each time we are having tea after synagogue, he will be telling me all manner of stories. Sometimes he will start, he will stop, forget about
Just
it.
confessing.
Yeah.
That Mossad, sorry, sir. That Mossad, they probably would have given him some things that can literally wipe his brain, by the way, apart from dementia.
I was even
Just like
shocked.
just-
I was shocked when he told me that because that's supposed to be a secret.
You see?
Yeah, I was shocked when he told me that. So
God.
each time we're having tea, he would just start one story, and that story will never, you know,
Right?
the fashion. Yeah, he said he was in Nigeria many times, Lagos, Port Harcourt, that he was traveling to Africa almost every 2 months, 3 months.
To do what? To do what?
I don't know. He will tell you about Lagos.
Hi.
He will tell you about Lagos. He used to tell me about the river. You know,
I mean,
the river
yeah,
in Port Harcourt, from Lagos to Port Harcourt, all those areas.
wow.
He knows many of the ethnic groups.
Wow.
You know, in that area, he will tell you about
Did he
this
tell you
river.
what he's doing there? What is it? I mean, is Nigeria that much fun to just keep going 2 months?
He didn't tell me the exact thing he was going to Nigeria to do. You know, he didn't tell me that. He said that he used to travel to, he knows Lagos very well. And he knows the sea route from Lagos to Port Harcourt. And he will tell you how many geometric miles to Atlantic. The man was, sometimes the brain will work perfectly well. And next time, and next time he will not. So he started telling me all the Jewish tribes in Africa. Africa, yeah. Zimbabwe, South Africa, Nigeria, somewhere in Congo and all those areas, you know.
Wow.
Started telling me.
They will not let him be close. So this thing is a worldwide thing, sir, that we're discussing. It's a very dangerous topic, actually, to be fair.
Yeah.
It used to be very easily cancelled on TikTok. I think the reason they left it is they want to be able to listen to know what we know. It sounds funny, like, but I know what I'm talking about. Okay, so Anyway, let's ask him questions. I think well, at least Casolese has a question. So let's ask him a few questions so we can move
Yeah,
ahead. Right?
the reason I wanted to ask question was because he said Igbo people were not part of. But now I think everything is clear. But I'll just have to remind him of some things so that in case in future he might try to forget. You know, the first time I saw it and I believed it and I knew that was what it is because truth is like a plain sheet. It's plain. You can't, you know. Now, if you check Genesis 46, when he was naming the children of God, right? You will see Eri, you will see Arodi, you will see Areri, right? Now, there is this my friend that his name is Arodi. His name is Arodi Ogu. When I saw his name, I said, this guy, his father must be connected to the ancient people. Now, what made me believe, because I knew it's not these white people, these Igbo people that came to name our villages, right? We have, even in my place in Oka, we have a place called Umweri. Umweri means Eri's children.
Children of, yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
what it
that
means.
Umweri is probably from Umwaeri, right?
Yeah. So in they even have a place that is completely called Umweri, is his own autonomous community, right? In still in Anambra, like Aguleri, then there's Umweri close to Aguleri, they are brothers and all that. That's where the Obugad is and all that. So I don't think a white person will come from there and name us that name.
Yes.
And we name our villages according to our fathers. Like me, my village in Oka is Umudioka. And there's a man called Dioka in Oka as well. We know about his story and all that. So they name our villages according to the ancestor that actually gave birth to those children. So that when he said that, I wanted to ask him questions about those villages. So how come those villages has those names from the Bible? That's the reason I came. But I think everything is cleared now from the whole thing. He was angry. That's what I was saying.
So, Mr. Nabuki, what I even want to add is that you said something that is like it's some Igbo people wanting to be Jewish. That's why they started building Obugad. I don't think so, sir. I think it's because they are actually the Hebrews. So watch that interview, then you would see some other.
The issue is that when I was practicing Judaism, I believed those, but when I left, I now got other materials from Prof. Sume, Professor Chilono. Now realized that Igbo people have been staying here for the past 100,000 years, 200,000 years. And I look at the Jews, I say their father is Abraham, probably 4,000 plus years ago. I said, no, that we've been here before the Jews. You understand? That's why I disagree that we are Jews,
Okay. So, sir, please copy and paste that interview link. Try to watch it from part 1 to 4. There's a lot of revelation there that shows many things, and you can agree or disagree. If possible, watch with your daughter, or let them also watch. Let them give you their thoughts. They hear what they will say. They have a fresher mind than some of us.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I'll do that.
They are smart. You understand? And they have not gone through many things to confuse them. They can, sometimes they're just smarter, than us.
Yeah.
So let them watch it and let them tell you what they think, especially the ones that are maybe up to 13 and above. Let them tell you what they think. They can watch it together, please. We even have a movie they can watch and have fun with and all that.
Okay.
But then,
I wanted to say something about the book. I wanted to say something about that book. I know somebody might have wrote that book that we were here before Adam. But the thing is, we know, right? Because if you check those people and start tracing their genealogies, you will not find the ones that you will not find it correct and aligned the way it is in the Bible. Yes. I am sure that if you start checking it, you will not find that genealogy like that. It might take us back to this Big Bang and all those kind of things.
Yes.
That's why I don't necessarily believe in those books. You understand?
So that's a question of timeline. The timeline, if you're telling me 100,000 years, most times they will rely on carbon dating, which I don't think carbon dating has limitations that they refuse to acknowledge. Because one of the limitations of carbon dating is that if you are dating something or you want to know the date of something, if there is a written book that tells you the date of that thing, don't do carbon dating for it. Follow the book, right? And they broke that law with regards to the Bible, right? Another one is that because the half-life of carbon is around 5,700 years thereabout, when you begin to get to 10 times of that, around 50,000 years, whatever you're dating will become inaccurate, right? That's another limitation of carbon dating. You see, not to talk of the very high possibility of them weaponizing the so-called carbon dating when it's in the hand of this so-called Western world. I mean, it's like somebody giving you some time machine that you can tell anybody in the world when their father was born, and you're an imperialist. What would you do with it? Of course. And that's how I think they got to this idea that Stonehenge is just some almost random looking stones that they've rebuilt many times. It's older than the pyramid. Yeah, of course, it will be because it's in England, you know. Anyway, Baba Ola, let's hear from you. Just at the next there.
Good morning,
Joanne,
Mr. Collins.
just a moment. Sorry about that. Joanne from Brussels in
Belgium.
where is that Brussels again? Sorry?
From Belgium, Mechelen. not Brussels.
Belgium. What did you say is the city again?
Mechelen.
Mechelen, right? Yeah, funny. So maybe you two can fly. Let me not stop people from moving. If you can work a weekend around it, I mean, I don't know.
It's very interesting here. Thank you very much.
Right. Yeah.
I'm in a prayer group, and I have people who are saying that Jesus Christ is coming. I know I've followed your interview, and I know how you explained it. But my question is, how do you convince people who are saying that the rapture is coming and we have to go and evangelize?
Okay.
And some are even saying, I told the Lord before the rapture comes, let me do this, let me do that. And God is doing it for them in that format. So how do you convince them that?
All right. Have they watched the interview?
They will not watch you. They will not.
Yeah, they will not go to hell.
You know those fanatic, my pastor.
All right. Let me put it this way. It's right to win souls. People should not stay in darkness for two reasons. I mean, amongst many others. First, sinning will destroy people's lives here on the earth here, right? Secondly, it can destroy the person's eternity. The kind of rapture that I think that can happen to people is death. Okay, I'm not saying rapture is death, but I'm just saying the kind of thing that can come to you suddenly now, that has been happening since the day of whenever, is just that death, and that's important. So people should turn from darkness, right? They should turn to light. So they don't need to stop evangelism as such, please, by all means, okay? Only that.
But then that idea of the rapture is coming. You know, you explained it on the interview, and you talked about the Magog and the Gog battle, and so people don't understand that, and that's a very big problem in the Christendom right now, because they're all only listening to their man of God and what the man of God has,
You know, there's two things I'm going to say. First, what do you think about what you've watched? Do you think it's valid, or do you think you still need to check more?
I believe it's valid, as in with evidence, with physical evidence. I don't know what is more than that, Yeah.
So what I was going to say is that you are a lady also, right? And is it a women group, by the way? Not really, is it?
It's a combination.
Maybe I was going to, I mean, the same way you got to be convinced is the way they can be convinced. Do they know that such interview exists and they refuse to watch? Is that the case?
I've shared the videos to them, but if you say they are attacking,
I know.
What are you watching? And why are you watching that?
Let me tell you one secret. People are like sheeple. That's what I discovered. People are like sheeple. In other words, like sheep. What we are discussing here today is kind of popular. It has some momentum and all that. A time will come when it will become a lot more popular than this in a very short time. It will be like an explosion. I know that. Okay. By that time, there are many people who will join. But you know what? Many of them will just simply join because it's a trend. Those of you that are here now, right, are those who really have that original thinking to join consciously. That's the funny thing. Those who will be joining by then, some sincerely they didn't know, okay? But many of them will just be, okay, my uncle, my daddy, my this, my that. That's how human beings are. Human beings are not logical. I know.
Guys,
You talk to human beings, you think you're talking to a logical person, you are deceiving yourself. We are mostly sentimental, mostly that's the way people are. So let's wait till that time. Maybe when their pastor will change, or something. But I don't think humanity should be that way. Right? People would, and when you're going to the street talking to one white man who's got some shift to catch, got some train to catch, got some beer to drink, telling him Jesus is coming, he doesn't even understand what you're saying until he starts to suffer or something, you know. But I don't know what else to do. But they'll be fine. And on a serious note, there are people who have come to this world, do very wonderful things for God, and they did not know they were Hebrews, even though they were, and they were not aware Jesus was not coming back in that sense, and they still did fine. So
yeah.
that's why I don't push that rapture thing so much. But you've done your best. Let's wait for them and see how
Yeah,
far.
and I think it's
Yeah.
true, Minister. For me, again, sometimes humans are not things you can even force things on. When the time is due, they'll get to come to the truth. What you just need to do is to tell them what you think you know, what you think you believe. It's up to them to take the decision to either follow what you have known or not. But I know that the time will come when, like you said, this becomes very popular and people will now be jumping. This
Yeah.
thing, so that's the craze about humans. So they'll get to a point where they'll just seek it. But again, whichever notion that they carry, there's still a judgment that is coming. There's still a end of the world that is going to come. So it's important for them to just keep to know that the world is still going to end, however they want to look at it. So whether rapture has taken place or it hasn't taken place, it's still
Yes.
tending towards the end. So
People die anyways,
so the ultimate is the end, and then people get to die before they get to that point. So if you die before that time, it's you. But again, when people decide to stay ignorant, it's fine. It's not your fault that they refuse. The best is that you be able to bring the truth across to them. It's up to them to either take it or not. I remember Jesus when he sent the disciples 2 by 2. Is there any place you go to, you tell them they didn't hear you, just stomp the dust of your feet from there and move on. You get it. But the time will come that people will get to know this truth. There are times that they even said like there are times there are things computer and all of this when it first came out. People were, I know that's a 666, that's a devil's dot, but everybody is using it today. You get it. They even did a calculation to tell you that computer represents 666. So they could add the numbers together because the scripture says if you have wisdom, you're able to know the number. So people are able to calculate the number of computer. By the time you put computer together, it gives you a total of 666 based on those calculations. So you see that computer is antichrist. But people are using it today, and we are going beyond even what the computer is doing. We are even going into AI now and all of that.
Yeah,
So,
it's a mix of things, but I got you. So, Joanne, you'll be
I wanted to ask
best
question, Minister. Sorry.
from myself or from
For
Mr.
you,
Nabi?
I wanted to ask you the question because I need to be sure. I wanted to ask
Just
in
before
the
then,
back.
Joanne.
Okay.
Sorry, Calculated. Just before then, Joanne, if you can be our evangelist to that your group. You open a branch for them in Brussels, in Belgium there.
Yeah,
And I was
but
in Belgium
what I
for
observe is that when I started, telling people this, they are just like, "What are you listening to?" And I become. It's like I'm being isolated. That's now we're here. I don't start with you. God give me the grace to finish.
Really waiting to start.
Started, Yeah.
But your sister from Nigeria joined, right?
Yeah,
She
yeah. That one we've been finding. Before I came across something brought me to that channel where I saw the interview. I've always been searching for things like that because my dad used to, he used to do this what they call oyeku whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. So he had his own idea. He told us a lot of things because I don't want to go deep. But then we grew up with some ideas in our head. We became Christians, but there is this thing in you, curiosity. There's when the blood is talking, the blood is talking. When the DNA, God is telling you this is how it is and this is how it is. Okay, I have to dig deep. There's something in you pushing you to say, go find more, dig deep. And I'm really grateful I came across that interview that day, and I was like, wow, belief, what is this? I'm like, wow, it just aligned with everything that was, coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, if he has already told you, they will stylishly remove you from leadership from that group when you keep
Me,
talking.
I don't want leadership. Just I run. Just
So it's fine. So just stick around them, and because at the end of the day, people don't. People in Belgium there, they don't. To them, they've got what they want, right?
they,
They are not so spiritual
had
people.
not. No, you have spiritual people. I mean,
No, I mean Belgians is what I'm saying.
the
The real Belgians,
Belgians,
right?
they used to be very Catholic. I mean, they have most
Oh,
of the
okay.
big Catholic buildings, which are now
Oh,
like
yeah.
asylum home now. But
Okay.
what happened was this same molestation of young that broke
So they
them.
started closing down the Catholic churches.
No, they stopped going. As in, the number of attendants reduced drastically after everything came out in the media. How a lot of people have been molested and all that in years,
This
in
thing,
50 years, and so that affected their faith. But you still
yes,
have people who go to church on Tuesday, Sunday. They still do this religious baptism and all that. But when you tell them about, you are explaining to them, you baptize, you are a Catholic, and you're telling them about Christ, they'll say that one is history. We are just following like it is what our forefathers have left. We are just respecting it.
you
I'm like,
see,
how you
just to
guys?
keep that tradition, not
Yeah,
like they
it's
really
now a
believe.
tradition instead of.
Get it? That's even worse than religion, by the way. Either way, in fact, whatever. But my point anyway is, you see this thing, Europeans will join this thing. No, they are whitish people that would join this thing, and I've seen that, and I can.
I've met someone. He studied Africa in the University of Antwerp. He has
Okay.
a book. We were talking about Africa, and he said, I studied Africa. He brought me a book that showed how the earth was together. Africa,
Pangea.
where everything was one in one form. They have a book how everything gradually started parting away and all that.
Right?
I'm like, so there are people who still have such. He kept it. He said this is like his own encyclopedia. He studied Africa. He went to Africa. He lived in Africa, and he came back and he's still preaching Africa. You people have.
If you bring your boyfriend, though, the white person that's interested, bring your boyfriend. You'll be surprised and let them know overtake you. You don't know Igbo. Once they see something, and they can be very humble. We have that Abrahamic. When they see it, Africans, Europeans, they will know that we are not chosen and they will still come. That's one thing. Although you people do it, we did it too now. You're not Islam, you still went there, died there. So I think it's just the human nature. It's based on value system. But white people will join this thing that we're discussing here today. Just watch. They will join. Once they see the thing is respectful, they know it's the truth, they will tell you in secret, we know we are not the ones. Oh, I have a boyfriend, so they will tell you they know, and they would come. They will not mind. They know we are not chosen. You guys just do run your show, and they will come in the drones. But we must not let them overtake you again. This last,
I once spoke to a priest that was in his dying bed, and I said, you don't believe the Bible? Why you preach for 25 years? He said, yes. I said, what do you think is now the story of Moses and all that? He said these were histories they gathered.
It's just the hearsay. And ask him now, who gathered when?
Yeah.
I was trying to put Mr. Nabuke in the spot. Okay, who gathered it when? Because the Bible, it was complete. What's that word? That Constantine thing that happened in 300, if that really happened that way, because for me, any history after 70 AD and 1770, for me, is very questionable, okay? But then, if it happened that way, the so-called Bible was complete by then, right? Even if you want to jump backward to the Septuagint, that was Romans, this Constantine, jump to the Greek Septuagint, 250 BC thereabout, the Torah was more or less complete, maybe except the Maccabees. Right? So the question is now since then they gather the thing and they know that Igbos will circumcise in the future or was in the past and they put it inside Bible. How now? It doesn't follow, Let's hear from Baba Ola real quick.
Good morning, Minister Kule.
Good morning, Baba.
It's always good to listen. In all of this, I think here's a misconception. Our spirituality was taken out and it was embedded into religion. So I will be real quick. The God that created us didn't give us, we don't have anything to give God, basically. So the Bible will say is sin at TSC. About anyone sin alone is a wrong statement. Allah alone sin while he's taking care of us. We can't give him wealth, we can't give him health, we can't give him anything. The only thing we can give him is your fellow human that is next to you. So take care of them and take care of the grass and the gardens, the interpreting of gardens and the climate weather he gave to us. Do you understand? So it was taken and it was embedded into their own culture. They give back to us as Christianity. That is where the misconception is. So if you look at whatever they have done in the Bible, from casting of lots to our language, is the same thing. But they embedded their own structure of life and they imposed it. So Islam copied Christianity and embedded their own. So you cannot practice. So you cannot practice now a religion without not being those people.
Yeah.
So from everything, God did not give us a religion. Not even Abraham. It was just rules and basic things of life.
Yes.
Love your neighbor. So you don't have to be a Christian to do the right thing. You don't have to be a Muslim to do the right thing. Obey the law of the land first. And love your neighbor. Don't go around raping somebody. Don't go around taking unaliving people. Don't take what is not yours. Do you understand? These are basic rules. So it was good I stepped away from religion to see these things. I'm like, okay. So now they're not embedded fear of you must come to church, bring money. If you don't do this, you don't do that. You must Jesus' birthday is on December. All of that came in as a level of it. Now became an occultic thing. If you're a redeem, you cannot go to CNS. CNS cannot go to. That became a fraction. No, it became a mess. So that's what I have to say. Everybody has spoken well. I wish I could make it down to, but from unforeseen circumstances, I can't make it. But I'll join the live.
Okay.
They're talking about people who really join it.
You're not in England, by the way, right? You're not in.
I'm in Newcastle. I'm in Newcastle.
That's quite a distance.
Talking about people who join it, yes, it's a win-win. Even if they have to do it for fun, for group, just to make sure that they know. Somehow, it's dropping some of their consciousness, especially the young ones. Because I saw a store now, a restaurant, they're using them in CBD as writings on the wall. I was so happy.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a restaurant, and you don't know what you have done to people. You don't know, you and Mr. Gyan, you don't know what you have done to people. You're a blessing to this generation.
Wow.
Because I have been looking for these answers since I was 17. Who are we? I just know in my so-called that no, there's something not right. I know this is I've been telling my wife. I've never seen another watch a video. She not said that I've been saying it to, but I needed validation. I've been doing my research and I found out that okay, it's all done. What is more matters is just love people, embrace life, and obey the law of the land, and don't do what will hurt other people. Do you understand? It is even difficult to obey the law of the land first. Talk of you want to practice religion. So I think it was just our spirituality was embedded into their own way of life because it's almost the same thing. Yes. That's what I have to say, and I'll keep joining this life. Thank you so much. I don't want to waste time. Let me just hang up here.
Yeah, thank you so much for Latapo. And these APS files and PDF people and Satanists, they're going to hate this thing. They already hate it, But God is greater than them. Our God
culture to eat your fellow is barbaric.
It's very rough.
Yes. So it now shows that they are not the real chosen ones. They are imposters.
Chosen is even far. Whether they're even from Adam, that's the dangerous thing, my brother.
God will help us.
It's weird.
It's weird though.
It's weird.
We will never think of nuclear weapon. Look at the things that they think of. Nuclear weapon.
Right?
Somebody said there's something like World War. It was their own war. We don't fight wars.
Exactly.
It was their own war.
They drag people into it.
Yes, everything that is concerning them is the world. No.
Yeah. It's their war. They just gave it that name, World War. No, it's European war. It's the
I wanted to ask a question. if that's okay.
Yes, Catholic, please, let's go. Sorry about that. Please,
Okay.
before Brian, please go ahead.
So the question I wanted to ask is in regard to the rapture thing, right? Because growing up, there's this Holy Ghost ministry. Then I was very little, right? They used to show us videos of how rapture would look like. But to me, those videos I feel is what rapture did to people. Because I don't think all those things that they showed us in video came out of imagination.
Okay. Okay.
That's my own. I don't think it came out of imagination. It seems like it's something that happened. They showed these people, the Christians during that time in the 70s and the rest of them, the videos. Like they show them, they make a video because of the experience that
If I
had
got you right, are
happened.
you talking about some movies? You were shown some movies in that Bible prayer church group, right? Some videos.
No. Yeah. They used to play it on the streets. You come, they are playing the rapture video. Growing up, they
I think
like
it's a movie. Left
it's a
Behind
movie. It's a movie, yes. But me, I'm thinking like now, having this information, I'm thinking that those movies came out of actual experience, not imagination of what will happen during rapture.
No. They would have stated. I think they would have stated it. If you're talking about Kirk Cameron's Left Behind movie, right? People just took things from.
Yeah, the same as Paul's teachings. From Paul's teachings, they developed that, and then I think Revelation.
Yes,
They just combine
yes,
Revelation
The book of
and
Revelation actually
Paul's
talks
teachings.
about it.
yes, and for them to now put it in our timeline is what Paul did not necessarily do. So for them to put it in our timeline that is coming in the future, that's probably from their doctrine and theology and Schofield commentary and all that. So the event of people being snatched away, 100%. That's what Paul says. It's written there. In fact, it's just there, right, in scriptures. Okay. But the thing is, somebody wrote a letter by 12, like I used to say, that something will happen by 2, and you're reading that letter by 5 p.m. and you're still expecting the thing to happen by 7 p.m. You're wrong. You see. So the letter will say the same thing before 2, during 2, and after 2. But you're reading it by 5 p.m. People don't factor that in. They read the Revelation as though, I mean, Jesus was just their late grand uncle that wrote it just some 20 years ago, or their pastor is the same Jesus reading it to them and say, well, we shall be caught up. This thing was over currently the timeline that we know. About 2,000 years, somebody wrote this. What if it has happened, right? And it says that there'll be millennial reign in between, and after that, Satan will be released. I mean, that's enough time, just about enough time, to have over 1,000 years between then and now. So the events.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, I'm thinking about it now. Right? I feel like the people that actually brought the idea, even though they read the Bible, right? Even though they read the Bible, those things were stated there. But the people that visualize these things, right?
Okay.
I'm thinking that they actually have first-hand information.
I think that's power of movie and pictures working.
It's power of movie and pictures.
That's what I think, right, Kasoleze?
Yeah.
That's what I think. Because it feels like, man, it's like they really saw something. No, they would add their own embellishment to it to make it a movie. You know, like, there was a pilot. It feels right. Do you get me, Kasoleze?
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yes. I get you, but I still feel that someone actually, apart from that, someone gave them the information that this is what happened, but they turned it upside down and telling us this is what is going to happen. Okay. Like that book, that book that
I read.
Yes, like that book, right?
Okay. I think it's the power of pictures just working, because if they were going to copy, I don't know, if they are showing it as a past event, then it means they are intentionally lying then, because if it's something that happened and they're trying to tell us it will happen and using it as a Bible doctrine, then they are deceiving people intentionally, you know. But anyways,
of course, the people who took everything from Africa, the intention is to deceive. It's not to tell us the truth.
Of course, eventually. And they will like that doctrine of rapture thing
and because if you see during the pictures and everything, they were all white people, even the rapture.
Right?
Yes, they were all white people.
Maybe a few blacks, but then it's just the power of pictures working. Casolese.
Okay.
That's and that's why we are almost kind of reverse engineering this thing with this stuff. Right now, the danger in a way is that someone can start telling you in the future, depending on how viral this movie gets, that Abraham used to wear green clothes. That's not in the Bible. You understand? Someone just say, there's this collective memory we have. Abraham wear green. It's green. In fact, that green is where they get Nigerian green from. Another person will say, okay, it's true. It's a movie. So that's the problem with movies. The
Because
best thing is watching.
there's this pastor there's this my friend I went to meet, right? I started telling her about the rapture thing. I started telling her from the Bible. So I realized that most of them don't even know the Daniel's prophecy.
Yeah, they're not aware.
Most of them don't know. They can't connect it to Revelation. So when I asked them, so why did God tell Daniel to close the book, then open the book in Revelation? They started going all around the whole place. Around the whole place. That's when I realized they can't even connect.
They are not ready. They have watched movie just like you. You still read Bible small. Their own is just film.
And I asked him question. I asked the pastor, okay, if you're saying, like the question I normally ask them here, right? If you're saying that, I asked him if the Bible is, if it's literal or figurative. He said they are all literal. I said, okay, if it's literal, then why are you telling me that the man that Christ, like when Christ was saying, you people that are here will see me when I come, right? You will see me in flesh and blood, right? Does it mean that the man is still alive till today? He said, no, that's that he was talking to John the Baptist, that was telling John the Baptist that
is John still not alive till today?
that John will be alive to see him when he will go to the cross and all that. I said, but that's not what he said in the Bible. So he couldn't give me an answer.
Yeah, that's it. And we have interviewed people here time after time to say, okay, let's check this thing. It took over hours. Okay, now, okay, this. Is it that this or this? And just simple the text without even any Holy Spirit explaining anything yet. And we're not saying Holy Spirit is not important. You understand? Just read the thing now, and they discover that, man, what they have held for years cannot even hold water. So, I think it's God revealing these things at this time. All of us were just stupid for years, including myself. we just follow. All right.
Yeah, we just believe everything that we got. We just believe everything that we heard and just work with it until we are now sitting down to reason it out, to think about it. Because even then, you had questions in your mind, but you didn't even know how to begin to go about it. You just, okay, well, they say it's by faith. So you just believe everything. And most of the things that we hold on to were things that we were taught. It's not as if we read them ourselves. There are stories that in the course of preaching you get to hear, and so you just hold on to it, like based on what was preached to you, like that. And so a lot of these things are like that, It's now when you go back.
I used to check. When you tell me, I'll go and check. I used to check.
But when you don't challenge the pastor that time, you tell pastor.
You are among the special ones. You are among the special. For me, I had questions, but I didn't have. So some of the things that I got to get answers from were, okay, I've read the Bible, because when I got born again, I just kept reading the Bible. It wasn't making sense, but I just keep reading. So when I come to a congregation and then a pastor is preaching, he's trying to explain, then I get a bit of clarity. That was just how I got to okay. But again, some questions were still there that weren't answered, that even the pastors couldn't give me the answers for. So for those ones, okay, you just take them by faith and just, okay, let it just lie low. But now you are beginning to hear truth, you are beginning to see evidence of things that happen and all of that. So it begins to put the things together for you to be able to know exactly this is actually what it is and all of that. When you read, even when Jesus spoke about his coming in Matthew 24, he spoke about he was talking to them about the temple. He said, this temple that you are seeing is not, one stone will not be on the other. And they were asking, when is this thing going to be? Then he started explaining to them. And that was where he spoke about something that people felt about, that actually people were walking in the field, one will be taken, one will be left. All of those things were things that he told them about the time that the temple was going to be destroyed. That temple has been destroyed since. We are still sitting down here, we are still thinking that the temple is going to be rebuilt. They will rebuild the temple and destroy it again. So I don't even understand.
That's one question I used to ask. I used to ask them, so where is the temple that will be
Where is the
destroyed?
temple? There's no temple in that Middle East. It's a mosque there, and they want to cause trouble, is what they're trying to do. Satan is a very dangerous, tricky guy. Very dangerous person. So he's killing like 5, 6, 7 birds with one stone. Now, that thing is those Muslim people's thing. And it's a mosque that is there in that Dome of the Rock. And I tell you, under it, there's something belonging to David is under there. That's where we want to build. And when you do that thing to cause clashes, people will die unalive and start fighting for nothing. And there's nothing that they've done that. They say there's where my weapon of mass destruction in Iraq. There's weapon there. There's weapon there. Is Iraq, right? And they invaded the thing. Nothing. There's nothing there. Millions have died and injured and displaced. And after the end, sorry. Sometimes they don't even apologize. It's the same thing they want to do now. Just break that mosque. Muslims get angry worldwide. Africans will start unaliving each other in Nigeria for no reason. Do you see? God forbid. Because that's how the Africans, they will just take that religion and start to fight. Right? So worldwide, this confusion all over the place. To copy these 18 files, that may be what they will go ahead to do. I mean, very likely they will either pull up a false flag operation. If they're not able to temper it down over time, use distraction, use movie, cause another person to slap Chris, what's the name of that Chris actor? Or if that one no work, they will just bomb the Pentagon and say it's somebody that did it and start war. And by the way, that guy will not leave the throne because they don't do election during war. You see, and they have already said it's the last election, anyways. So that's probably what they're going to do. You see, so it's a terrible demon you're dealing with. He said he would deceive the whole world onto a battle. But I wish Africa will not be involved in this their battle next time. It's not a world war. It's a European war. It's not world war. Let them fight in their Europe there. Those of you that are there will leave the place, go to Africa. By the time they do 5-15 years, Africa would have gone. They come back now. They start looking for food. That's probably how.
Yeah, Africa has never been involved in those wars. They just incorporate. They just pick us and make us join the war.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They make us kind of join.
Sorry, guys. Indirectly, Africa is involved. Whoever captures Africa wins the war.
That's what it's saying.
Because of food, gold, mining, diamonds. We've always been the cash point. So Africa is a land where Russia, China, and America is fighting for. Whoever wins it, you have it's like you have the pot of gold to yourself.
Yeah.
So it's not like they love us. So all this China is Russia is saying America should leave Traore alone, and it's just for the love of their belly and for the love of their people.
Yeah.
It's not for the good of it. So we are like that poetry, that sacred, that holy land. Whoever captures it has gold. So they don't love us. It's the time we see ourselves that we need to love ourselves more and let them do what they are doing with themselves.
Mm-hmm.
They don't like us.
And we're still looking for Canaan land.
The Canaan land is in Africa.
It's there in Africa.
It might even be Bishop Oyedepo land. Unfortunately. Because there's something about we are the religion. We cherish our religion more than they do. They are destroying it. We are not keeping it. Unfortunately.
Exactly.
The verse is the case.
Exactly. I just don't want to mention people's names for any even bad or ugly. But then indeed, those men have revelations. They really do have revelations. Look at that other man too that just have millions just follow. You think that thing is ordinary? You go try. It's not like I'm not sponsored by them apparently, right? But you go try your gimmick, right? Deceive people. Tell them to pay tithe. Tell them they'll go to hell. Try. Let's see whether you'll be able to peel a 2-bedroom flat from it. People have things on their head, on their life that make when you see greatness or got fear. That thing is called greatness. It's not a matter of even Donald Trump, as messed up as he is, there's something on his life that put him in that position. I'm not saying he's a good man.
True.
It's a spiritual thing. If you understand it, you get it. If you don't get it, forget it. So that thing is not a joke. It's not a matter of whether I don't speak to men of God. This is not those men are something else. They knew that thing in their spirit. They know it in their spirit. They just can't articulate it like maybe some of us are now. And God told the man, this is Canaan land. I think that thing is so greatness identifies greatness. Maybe let me just put it that way and forget that matter. So like I said, there are children that will be singing in Yoruba, right? Okuni Hitler, they're singing against Hitler that they don't know from nowhere, and they put that thing in nursery rhyme. Maybe I'm mixing it up. In our father's days, there was nursery rhyme about Hitler, how bad he is, of which now we're discovering it's probably not even so bad. He was just getting out these J people, is what he was doing.
Bunch
3-3.
of
Rather
you
than
just bunch of lazy ass dudes, you know, conniving to bring the world into something to as in
depopulate them,
the
destroy them.
chaos, the famine, the everything, the smoke in
My
the
God.
air, everything. He said he was going to blow Iran. All of a sudden, he switched his mind and turned into something
And these
else.
are people.
Just like that,
And they were
someone was
joking.
sleeping in his bedroom.
Mhm.
All of a sudden, boom, team of
Right.
men ambushed, boom, 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 power down, everything. They took him, extracted him back to the States
You see, and that's
in his
and they
own
were still making
state.
fun, making jokes about it that we did new bombs. Netanyahu asking for new bombs, and their bombs he has not even heard of the names. We just made many bombs. We ran out of bombs. For one bomb like that, do you know how many hundreds and thousands of people that are killed and displaced? And you're joking with that, people are laughing. Human blood. What's funny about we make so much bombs? We ran out of bombs, as if bomb is like slapping somebody's face. That's people unaliving in all those places in Ukraine. That's people, even though
The,
there's
the,
all
the,
their
the
people.
painful part of all this thing is that they invest so much money to destroy a city or a community, or even they get to fight in a desert and destroy things worth less of that amount they use for creating all these arms and the rest. Check out their fifth generational jets and the sixth generational jets and everything that they're spending money on, billions of dollars and billions of pounds. But what are they destroying? You waste one missile on a
Tell me,
building.
I know. Actually, I think the real thing they're working on, apart from maybe resources they have there, which will pay them back that money, because it's actually a military industrial complex you're dealing with, but also the fear mongering, right? Is all part of the game to have that thing in their mind. I mean, we've been hearing about Israel and Gaza since we born, Neil. Since I started anything CNN, maybe 2 days apart, there will be almost story about Israel, just to keep putting that thing in the mind of the world, to never think of any other Israel. I mean, tell me, there's no war that we know of in the world that's popular as the Israel war. Since I don't
Israel.
know, say I'm a human being, right? Since I knew I was a human being watching CNN, I've always heard it, and you see, boom, you don't even know the reason, but it's just there, burnt in your brain. You can never forget, only to discover that Israel is even fake. And the real people are the people that are eating your resources in Africa. So that's that mind science
I
alone is
do you
enough for
know
them.
do you know I have something to say here. I
Mhm.
grew up wanting to be an IDF member.
Oh,
I'm a
very good.
Nigerian, but I grew up believing that, oh, if you go to Israel, God will bless you. This is the Holy Land. This is this, and I grew up wanting to join the army. I
ITF.
said, and the last days I was going to protect my people. Which people? But in the process of growing up, I started, understanding that these people don't even like my color.
They hate
They
you,
don't
man.
even
I don't
want
think you're in
me
Nigeria
around
right
them.
now, are you? You're not in Nigeria right now.
I am. I am. I
How did you
am. I'm in
discover?
Lagos.
How did you become so sure that they didn't like you? Or did you move out? Did you firsthand?
At all,
Or you
no.
studied?
I had
Checked.
I've worked, yeah, I've studied them, and I actually worked with a couple of them here in Nigeria.
Okay.
Then I discovered that, man, these
Whitish
people don't
or
really care
actual
about us.
Jewish? Whitish or actual Jewish?
White. Yeah, white Jews.
Okay. Wow.
And they always
In
talk about
Nigeria.
their family back at home. And they always
Wow.
talk about their family back at home. And at some point, I started thinking, I said, these people are not real, because these people, when I got to read about them, I discovered that, man, lots of them outside everywhere in the world are all spies.
Wow, you see, that's that Mossad that man is talking about. What is he doing in the river in Port Harcourt? Go ahead.
All of them are spies. Trust me. I know I've seen one currently. I still see him. And I tell my friends, I say, this motherfucker is a spy. Forgive my language. I'd be like, this guy is a spy. My guy will ask me, how did you know? I say, where does it
Sorry,
go
bro.
to?
Sorry for interjecting. I was telling somebody that all these white people that go to clans, go to villages to say they want to go and see their culture, they are spies. They go there, study the people, look for what they have as gold mine, probably natural resources, mineral resources, because those people are just sitting on maybe lithium or some other diamonds, they don't know. And they go there to go and probably do some testing, signal their people, come back, unalive them, displace them, put it on that religion.
That one is even long. You just say Fulani.
Yes. Look at what they did to Congo.
That's the thing.
You know.
That's
So
the thing. That's what is going on. And
Jesus Christ Day, latter saint, Jesus latter date saints, confused thing. They are part of them. It's almost public knowledge. They used to be Mormon church. They hate black people. They said you are part of Cain. Cain that was wiped out before the flood. They say you are Cain. Anything that will just cause African, they will look for it.
So, sorry if I can come in here. See, everything that has just been said, right? And this is what I wanted to. This is why I wanted to come up on Thursday. I wonder though. So this group you've started now is sort of like creating a sort of like an awareness, an awakening. Now, the destruction of the black people was sort of structured in a way. How then is this awakening? What sort of? I don't think there's.
Those are the things.
I don't think there's a specific group trying to re-educate our people. I'm glad you're doing, Minister. I'm glad you're doing a course that we can jump on and perhaps show our children, and then start doing. I mean, I for one, I'm educating my daughter. You understand, on this in the way she can understand, to open her eyes. And each time she comes back from school, she always says something like, Dad, guess what happened? That's this. So there's a comfort. I'm now wondering that when will we as a people begin to re-educate ourselves to get to that part that, as Babaola said, Africa is the is it what was the word he used? Oh my gosh. He used a very apt word, like that's just where they get their resources from.
Pot of gold.
Yes, that's just the farm. Just get what you need from these people. They're clueless. The South Africans, the racist ones, I understand they created a town that they called a limited company in South Africa somewhere. Everyone in there has to be white.
Yes.
The only black people there are there to work. They're on a contract.
Work and eat before dusk.
Do you see what I mean? So how is that? I don't know if I'm communicating what I'm trying to, because
yes, you are.
Yeah.
Sorry, sir. You know that South Africa, whites are proposing their own currency.
Which by all means will be greater than the South African rand at the end of the day. Just trust me.
So to be real, right? On Thursday you mentioned something and you said the curse. I mean, I jumped on now because you mentioned it again with the 7-Day Adventists and I can't remember their name now, the US, who think black people are cursed, blah blah blah. That's the end of it. There's no redemption for them. So they would always be slaves. You see what I mean? And on Thursday, you mentioned something. Okay, fine. They've said you people are cursed. But then you yourself continue to collect loans from the IMF. You yourself continue to just act in a way that God doesn't want, so that you remain in the curse. So my question is, how do people realize this? What's going to change the matter? Because if the lie is more popular than the truth, the suffering continues. The suffering continues.
I understand.
Where's the birth going to come from? That's why for me, April is very important. This is how it started, But I'm hoping it will metamorphose into something that actually educates Africans to let them realize that, listen, unless certain things happen, you can preach for a good leader from now till Timbuktu. There's certain actions you yourself have to take to. There was a Sunday that we all agreed on this platform that, to be honest, everything is leading well. Everything is leading back to Africa. A lot of us are having plans, back home, one way or the other. But what do we do? What's going to help us structure it so that the education changes? You know? Yeah, no, I just wanted to put that out there that, yeah, if anyone knows of any platform doing that, it would be great. If not, is there something we can do to start it? It'd be great. The lectures you're talking about that will be available, I'm looking forward to that. You know, the Abrahama movie, I'm looking forward to enhancing it to something that would be more accepted widely and globally. You understand? Even do a Nollywood thing, since they're crazy about Nollywood in Nigeria, in that effect, going to.
Sorry, bro. Sorry.
Sorry,
Let me
just
just chip
one
in
more
one thing,
point
bro.
before I let you jump in. I beg your pardon,
Okay.
please. Just one more point.
That's the moment I like.
The miseducation of us was done structurally, right? It was
Very
done
structured.
in very structured format. When do we create an engine to re-educate? I think that's where I'll just leave it. Thank you.
That's it. Let me let Oladapo quickly do 30 seconds before I respond.
Sorry, bro. Sorry for interjecting you. If we do a movie like that, people will not. They will just watch and they will just. I think 5 seconds or 1 minute videos on Instagram, like skits, dropping it one after the other to drop into their consciousness, bit by bit. Because if you do a movie, they will come. Christians will come and start saying nonsense and all of that. I'm not saying it's a wrong idea, but alongside, we can just do something like a skit, a cartoon, something. Do you know Abraham was this in Yoruba land or this? Just to then it start going viral. People want more, and then we start dropping it just like that. That's my own idea.
Okay, thank you for that, and thank you. Wala is really thinking visionary, right? Which is important, and also the other point is also concerned. So there is a think tank. Those kind of things you don't talk them here. This place has its place. There are some things I would not say here on TikTok. Do you know the people that are listening? There are some of them I see I just ignore on the listening down there. You understand? Like I said, they were going to cancel Twitter, cancel TikTok almost, and they retained it for some certain reasons. Okay, it was not a mistake, and they started tempering down a lot of their restrictions. Before, you wouldn't let you do this, but they did it too much. You see, this is a boiling frog strategy, right? You don't boil a frog the way they boil frogs, like that analogy. You don't put it in hot water straight away. It can start moving and pour the hot water on you. What you do is put it in room temperature water and begin to heat it gradually, right? If the heat is too much, you discover it wanting to start struggling, reduce the heat. Then it starts slowing down until it dies. When it eventually discovers that men are boiling, right, it will be too weak to come out. That's exactly the strategy. So they were moving too fast, apparently. Now, I don't have proof for this, okay? Tell you already. But that's apparently the strategy all the while, okay? So when they discover that, man, this sanctioning is too much, these guys are making up, that's when Chatrod came out, that's when that other fan base started getting popular. These guys are like, what's going on? China is saying that they're having better healthcare. So they're like, okay, let's just turn this down a little bit. Don't push them too much. Let them talk. Just let them talk, right? And after that, everybody forgot about it. Those even joining Chatrod, they're like, TikTok is not that bad anymore. So they stayed there, right? Telegram also had some things. That's the thing. So that's the strategy. So the more you keep telling the secret here, this is not the main think tank. This one is just me doing what I've been led and just putting that awareness there every single day. So what I would do is still have a DM from you. This thing will be done by the hand of God, God's power. Forget it. I know what I'm talking about. It will be done by God's power. You cannot do it without being spiritual. I mean, you cannot. It's not possible. You just end up like another assassinated somebody right there. Okay. So what we're dealing with is very delicate, very volatile. This is literally, see this thing here. It's potentially the core conspiracy of the world. If you break this open, they are naked at the end of the day. Imagine the world, all diaspora coming back, for example, and all imperial powers eating up Africa are pushed out. That's the end of the Western world. That's the end. You will flip the world literally upside down, indeed, right side up. So you are not. This thing is not a joke. It must be deeply spiritual. You cannot tell what kind of consecration I do. I can't start saying that here. You understand? So it's a spiritual thing, very deeply spiritual. So that aside, the next thing is I'm very willing to talk about money, and these things can be done without money, more or less. But we need truth more than we need money. You see, and God has given our ministry both in a way. Okay, but we need truth more than we need money, such that you can't compete with someone that prints money. You are I mean, you are running on a treadmill. You are not going to leave one spot because they can bribe almost anybody to do anything. So what we need is truth first, right? Such that people will know truth to the point to which they can reject money. That's exactly where this battle is going. If people know truth to the point they can reject money, now you're talking. Because these people print dollars like that, right? Fractional reserve banking. They print dollars. They can print 30 years of your mortgage. Mortgage is just crazy. What are you talking about? You say you take a mortgage, they can print out 2000 or 250000. That's £250,000. It's a text message, for crying out loud. And you work 30 years for that. That guy's life is gone. Except God leads you, you know what you're doing, okay? That's it. They've just typed your life out straight away. And people will do that. So until truth gets to a point, we can't compete dollar for dollar. We compete dollar for truth. So we need that such that people get to know truth to the point whereby they will reject the dollars, they will reject the pounds, they will reject that money. That's where the warfare is. Okay. So that being said, there's a kind of closer group think tank which Walla can do me a DM about, first I think he's probably joined the Telegram, which is great. So just do me a DM and we might show you some other plans and things like that. And it requires some money, sometimes not so much, right? We don't start a project that we will not finish. That's one thing in our ministry so far now. We check what people have given. Okay, you're not able to join. Just someone send a link to him. It's a channel, by the way, not a group at the moment. There's no point talking since we're here to talk every day. So let somebody paste the Telegram there. So there's no point having Telegram talk when we are here to even talk every day. The reason the Telegram is there is so that if anything happens to this TikTok account, you see, we don't even spend so much money making it popular. It's just less than 30K. It could be more than that, but let it just stay there. We don't need the number count as such. We just need the message and the thing to fly through. Okay, thanks for that, Chima. And yeah, so there are people that give on a regular basis $9 every day, every week, every month rather, subscription. There are some that give monthly from their stuff and all that. So we check that what we have. We start projects that we can only complete. Okay, so that people have been hurt. People have been more or less stripped of their hard-earned money.
Merchandise.
Sorry again.
I said merchandise.
Yes. So we are very careful of that. It's a very precious ministry and assignment. We have to be very sensitive, very careful. People get irritated just at talking money, and we need money in these things. But at this point, the truth is more important. That is why that course that is coming, okay? We have this global course coming. We want everybody to take that course. If you can't afford it, let us know. We'll sponsor it but you require you to be committed to it, so that you yourself you are more versed in what we're talking about. And we need the people more than we need the money, so that you understand what you're doing. I mean, you know what it is. Your children are automatically covered. Bring your wife along, right? And get them into the course also. It may be difficult for both of you to see it at the same time, to do it at the same time, a few days a week, but get them into it. It's difficult to get our women sometimes. I'm happy for the women that are here. It's easier for them to catch their husbands. So that's quicker. Okay. But if you're the man catching this thing, your wife, she might not follow you on time for some reason, the way the world is now. Okay. Then it used to be automatic. Where are you going? But now it's the other way around. Okay. So we need the people more than we need that money thing. Once you yourself, you get this thing, that's it. Because right now, you can't compete with the Rothschilds, money for money, dollar for dollar. Are you joking? Dollar that
Please,
was
what
taking
course
off the
is
gold
this?
standard. Sorry, say that again.
What course is this, please?
It's
What
coming
course are
up
you talking
soon.
about, please?
It's coming up soon. It's like a global
Please
awareness course.
put my name.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Please,
know.
my
So it's
name should
coming
be
up soon.
there.
I know. So we're just building it. So we need people to, we need you. That is it. You are the most valuable thing in this whole thing. You yourself, right? The people is what we need. Forget about the money. The movie we made, we can give people for free if you can't afford it. So we need the people. We need the people. That's what we need. We need you see, to get into these things and understand it. And we make it open. Give your own opinion. You disagree, that's fine, right? Then over time, there are things we might, I don't have all the answers. We don't have all the answers in the ministry. But as long as we are updating those answers and we're having newer questions, it means we're advancing. The day you will no longer have questions is the day you become God and you become omniscient. And that day probably won't come. But the fact that we are answering rapture questions, answering identity questions, and we're having newer questions. Okay, if that is so, if Jesus reigned from around 70 AD to 1770, and okay, maybe they added more years, how did Muhammad become successful in 600 AD? That's a valid question. Honestly, I don't have the answer to that, for example. It's possible Muhammad didn't exist, with due respect to Muslims, right? Maybe they did something in the baseline there, right? Why Jesus was still reigning under his nose, which is possible. Because remember, God was reigning when Cain killed Abel, and there were less than 10 people on the earth, to the best of our knowledge. So things will happen under reigns, okay? You know, so we don't have all the answers, but the ones we have, let's keep them and advance this knowledge. So we need you more than we need your money. We don't need the money. God has helped our ministry. We don't need the money as such. Maybe I shouldn't be saying that, but we don't need it, and I mean that. Okay. The conference, for example, we have beaten it down to the cheapest we can. It's going to cost about $5,000. Okay, no, sorry, pounds to make that conference happen. That is chicken change. We don't have 5K now, right now, right? As I speak, don't think I don't have that in my account personally. Plus, what people are giving, you never reach. Okay, but I know that it's something that can happen. There will be no need to pressure people. So we're like, okay, let's go, kickstart it. You understand? So, so plus the money, more important than the money, we need the people. We need you to get into this thing. It's not something you can just drop money. Okay, my name is Chief Unamde. I want to give 5 million. Okay, Chief, you have to learn. You understand? I'll give $5 million to Kuli Minister to support his ministry. Okay, wait. Learn this thing and understand it. You understand? That is why you will say no to those in the cult that they might have been dragging you to. You need to learn. You need to learn. So that's why I'll get just about everybody. I'm more or less building a course myself. So, but then you need to get this thing and understand. Very important. When you yourself, so by the time there's like 5,000 of us saying this thing is 5,000, how many people do they want to assassinate? You understand? And that's where we're going. So we need the people. We need you yourself. There's nothing I want to use your money for. Waiting I want we are not get for this life already. I can't start talking about that. So the money, forget about the money is not the thing. You're gonna need it. Bring it if you have it. That's nice. But we need you yourself. You. We need you yourself to understand these things. You know, so that you yourself you are like literally that God's temple. You know, there are things I have to say, that are too precious to bring now. There's a spiritual dimension of everything we're talking about. But people once you start talking about money, about miracles, right? People get very touchy. So we are keeping that part aside for a moment. We're not touching on the spiritual side of things. On the monetary side, we don't pressure, okay? And we will never pressure really. So we're keeping those things aside until there's some level of momentum and understanding, and things can begin to have, because that trust needs to be built. People have been too terribly hurt. Look at that man now. He said he was literally 50. And he's been they won't let him touch Torah. Do you know that's the exact thing they did for Adolf Gold? Some of you know Adolf Gold that comes in once in a while. The so-called Reverend Father, which I think was a whitish man or something, didn't let him touch the Bible. This same Bible. But that Bible is the Catholic Bible, or the Bible they will keep in the church. That when he mistakenly was just touching, the Bible was there, and he just touched it. They sent him away from there, and they had to probably go clean that Bible or something. That's the person who owns that thing. And they moved it to Islam, moved it to this so-called Judaism. It's your skin that's really their problem, not one Bible stuff like that. Right? So people have been
This is
terribly
just
hurt.
it.
Right? And
This is just
we
it.
have
Many people think it's about religion. For me, I don't think it's religion. This whole religion stuff is just a way, like a more of like a smoke in the air for people to go blind about the whole thing, the whole game they are playing, their monopolies and the rest. There is a lot more against Africa than we Africans know about.
Yes.
There is a lot more against us that we know about. Where are the spoils? Where are the spoils they took from Africa? What are they doing with it? These guys are building reserves that Africa don't even have. But this wealth we're taking from Africa.
Yeah.
This wealth
why
we're
is it
taking
that
from Africa.
Yeah. And why is it that at the end of the day, after the religion, after the politics, now Africa still the last? Why? No matter how much they will take, they brought one religion. Oh, this one is latter day Jesus Christ. This one is this one. This one's that. Now you go still last. Why? That should tell you that there's one common denominator to all these things coming from. Is here. That's the common. You understand? They will always put you under, whether in a company or religion or politics or movies, anything. They will always put you under. You should begin to think that maybe that's where the real thing is. That they're really running.
And they always target bringing it here. Whatever they start there, they always target to bring it here. They want to bring it here, cage you, keep you in. But again, for what Wale was saying, I think there are a lot of people that are speaking almost the same thing that we're saying. It may not be as detailed as what we have here, but there are pockets of people that are talking about this Africa stuff, different at their different places. I think time will come where they begin to unite. So and when God is set to do a mission, he goes along do his things. So when he feels the time is ready, which is what I'm thinking now, the awareness will move like wildfire. It's just the same way the gospel was spread. The same thing will go. People will now get to you know once in a while you just slip into being on TikTok after the live. Sometimes it just takes into other lives, and you hear what people say. People are hurting. People are hurting. People are not okay. Sincerely, people need help. Things they are going through, things they've had in their past that are taking them to a place where even the religion, you don't want to hear you say anything about it. They just say this thing. I'm not interested. Yeah, they just I'm not interested. Please, just leave me alone. I don't want this thing. You say, you have been brainwashed. So even if you are trying to explain to them, you understand what they've gone through, but they won't even want to give attention to you because a lot of them are carrying a lot of weight that you may not even know how deep they have been hurt with some of the deceptions that they had to go through. Yesterday I slipped into another movement. Some things that are very plain, even in scripture, people are arguing and saying, no, it's not it. It's somebody I told you. I asked them, this person they are talking about, was it a white or a black person? He said, no, it's a white person, but it's not about race. So from there, I just knew. I said, okay. Last night, I just told them, do you know, all these things people are talking about, I'll tell you something that you feel I'm heretic, but let me just tell you. I believe that the Jews are the blacks here. They just looked at me, what do you mean? I said, that's what I do, So, however, and I can prove it from scripture for you. And they were like, no, I said, no, but what you are talking about is this. And the basic of what you are trying to hold on to, you have not even fully understood it. How do I now start to talking to you about even things that are more deep than this? Because we're talking about Elijah and John the Baptist being Elijah or not. And then the fact that Malachi chapter 3 and Malachi chapter 4, where they talked about the witness, and in Malachi chapter 4, where they talked about Elijah that is to come, that there are two different things. That the person in the witness they spoke about in Malachi chapter 3 is John the Baptist, but the one that they talk about in Malachi chapter 4 is another Elijah that's supposed to come. That the spirit of Elijah had come like 5 times. I say, what they are talking about? Yeah, he came in Elijah, he came in. I said, brother, this confusion you are bringing on yourself, please. It's not it. Just go and study deeper and know what you are looking at for. Because all of these things is not what you are talking about. This person is a messenger. What messenger? Yeah, he was a seven angel. He was the one that God gave the power to interpret the 7th seal. I said, which one is 7th seal? Interpreting which 7th seal again? He said, the 7th angel in the Revelation. I said, oh boy, which 7th angel, which Revelation?
So they are both hurt and confused at the same time.
I'm telling you, people are just, so when you just listen to them, and if you are trying to even talk, they think as if you are the one that is confused. You don't even know what you are talking about. You don't even know, they will just bring, and it's just like when you meet, I've also been on Muslim platforms. So when you are going there, because like okay, like you are the owner of this platform, we get it. So
Okay.
there's almost like a limit to what I can say in such kind of platform, because the moment they are not willing to listen to you, they yank you out. They just drop you from the chat platform, you know. So most of those things, since you are not the one that is in charge, you cannot say much. There's a little to what you can say, you know. But again, they will ask you pick. You just pick simple, one verse. Read the entire verse. Now look at the context of the verse first. You just pick one verse. It says it's okay. Let's do everything together. You are just cherry picking, and then trying to talk about, and you are getting yourself confused the more about it. These things that are straightforward and simple, you are getting yourself too confused about all of it. So people will get to know sincerely, and we applaud what is there, and we trust God that more people will get to know. Some of these things is gradually, even for some of us, even for me, my family. They still go to other denominations to ask you, be careful. I say no, I know what I'm doing. I'm not
I'm
crazy.
saying,
I know.
if you are, if Jose is woman, and Chairman's husband now, can the man talk now? You should finish the man.
Yes, exactly. But you see, me now, before I can say, come and sit down and even listen, they will want to judge. Are you sure are you sure what you want to go and do? What are you doing? This is your thing. Is every day? This your thing? This is your thing? Is it every day?
Sorry, your thing.
Why are you involving me in this conversation?
Sorry. We didn't know you were there. We wanted to gossip you.
They brought my name. Shots fired.
God has exposed us. Let me let Ify speak. Ify has been holding for a while. Ify, how are you doing? Ify, how are you doing? I hope
Hello,
you didn't go to any.
everyone. No, I'm good.
Please,
Okay,
just
so I think
give your
why
update.
when I requested was when we were talking about Nigeria being we're talking about Canaan land, and then
Okay.
I remember before I left Nigeria, I was into hair business. So I met this lady. She's directly from Indonesia. So they have Vietnam. They've got the bone straight thingy. So she was giving me very good hairs and everything. They live somewhere in Abuja. So I always go to her house to get stuff. And then she met her husband in Abuja, but her husband is not
African
from,
man.
no, I think he was from Turkey, so he's a Turkish man. So, and I asked her, both of you don't even speak the same language. She was like, oh yeah, they met here, whatnot. She was just talking to me, and I said, why is your husband investing so much in Nigeria? Why do you like Nigeria? And then she said,
Turkish man.
her husband said that Nigeria has the most fertile land in the world. So what they do, they partnered with Nigerian government. They get most of our soils, they import them. Now there's nothing in the world you use Nigerian soil to plant that it will not yield. But other countries in the world, it's not like that. Now I'm even feeling like, oh my gosh, I wish I knew what I know now. I'd have learned so much from them. I didn't know
Right.
anything. I was just feeling cool. And then the man was like, the husband was telling her that it's so potent that even when you put quota on the road, if one small part break, you will still see weed growing out of it. That they know these things. And then she now said that Nigerian government, the husband always complains that they are very, very greedy. They can do anything for money. They sell out their people, and that's what's been happening. So yeah, I believe that land flowing with milk and honey is Nigeria. Wallahi, it's Nigeria.
Of course.
We can't.
And that's why, just like I said some moments ago, that hey, if you can't fight money for money, that big man with big stomach in Abuja wanting to take Turkish money's man's money rather. He needs to hear truth. If he can't change, just leave him. Because now so he will now enter group now and go and sell out eventually because of money. So we need that truth more than the money.
All these things we're even saying, a time will come that even in this group, somebody will want to look for somebody that will sell out.
Of course.
There's always a one in the midst of the 12.
So that's why we're having our groups anyway, to solve things. So it's fine. So far, we've been able to keep that clean. So
someone say I'm going to say Africa. Okay, Africa, not Nigeria. Okay, Africa is milk and honey. Even the Bible, if you remember the Bible, they were in a particular place and they said there is a land somewhere. So it cannot be the whole of Africa. It's Nigeria, don't worry. So
and just to collaborate to correct what Chema is saying,
That
in
if
Jos
he if
here,
he if he
in,
was
in
speaking.
Jos here, there's nothing that doesn't grow here, from apple to
Exactly.
grapes,
Look at
anything
Apple
you
in
plant here.
Jos.
There's nothing that it doesn't grow in just plateau.
That's what I wanted
Apple,
to even
grapes,
say, Seth.
See
apple, grapes,
strawberry in Jos.
everything. There's nothing strawberry. There's nothing you plant in this just land that doesn't grow.
And I hope you know that the womb of an African woman can give birth to any race.
Of course.
They play. You know, when I started
Yeah.
knowing these things, yeah, I just
So
see
the world
myself as
is,
too much.
yeah, which is important. That
I
self-esteem is
don't let
very important.
anybody anywhere. I don't let anybody. No, don't do that, man. Don't do that.
Yeah, self-esteem is very important. So more or less, the world is just upside down. That's just it. I mean, the most blessed people are looking like the most cursed. You see. Let's hear from Choma. Interesting time to be alive. Choma, let's hit you your 3 minutes.
Okay,
How was
so there was
how was church
something
today,
that
by the way?
okay, I can hear. So there was something that somebody was asking, like where's the way forward? Let's start this movement, right? And there was something you said that it will have to take the hand of God. I was like, better words have not been spoken, right? Because we've run this sequence, we've run this
Yeah,
experiment several
every
times.
time.
We started with Marcus Garvey, we started with the
Malcolm X.
Urban League, we did the NAACP, we did the even with the Marcus Garvey. Do you know that China benefited from Marcus Garvey's teachings? Everybody else benefits from our teachings, but somehow, even the Tulsa, Oklahoma thing, Black Wall Street, we've run this sequence, and every time we crash and we burn, the whole, because even, what's his name? Enkel, the Singapore guy who was in school with the likes of Zeke and all these guys, they were all rooting for Nigerians because they were like, these Nigerian boys are going to make something of the world. They're going to turn the world upside down. They were like, so Nigeria became, over time became it. We've run this sequence of Afamia, we've done it. But it will always crash and burn because we have refused to put the person who is our king. Yeshua, Jesus, he is our king. And unless
Yeah,
he's the one in front, even the Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, the Black Panthers, we've run it. It will always crash and burn because he's not in front. If Yeshua is not in front leading this thing, it won't work.
it won't work.
So that
It
thing
won't
you
work.
said, and I'm so glad that the men are on it, are in on these things, having conversations, joining us. Because if our fathers, our brothers are not leading the charge, women cannot lead the charge. Because if you notice in church, it's mostly women. But we need the men to be front and center of this thing. Like, when the Most High was talking about Abraham, said, Abraham is my friend because I know he will teach his people. He will teach his
Family.
sons, which he did. So
Yeah,
I'm so glad that the men are front and center, are so excited about this movement.
very
And this
important.
one we cannot allow it to fall. It cannot fall,
Yeah.
and it cannot fail.
So
So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
yeah, so we need to understand this. That's why God just led us in the ministry to start from the kind of brainy side of things. Most times, most logical things, most people will listen. Some will not, but eventually you just look funny. So we start from the logical. There are spiritual parts of it that I'm not, which is still scripture. It's nothing else special. But we just start from that because men that tend to be logical, a woman would have caught the spirit. Like, I catch this thing. They don't need too much. Not very many women are this logical, like Choma will be, and maybe Ify and the rest. They just catch things, right? They just like, I sense this thing. This thing is right. Oh, that is right. They don't go just they look logic too much. But when they have both like that, that's powerful, right? So, and I know that most times you need to start from that logic because it's the base thing that most people can relate with. Not everybody has that intuition that can easily catch stuff. And you can't just all be catchy all the time like that. People get tired and all, and some just don't quickly catch stuff. So it's a balance of both rather. So when you hear me talk about we need Jesus Christ, it's not as if I'm just one of that religious kind of stuff. So I know what I'm saying, but God will help us. All right, bringing us to the end of today's live already. So if you just stay put, if you can, I've not been able to try to DM or something since then. So stay off that medium thing at the moment. God will heal your heart about your mom, okay? And just stay off that medium stuff. I don't want this to substitute church, okay, for you, but I can say we are here every morning. If that helps you, I think you're in the UK. If that helps you, we're here every morning. Just keep coming. There's been a guy that said he was Christ. Go ahead, Ife.
No, yeah, I think that when I got there, it was cool. But I've said to myself, because my mom was very close to me, so I knew if it was something for me, my mom would have come true. But I was waiting. There was nothing. So I just said to myself, okay, that's fine. And I told my friend, thank you. But really, it just gave me a different, one thing I took away is that my mom might be dead, but she's still around me. Like she still sees me. I may not be able to see her, and then all I need to do is just pretend she's still here and then do the things that she ordinarily would want me to do. Because, oh my God, my mom was such a great, like I keep saying it, I've never seen a better Christian than my mom. When it comes to selflessness, kindness, forgiveness, my mom walked in extravagant love. So and that's why I felt bad. I was like, with all of this, to what end? Like, why? But it's fine. We heal every day, and yeah, I'm gonna stay off it. And that's just the thing, like we said, when you have this quest for knowledge, if you're not careful, you're gonna sleep,
Oh
right?
yeah.
So you just have
Yes.
to, everything has to be done in moderation, just take it easy, know where you're going to. Don't, like you said, you already have it. Why do you want to go deeper? Why,
Right.
so just stay where you are, what you know now, study more on that. So you'll not be like jack of all trade, master of none. Perfect what you know already, and then it will just fall in place. Like I said, progressive elaboration, progressive revelation. Yeah. Thank you for the advice. I will stay away.
Yeah, please. So if you can, the environment here is generally safe, right, in just about every respect,
Yeah.
and the community is brilliant. I think it is. So when you have the time, come around, right? Just have a community. It helps to have a community like that, especially
Yeah.
with spirituality related guidance in this kind of moment. We have a commitment to be here every single day. Okay, yeah.
What
So ten
time?
o'clock, 10 o'clock every time. I told you yesterday. 10 a.m. every day, UK time, by the way. Which I think the times are flipping in March. Is it March or
Oh yeah.
April? March,
I
right?
think April or so.
Thereabouts. So we're here 10 o'clock UK time, GMT, every single day in the morning. Okay. So when you have the time, your Sunday, whatever time it is, come around. That community, I think it helps a lot when you just listen
Oh
out,
yeah,
we
sure.
talk out
I'm sure.
whenever you're
Sure.
free. But if you're going to a church, you don't need to stop that necessarily, of course, except there's some
Oh no,
extreme
no, no.
stuff.
You see, the funny thing, it's not even about you. Like,
Mhm.
honestly, for a long time, like before now, even my mom was like, what's up? You are not going to church. I just tell her, Mom, don't worry, I'm online.
Okay.
I just started seeing everything as dead works at some point
Oh,
for some time now. And then okay, first of all, some years ago in Nigeria, my pastor, there was a church I was attending, I'm not mentioning,
yeah.
the pastor, so I really love, like I said, I wanted to know God. Like, most people even know me. I think I lost that account on Facebook. They were like, oh, if you are that Jesus girl, I was crazy. I was Christocentric. Jesus everywhere. So, but the church I was attending was more of a fall and die church in the sense
Okay.
that they preach deliverance. They will tell you, um, it's
You
not
got
only
some
about what
spiritual.
Jesus did, though. You need deliverance. But I started attending a Bible school,
Hmm.
Rema, where they were teaching us just grace. They'll tell you the
Okay. Oh
Jesus
yeah, yeah.
plus
You jumped
nothing.
on the grace thing a lot
Yeah, so
more. Yeah.
I love the grace message. So every time I taught in church as a leader, my pastor would take the microphone and say, "Don't listen to her." At some point he called me
Oh,
and started telling me that he has noticed that I'm teaching people wrong message because people now started learning how to pray because I started teaching them that just rest on the finished work of Christ. And then he started
okay.
saying, "Oh, I'm making people now not take him seriously because he was like the main
Mhm.
guy." So I started having
Put
issues,
the
but
slide for me now.
exactly. So I then
I
chill,
bet.
I calmed
That's
down.
why it was.
Then again, we had a workers meeting one time, and then he said,
And mind you, my family is Catholic. I'm the only one that left. So everybody in my family, they be saying, if what you are looking for one day, you will enter trouble. And then I was graduating from Bible school. None of my family members were there. And we're all in Abuja because they were like, we didn't send you there. So I was in church and they said it was a workers' meeting. And then he said the secretary should call out the people who didn't pay tithe for that the previous month. And then I was one of them. Remember, I've been giving. I just didn't. Well, with them, it wasn't giving. It was paying. I just didn't pay the previous month because I didn't sell anything. And then he said, you know what, all of you are suspended. And then we got suspended. Now you're suspending me, and I was the only teenagers teacher. I was the teenagers pastor. So you didn't even consider God's work. Now you said the whole teenagers should move into the main auditorium. They refused. They said because the messages I was teaching them, it was even a big problem. Parents,
you are split church now.
It was so bad that one of my mentors called me one time and said, if you raise teenagers that can't fit into the main auditorium, that's rebellion. Just leave this place. It's not for you. So the women in the church went to meet the pastor that no, their children are complaining, they don't want to come to church. And then the pastor called me later and said, I've got too much pride. I said, why did you say that, sir? He said he suspended everybody. Others came to kneel down and beg, but I didn't. I said, oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was supposed to actually be suspended, just chill till you call it off, And then out of annoyance, I said, you know what? Yeah, he said he was this. And then he said, do not tell anybody this because they will tell you the pastor is this. Don't listen to people. Now, there's a popular man of God on social media. I'm not calling his name. That is very controversial. He's my very good friend. He will tell me, I've told you to leave that place. Now I'm going somewhere. Do you know? And I said, okay, if God that knows that I did not sell will tell them to suspend me, okay, maybe I'm not paying the tithe again. Do you know I didn't pay tithe for months? Guess what? In that period I didn't pay tithe. I changed my car from 2006 to 2014. My business shot to another level, to another realm. So I started saying, there's something wrong with this thing. There's something, that's when I just say, oh, church, I beg, church, and scam, leave me alone. I just started checking this thing because they'll say, if you don't pay tithe, your life will be tight. If you don't pay tithe, the umbrella is not covering you. I say, that umbrella will leak tire now because I'm not there. That was how, and then it got to a point, even till today now, I got my pastors, we're now friends. When they have issues, they will talk as friends. Now I know they go again.
That's the suspended one, the one that suspended you, right?
Yeah, so I've moved. That was years ago. So it's not now, like you said, I'm not in church. Once in a while, if I want to, I go. If I don't want to, I don't. There's no pressure to perform because I know I carry God on my inside. So it's not about that I go, I do not go, does not change who I am. I going there to mark register. I cannot just be doing that if I'm tired, I'm tired. So that's what it is. So I'm at home. So you saying, oh, I don't need to stop. Don't worry yourself. I don't first slow down by myself. Yeah, that's it.
That's nice to know. That's great to know. So this is what I would say, right? It's good for us to know God for ourselves. It's at the best, we're just here to guide. Even any pastor, at the end of the day, is just for guidance. But there's that temptation, right? Leaders are used to having sheeple around them. You know what I mean by sheeple? Sheep people. Many people don't like to think independently. So, and I mean, trust me, whenever you're having in this world, this thing like we're doing is still going to be viral. Well, it's a viral already, but it's still going to grow a lot bigger. I can see that. I can tell. But by the time you're having 1 million followers, 10 million followers, many of them are not thinking, right? With due respect, I don't disrespect people, but human beings are not like that. People like trends, right? People like, just because my sister is going, it's a nice, I like that church, their AC is nice. If we end up having something physical, like we're having a conference, they will just have, I just like something, and that's the reason. But that's the level God can deal with them. You understand? So I think the leaders get used to those kind of people and all that, and they get tempted. A lot of things happen, and they end up that way. You see, so it's not that easy to lead people, actually, in many different ways, right? So and again, it's only your own side of the story we heard. We don't know whether you said you are Akataka. You know what they call Akataka in Igbo. Yeah, this one you're already in the north, so I don't know if you speak Igbo. If you do speak Igbo, you're muted. You did laugh. So we only heard one part of your story,
Oh, sorry.
which
Yeah,
is fine.
I speak Igbo. I speak Hausa. Though Hausa is my primary language because I was born in Abuja. So I and my siblings we
Wow.
speak Hausa better than. But yeah, I speak Igbo. I'm from Delta State, so I speak
Wow.
Inuan in my dialect. I speak Central Igbo, and I'm learning
Wow.
Yoruba now. Don't worry.
You good? So like I was trying
Well,
to say.
seriously, I'm no, I don't have Agidi. I have, but not in that way. Relax.
You know, so like I was saying, it's just like when you are trying to do marriage counseling or things like that, you only hear one side of the story. So, but then at the end of the day, it's you get to know people over time. But it's fine. But I think you need time to heal first from all of that, especially the mom situation. So I was just trying to say that it's good to come around, in a if that helps, and we talk in this community and things like that. So Choma, behold your sister.
Yeah, so I'm listening because she's reminding me of the same thing that happened to me in uni. I had to, something similar because they say my own is too much. So they had to cut me down to size. I was the female pastor, and they were like, no, you're a rebellion leader, actually. So out you go. So yeah, I had to step away from church for like a year and read the Bible for myself because it felt like I was in a cult. So, as she was talking, I could totally feel her. So I had to sit down and read the Bible for myself because it almost felt like I didn't know what what they were talking about, what this Jesus was again, you know. So yeah, I understand. I agree with her. Sometimes you need to step back and begin to reevaluate. You know, the Apostle Paul keeps saying you should keep examining yourself to make sure you're in the faith, right? Because we can be following traditions of men and not realize that we've actually drifted away from what we're supposed to do. So yeah, if you're my sister, I feel you. It's all well. You'll be good. You'll be good.
It's true. It's
Thank
true.
you, Sissy. Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
it's true. Like you said, it's just for her to, you know, it's okay to feel how she's feeling, but she'll get over it. I know she will find. Um, it's always like that. I know she'll be very fine. And again, like I told you, minister, there are a lot of people. See, there are a lot of people even in church. It's just because they don't have any other alternative to move. You get it. Some people cannot. Some people can't muzzle the courage to just stay away. You get it. Otherwise, many people will not go. This is the last time I was regular in church was in 2022 or 2021. You get it. This almost like 4 years or thereabout. If I could just go, maybe invite me for an event or activity, I just go. But to just dress up and say, okay, I'm going to church for service, or no. And coming from somebody that I can count in a year the number of times I miss church, and missing the church that I can't count and tell you how the number of times I went to church late. You get it. Not even to attend church late. You are there almost on a daily basis and for a whole period. You get it to the point where you are almost like 3 years. You can't say okay. People will ask you now because they need to hear you. You can't even tell them that no, you are just trying to find yourself. They'll tell you have to want to tell them okay, just the denomination they know you with. You just mention and say okay, yes. Are you still there? No, I'm not there. Where are you? I'm just on my own. So people look at you strangely. So sometimes you just say okay,
They're
yes,
not
just
okay.
not. Yeah, just not to waste your time trying to do too many explanation. Okay, yes, I'm here, and just move on because it's questions on questions again. But I get it, and I get where you become very inquisitive, you become more knowledgeable, and then you want to express yourself, and people begin to feel that you are trying to take the shine off them. You are trying to take the shine off them, and so they try to push you down, try to marginalize you, try to make sure they silence you. All of those kind of things are there. So we've been there and we understand it. So, but that's why I said should definitely get out. But it's good to just retreat and get to find yourself and here. But like you said, here is a very good place for you to be. You will not believe how I got to even know about the Kunle. One of the days, after I've stayed, is this year. I think sometimes in
last year, you mean?
I think last year. Yeah, last year.
25.
Last year, sometimes around, I think October or thereabout also. A friend of mine who knows me, who sometimes I just share a few of my thoughts from scripture with him. So we're just talking about something, and I said, there's this guy that I think you would like. So he just gave me a snippet of when you're talking about Dudua, and he said, this guy talks and he has receipts, And I say, okay, I want to, let me have to know about that guy. Because he too has a little bit of trying to get deep into the flat earth stuff and all of that. So sometimes I have this discussion with him. So one of those days, in fact, I was at the airport. Some people came to work with us, so we escorted them to the airport. So they were about to take their flight. So we got talking, and it was from there. He just said, so I said, just share the stuff with me. So he just sent me the flyer. Today he said, you have gone far. To this point that this guy knows your name. I said, see, you don't know what that connection did to me.
So you said don't pass him now.
Yeah, I said, I don't know what that.
Yeah,
I
what
said, I
you
don't know
said
what that
now.
connection did to me. Yeah.
Sorry, what you said now is just really funny because there was this guy, he's from my place. He was so cool. He was like, he said, if I want to marry you, but he was more into these things. Well, I was a Jesus girl, and I told him we couldn't be. I saw him as a rebel. So he was the one that started teaching me most of the things I knew. He was like, if you go and study for yourself, I'll say no. So I shared this live with him. So anyway, we just broke up, but we're still friends. I shared this live with him, and his reply now was like, I'm so happy that if his eyes now open, like because he was
The
so
guy
bad
don't
that
go marry. You don't go with that to guy. Men don't get time now. I mean, don't go.
it was funny because he used to tell me that one day he said if you with your intelligence one day your eyes will be open. I was like, I used to rebuke him. I was like, devil, get deep behind me. He was the one that was teaching me that. Listen, he said there is Jesus, but it's not the Jesus it's not the picture you have in your head. I'm not saying there's, but I just didn't understand him until now. And then I shared this live. First of all, it was a video I sent to him. He was like, oh, give me the page. I gave him. And then now there's live. I said, join this live. And then I don't know, I think he watched a little and then he just sent me a message and he was like, oh my God, I'm so happy your eyes are opened, Sometimes
So
people we just need to put it out there because when he was telling me these things, it was a seed he was sowing. Even though I wasn't paying attention then, but somehow this is me now here, and then it's
Exactly.
all making sense. So sometimes the people we're talking to, they will resist it. But the
yeah,
truth is persistence weighs down resistance,
right.
So
True.
that's what we just have to
Say that
keep
again. Say that again. Say that again. Say that again.
Yeah.
Persistence.
Resistance. Way down
weighs down
resistance.
resistance. You know how the Bible said if that woman keeps begging the king, even if he doesn't want to give, because he wants peace of mind, oh yeah, auntie, carry and go. So that's
Yeah,
if
exactly.
you persist, it's going to weigh down every, resistance. That's what it is. Yeah.
That's true. That's true. So this thing is spiritual. What is happening? You can tell. Those that know how to sense things, they can sense it. I don't need to act as if I'm patronizing people. That's why I don't try to advertise so much. Look as if I don't like because myself I don't like to patronize myself. So as if come, this place is. When you see it yourself. It's not me that will start disturbing and start marketing something like as if I'm selling ice cream or pop off. So I just let people see, and that's the best you can do. So these things are spiritual, and you see things linking, people linking. It's wonderful what is going on. It's really wonderful, real time. You want to say something again?
Yeah. So just to conclude. So that is just it. Today, he knows that I've got too deep into this. He knows I'm into it. But my wife saw me pick Bible to open. She said, my husband is opening Bible. I said, what do you mean by that? It wasn't as if I wasn't. I'm the kind of person. I'm the kind of person that in fact, I read things once and just there. So most times, even as a student, I'm a pharmacist by training. But
Wow.
when I was even in school, people say, you don't behave like pharmacists. They say they read too much. You don't see you every time you're in fellowship, and then all of that. And when they be crying, you are not crying. So for me, I take my time to read. So when I read it, if I get it, I've grabbed it. It's difficult for it to get out of my head. So sometimes, like, I will know that I've read this thing somewhere. Like, okay, when I was talking yesterday, and I just mentioned the fact that the miracle of feeding the crowd is in the Old Testament. I knew I've seen it in the Old Testament. I couldn't really figure out where it was, but I knew that it was somewhere in the Old Testament. So because I've read it and it's already registered in my mind. So that's just how it is with me. So I know that we just, like I was trying to tell the lady from Belgium, just keep dropping the seed. Just don't get tired of talking. Just once in a while, drop the information. Just drop the information. One day, this truth will hit them. They will look for it. They will even feel as if you cheated them, that you didn't persist on them that time. You get it? But just keep dropping the information. One day, their eyes will be open. Jesus, after Jesus resurrected, he met the disciples. And they were going and they were discussing about him. He was there talking to them about himself. And they were lamenting and everything. And they didn't know. Until they got to a room, he took bread, broke it, and gave them. And then that day was what their eyes were open. They said, but this thing, we had the thing was troubling our minds. We were having the pricking in our spirit, but we didn't just speak. So he prayed for them that they might understand the scripture. So the truth about it is that let light come to them. That's just the prayer. Let light come to people so that they can understand the scripture, understand this God that they are serving. Find God for themselves. That's the ultimate. You don't find God for yourself. They will drag you to anything they want to drag you to. But if you know God for you, it's safer for you to be able to know, so that nobody just brings any wind of doctrine and just throw at you and they just want you to start following. Let me allow them to have time to talk.
Yeah. So another thing is why I really want to even, like the course, I need to study something. There's this grace I have. I might not even put effort. Subconsciously, people want to try anything I say. Like the medium thingy, when I went to the work, I was telling my white colleagues, about 3 of them looked up the site and they said they were going to go. So that's how it is. Even when I was teaching God's word, like there were loads and loads of people coming to that revelation. Even now, when I shared some of the revelations from here, I've got people saying, I know now, this thing, I don't the reason I'm seeing. So it's like because people know you're not a stupid person.
Yeah, they want to.
They just believe that, okay, this is the way if he talk, make a reason I might look him like this. Some of them want to chat with you, some just like the post, some they're not going to say anything. But you know that someday, if you have, I don't want a situation whereby when someone needs me to elucidate, and then I'll now say, give me 1 minute, let me call Minister Kunde. It will now be like, this one is another shippo. I need to study this thing. It's a study to show yourself approved.
Very important. Yourself, right?
That's it, rightly dividing the word of truth. So I cannot go and start and divide and not say, wait, first I'm coming. This knife is not sharp. Let me call Minister Kunde. But there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with having someone who is higher. At least there's a point you can say, you know what, to be fair, this question, I don't want to mislead you. Give me 2 days to do more research so I can get more whatever to tell, So at least let me be knowledgeable enough.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah. Very important. And that, to me, that takes the stress off of the leader or whoever. You just delegate things and it's easy. It makes it like, because these guys, they work with 1,000 points of light, like they call themselves, right? They're in every sector, everywhere. Okay. So,
yeah, that's the same advice Moses was given. Don't die before, don't fight before your time. You need to, Jethro, I think, gave that same advice to Moses. You need to delegate power, or rather, in this sex, delegate knowledge.
Yes. So this I like this we just day one corner like one. What do they call those people that are controlling the world? I will just day drinking some. It's sweet because just to be showing my face every day, I'm just following what I'm led to do. Otherwise, I don't like to talk too much. But now that's where we are now. Okay. Okay. 2:00. All right. Let's hear. We're just doing the last set of flow. Okay. So let's hear from Casolese. Maybe any last words. Just 1 minute each. But when we get to Adolf, we'll make it 3 because he's not spoken before, and I think Nature has not either. And if he has, we'll give him 1 minute. So okay. Casolese, 60 seconds. What's last words for the day before?
Nothing much to say. It's just that most of us have had our fair share of trying to leave the church and recalibrate and all that. Mine happened in 2015 when this Buhari entered power and Fulani herdsmen went on rampage.
It was why that got you
and the church.
You see how God works?
No. I mean, that's when I actually.
I know. He's a new
that's
born
when I
again
actually
now.
drew back.
Go ahead.
So see what happened, right? See what happened. Sorry, I'm taking a bit of time. What happened was that they were unaliving Christians. Then I see organization, Christian organization, not saying anything about it. And knowing Nigeria the way it is, you know that if you take them to court in Nigeria, they will not really give you judgments, right? They will not give you justice. So I was like, can't they drag these people to international court? At least I know that these white people, they don't want to be disgraced in their own courts, right? If they try to do mago, the whole world is watching. Why can't this organization drag them? Because what they signed when they entered that power, that seat, was protect lives and properties. So why are they now allowing lives to be destroyed? But this thing didn't happen. So I got so upset. Like, I was so angry. I left. I just stayed at home. I wasn't going to church and all that. So when they call me, I'll ask them, what do you want? How these Christians are being unalive? What is the church saying about it? Not telling us to pray. Yes, we can pray. I know prayer is important, but what actions are we taking? It seems like that looks like persecution, but me, I didn't think it's persecution. Self-defense is a natural law to every human being, you know. Yeah, so I got so angry but after a while, I just realized that all these things are politics. Even then, they're into the politics. I just, okay. My leg is, I come, I read, I listen to what you have to say. If it's right with my ear, if it's not right, I just track it one side.
I mean, all right, it's good to, By the way, actually, at the end of the day, there's nothing wrong with that. Should I call it system? System of the church, in the sense that idea of, okay, I mean, we are having a conference in the next 2 months. That's more or less church, right? So that system itself is not wrong. Most times it's just, in fact, as bad as so-called democracy is, as bad as this whole world system looks and seems to be, did you know that if they do things right, this system is not so bad at the end of the day? It's the people. It's always the people. Forget about the uniform they wear or whatever form the thing is taking, right? It's always the people that mess the things up. I used to say this thing, that as bad as contradictory as the Nigerian constitution is, did you know that if you are to obey it and to follow it, just as bad as it is, do you know Nigeria would almost become a paradise overnight? As bad as that constitution is, 1999 constitution or whatever. So if you are doing constitutional review, you're just wasting your time. Why? Because the question is, will they follow the new one they're making? That's the point. It's so simple. But then they'll still take your money to go to constitutional review. Ask them how much permitting, $2 billion, to just read a PDF document that secondary school can sit down with in 1 month. They'll fix it. They'll still collect, now still not tax, they'll still use to. And after the end, they still will not do what is inside. You see? So institutions in themselves are not really the problem. These are some of the things that we're going to be training. That course is wonderful. I know it's like a marketing it, but it's really wonderful. You will just see the way systems work, right? You see the way systems work, and we'll narrow it down to Africa gradually, as you get to level 4 and 5. So there's stage 1 and 2. Very likely we'll roll out stage 1 first. Okay, it goes to up to stage 3. We'll roll out the stage 1 first, we get that moving, and you see just basic stuff, just to put it. And there's hardly anything we tell you there that you don't even already kind of know, but to be arranged, some you might not know, to be fair. But it's arranged in a way that you can just check it and be like, wow, this is how these things work. So there's nothing wrong with that church. We are doing church ourselves. I mean, at the end of the day, what do you say you are doing when you wake up in the morning, start reading, praying, and reading Bible, and then you are doing conference? No, be church with that. So it's church, really, but it's the people and what is done in that church, and the modus operandi, and then the persons and the heart, is what causes that. And
the belief system too.
Very important, right?
I'm sorry, I forgot to mention. Before I feel that my mind was very open to anything. Like anything that has the truth, my mind was already open. That about the rapture.
The line is breaking. Is it mine?
Then you say, is here?
Yes, the line is breaking.
I went to check. Okay, is he there? Okay, I think it's my network. I'm not at home. I just left.
I get it. Like when people ask you something, they say it's in the book and they can't show you where it is. Right?
I will just go and check. Okay, is it true? Okay, it's there. Then I'll keep listening. Okay. When you say something about the Titanium building, I went online and checked. Okay.
Found it there.
Okay. So there's evidence in everything. So why am I arguing? What am I coming to argue with figurative when I'm seeing physical stuff? So
Abi. So again, I kind of sympathize in that sense with the churches. I'm not excusing the abuse that some people have used the name of church and name of Jesus to do, but there's a way when things begin to grow big. I've been into institutions, myself. In a way, I didn't enter that rebellious thing because there's a way if you know things to look somehow, which is understandable, right? God helped me very early, like I said, in life. I knew what I knew, but it didn't show up as rebellion as such for me. Maybe because I'm also, I don't know, it doesn't, I don't know. But I didn't have so much of such experiences, rebellion, something like that. Not really. Now, of course, I always act differently. I'll just be reserved. When I tell you, but why can't you do this? Why don't you want to talk more? Don't worry. It's not my time to talk yet. So when that time came is when we started talking. So, but my point is, there's a way organizations will always grow from a family-like thing to a kind of institution-like thing. It's almost inevitable. I mean, imagine churches that have like tens of millions of members, maybe even followers, but maybe even physical members in some cases, thousands and thousands of branches. You can argue that they were out there opening those branches for money. Bottom line, the branches are open. So they can only see Excel sheets. You understand? So it can be difficult to manage crowd. It's not very easy. You at a point you will become almost like a machine, right? That is the feeling of family that we're still having now, that we're still a handful, just a few 10,000, 100,000 followers, whatever. You know, it's the time things begin to get very, very mechanical, right? So it's inevitable just to stay ahead because there's no way this thing is not getting mechanical in a way. We'll just pray for God to just help us to keep the heart of it fresh and alive and human, But trust me, you're dealing with real scale, things will get very Excel sheet kind of stuff at the end of the day. It's just that's why everybody must know God. You might be at the very bottom of one corner, one branch of one church. But if you know God for yourself, that God meets those people in their own, even beyond what even the so-called GO can even comprehend. You'll just be like, wow, thank God. And just just like those that minister healing, for example, on social media, you will hear that there are some testimonies that some people just gather and took the man's flyer and took this, and they're the one that did everything from start to finish. What the guy, so-called geo man, like I'm trying to lead something now, just does is just to prepare that platform, and they use their faith. A dead person is raised to life, right? And it's just those people knowing God for themselves. There's a platform, there's an environment. Anyway, when we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. Just to let you know that some of these things, some of them were just sincerely wrong, and that's the best they could do. Some of them were just branch pastors, they've got outlines to follow. Time comes when things begin to seem like that. But God will help us pass. But one thing would always emphasize is know God for yourself. We are just here to guide. We're just here to guide. You can't, we're just here to guide at the end of the day. Okay, now, if any last words before we close, it's over 4 hours already.
Oh, nothing. Just say go, babe. Nothing.
There you go, babe. Now go there.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, so let's hear from Out of Gold. It is now original. Get scared.
yeah, I say angry man.
Out of Gold, 3 minutes. Let's go. Good.
Should I say happy Sabbath day now?
Right? It's Sunday, man.
I was surprised that at 14:00, you guys were still live and bubbling online. It's a pleasure to be here once again. Thank you very much for bringing me on. Good afternoon, wonderful house. What you guys were talking about generally, got me very interested, and I decided to just come in and say hello.
Okay.
Then Chioma was on, but she's not now. Gyang, I saw Gyang there, and then others that were there, but effortlessly wasn't there. So I was going to ask, why is effortlessly not here? That she should come and gather with these guys here.
I should come today, by the way. I can't.
Okay, she didn't come today.
I think
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, she was here.
Okay.
Only
So,
work tomorrow, I guess.
mhm.
So she's already in tomorrow, Australia, by the way.
Okay.
Probably Monday morning.
Okay. So,
Thank you.
so I just decided to come in and just share in the spirit of the enlightenment that is going on, and the victory that we are clocking in, because we've been talking of how that just a little here and a little there, the seeds are being sown for something in the future. And while you were talking, you still mentioned that how it's a seed, and herself, that is Ife, also made mention of how that it's a seed that is being sown. When we look at what happens around us, the likelihood of a certain tradition becoming becoming entrenched amongst us is very, very easy. It's a kind of subtle, or something that is kind of creepy. It just kind of find its way gradually into a system. It may be a certain practice, like, for example,
Let me add 1 more minute.
Thank you. It may be a kind of practice or a kind of belief. For example, the church setting where I grew up, we said we are end time believing Christians. So we believe that we're in the end of times, and we are preparing for the soon return of the Lord Jesus Christ, and the rapture will soon take place. So now that the rapture will soon take place became a kind of very subtle, how do I put that one now? Something that made us began to think that we called ourselves the little bride. Yeah. And some brethren in the system, they made us to believe that it is a small group that will be rapturable. That group had to be sinless, has to be very dedicated, has to. So we're seeing everything that we did was what Christianity was all about. Every other thing that every other person out there is doing, they are the mixed multitude.
In fact, I wanted you to, the time is up again, but I wanted you to tell, like, just 60 seconds, your experience. Somebody came here today that experienced what you experienced at that Catholic situation where I think you said something about touching the Bible.
Yeah. When I was growing up,
just share that with us so that people that have heard that can also hear your own side.
Okay.
His own is what tutorial, whatever. Sorry?
I said, was he a mass servant or something?
He was into in fact, it was, let him just share the story himself. 60 seconds out of go.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, unmute your mic. Your mic is muted.
Okay.
Let me make it 2 minutes. 2 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. So while I was growing up as a young boy, because I was born into the Catholic Church, so to say, and along the line, at a point, as I started, growing, I started being, that is, this big book, I used to see them carry around, they say it's a Bible. I want to know what is in that book. So in church, particularly, our catechist was one old man, but very, very agile, very, he looks very, very strong. He's an Igbo man. So I got close to him, and as children, when we play around him, I like to go close to that Bible. And one day I picked the Bible, I took the Bible, and then he just came and said,
Just like 15 years old, right? Or 13 years old.
No, as at this time, I was still around between, let me say, between 12 and 14, about 12 and 14 or thereabout. So I picked the Bible, and the response from him was, children, you don't touch that, you don't do that. Then he collected the Bible very, very quickly from me, and he now started, trying to educate us that we are not supposed to touch the Bible because it is a holy book. We are not supposed to play with the Bible. He kept on emphasizing that, and then he took the Bible. He told us that the Reverend Father will have to bless the Bible again for the Bible to be used again, because it is a holy Bible. That is why it is written on it. He was showing us. So then he took it away, and really he took it to the pastor and the father, and he sprinkled water on it and blessed it and made the sign of the cross like this on over the Bible. And then he now told us that the Bible has become holy now, that that's when it can be used again. That experience alone was something that
That's dramatic.
then I left there, and as I got into secondary school later, it happened to be a minor seminary college. And then while there were a lot of things that happened. Do you know that it is in these seminary colleges that all these young boys, they learn homosexual?
You see, he was not here when we were talking
in those cycles. While I was in the school there as a GSS1 new intake in school, I discovered that there was one of my classmates who had an elder brother who was already in year 4 in that school. And then there was one of these our auxiliary tutors who came from the senior seminary to work with us. Then that his elder brother and that auxiliary teacher, they had a big issue. They were always fighting. I would later come to discover that it was because of the unholy relationship that auxiliary teacher was having with that guy's younger brother in our set that was responsible for that altercation between those guys. It was so fierce that there was a day right in the dormitory, the student picked up a metal bucket and almost broke the auxiliary guy's head with that bucket. It was that serious. So as young intakes and new entrants, we didn't know what was actually happening. It was later in life when my own school father tried to practice that act with me in the night in the dormitory. He invited me to the dormitory while we were supposed to be in the classroom for preps. And then while I was there, he asked me to rub his back.
You don't have to go into details, but then
so no, I will not go into any other details because the thing didn't go far because of my reaction. So he said I should be taking my hands down. My hands was going down towards his.
Your hands should be saying hallelujah, not down. So change topic again.
So I had to, at a point, I said no.
Wow, that's good.
He said, why did you say no?
That's because probably you were 17 at that time. Maybe is it 15 still?
When I got into, it was my first year in the secondary school now. It was supposed to be secondary school, but it was a seminary college.
So that's still 15 thereabout.
Yeah, 15, 16.
Thereabout.
15 to 16.
So imagine if it was a younger boy. Anyway, just go ahead.
It was so serious that this guy, when I got into the school, the mattress that I was using in school, that I took to school, because you take those things.
Let's not do this. Okay. The thing is, anyway, let me invite topic. Because for me, it's just like scripture says that these things that are now shameful to even talk in public, it's So imagine now, is that demonic spirit from that their Western world has entered this catechist priest and all of that seminary thing? Is that demonic thing? That thing is not. It may be in Africa a little bit, but to be one maybe hormonal confusion, demonic madness somewhere in one corner, not something that is inside Epstein file that is every one of them.
You know that you know that the secrecy that is created in this so-called church system gives men room to perpetrate a lot of unspeakable things. Those days when I was the youth president in my church, I used to tell my youth that what you know that you cannot, what I know that I cannot do, I cannot say in the open, or when it comes to the open, I do not want people to hear it. I should not say it to you as a young person in private. If I say it to you, I should be ready that knowledge should be become public knowledge. Then I used to tell the youth sisters that if any man, no matter who he is, no matter how old, no matter how young, tells you anything that you feel is amorous in his office or in his secret, ask him if we were outside where other 10 people are, they will be able to say the same thing to you. And this particular statement, when I got into Benderbury, I was working there. There was a young lady who came in then. She just finished her secondary school. She came there to do holiday job before she go for her WAEC and all of JAMB and all those NECO. The chief security officer, whose daughter was also working in that same company, wanted to sleep with, have a kind of knowledge of that young lady in his office. And then she told the man this particular statement, asking him, what you are saying now, can you do it to me if we were outside where everybody was sitting, like in the canteen now? And the man told her that, where did you get such, where did you come across that statement? That statement was first made by Chief Obafemi Awolowo. You can imagine. And that was what saved that young lady from that man. He was the CSO of the company at that time. He was a retired police officer. That was why they gave him that. So the environment that this, you see that all those people, they are like shrines.
His conscience straight away.
They are like shrines and courts. For example, you see what is going on now. One big Christian organization in Nigeria, one very big one. There is one thing they do at the beginning of every year. They tell parents to send their young children to the camp, that they are going to do deliverance for them before they return to school because of evil spirits, because of this, because of that. Lo and behold, that is the avenue where they molest and sexually abuse young people who are virgins in this world. If you hear their stories, you will almost spew out.
So anyway, thanks for that wealth of experience, and that's what I wanted to bring out. So it's the same thing. We heard a man that came. His own was just very similar to yours regarding to touching some holy book. And I was almost just wanting to interrupt you about what that means is that you're just a child. I mean, for crying out loud, barely a teenager, you are desecrating a book, really. And then the Father Spring, what is it? The water that makes him so pure, or what? And then what that means is that you yourself are unholy. That's what it means.
Yes.
And that's the same thing they did to that man. His own case was even whitish people, and he was in the UK and all. Anyway, let's just wrap up. The time is literally almost 5 hours. Let me hear from Nature. Nature, you have spoken before, right?
Yes. But I just have
so 1 minute last word before I wrap up. Yeah.
Something to say. Thank you very much, Kule. Yeah, thank you very much. What my brother just said now, what I want him to know is that you see the channels, let me just put it that way, the channels that God have laid down for people to be saved. Devil have come into it to infiltrate it. So that's why we are seeing all these bad character in the church of God, in the house of God. For example, let me start from sacrifice in the olden days. When you want to worship God in the olden days, you have to slaughter animal to worship God. But when God sees that devil have adopted that way, God have to drop that pattern in worshiping him. You understand me? So what happened is that the channels that God have provided for him to be saving people, devil will also infiltrate it to destroy it, to spoil it, so that people cannot be saved from that avenue again. And that's the reason why God is raising a new generation, a new church every day. And again, I want to speak concerning this, my brother, that said when Fulani may start killing people, that the Christian body in Nigeria cannot do anything concerning it. He has to stay at home, that he's not going to church again. Kunle, you have to clarify that, what I want to say now. You have to clarify it to us. You see, Jesus Christ said in the book of John chapter 16 verse 2, let me just paraphrase what he said. He said that a time is coming that they will be killing you, and they will thought that they are doing the work of God. That's a prophecy. Sure? So what I want to ask is that, are we in that time? If we are in that time, that means the prophecy is coming to fulfillment. The Christian body cannot do anything concerning that. But if we are not in that time, definitely the Christian body, we have to stand up and defend ourselves, because God will not come down to fight for us. Thank you.
We're not, I don't think we're in that time. Let me put it that way, right?
I'm
think
done.
the people he's talking about, right, is those who experienced persecution just after Jesus left, because they were really unalive so terribly during that time. And again, if he says that they would try to unalive you and they would think they're doing service to God, he didn't say, therefore, let them unalive you. He didn't say so. You understand? It's not written there that therefore let them, because otherwise I feel them become just sheep that is bred for slaughter to just be unalive. I mean, what progress gets out of that? You see, so it's just a way of trying to explain away the crap that is happening in this world. It does not make sense. The most place they have unalive the people is in their mind. To think the reason they are killing you is because of this. No, it's some wicked, greedy people that have connived together. The Western world sees that for some reason, those from the north are crazy with Islam, right? And they know that they will unalive you with knives anyway if they don't have guns. But this one's thought, you know what? Let's give them guns, go unalive them. And the bigger plan is that when they've chased people out of Jos, out of Kwara, out of places like that, then they will then come as America to save the world and unalive the same foolish people they're giving guns today with a bigger gun, and now say, oh, we have now saved the place. But guess what? That place now, you've gone on a helicopter, you have a runway, you have a mining going on there. End of story. Put those ones in IDP, forget them after a while. You don't really see the plot twist.
Okay.
It's biological weapon.
Okay.
Somewhere, snake to help you kill all the rats. And say, I have now come, I'm now snake killer. And the rat self, the small that still exists amongst them, will say, oh, thank you, snake killer. No, is the brain behind the whole thing from the start. That's the thing. Many of these places where they move people out, they move them to IDPs. Check them 6 months, 1 year, 2 years down the line. They have become mining spots. There's gold in Zamfara, right? There are people that have led, right? And the same place where you see kidnapping, as if in fact they will even kidnap a rat if he pass, na lie. There are Chinese there going in and out safely, mining that place. So it's at the end of the day, it's just business. So it's just where wickedness of religious bigotry and violence from that Islam extremism meets this Western world that are just smart, they have some guns to give them. That's it. Then somehow the Sub-Saharan African people happen to be the pawn in the case, of which Satan at the back end of even these two people, the Islamic jihadists think, oh, Allah is pushing them forward. Those who are doing it for those who are doing it just for business, they think, wow, we're using these Allah people to get resources. Satan is on top of all of them, wanting to destroy the Hebrew people. That's his own goal. He doesn't need gold. You understand? He does not need gold and fuel and money. What does he want to do with that kind of stuff? He wants to punish God's people, make you lose faith. make you curse your God and die, make you say, what is the reason of this life? Why do we serve God? Religion is a scam. God is, I hate God. I am now this. Some would not even say they are Satanists. That's what he wants. Is that soul he wants. So some want extremism, the other
Mm.
ones want money and gold and oil. Satan wants souls. That's the thing. Can catch that, you have the bigger picture. It's not
So,
one they will kill you for his name. It's not. He's not
so
the.
three
I don't
enemy
know. If
on Christians.
Yeah. So
Yes,
I don't know if
yes,
you
I
get
can get you.
that
I
explain.
can copy your message.
Thank you. Thank
Yes.
you very much. So
Okay.
yeah.
You're welcome.
So that brings us to the end of today's live. It's been so wonderful. I don't know. It's like the gist go quick, take a lot more time. Chioma didn't have a time to speak. Oh well, she could request if you want to though. So uh, it's wonderful what God is doing. Um, but I want those who have been hurt to not to just depend on God. Know God for yourself, right? Know God for yourself. Very very important. At the end of the day, that's where it lands to know God. Okay, some still requesting. So know God for yourself at the end of the day.
Hi. Okay, so I just want just a quick thing, as in why this particular forum is very important, because yes, people are bearing church hurt and all that stuff. So this is a forum where, because one of the reasons we go to church, according to how the Bible says it, is so that we don't forsake the company of the brethren, right? Because it's easy to break somebody standing a lone wolf, but there is strength in numbers, and this is what that was obviously what the church was supposed to be, a protection kind of, so that you're not standing by yourself. So for those suffering from church hurt, this platform works because you are now with people who are like-minded, and you can relate, you can talk, ask questions, and not be afraid that somebody's going to shut you down or label you a rebellion leader or anything like that. So it's okay to what's that word, try to know God for yourself, and that's very important. But and it's also good to have people with like minds, right? And one of the reasons why this forum for me is a treat, because sometimes you talk and people are looking at you like you're crazy, like you've joined a cult, you know. These people who believe that black people are the original Hebrews, so it's kind of refreshing for me to have this kind of forum where I can talk and have people who are saying the same thing, right? Are thinking the same thing, are heading towards the same direction. That is, there is an awakening that is coming, that is already here. And yeah, so yeah, everybody going through church, I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry about that. The devil always has a way of infiltrating, trying to hurt people, but don't let that turn you away from the Lord, because it's just human beings. But the God of the human being the God of the Bible is different from that man that was standing in the pulpit humiliating you and trying to make you feel bad about yourself, right? So I just wanted to encourage us to, join me if you can, whenever you can, because we should not forsake the company of the brethren, right? That's why we attend church. Just wanted to add that. Yeah, thank you.
Right. Yeah. Thank you so much for that. So I mean, it's just like Chioma was doing here, like all those 2 years ago. One of the first set of testimonies we get here, we still get it once in a while, is that thank you for just helping me know that I'm not crazy. That's like what most people say. Thank you for like I thought I was crazy, especially what's this guy's name? No, lady rather. Shade too was one of such that said, I thought I was crazy. Thank you for letting me know I'm not crazy. You wonder, are they visiting psychiatric TikTok channel? What is going on? you know. So that was most of what the testimonies were, and it's not like we are all the hot people coming together to dispense negative energy. It's not. It's just light. You can tell. So thanks for all that I've joined. So we have a conference, like I said, in April by God's Grace in Sheffield. Sharing more details as that come through. We have, if you still want to continue listening, you can go over to YouTube. We are there 24/7, 7 days a week on YouTube, live every day. You can always type to ask questions there. And and all that, and your children, please get children involved, teach them, show them these videos, let them watch it, especially if they are already 13 and they can read videos, they can watch video and they can understand. That's why I was appealing to Mr. Nnabuike the other time. He's got a teenage daughter already. He's already leaving the teenage. That's quite a treasure for him to have that, and he's still sounding so cool despite all the church hurt. His own synagogue hurt. He's still very listening and very humble and all that. So let's get our children to understand these things so they can see this light, and all that. So finally, there's this academy coming up soon. When it comes up, let's enroll our children. It's online, by the way. Enroll them to start learning some of these things, and we ourselves, firstly, let's learn it. And there's different stages, by the way. We'll probably roll out stage 1 first. Stage 1 has 3 levels. Okay, I'm already telling details. So stage 1 has 3 levels. You learn that, right? It sticks to your mind. You can do refreshers later. It will be there for you to always do refreshers in the future when you want to re-register or whatever, right? So it helps, and people will learn from it what they've not learned in school in decades. It talks about money a little bit, right? It doesn't really tell you investment, what to do. It just tells you how money works, just to have an idea, just a little bit of basic things of life. Then it begins to tell you about some of these matters in a very light level. In that stage 2 talks about real world history and what's really going on and how powers control nations. Minister, please DM me your Telegram handle. No, just paste it here for him. I wasn't able to find it the last time. Let someone paste it here for me. You can copy and paste. Thank you, Twitter, for joining. God bless you. See you tomorrow, same time. So we're here every day, 10 o'clock UK time. Let me appreciate those OR on Twitter. So just search for him. He's over more. We may not be doing all the all the talking. There's not much to say. Since we're here every day, I think it's still good for now. Okay. So Wala, thank you for coming. Thank you, Blackie Bree. Thank you, Cali Works. Dari, thank you, Femdot, Joe Happiness, Tifa, Joel, Nabuike. Nature is good. Thank you for coming. Tenuma. Thank you, Joaneb. Thanks, Evie, Lorna. Thank you, Gary. And who else? The Tani. Thank you, Life Coach. Thank you, Out of Good, for joining today. And thank you, Jamal Koye. Very God bless you all. So, so the time is coming, people will still criticize us too. Don't worry, as those times come, then you will understand that there's some people you have criticized who were not that bad. Maybe they were wrong, but said it wrong. You see, that when things get big, people just sometimes just enter defense mode, right? Some just enter aggressive mode. Some just don't like it if it's African. Different kind of reactions. People will just this one don't come again, because of what they have experienced. So we have seen that ahead and just forgive ahead sometimes. Now some are just literally just wouldn't hear anything. They're just that way, right? But some are just sincerely also criticizing, right? So God will help us all through that time. But we're just here to guide, and all of that. And people tend to deify. People just like deifying people, right? Of course, appreciate me and all that. But people tend to begin to deify people. It's just a natural tendency. They wanted to make Jesus king. That was not time. He eventually became king, by the way. King of all the earth, actually. But it was not the time. People just like that thing. And the reason they wanted to make him king is because he gave them bread, multiplied bread, hot agege bread. This man is Kaabo, and he had to leave them. So people will always do that. And that's a temptation in a way, but it takes God's grace. That's why you should pray for you. At least if that's your leader or whatever it is, whatever you're involved in, pray, support it. People get attacked. There's nobody that when they wanted to start ministry, say, okay, when I'm now finished in ministry, I will impregnate one choir member. Yes. Oh no, I will impregnate 2. Then I will start embezzling money and I will divorce my wife. None of them planned it that way. None of them, they got attacked. Most of them. They got attacked. Me, I know that. So you not hear me criticizing a pastor. Not because I just want to say, man of God, touch not my anointed. It's just understanding first. None of them started that way. These things are attacks. including that man whose church was crushed down in Lagos, right? That thing was a controlled demolition, right? It was not a structural failure. But we'll get to those bridges when we get there. So people get attacked seriously, right? So what the truth, the church is not so far from the truth, it's polluted. That's why I would never discourage anybody to stop going, well, if you're abusing the church, yeah, fine, leave. But the church is very, very close. You can't go much farther. There's hardly anything that is growing organically that doesn't have the hand of Freemasons in it. You'll find some of those are GOs in West Africa. And I don't think they are into Freemasonry, at least not yet. Forbid, maybe there are sons that have taken over. I hope not. They are wise enough. They're knowledgeable enough. Right? So for you to see something organic grow that big, I do not think there's hand of it. By the way, the same thing that people criticize the West African church for is the exact thing I see as the strength. And what is that thing? Many of those men were disconnected. In fact, today they don't talk to each other. Many of them. And I don't really like that. Right? It's not a good thing. But that is to tell you how organic it is, that God made these men individually. And they have very similar modus operandi, similar success rate. And that shows that they're really organic. But check this Western world. McVitie's is owned by this one, and before you know it, McDonald's is the same thing that is in NHS. NHS is the same thing as in your Kellogg's. You discover everything narrows to BlackRock, narrows to Illuminati, to one family in Italy. You discover everything is from one source. You see? So you discover that, man, we've just been played. It's the exact same kind of thing God is doing in the positive, of course, with those West African churches. They've been infiltrated, yes, they're not perfect, true. But many of them don't know each other. They don't even talk to each other for some reason. Okay, maybe they're also trying to be careful and all that. But there's no place where they meet behind and say, you know what, let's go and deceive these African people. No. Those are men that God have raised. And I don't, there's some of them I kind of know a little bit by extension, right? But I'm not like, they didn't hire me to do DM, what they call it, PR for them, right? And I'm not even mentioning any name per se, you see. But I know what I'm seeing, right? So the fact that they don't talk to each other is one very strong proof that, man, these people, God called them like that individually, and they are just about saying the same thing, more or less. You see. So church is not, I know we've spoken a lot about churches today. They're not so far from the truth. It's just perversion that Satan has done to make the whole thing so terrible. They are very just about doing the right thing. There's hardly anything can come out that will be better than that, really. Church is one of the places where you find literally every person of every caliber in the societal cadre. There's not many places like that in the world where you find both the governor. There are governors that are ushers in some churches. That's powerful. Although I would think they should have been influenced to do things better, but I'm not in that circle. So, but then in the same church, you have a governor that is an usher, somebody who is wearing a slippers, just a push truck guy, can come to that church. That governor will give him an envelope for offering or whatever it is, or to welcome and welcome, sir, sit there. Now, governor, welcome you. So that's a powerful move. You can't joke with that. So as much as there's a lot of issues and all, man, those African churches, particularly those that started with Africa, that's the hand of God moving there. That's the hand of God. I cannot deny that. So that being said, thank you, everybody. God bless you. I appreciate everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. 10 o'clock, same time. We'll be back here. God bless you. Bye, bye, bye.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Let's start. We have 1,000 likes already. So we're reading Genesis 20. Let's also share. Yes, greetings, Castle. Good morning, Harley and Gangzi. Okay. Tenoma, good morning. Also, good morning to those watching from Twitter. So let's get started in Genesis 20. Yes, my brother. Good morning. Let's pray. We give you thanks, our Heavenly Father. We thank you because of who you are, what you have done, because of your peace, your guidance, your presence, your loving kindness, and your goodness. We appreciate you. We judge you as faithful, as good, as righteous, as worthy of everything that we can give. We give you thanks, Father. As we read these words, we decree that we are gathered in your name and that you come in our midst to guide our conversations, to help us know you more by these words. We give you thanks, Most High God. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen. Okay. Genesis 20. Let's get started. And Abraham journeyed from thence towards the south country and dwelt between Kadesh and Shur and sojourned in Gerar. So where was he coming from? Let's check. So he went from some midpoint there to go further south to Gerar. That's what he seemed to have done. And Abraham said of Sarah his wife, she's my sister. And Abimelech king of Gerar sent and took Sarah. And God came to Abimelech in a dream by night and said to him, Behold, thou art but a dead man, for the woman which thou hast taken, for she is a man's wife. Oh. But Abimelech had not come near her. And he said, Lord, wilt thou slay also a righteous nation? Said he not unto me, She is my sister? So you see, righteousness is not so difficult, straight away. She is my sister. Even she herself said, He is my brother. In integrity of my heart and innocency of my hands have I done this. And God said unto him in a dream, Yeah, I know that thou didst this in the integrity of thine heart. For I also withheld thee from sinning against me. Therefore suffered I not to touch her. So that's why I told you, I know you are innocent. Otherwise, I would have allowed you move and struck you with plagues like Pharaoh. Now, therefore, restore the man his wife, for he is a prophet. Okay, so this is a literal direct quote where Abraham is called a prophet. And it was God saying this. It was God saying this, for he is a prophet, and he shall pray for thee, and thou shalt live. And if thou restore her not, know thou that thou shalt surely die, thou and all that are thine. That's powerful. Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning and called all his servants and told all these things in their ears, and the men were sore afraid. And Abimelech called unto Abraham and said unto him, What hast thou done unto us? And why have I offended thee? Or what? And what have I offended thee, that thou hast brought on me and on my kingdom a great sin? Thou hast done deeds unto me that ought not to be done. Just by telling him that Sarah was a sister. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, What sawest thou that thou hast done this thing? And Abraham said, Because I thought, surely the fear of God is not in this place, and they will slay me for my wife's sake. And yet indeed she is my sister. She is the daughter of my father rather, but not the daughter of my mother. And she became my wife. Daughter of his father. I thought, well, anyway, I think he's talking about the granddaughter of his father, something like that, because I don't think Sarah was his stepsister, right? Someone can remind me the detail. I think Sarah was the daughter of Haran, Lot's sister, I think. So it's more of his niece. Is it cousin? Cousin. Okay. Was she not? Can you remind me who the father? They were related, definitely. But I was thinking that sister is not direct like his sister, or step like his son's niece. Can someone remind me who the father of Sarah was? Or, especially according to Joshua, which I think is also in Genesis, or especially in Joshua. I think it's the daughter of because Nahor and Abraham married two sisters. They were sisters to each other, the two ladies. So Abraham took one and Nahor took the other. And I'm thinking they were the children of Haran, but maybe I've forgotten. Someone can quickly please help check. Okay, so but I mean they were more or less related. Okay. So, and she became my wife. Right, so 13. And it came to pass, when God caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said unto her, This is thy kindness which thou shalt shew unto me. At every place whither we shall come, say of me, he is my brother. Okay, so it's just from the moment they started moving. And Abimelech took sheep and oxen and men servant and women servant and gave them unto Abraham and restored him Sarah his wife. And Abimelech said, Behold, my land is before thee, dwell where it pleaseth thee. And unto Sarah he said, Behold, I have given thy brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Behold, he is to thee a covering of the eyes unto all that are with thee, and with all other. Thus she was reproved. Okay? I didn't get that part quite well. He is unto thee a covering of the eyes. So he covers your eyes for you. Okay? And unto all that are with you, and with all other. Okay? And it says, thus she was reproved. Sounds like he was correcting her that, I don't know, this man is a covering of the eyes to you. And let's look for text, like text, chapter, and verse, rather than just maybe, in this case, maybe AI is not the best. Okay, it's very easy to find if you just search Sarah on Joshua, if you have the e-copy. So or you ask that AI tool to give you the reference of Bible verse. And unto Sarah he said, Behold, I have given thy brother 1,000 pieces. Okay. So Abraham prayed unto God, and God healed Abimelech. So he was already sick, and his wife, Abimelech's wife, and his maid servant, and they bear children. Okay. This barrenness thing, I don't get it. Maybe it took Sarah for that long for them to notice they were barren, or after it took Sarah the following night, they still remained barren until he prayed for them. I'm not sure. Or maybe Joshua might also tell detail there. For the Lord has fast closed up all the wombs of the house of Abimelech because of Sarah, Abraham's wife. That thing usually happens when there's something God has delivered a person from. Somehow it's like that person can still carry that thing around in a sense that it can be used as a weapon almost. I think the same thing is there's one other example I can remember like that. Something God delivered that person from, and they almost inflicted somebody else with it. I can't remember right now. Maybe Paul. I don't know if it was Paul that spoke and somebody became blind. Okay, because he had experienced blindness before. All right, that's by the way. So, but in this case, barrenness is what it was. 21. And the Lord visited Sarah as he has said, and the Lord did unto Sarah as he has spoken. For Sarah conceived and bare Abraham a son in his old age, at the set time of which God has spoken to him. And Abraham called the name of his son that was born unto him, whom Sarah bare unto him, Isaac. And Abraham circumcised his son, Isaac, being 8 days old, as God has commanded him. And you wonder why the 8th day. There must be a mystery there. And Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born unto him. And Sarah said, God has made me to laugh, so that all that hear will laugh with me. So the laughter became real and true and all. Excuse me. And she said, Who would have said unto Abraham, that Sarah should have given children suck? For I have borne him a son in his old age. Sarah was good-hearted. Oh, yeah. And the child grew and was weaned, and Abraham made a great feast the same day that Isaac was weaned. Okay, so this is like 13 years, Isaac being weaned. I'm not sure. We'll see anyway. And Sarah saw the son of Hagar the Egyptian, which she had borne unto Abraham, mocking, making fun of Isaac. Wherefore she said unto Abraham, Cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son, even with Isaac. Okay? And the thing was very grievous in Abraham's sight because of his son. And God said unto Abraham, Let it not be grievous in thy sight, because of the lad, and because of thy bondwoman, in all that Sarah has said unto thee. Hearken unto her voice. For in Isaac shall thy seed be called, and also of the son of the bondwoman will I make a nation, because he is thy seed. And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and took bread and a bottle of water, and gave it to Hagar, putting it on her shoulder, and the child, and on her shoulder and the child, and sent her away. And she departed and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. I think she's been there before. Oh, it was Bela High Roy, but she left again. So she left once when. Where did Ishmael learn that nonsense? And Ishmael, by the way, at this time was probably 19 years old or so. And in fact, it was said at a point he wanted to strike Isaac with an arrow. Wanted to shoot an arrow to kill Isaac, according to the book of Joshua. Okay? It's indoctrination. Oh, maybe the mother. It's not impossible. Okay? And the water was spent in the bottle, and she cast the child under one of the shrubs. Some will even wonder why just a bottle of water and just a morsel of bread. And she went and sat down on over against him a good way off, as it were a bow shot. So this child was not really such a child as such. Anyway, for she said, "Let me not see the death of my child." And she sat over against him and lifted up her voice and wept. And God heard the voice of the lad. That's also a funny one. And the angel of God called unto Hagar out of heaven and said unto her, "Why aileth thee, Hagar? Fear not, for God has heard the voice of the lad where he is." So maybe the boy prayed, "Arise, lift up the lad, and hold him in thine hand, for I will make him a great nation." Yes, it's Abraham's seed, right? And God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water, and she went and filled the bottle with water. Maybe that's why Abraham gave her just one bottle, and gave the lad drink. So maybe he was tired from the walking and all. And God was with the lad, and he grew and dwelt in the wilderness, and he became an archer. And he dwelt in the wilderness of Paran. And his mother took him a wife out of the land of Egypt, where she was from. And it came to pass after that time that Abimelech and Phicol, the chief captain of the host, spake unto Abraham, saying, "God is with thee, and in all that thou doest. Now therefore swear unto me by God that thou wilt not deal falsely with me, nor with my son, nor with my son's son, but according to the kindness that I have done unto thee, thou shalt do unto me in the land wherein thou hast sojourned." So this is Abimelech speaking. And Abraham said, "I swear." Okay, 25. And Abraham reproved Abimelech because of a well of water which Abraham's servant had violently taken away. And Abimelech said, "I wot not who has done this thing, neither did thou tell me, neither yet have I yet heard I of it, but today." And Abraham took sheep and oxen and gave them unto Abimelech, and both of them made a covenant. And Abraham set 7 ewe lambs. Oh, Beersheba, right? By the flock by themselves. And Abraham said unto and Abimelech said unto Abraham, "What mean these 7 ewe lambs which thou hast set by themselves?" And he said, "For these 7 ewe lambs thou shalt take of my hand, that they may be witness unto me that I have digged this well." Wherefore we called that place Beersheba, because there they swore both of them. So Beersheba means well of 7, or well of an oath. And thus they made a covenant at Beersheba. Then Abimelech rose up and Phicol, the chief captain of his host, and they returned into the land of the Philistines. And Abraham planted a grove in Beersheba and called there on the name of the Lord, the everlasting God. And Abraham sojourned in the Philistines' land many days. Okay, 22. Let's read 22 before we start discussions. And it came to pass after these things that God did tempt Abraham. So you see, that is English. When you say God does not tempt, let's look at the Hebrew word. It's probably the same thing. You see all this, Genesis 22:1. All these distinctions we try to make with English and say there's difference between joy and happiness, difference between rulership and leadership. It's all just Greek kind of talk. Like Greek is a talk heavy kind of language. Just talk, and let's do. Just small action, more talking. Thank you, Father. So it says tested here. Nisa. Adventure, essay, prove, tempt, try, tested, whether NASB. So it's more or less the same thing. But when you say God does not tempt with evil, I think that's in James, if I got that right. And that's Greek already. It's difficult to find a Hebrew word that will be equivalent. Well, I think it just qualifies that God will tempt you, but maybe not with evil. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, so the Spirit of God drove Jesus into the wilderness to be tempted of the devil. Okay, it's actually the devil that does the tempting, but God drove him. And anyway, that's just what you've got. So the devil is always interested in what God is interested in. And said unto him, Abraham, and he said, Behold, here I am. That tells you, if just like what we saw in Genesis 14, God would come to him physically. He would hear the voice of God real time, not sleeping, not vision. Right? You know, we have so many books now on how to be led by God's Spirit and all that, which is fine. I'm not against those, of course not. Doesn't even matter if I'm against it. But these men didn't need books of how to be led. That's what they do. That's what Abraham experienced. Anyway, and for him to say, and he said unto him, Abraham, and he said, Here am I, or here I am, right? It means he heard it and he responded with his mouth. I wouldn't be surprised. Check those new recent translations, right? The recent translations will probably tell you, and God, I mean, they will try to make it sound as though it wasn't that literal. Why? To try to match what they have found, their experience, etc., with scripture, or rather match false scriptures to try to match their experience. You understand? It's what you probably see. If somebody can say, I think Choma is there. Choma, you can check your NIV, your favorite NIV or something. They might not say, Here I am, because this is very literal. He said unto and said unto him, Abraham. And it's like someone's calling your name. I said, Oh, here I am. The same thing with Samuel. He said, when next you hear, say something like, Behold, here I am, your servant heareth. And he said, Take now thy son. And by the way, oh my God. By the way, did you know, have I done it? Maybe I've even done it before, honestly. Okay, in my process of preaching, okay, or teaching. Or maybe I've not, but I might have. That is not about pointing fingers. Watch this. Did you know that when people are teaching about how to be led about the Spirit, they will tell you, God will not tell you, my son. And you say, and people will laugh, ha, 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 as though it is just ridiculous. In their day, it was not ridiculous. And we are supposed to be the New Testament that has everything. You know, that's why it's good to read these things. Read the thing, read. You know, so we mock the, well, not mockery. That's not the thing. But when people, most believers today, so-called New Testament, I'll just include myself, so-called recent gospel preaching kind of guys, teaching God's word and all that. They will say, oh, when God wants to speak to you. But I don't think I've done that, but I'm just not trying to unnecessarily exonerate myself. You know, but they will say, God will not talk to you and say, my son, go to Lagos now. That God will not talk to you like that. And people will be like, of course, that, and people laugh about that. Meanwhile, that's how God spoke to Abraham. He said, Abraham, and he said, here I am. He heard very clearly. But now they made it sound like you're weird if you're hearing voices. People are even ashamed to share such things. People laugh at it or just do whatever. You know? Many Christians have just, this Christian thing, it's become such a hypocrisy. Say you want to hear God, you say you are better than Abraham, you are this, you are that, you are the everything. And then we say God can talk to you directly. You say, but no, that's witchcraft. It's something else. Just reading this book, just reading just reveals a lot. And it was until recently myself caught that come to think of it, when it says Abraham, and when you're reading and it calls on to one of these fathers, and it calls them and they say, here I am, it means they heard and they answered. They heard literally, but now they use that kind of hearing God as a mock gospel. When you hear God say, call your name, David, just know he's an evil spirit. How? That's the depth of hypocrisy. That is how any minister that moves in miracles, right? You and check, most of them will be very heavily criticized. It's such a hypocritical world. Heavily criticized. You see somebody casting out devils and things like that, they criticize it. Anyway, so take now thy son, thine only son Isaac, whom thou lovest. It's such a hypocrisy, it's painful. And it requires us to just humble our hearts. What we have now is probably a lot less than what they had. Right? It's probably a lot less what we can see now. And people that are walking close to that, the church, so-called church, whatever it is, body of Christ, cuts them down. Don't like it. It's such a hypocrisy. Okay, good morning, phenomenon. So, and he said, take now thy son, thine only son Isaac, whom thou lovest, and get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains which I will tell of thee, or tell thee of. And Abraham rose up early in the morning and saddled his ass and took his 2 young men. Oh yeah, so he qualifies his 2 young men, not just 2 random men. But by Joshua, we know these men are, by Joshua, we know they are Eliezer and Ishmael. Okay. And Isaac his son, and clave the wood for the burnt offering, and rose up and went to the place which God had told him. Then on the 3rd day, Abraham lifted up his eyes and saw the place afar off. It's more of a humble thing to just admit that you don't have that experience or don't have it yet, than think you are such and such and conclude that maybe that's not how the thing really happened, or conclude that, well, maybe that was a kind of dispensation. Be humble and admit you don't have the experience. That's the starting point. And Abraham said unto his young men, abide here with the ass, and I and the lad will go yonder and worship, and come again to you. I don't know if he said both of them will come, but he said, and come again. Maybe he himself will just come. And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it upon Isaac his son, and he took the fire in his hand and a knife, and they went both of them together. Maybe it's so up until this point, maybe what was his name now? Maybe Isaac thought he was going to offer the ass that they left behind. And Isaac spoke unto his father and said, my father. He was about maybe 20 years, so he wasn't like a little baby. He said unto his father, spake unto his father and said, my father. And he said, here am I, my son. And he said, behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering? And Abraham said, my son, God will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering. So they went both of them together. And they came to the place which God had told of him, or told him of. And Abraham built an altar there, and laid the wood in order, and bound Isaac his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched forth his hand and took his knife to slay his son. Quite a summary. And the angel of the Lord called unto him, note, the angel of the Lord, out of heaven, and said, Abraham, Abraham. You have to call him twice. And he said, here am I. For he specified here it was twice. So it means these things were literal voices they could hear. Oh, that's true. Eagle Prince, he already sent Ishmael away. That's a good point. That's a good point. But then I'm thinking of how Joshua says that Ishmael was still there. So it may be the one way to reconcile this. It's not too difficult to reconcile. Is that maybe that just gave you a quick summary how things went down between Sarah and Hagar and Isaac and Ishmael before it went back into the past again. That's one way I think we can reconcile it. But that's a good one. He came back as an adult. Oh, indeed. Chema, please remind me, how many times was this sent away? His mother was sent away with the pregnancy. So is it that he was sent away as a small, younger boy and then finally left as an adult? So maybe that's it. Yeah, George, Chema can pop the Joshua thing there. Because I remember there was a time he wanted to strike Isaac with a spear, with an arrow. Just like a naughty teenager, kind of, is what I would say. Okay? And I can imagine Satan was involved in that thing. Wanted to strike him with an arrow to kill him. Maybe not the intention, but that and it was not a small. It was about 19 years old when Ishmael was doing that to Isaac. Okay, so yeah, so maybe he came back, but it's not too difficult to reconcile that. But that's a good note. Thanks for that, Eagle Prince. Okay, so he called him twice, clearly twice, as against the once the other time. And he said, lay not thine hand upon upon the lad, neither do thou anything unto him, for now I know that thou fearest God. He's still saying God. Let's keep going. That's the angel. Seeing thou hast not withheld thy son, thy only son, from me. See, but it's fine. And Abraham lifted up his eyes. Just curious, could Isaac be about 30 years old when Abraham took him for the sacrifice? Maybe around 20, I would say. Maybe around 20, or it was at least 15 plus. Because in my mind, I can remember he could have run and left Abraham if he wanted to. Okay? Abraham, especially being an older man, much older man than him. Okay? The only son from him. And Abraham, ooh, Isaac was 37. Oh my word. So Ishmael must have been, these men stayed in their father's house. Like, they just stayed. The best I could remember is that he was not a small boy. I was at least a teenager, 37. And he was still subject to his father like that. Yes, the angel keeps switching. So, like I said, it's like angels act just like medium, just like God. In some cases, you say, I put my name upon the angel, so he will go in the name of Yahweh. Okay? Okay. Let's see. He lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in a thicket by his horns, which Satan had actually tried to stop the ram. And Abraham went and took the ram and offered him up for a burnt offering instead of his son. Jesus was 33 when he was crucified. Okay. Like a typology. Joshua 21:1, Ishmael returns to his father. Okay. 21 is when Ishmael returned, and 22 is when they want to sacrifice Isaac. Okay. That follows. So Joshua has really got more details. Right. Thanks for that. And Abraham went and took the ram and offered him up for a burnt offering in the stead of his son. And Abraham called the name of that place Jehovah Jireh. Okay, thanks, Chima. So, and as it is said to this day, in the mount of the Lord it shall be seen. Okay. As it is said unto this day, in the mount of the Lord it shall be seen. And the angel of the Lord called unto Abraham out of heaven the second time, and said, by myself have I sworn. Right? By myself have I sworn. So now, this is just God's presence rolling through this angel. By myself have I sworn. I see that. And this is strong. Saith the Lord. Okay. Saith, you see reported speech. For because thou hast done this thing and hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, that in blessing, oh my God, I will bless thee. And in multiplying, I will multiply thy seed as the stars of the heaven, and as the sand which is upon the seashore. And thy seed shall possess the gate of his enemies. And in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice. So Abraham returned unto his young men, and they rose up and went together to Beersheba. And Abraham dwelt at Beersheba. Look at this. And it came to pass after these things that Joshua told Abraham, saying, behold, Milcah she hath also borne children unto thy brother Nahor. Okay, Huz his firstborn, Boz his brother, and Kemuel the father of Aram. And Kazed and Hezo and Pildash and Jidlaph and Bethuel. And Bethuel begat Rebekah. Okay, these eight Milcah did bear unto Nahor, Abraham's brother, his concubine. And his concubine, whose name was Reumah, she bare also Teba and Gaham and Thahash and Maacah. Right. So we have. Good morning, Baba Oladapo. Okay, so 23, we can do Genesis 23. I just want to read into that place where Sarah died. And Sarah was 107 and 20 years old, and these were the years of the life of Sarah. It doesn't tell us that detail for some reason. Nahor gave birth to Rebekah. Perhaps, I think that's what we just read. And Sarah died in Kiryat Arba. So for me, when I used to read Genesis, I'm like, the fact that she died in a different place and Abraham had to go to meet her, okay, then in my head, I thought maybe she left him because of that, wanting to unalive Isaac. Then they remained separated for that while. But apparently from book of Joshua, it was just within a few hours. She was looking for Isaac and things like that. And she died more of what looked like a heart attack. And Sarah died in Kiryat Arba. The same is Hebron in the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to mourn for Sarah and to weep for her. And Abraham stood up from before his dead, that's Sarah, and spake unto the sons of Heth. So that's the first time for him to buy that place. I am a stranger and a sojourner with you. Give me a possession of a burying place with you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. It is said in the book of Joshua that this was even another test. I wanted that kind of test. This one is real life. This is not this is not Idon, these are don't. This is real life stuff. Well, maybe God used it as a test, but he said this another test, that even in the death of his wife, he did not speak any negative word to God and things like that. And this will go for, what's her name? If she was here. That's one thing you need to see. That's one thing you need to see, not to be offended at God. It's not a good place to be. Just a moment. I don't. And they will say, "Call Maje career, I don't." Okay. And that is very strong. Jubilee 17:17. I don't get it back. So what is in Jubilee? Okay, Jubilee 17:17. Okay, the same story, I guess. Okay. In fact, they said they also tested him. Yeah, the way they linked it is that it did not, because of God has told him he would take the land of Canaan and start to unalive those people and take the land without God's instruction. Right. Oh, it was in Joshua they said so. I mean, Jubilees, that it was a test. Yeah. And they even mentioned that God tested him in 7 things or so. So when you see some of the children of ministers that you know that are unaliving, things like that, some of them are satanic attacks. But God is like God allows some of them for a test. It's something else. And children of Heth answered Abraham and said unto him, Hear us, my Lord, thou art a mighty prince among us. In the choice of our sepulchres bury thy dead. None of us shall withhold from thee his sepulchre, but that thou may bury thy dead. And Abraham stood up and bowed himself to the people of the land, even to the children of Heth. That's one of the words for worship that we read the other time. And he communed with them, and saying, it's like Emma Benusa, that's very humble. It's just, just genuflecting, or rather bowing, prostrating, and all that. By the way, God has given him this land of this place. And he communed with them, saying, If it be your mind that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me and entreat for me to Ephron, the son of Zohar, that he may give me of the cave of Machpelah, which he has, which is in the end of his field. For as much money as it is worth, he shall give it me for a possession of a burying place among you. And Ephraim dwelt among the children of Heth. And Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the audience of children of Heth, even of all that went in at the gate of his city, saying, Nay, my lord, hear me, the field give I thee, and the cave that is therein I give thee, or I give it thee in the presence of the sons of my people. Give I it thee. Bury thy dead. And Abraham bowed down himself before the people of the land. This is very humble. Dalu. And he spake unto Ephron in the audience of the people of the land, saying, But if thou wilt give it, I pray thee, hear me, I will give thee money for the field. I mean, he had money. He should have been like, no, I'll buy it from you. Don't worry. Don't give it all. Don't worry. No, don't worry. No, he was bowing himself and was still going to pay. That's something to learn from, isn't it? And don't be surprised, today's believer, sorry, I keep putting today's believer in the spot. Something like that, they will say, I take it by faith and just go and command them. The earth is yours. Go and command. Meanwhile, the person they promised the earth, like firsthand, didn't do that. You see, we claim it, and just speak roughly to the people or to those who own the land. And sometimes you don't get it. Okay. He bowed himself before the people of the land, and he spake unto Ephron in the audience of the people of the land, saying, But if thou wilt give it, I pray thee, hear me, I will give thee money for the field. Take it of me, and I will bury my dead there. And Ephron answered Abraham, saying unto him, My Lord, hearken unto me. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that between me and thee? Bury therefore thy dead. That only 400, just a little amount. That's just bury thy dead. How much is 400, shekels? And Abraham hearkened unto Ephron, and Abraham weighed to Ephron the silver. Okay, thank you. That's the amount. That's fine. You just weighed it. I must say, don't worry. Don't worry. Let me just wait. And he weighed it, and what? Which he had named in the audience of the sons of Heth. Say that again. And Abraham hearkened unto Ephron and weighed to Ephron the silver, which he had named, the amount, in the audience of the sons of Heth, 400 shekels of silver. So he would always want to have his things paid for. The same thing, he doesn't want that entanglement with the king of Sodom and Gomorrah. Don't take your stuff. Let me take mine. He liked having his own thing. Right. Current money with the merchant. And the field of Ephron, which was in Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the field, and the cave which was therein, and all the trees which were in the field, that were in all the borders round about, were made sure, rather. And unto Abraham for possession in the presence of the children of Heth, before all that went in at the gate of his city. So people passing the gates were witnesses, right? You could see it. And after this, Abraham buried Sarah, his wife, in the cave of the field of Machpelah before Mamre. The same is Hebron in the land of Canaan. Okay, so that's in Hebron. And the field and the cave that is therein were made sure unto Abraham for a possession. Maybe beacons, landmarks were put in place for a burying place by the sons of Heth. Okay, that's that. So we'll continue chapter 24 tomorrow by God's grace. Let's talk Spend some time talking 24. Continue 24 tomorrow. Thank you, Spirit of God. Like a symphony, all in the morning. Wait, I'm not sure where Hebron is, but it's just that whole line. Let me see where we place it on our map. Some have said South Africa, right? South Africa. To be fair, Gerard will be very deep in the south. Okay? But 110% sub-Saharan Africa. There's no two-way to this thing. There's no two-way. That Bible that they have told you is just some pseudo-history, it is this, it is fiction, happens to be the history of the people they always want to pull down. They are nothing. Yeah, but they're Hebrews. No, what is Hebrew? But they're circumcised. No, they are monkeys. Like that. And the same thing they did with the Bible, or at least they take the Bible for themselves. So that is the history of that people. You see, one and same thing. So that's like the sweetest puzzles I've ever seen fixed in my life. Right? And it just makes sense. Like, oh word, that's just it. That's just it. You know, a history without a land to show, the land they're showing doesn't fit, and without the people to show for it, they tell you the people are lost. And then we have these people and their beautiful land, but they don't have a history. They are hunters and gatherers, this and that. So history, no people and land to show. Land and people, no history. That's it. It just clicked. We did that in chapter 15 of our World History series. Was when that clicked. So powerful. So powerful. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Let's do 3 minutes as usual to see how that gets us.
Please, can I go
Right.
first? I'm about to start driving home, if that's
Okay.
fine.
Okay, please. Yeah, that's okay.
So I wanted to ask something I picked up from your reading and also my reading. And have you noticed that? Why am I echoing?
Got it. Let's do it.
Hello?
Better.
I'm still echoing.
Sure.
Yeah, I can hear an echo.
Still echoing.
Let's try to sort it this way. How about now?
Hello? Still echoing.
Let somebody try. Gian, can you echo? Could you hear yourself echo? Not Shade this time.
Okay. I'm fine now.
Check. Are you echoing to
No, it's
yourself?
echoing.
Gian? Are you echoing to yourself, Gian?
Yes.
Wow. What do we do? Let me mute and unmute or do something. Is it still there? Am I echoing myself?
No, you're not echoing.
But you're still echoing to yourself now, Shade?
Yes.
Okay, let's try this. I'll go off now. You won't hear my voice. Then you try.
Okay. Hello?
That's good.
Thumbs up. Yeah, it's good. So I think what I've noticed and I picked up is, have you noticed, say for instance, when we look at the story of Jacob's wives, when, what's the name? Leah and, what's the other one? Leah and Rachel, right? Rachel, when she died, she was buried under some tree somewhere, on the way somewhere. When Leah died, they took her to the cave or the this thing. I've noticed that there is a significant amount of people buried. When you want to bury someone properly, it's in a cave. They don't dig the earth to, do you understand, to bury people back in the day. That's what I've picked up, right, based on the story of Jasha and this one, the and this thing, and what do you call it, and the Bible's conventional stories. So is it me, or have we for some reason forgotten how these things were meant to go? Is it because if you think about ancient Egypt as well, they would take them into a tomb. They had sand now. They had just thrown them in the earth 6 feet. You understand? Where did we get the idea of 6 feet from? Because what I'm seeing, according to, if you are looking at it properly, even Jesus was put in a tomb. Right? Even like if you think about all the people that have if they say, oh, he died and he was buried, they don't describe it as it was they dug the earth and they now buried him in the ground. They always say there was a tomb somewhere, there was a cave somewhere, there was a this somewhere, there was a that somewhere. I'm asking, just curiously, is it possible that the proper way to bury, you understand, is actually to put the person in a cave or some form of I don't know, in a cement kind of, in a stone sort of sepulture? That's what the Abraham purchased, right? Could it be that? You understand? And over time, have we kind of maybe lost that? Because what we do now, some parts of the world, they incinerate. Like Japan, they'll tell you if a person should pass, they will incinerate on ashes. You can have ashes. You understand? That's what they do. Typically, it's their culture. But in African culture, and I'm thinking if this, characters actually relate in any way to, to our current Africa, could it be that's one of the things that we have also missed? Right?
Yes,
Then
yes.
secondly,
Okay.
I was going to say finish so that it doesn't echo, then you can mute me and reply. Then secondly, how old was Isaac when his father took him to sacrifice him?
39, right? So it was not a boy.
Guys, I believe that 37, something came over that guy. Think about it. You can see death. Abraham was not crying when he was doing this. Abraham said, come here and lie down. And Abraham was crying. Oh my gosh, I didn't know this. And Isaac lay down. There's something that came. It's either something came over him, which, the Bible hasn't said that, so let's not add to the story.
Actually, it's in Joshua. This is reading will solve it.
The details are in Joshua as to what happened.
Yeah, and Joshua brings out the humanity behind the whole seemingly mechanical flow. Do you see in Genesis? Right?
Okay.
A whole lot of humanity. But then indeed he was very, I don't know what the way they take human life then is just different than now.
Even Josephus corroborates how the mindset that Isaac had, that he was very magnanimous. So it was his personality. He was a like his name, Laughter. He was a very cheerful fellow and because remember he had made Joshua kind of recounts what had happened. Ishmael and Isaac were having a debate. Who is more righteous? Ishmael is saying, at 13 years old, I submitted myself to be circumcised and I didn't flinch. I was, and Isaac was like, are you talking about that small part of you? I'm telling you that even if they said they should sacrifice a whole me, I will agree. And God overheard that conversation. I was like, bet. Now, there was that gathering of the glorious where the angels come to appear before the Most High and Satan comes in and the Most High talks about, Abraham. And of course, as usual, Satan goes, is it because of that? It's because you have given him all these things. That's why he's serving you. Didn't you notice that after you gave him Isaac, he no longer does all this party for you. Test him in this his son and see whether he will still serve you. And that was what happened. Next thing we hear, Abraham, hello, sir, sacrifice your son. That was what happened. So Isaac already had that disposition. And then Joshua goes into detail as to how everything. So Abraham is weeping his eyes out. But Isaac is like, no, in fact, tie me well so that I don't move. Because if you try and cut me and I move, it will defile the sacrifice. Tie me well. And please don't tell my mother when she's sitting beside the well because she'll fall inside the water. Let it be known that I was sacrificed. I was a good offering to God. So it was his disposition.
It was something else. So, and I think they both cried actually.
Yeah, they were both crying, yeah.
So Shadi, there you go.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for saying that. Because I was thinking, a grown man, they're about to choke you. No, they're about to color that take your head off. And here you are lying down there and whatnot. But thank God that story made sense. So even if it was possibly disposition, yes, disposition, but that's commitment to God, that so much so that he would give himself away if that is what it requires to please God. That means he really held God in high esteem, possibly even more than his own father.
Wow. And to even consider the fact that it's not like God needs this sacrifice like that. Like, what does he want to gain from it?
God doesn't, I don't like, I think God just likes to spice things up. I was just saying, things have been boring. Come, let me go and stress this guy out. You're going to kill your son.
It's the
Because
devil that
you
brought
think,
that the pepper, too much pepper.
so you'll be looking at it because now, like,
Oh my God.
wow, and this was it, you said that it was, I think it was Lucifer that was telling God that because tell him to sacrifice his son, right? Did it also occur here?
Yeah,
He
yeah,
listens to the guy, yo.
Satan.
He listens.
The sons of God gather, right? So God is the one who now says, Satan, have you seen that, my friend? Have you seen that, my friend? So he's like, it's the most how, like you said, he's trying to spice things up. I don't know. So he's trying to, so he led the conversation that way. It wasn't as if Satan was the first one who came up with the idea. It was the Most High kind of leading that conversation. Do you know what I mean?
So when God grants of you
and
that
another thing that I wanted to even pull out of
this.
this reading that you just did, what is Ishmael's own? He was obviously envious of the boy. It was obviously envious of the boy, and I feel like perhaps because you never really heard that Agar ever apologized. Did you hear that Agar apologized for how she was acting like a goat to her? I mean, to Sarah. Did she apologize?
Yeah, when she came
At the
back and
pregnancy
humbled
point, she came back.
herself, yeah, she
No, she
humbled
came
herself.
back fine.
But it said
But
she
what
humbled
is that
herself.
orientation? What does that, what, I mean, like, how do you mock a little boy? He was 13 years older than the guy, and he looked at this little boy and he would open his mouth and mock him. Where are you getting that, you know, where are you getting that
Prince,
sort of,
do you
who's teaching you that nonsense?
no, but sir, Shade, do you really blame him? Before now, he was the crown prince, and all of a sudden, this new one shows up. And Joshua is not even saying he was mocking him. He was trying to kill him. Like he stretched an arrow in front of him. He sat in front of him and pulled an arrow as he was facing Isaac, as if he wanted to shoot him. And that was what Sarah saw and said, lie, this boy has to go.
Yeah.
Oh,
So he
yeah,
was the
okay.
crown prince
That's
all
pretty
this
extreme.
time, right? And he's kind of intense, right? They had already prophesied he's a very intense fellow. And you don't blame him. Like all this time, he was the chosen, he was the only child. And suddenly, this one is the one who has come to usurp him. So in a way, you won't blame him. I don't really blame Ishmael, truth be told.
Just sibling rival, in this case, step sibling rival. By the way, even Eliezer was part of this, by the way. Eliezer was like, if you know what Eliezer even said, he said that it is me he will give the inheritance, that you are, what was even his reason? Doesn't really remember.
Okay,
He said, I've always obeyed my master. Yeah, he said, I've always obeyed my master. So if when they kill Isaac, not in the kind of wicked, evil way, they're like, okay, that's his destiny. God wants to sacrifice him. But after they sacrifice this boy, he will give me his inheritance, not even you, Ishmael. And I don't even know what Eliezer's point was, why Ishmael will be rejected, but you can check it. But it says, I'm the
So
one that's going to.
essentially, Abraham's of Ogbojule Ogungan, they were
As in,
very, very obsessed with the guy's wealth. Wealth that they did not even give them.
Abi. So that's what we see, what you're dealing with. Anyway, back to the cave matter. Apparently that is true. So one easy way to do is to search at least recent history when people began to bury in the ground. Okay, that's one. Then secondly, when we get there, the first book of Adam, they buried Adam and the rest in the cave. Okay, cave of treasures. Because apparently that cave they had some gold rods, some glistering rods and things like that. It's called Cave of Treasures. So that's where they started burying those patriarchs. You know. So indeed, it used to be caves, not digging the ground. Okay, so I can imagine lots of access.
I'll call you.
They won't have access to those
Okay.
caves and all that. So that would
But
be
couldn't it be that they were burying them in the cave? Do you know what I mean? Because it's not just Adam and Eve were buried in this same Machpelah.
Where did you find that, by the way? I got clear about this in the first book of Adam.
Exactly. I'm going to find out, but it's
No,
that was one of the reasons Abraham wanted to buy this particular cave, because it said that those
Did you say that Adam was buried in that cave of
he was
Machpelah?
buried in the Machpelah cave. Yes, that's why that cave was very
Oh,
they said it's as you're standing in that cave, you can perceive the smell of Eden.
ah.
So it's a portal in an interesting way, which is
Apart
why
from
Joseph too was very particular about being buried at that Machpelah
pick
cave
one.
as well. Which is
Pick
why,
one.
there was a time I was asking you where was Hebron, because if we can find where Hebron is, we can find where Machpelah is, because Machpelah is in Hebron.
Indeed, they said
Because
this.
Machpelah, according to some of these online, some of these online scholars that will tell you this is, using longitude and latitude, it should be in the Johannesburg area. It is actually a cave, but they've closed it off, they sealed it off. It used to be like an Airbnb for the people that owned it. Yeah, but they've now sealed it off. Now it's permanently locked. Nobody can go there. Nobody can even view it. You know what I mean? So
That's
it
what I
may
heard.
be true. It may not be true.
That's what I heard.
That they have in fact, sealed it up for that reason. But I don't know, Sha. But I would say I have been, because I've been, I mean, just because of what you just read, it just occurred to me that perhaps even the burial process of how we used to do it, though, it's all been changed or twisted. Because if you think about the pharaohs too, it's a tomb. You will go and look for them in a tomb. They will, although they will build, you go and they will dig up the earth and whatnot, the sands and everything, but they will find them entombed, right? So how come our own history is that you will bury them in the ground when your Abrahams and the rest, right? We're always entombed. Even think about Lazarus, think about what's the name? Jesus, think about all the people that
But when the
passed
most
and
okay, so let me take you further. When the Most High was burying Moses, was it in a cave?
nobody knows where Moses was buried.
Exactly. So I feel he was actually buried, because he said, "To dust you shall return." So
Yes, now
even in those caves,
they're turned
is
to
it that
dust now.
they had slabs where so when you walk into that cave, you are seeing slabs of the dead. So the only way that works is they are burying them inside, also in the ground on those inside that cave. Because how would it? No, let's picture it like if all the patriarchs were buried in that place, you are walking into that place, and are you seeing dead bodies sitting on slabs, or are they inside
No,
the
they'll
ground?
probably wrap them up in whatever. They'll wrap them up in a
But would they
cloth
be
or
sitting
whatnot.
on? I get that, but would they be
They'll
sitting
lay
on
them
slabs?
flat, I believe.
Okay. Because that's more of an Egyptian thing, where you wrap them up and put them on slabs.
Well, that's the thing. The Egyptians, they will create a sarcophagus, right? They'll create this entire thing, this entire casket-like thing. But only this time it's got like hieroglyphics, possibly telling a story or giving a warning. That's how Egyptians bury, right? What I'm
True,
saying,
but
like
it's placed on
even
a
with
slab.
Jesus, they wrapped him in a cloth, right? And they buried him in a cave. Our interpretation of bury is that you dig the ground and put it in. But Jesus was not put into the ground based on biblical this thing. There was a cave. And they said they put him in there and they buried him. Abi?
Okay. Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Is my mic still audible?
We can hear you.
Is sorry, am I
We
audible?
can hear
Sorry.
you. We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it's not too important a topic as such, but again, to search it, it appears that everything, at least with the Hebrews or even humanity, used to be in caves from Adam till Jesus. Okay. So what we need to do is to just check recent history, or someone can just please help check where what's this thing called, where this thing started happening, this burying people in the ground started in
Or
history.
even also, the catacombs. You said it's linked to like Tartaria and that Great Reset. The catacombs are, if you look in the catacombs, I think France has it, Italy has it, some of these Europe has hundreds and thousands of bones in under their cities. Not buried by sand, just,
Catacombs is
you know what I
around
mean?
200, 300 AD. It's like AD, right? So it's something, if you really want to get into that, just check your Google search so that there's this way that power that words carry. And over time, you just thought about that thing off the top of your head. Before you know it, it sticks like it was written somewhere and it's not. Okay.
No, it's
So,
fine, it's
Poppy, you
fine.
can
I
come up so we
understand.
have a little conversation.
Understand.
Yeah.
Thank you,
But
Minister.
quick one I wanted to hit.
Yeah,
Thank you so
but
much.
Minister,
And safe driving. Mhm.
yeah, Minister, we here traditionally we bury in caves. We bury our dead in
In
caves.
northern Nigeria. Where is
Yeah,
that?
just Plateau.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Because
bury
what
them
I'm
in
thinking in
caves,
my
and
head,
then they usually wrap them in usually in goat skin. So they get goats, kill goats, then they wrap you, put the coffin. So yeah, they put the body inside those goat skin, and then they dump it into a cave. There's a cave that is created. You just dump it there, and then it's covered with a stone, just like Jesus used to do, just like the
you can
Jews
let
were doing.
Poppy come up. You can let Poppy come up, Eagle Prince, so that you can hear his perspective. Sometimes it's good to hear someone will have a different perspective. It helps check
I
stuff.
can't
So
even
yeah,
see him. I
and
can't
yeah,
even see the
no,
puppy.
I know he's not asking, but Eagle Prince is like saying he can leave, but I'm thinking he doesn't necessarily have to leave
Yeah,
if
let
he
him
wants.
request and come up.
So, like I was saying,
Yes. Okay.
if we try to merge what Choma says, that it could be that I don't know how cave floors would be, but it could be that the reason why they don't bury on just plain ground, and in fact, even when you bury on plain ground, they want to put something there like a concrete or just to commemorate the place. I think the reason is so that people just don't walk over the ground like it's just an ordinary something like that, you know. So I think that is why they do that, so that maybe it's still under some rock, but they still dig the ground and put the person in it and all. But quick one, Shema, if you're there, can you tell me where you found out that the cave of Mapela is the same cave where Adam was buried? Do you have the text for that? So I can try to link it with the first book of Adam.
I'll look it up. I
Okay.
read it somewhere. Yeah, I'll look it up and
Okay.
get back to you on that.
Okay. It's not impossible that is the case. Okay. But I can remember that's where Adam was buried. Adam, Seth, Enos, like that. They kept burying them there. So that cave was precious. In fact, anyway, we'll get to the first book of Adam soon. So we'll see details. But the reason why, what I want to link with what Shema is saying, is that the reason why the smell of Garden of Eden might be coming from there is because there were three things that the angels went to give Adam at a point when he has been sent out of the garden, which is this golden rods that glow at night, so they could stay there. It's more like these phosphorus, like these things, these metals that glow in the dark. That's one. Then secondly, it was given frankincense, it was given myrrh, or thereabout. Okay, so which was very close to what was given to Jesus Christ, just about the same thing. And the word came to tell him that the same way you were given this, I'll be giving these gifts to when I'm born. That's what you see in the first book of Adam. So so that's, by the way, so that makes sense with that. There's the smell of the garden coming out from there.
Just to add to that smell of the garden coming from the cave, have you ever heard the theory of hollow earth?
No.
So essentially, some of these caves lead into a part of the earth that has animals, vegetations for thousands of miles. They're like really, you know what I mean, like habited, and you can breathe, you can live. In fact, the air is fresher there, and apparently other entities live in there too. But these are not just places that you just find and whatnot, but some of these caves are actually entryways into the earth, as in there's a hollow part of the earth that is also, you know, like has life, has vegetation, has animals, has everything, even water and all that. But this is like, you know, we don't have access to it, like, because we don't go into caves and things. But there are, if you Google like giant caves or hollow earth, you get to find these sort of, they've even depicted it in movies like King Kong. I don't know if you watched the movie King Kong and Godzilla. So Hollow Earth is like that massive place where a giant, you know, gorilla and other giant animals can actually live. So yes, you can Google it. You can check it. There might be a sun or whatnot, but check it. You know.
You can Google it. They might have some other routing for sun or some lighting. Interesting. Okay, let's give Chima her 3 minutes. She's been chatting up, but I think she's searching something. Chima, are you ready yet? Or maybe we let Gian go for his 3 so that we look back.
Oh, yeah, let somebody else go. Yeah, I'm just somebody else go. Yeah.
All right, Gian, you wanted to say something the other time, Gian. You're muted, Gian.
Yeah, thank you very much. No, I had asked questions with respect to the age because I wanted to just look at the
Thank you, Father.
Standard and still not hold it against his father, you know, because to have seen the father. Okay, are you speaking? Sorry. Okay, to have seen your father, you know, wanting to sacrifice you, and afterwards that happened, and yet you still have that much of respect, and you could still hold on to your dad without even seeing him as just being wicked. Is a remarkable character that people should be able to imbibe. It shows the depth of respect that he had for his father.
It's just everything.
Yeah. And then for us, you know, I'm digging deeper into our mode of worship prior to now, our traditional mode of worship. Like I told you, we also believe in a monetary God. We have just one God. And so yesterday I was having some conversation with my cousins, and they were giving me details about that. But I remember the burials. The burials are done in caves, usually either on the mountainside or the around the mountain. They would dig a cave and just put the body inside. They kill certain goats or sheep, and then they wrap you inside and dump you in the cave, and then they cover it with a tombstone.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's more of a hole. They just throw you inside and cover it with a stone. So anytime you want to,
like they still do that till today.
Yeah, for those ones who insist on being buried in the traditional way, that's how they are buried. Yeah, but if you want to, most people do the modern way of burial. But people who held on to the traditional way of worshiping after Christianity came still insist on being buried that way, and so that's the way it is usually done.
That's
they do it today.
Exactly, it's one of the things that we should I should have caught. I mean, I didn't know that. That's wonderful. That's wonderful.
It doesn't smell. It doesn't smell, Shadi. It does not smell at all. The moment it's sealed that way, it doesn't smell.
So that is a phenomenon then. Because that's a phenomenon. Because you will expect that, you know, because any stone you are using to block it, there will be small passage now. So the air and stuff. But if it doesn't smell, you know, that's a phenomenon. And I've never been in a cave before with a body, so I don't know. But if it doesn't, think about it now. If according to what Chioma is saying, all the other patriarchs were buried in the same cave, you get. Then Abraham too was buried, and they were burying and burying and burying, and all these bodies are not smelly. You understand?
No,
So,
usually when the human being decomposes and it's just the skeleton that is left there, it's normal when you open it, it's still there's no smell, right? Because it will have been finished. But within the time of the composition and the smell is not there, there's no smell that is perceived at that period.
or is there like
And
an
how
embalming process, like before, like they wrap it in goat skin? There's probably something
no,
they
they
do. They
don't.
rub it with
I
oil or
don't.
something.
Okay, I will make inquiries to know whether there is any form of
Please, if you
embalmment.
can,
Yeah,
if you can,
I'll
because
make inquiries to see whether there's an embalmment with that. Otherwise, it's just they put you inside those stuff and just put a tombstone and cover it.
and the
It's
Bible
covered.
says,
Yeah, it's covered completely. There's no trace of air from wherever. So that's how the stone is placed there.
and
You know,
those
my
Bible
great grandfather
says,
was buried like that. My great
oh,
grandfather was buried like my great grandfather was buried like that, but my grandfather wasn't buried like that. But my great grandfather was buried like that.
That is a
And I know,
phenomenon
and I
catch
know,
right
I
there.
know where the grave is at. I can always go there. It's not even though he was buried before I was born, but they can still point us to where he was buried. So
all right. So
Sorry,
think
to piggyback on. Okay, sorry. Please
go
go on.
ahead, Jim.
No, I just wanted to follow up on this grave thing. Maybe this is why God hides it. Maybe that was why they were hiding it in caves. Are we supposed to be going to graves as Hebrews? Aren't gravesites supposed to be defiled spots?
We can just scan through scriptures. Oh, Rachel, right. Rachel was on the ground and Joseph was almost speaking to her, more or less. And she replied him.
Right? Exactly.
Which is almost like technically necromancy.
Necromancy.
But what I'm trying to remember, first off, to first leap from what Giang has said, is that there must be some treatment because they keep burying people in the same cave, side by side. So there must be some treatment that they do for them to keep being able to go back there. You know, is what I'm thinking. But just off of that, I'm trying to remember anybody that went to the grave of their parents or something, other than Joseph.
None, except those that say they should carry their bones. None. I know.
So this thing where people go to gravesite to go and talk to somebody, isn't that pagan?
Maybe it's not. I've not seen the scripture where people do that, right?
There's no scripture to that. I just see people things that were just inherited, actually.
Right?
Yeah. Igbo does it a lot.
Oh, Igbo does it, because they do a lot
kind of thing. Yeah, it's a weird kind of thing. While I was growing up, my grandmother, even for burials, doesn't allow me to go. Sincerely, she would say we children don't go for burials. So and then in our culture too, previously, women don't go to the gravesite. When the burial is going to be done, the women are kept at home. Then the men are the ones that go to do the burial. But nowadays, everybody goes to the gravesite for burial. But when we were growing up as kids, our grandmother doesn't allow us to go for burials. And then when the body is going to be buried, women are left at home. It's the men that carry it to the place of burial and do the burial, then come back home. You know, and we also have some traditional practice that almost are like the Jews. Like there's this red powder that we use for stuff. Usually, when we are going in for war or we want protection, just like they used to put the blood on the doorpost in Egypt. We have that as a tradition. Till tomorrow, we still do that, and then it was used for also healing and other stuff. Yeah.
You put red sand on your lintel.
No, now we don't do it on the lintel. We put it on our faces. Yeah, you just put the red stuff on our face. So when our warriors, that's what they use when they're going for war or they are going for hunting. That's what they use for protection and preservation. So that's how our warriors dressed.
Or chemical? Maybe both.
It is.
I'm sorry, I've not used it before because you have not hunted.
No, I have. My grandparents have. When we go for a traditional kind of events, which we do till tomorrow, when we go to commemorate those traditional events, our warriors wear that. Most of our women. So it became like a symbol for us. You get it. So we call it tea. They call it tea, and it is ox blood color like that. Then they used to get it around the riverside, but now I don't know. It's like they just ground red powder to just commemorate it. But then there's a particular. It usually comes up on water, so they keep packing it from water and then gather it to become what they use for
There'll be
such
history
events.
and quite some chemistry, whatever, to that thing, very likely, but it's just been forgotten. There has to be.
True. So it is just that way. That is so yesterday I was discussing with my cousins, and I wanted to just dig deep to know traditional worship and what we were doing prior to when Christianity came, because Christianity was not difficult for our people to adopt to, because we served we believed in a monetary God. We didn't have masquerades, so
okay.
Yeah, we didn't have masquerades in our worship, so it's basically that, and worship was very sacred. Whatever you do at the place of worship, if you do anything that's evil at the place of worship, it affects your generation. You get it? I was told that, I've not confirmed, but I was told that my great-grandfather had taken meat at the place of worship that he wasn't supposed to take and brought home. And that brought a cost to the family. So whoever comes into our family, whether you marry into the family or you are born in the family, most times we have this common disease of hemorrhoids. So people suffer from hemorrhoid like that whenever anything that's linked to our family. And then when they go for such worship and you have done any evil, by the time they gather at there's a particular mountain that they gather on before they go to do the celebration. On that particular mountain, where certain people dance and sing, and as they are dancing and singing, people will just be speaking about evil that certain family members do. And so it's in that place that they now will kind of leak them so that they can relieve them of the evil they've done, for them to be able to work within the people. But it's like a place where confessions are made, and it's not you that do the confession. Somebody that doesn't even know you within that circle will just start like prophesying that say you committed this sin, and say specifically to the kind of sin you've committed. As even when nobody knows about it, as they are there doing those singing and dancing and all of those incantations and stuff, somebody will just start speaking and saying, so person from this family committed this sin, because of this your sin are forgiven, don't do it again. So those kind of things, because they are now cleansed, and then they go for the celebrations, ritual. So most of those things I just want to dig deep and get to know.
Wow. So you can use the name of Jesus and all for that sacrifice to cleanse that thing, because those kind of things you don't just leave them until maybe the thing happens or not. Or has anybody broken it off of that lineage?
For me, when I got to know about it, I've been praying. I prayed against it, So I've not seen it run in my family, but I personally had it. Though mine is just there, I've not really had any cause to treat it. But I had the cause to have it. But I've seen relatives that have had to suffer from such kind of from hemorrhoids. Even women that marry into a family, they come down with it, But for me, when I got to get God wink of it, being a spiritual person, I broke it. I prayed against it and broke it and said, no, you cannot continue with my family. So I've not heard it.
Stand against it in every area. You can even try diet, because sometimes it sounds funny though, but sometimes how this thing works is something happens to that person that makes his metabolism change a little bit. Maybe he becomes more vulnerable to sugar or something like that. And if you eat more ways that will push that thing backward, it may work mechanically. But when your heart is right, you stand on it spiritually, physically, medically like that, then there you go. But then that's even easier than a behavioral thing, because some people, what they've got is behavioral. They just some will just be promiscuous. That one is a terrible problem. You understand? But in this case, it's not even behavioral. None is good, but it's good you are breaking that, and I pray and I agree with you that will be taken off, by God's grace.
So traditionally, a lot of things that we've done. I'm trying to dig deep into our culture and then our way of practice prior to when Christianity came and all of that. I know that when it came to war, we had families that could call bees. They could invoke bees to use as weapons of warfare. I also know that we had a particular family, when wartime comes, they open the ground and put women and children and cover them after the war, they come and open the ground and they bring them out. So we had those practices while we were growing up. And I was told, I've not really confirmed so much, but I was told that during the jihadi invasion of our people, you know, that it was around the area that Queen Amina was completely, you know, dealt with, and they never knew her grave till tomorrow. It was our people that had that. I was told that it was the same method. They opened the ground and buried them in a cover, and they never opened it for them again. So I'm still getting to confirm that, but that is what I was told with respect to the jihad. So, and that's why we weren't able to be conquered with jihad. And our forefathers then fought from the mountains. You know, when they came, this is dawning. They don't notice that they are on rocks, and they just deal with them with rocks and got horses. Yeah, Eagle Praise, I'm from Jos. I'm Biron. I tribe from Jos Plateau.
I wish I could hear from you. You're seeing on your side.
Because
Yeah. So
afterwards you talk about then sitting down to eat, right? After
yes,
that
exactly.
exercise.
Exactly.
Is
They go to do the worship, then come to the place of confessions and cleansing, and then they will go
that
to
thing sounds like Day of Atonement to me. What time of the year do you guys do that?
around April.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
we
can
can
hear
hear
you
you.
now.
Okay, it just went off all of a sudden. Can we let Kasulese speak, please? I was trying to keep between
Okay.
the things. It's not working. Right.
Okay.
Kasulese, so that we can then roll back if there's no further. Yes. Kasulese.
It's showing that you're on a tea break.
I see. So, boys,
Yeah.
is everything back to normal now?
Your voice is there, but the pictures and the other things, it just showed pause. Live post. That's what it's showing.
Oh, okay. Let's see how it goes. We'll keep. Okay, so
It's back now.
okay, I just closed and reopened.
So about the burial thing and cave, I was just checking, right? And it's Moses I wanted to use to check where the Lord buried him. It didn't say that he was buried in a cave, or I think the Lord did the ground to
He just
bury
went to
him.
the mountain top. God just asked him to come to a particular mountain. Nobody knew about until Jude spoke about it.
It didn't even say in a mountain. What he said here is the Lord buried him in the valley near Beth Peor in Moab.
I don't think we can use Moses as a standard because his death is not normal, even if he died at all.
Yeah, but I mean, if it was dropped in a cave or buried on the ground.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We can't.
But there is a scriptural reference in the Bible of Moses. I don't know if anyone can check it, where Lucifer went to go
Where they were
and
dragging
challenge Michael for Moses' body.
That's in Jude.
That's in the book of Jude.
Okay,
so,
yes.
But I'm not sure. Yeah. I'm not sure, Kasolese, why we are picking Moses is the thing. Apart from even the importance of the
I just wanted to know if it's actually what the Lord commanded them to do, that they must bury in a cave, or
Abraham will have been the idea. And you also know, you heard about Elijah now. Elijah too was buried in a cave. So I think they usually buried in a cave. Was it Elijah or Elisha?
Elijah.
They said,
I think it's more of a pit.
Elisha.
It's more of a kind of valley kind of place, you know. But I don't know how important that topic is. But again, if you want to dig into it a little bit, we could check the laws. But I can't remember telling them to. It just says to bury or don't touch the dead in a certain way. If you touch the dead, you're unclean and all. You know, but
when we are reading that, is it in other? No, not Numbers. No, I think it's Exodus, right? Let me check again and be sure.
Okay. You can quote what is there so we can.
Reading Exodus, when he was telling them food to eat, what to do, he never mentioned that
To
they should
bury.
bury in a cave. Yeah,
No, maybe they just said bury. This is what I'm saying. Such that everybody
yeah,
knows how to bury, right? Of which to them it was just cave straight away. But like I said, what we need to flip search, which I've not seen anybody do, at least not here this morning, is to go search how did people begin to bury in the ground, at least based on mainstream. Ask your GPT, ask your Google. Do you understand what I'm trying to get to? If we can't
yeah.
get if this is necessarily from God, then we can find out if this is from some other where. You understand? I've heard there's a story, I can't even know where I heard it from, that the first way humans started burying was they saw a bird, and then the bird died and it's buried the ground, dig the ground and put his other bird there. And that's probably in Jubilees, to be fair. But anyway, let's set that so that you can bring it. If you can, if you have two devices, Castle, listen. So we can hear from Enoch Kiben. Enoch, Castle, did you get me first before we move to Enoch?
Yeah. I'm trying to search.
Yeah,
Just
well,
search.
Shade
Let's
may
hear
be
from Enoch.
she may be onto something, because if you look at how they buried Aaron as well, it was like up a mountain. So maybe there's something about you being buried in rocks.
Around rocks, right? Either
Yeah,
valley, mountain, around rocks.
exactly. Something about rocks too. So yeah, because
The
Aaron
reason
as
why
well.
one of the reasons why I mentioned, because when Mandela was being buried, I was in South Africa. So the people that, at least people from his background and tradition, they said that Mandela was not buried, he was planted. So essentially, they put him in the ground in such a way that I don't know how to describe, because I don't know this sort of procession. They have their own Ifa, they have their own Awo, things that they do in that side of the world too. We said it was planted, right? And then today now we spoke about how these people were buried. We've talked about Jasha and whatnot. And then I think Chairman now mentioned something about all the other patriarchs too were buried in caves or something like that. I'm like, so if we have this history that is really linked to these biblical characters, how come we were burying our own in the ground? Does it reduce
Let me do this.
something?
I don't know why this conversation is being
I think
made.
it's just a transition. I think it's just Christianity that brought that kind of burial form.
History.
Because even for ours, they just dig the size of the cave is barely what can just take the body. So the moment you just drop the body in, it just fills it completely like that, and then you seal it.
Mainstream no go injure person. No. Sorry, Gian. Burying the dead in the ground is a practice spanning over 100,000 years. Originating in the Middle Paleolithic and Neanderthal and Homo sapien, likely to manage decay and honor the deceased. It's just their own ideas. Prehistoric roots. Let me ask GPT so that it will be conversational. So that we just get this. I honestly don't know why this is lingering so much, but fair enough. Let's see that one. Let's see this one. This one go. So
I feel there's something lowly about burying someone in the ground. I feel there's something very lowly about that. I don't know. I'm just comparing between Rachel's burial and Leah's burial, Sha. But hey, I might be reading too much into it.
that's a more kind of context in a way that this one was taken to the proper place and the other one was in the ground. And what for me the catch today was Gang telling me that they had times where the bird were in the cave and covered with a stone. That's very close. That's very, very close to what we know. Okay. And the next thing I was even going to pick is how maybe burying in the ground was not the best, so you don't have contact with them as such. History of burying in the ground, very briefly. Let's see what it says. Take some time. So another thing is to flip it the other way and ask where this burying in the ground started. But while we're searching, I want us to do more of search. I mean, we're enough here, Let's do more of search than just I don't know. Maybe it's just the way I'm looking at it. Than just constantly conjectures and I feel that I prefer have text, have scripture, because this is how people end up with just ideas and where did we get that from? You don't even know.
Oh, well, Obiora is saying something here. He just brought out something. The first person who was buried.
I remember that also. The blood. He said the blood. I think did he open the
He buried him in the ground, actually.
right? Okay, let's read it straight away. Let somebody read it. Just open and read it. I remember that, but my head is telling me it's just blood that went in the ground.
Oh yeah, there was the blood thing, but I
Just read
guess
it.
where is your brother? Can I see?
History of burying the ground. Aliens known Neanderthal. Egypt 3000 BC. Graves, tombs. Let me say. Did he say something?
I think you should try doing that 6 feet burial rule, like the digging or the depth of the grave must be 6 feet or something. There's always a measurement. Maybe you can start there to say, how did that one begin?
Yeah, burying the ground, but
You know,
in the cave.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. And why 6 feet? So let's go. I hope it doesn't go so long. So it was just taking both cave and ground in the same thing. So let's do more research than just conjectures. Otherwise, we'll just keep drifting, and stuff.
So let me apologize. I always bring odd topics. It's just that I pick up odd things in your reading. I'm sorry.
It's not that odd. It's not that odd, to be fair. Like I said,
Joshua 1:27 says, and Cain rose up and dug a hole in the field, wherein he put his brother's body, and he turned the dust over it. Genesis chapter 4 doesn't exactly tell you how he got rid of that body, come to think of it. I guess it's inferred that it doesn't tell you how he got rid of the body.
blood. He said the blood cursed be the ground that opened his mouth and took your brother's blood, right?
Yeah, there's that, yeah.
But
But
doesn't
the
that
body
sound lowly
itself,
to
how
you?
did he get rid of the body? It doesn't necessarily say in Genesis, but it's inferred, right?
But that sounds lowly, doesn't it? Like he discarded the body by burying it in the ground,
Maybe
right?
there's something about.
Actually, I don't think it's a lowly thing. Dust thou art, unto dust thou shalt return. So I don't think it's that lowly. To me,
Even in a cave, people will return to dust now. Even if you are buried in the mountains, you will return to dust. Your body will disintegrate. It must. But in the ground, you're going to be eaten by worms, maggots, all that stuff. I'm just saying, I may be wrong here.
But for a situation, I think he wanted to just cover it within quick time to just cover his sins. Since he has killed him, cover the place and forget about it. So, but
okay, so GPT is speaking. Used earlier because that's caves. Caves are used earlier because they were natural, protected, reusable. Okay, ground burial became common later because it was simpler, more available, and scalable, and population grew. And now there's even not in the ground again. It's now solid green. Anyway, why feet first? No, I meant 6 feet. Maybe you didn't get me. I mean,
Greetings.
why 6 feet? Is that Enoch, right?
Yeah, I got something from you.
Okay.
It says the 6 feet under burial originated from the 1655 65 plague outbreak in London, England, when the Lord Mayor ordered grave to be at least 6 feet deep to prevent the spread of diseases.
They used to make it closer.
Pardon me?
They used to make it closer then. It used to be closer than 6 feet, less than 6 feet. But because of the trouble, they had to go deeper.
Yeah, I think it's just from the plague. That's why they bring the 6 feet so that it can go more deeper also.
All right. So what I would say is was something I caught the other time. Yes, very possible that because what they then check, you know what? This will take us. Let me see first. I would, because the thing is just to check the first person that unalived.
But I believe in the ancient times they started with cave, before we start digging ground. It's just like looking for the nearest place where it look like the cave. It's just like cave also is like a sacred place in the ancient time.
That's why when you check most of these scrolls was found in a cave. So
Have you noticed that the moment you bury anything on the ground and you cover with sand, it doesn't smell?
That's more or less,
Whether
yeah.
dead animals, the moment you cover it with sand, you dig the ground, put it on, cover with sand, the smell does not come off.
That's the moment. So
Exactly. Eagle Prince, they would have run out of caves by now, right?
no, it's actually reusable. It's reusable according to
Oh,
what they said.
really?
That was why even Joseph Arimathea gave his grave for Jesus, because he knew that when the time comes, or was it Joseph Arimathea,
Yeah,
the one that
Joseph
offered
of
his grave?
Arimathea, yeah.
Let's
Yeah,
let me
he gave his
just
grave
read.
because
Let me read something from Genesis. Well, first book of Adam and Eve, chapter 1, verse 9. And God commanded them to live in the cave of a rock, the cave of treasures below the garden. Okay. Let me see the next mention of cave to see. Stayed in cave of treasures. Cave of treasures. Cave compared to the garden. On the ground, the cave. Yeah, I should search for the first word. But then apparently it was like God gave them an instruction to use caves as against in the ground. It's like he used caves against in the
Abraham
ground.
bought a piece of land for burial, and that is where most of them were buried. Whenever it happens, they take it back to that place to go and bury. Yeah.
Okay. So what we'll do, we'll do one more chapter of Genesis, but just before that, let me see. Let me use BURY. Let's see what happens there.
Because if caves were the way to bury those who don't live beside anywhere near mountainous areas,
Well, that's
where
another
then
thing.
do they bury the dead then?
But I can imagine again the land that was given to the people had mountains. So.
Mountains, yeah, that would make sense.
Okay, let's do one more
And
chapter
also
of Genesis.
nowadays there's a new trend where they'll bury people, they'll bury them like tree, the root of a tree. They'll bury them right there. Oyinbo is not African, it's Oyinbo people. They'll bury a person at the root of a growing tree in that particular soil in a fetal position so that the tree will grow with the person. They've
It's just
started to
like
do
what
it
they
now.
did. Rachel. Let's do Genesis 24 since there's still so much energy. I thought let's do Genesis 24, right? It helps. But it's fine. The conversation is open so we can do more. Because it will be somehow to Egyptians are burying the tomb, so they still hold on to that. You're right, infinitive. Genesis 24. And Abraham was old and well stricken in age, and the Lord had blessed him in all things. So Sarah was the first indeed to be buried in that cave. But it would be interesting if that was the same cave that these people were buried in. Okay, and Abraham said unto his eldest servant of his house, that ruled over all that he had, put, I pray thee, thy hand under my thigh. I think that's how they did covenants then. And I will make thee swear by the Lord, and the Lord, the God of heaven, and the God of the earth, and thou shalt not take a wife, that thou shalt not take a wife unto my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I dwell. But thou shalt go unto my country and unto my kindred, and take a wife unto my son Isaac. And the servant said unto him, peradventure the woman will not be willing to follow me unto this land. Must I needs bring thy son again unto the land from whence thou camest? Should I take him away to go there in case the girl doesn't want to come? And Abraham said unto him, beware that thou bring not my son there again. Don't take him there and don't give him a wife here. So the Lord God of heaven, which took me from my father's house and from the land of my kindred, which spake unto me, that swore unto me, saying, unto thee will I give. He knew that, right? He heard it. Unto thee will I give this land, and he shall send, that God will send his angel before thee, and thou shalt take a wife unto my son from thence. And if the woman will not be willing to follow thee, then thou shalt be clear from my oath. Only bring not my son there again. Okay. And the servant put his hand under his thigh, under the thigh of Abraham, his master, and swear to him according concerning that matter. There will be something surrounding how that started, by the way. And the servant, by the way, anyway, and the servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master and departed, for all the goods of his master were in his hand. Okay. And he arose and went to Mesopotamia, unto the city of Nahor, which I think is just at the top of the Sahel. And he made his camels to kneel down in the city by a well of water. So he's there already at the time of the evening and the time that women go out to draw water. And he said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, I pray thee, send me good speed this day, and show kindness unto my master Abraham. He prayed. Behold, I stand by the well of water, and the daughters of men of the city come out to draw water, and let it come to pass that the damsel to whom I shall say, let down thy pitcher, I pray thee, that I may drink, and she shall say, drink, and I will get thy camels drink also. Let the same be she, okay, that thou hast appointed for thy servant Isaac, and thereby shall I know that thou hast shown kindness unto my master. This is also another way of being led by the Spirit that has been discouraged by the church, present day body of Christ. And I'm not very sure why.
Fleece of that, like the fleece of Gideon, right?
Yes, they call it casting the fleece. So to the New Testament, what I have heard is that it's sounding like you are depending on an external thing. Oh my God. As against depending on the Holy Spirit inside you. Okay? There's this way we find very fancy ways to run away from things that are very practical in the so-called New Testament. Okay? Or but anyway, this is another thing that's been discouraged. And I'm trying to think that is there anything bad in this? I don't think God will be angry at you, because modern day Christians make it sound like less Christian, less faith. If you ask God this, God, if you want me to, they said because devil can manipulate the physical realm. Now your mind devil no come free manipulate. You know? They say the devil can manipulate the physical realm. I've heard that's things I've heard. Okay? You know, we need to really review some of these things. They need to be reviewed. They need to be reviewed. They need to be reviewed. Or especially, what's wrong with this thing? Your life flag dangerous activities, challenge repeated violations. What's the dangerous activity? Uncomfortable. What is this saying? Your life contains things that some may find uncomfortable. Doesn't restrict the reason. Dangerous activities.
Maybe it might be because of the burial thing. Yeah.
I know, but then you guys are not serious. Actions in this life could result in serious injuries and adverse health effect. Okay, maybe because we constantly speak about burying, so no serious. Now we they chop babies, serious people. So I'm trying to see if there's anything wrong with actually, to be fair, I was feeling almost too morbid, but to be fair, actually, by the conversation, some of you could notice. And, you know, it was just sounding too morbid for me, to be honest, actually. And I felt we were like, duh, so it's not as if any one of us can afford a cave anyways. But it was really sounding morbid. I would say, you know, anyway. So, yeah.
Guys, type F1 so that it will help clear.
By the way, I don't even know what that F1 does, but I think it works. So, does anybody who has recently taught, because I know Chioma has taught in church recently or for some time, what would they say other than what I've said to be the reason why you can't cast a fleece?
They say it's for baby Christians, so you have not yet trusted, your faith hasn't been developed enough to just believe the leading of the Holy Spirit inside of you. So you're asking for signs. So it's like almost paganish in a way, to be saying, if it is of you, then make this thing turn red. If it is of you, let the light, as I'm driving down this road, let it turn green. So it's like asking God to prove himself. If it is really you talking to me, prove yourself. But it's allowed for somebody who is just a baby Christian. But the older you get, you're supposed to be, to be led by the Spirit and trust fully that you are being told the direction. And as soon as you obey it, the more you obey it, the more your faith increases. At least that's what I was taught as a child.
Yeah. And I was going to say this, but I refrained myself that there is so much pride attached to this New Testament teachings. So much pride. So much pride. There's just pride smelling all over the place as you just listen to those doctrines. And there are very many people I respect that teach these things, but I will, of course, will never mention names. But there's a minister that I heard say recently, that why did God not lead anybody in the New Testament with dreams? That be careful of dreams, that why would God not lead anybody, right? And by the way, when New Testament, as we know, it says vision. Sometimes that vision is vision of the night. It's a night dream. It's a vision of the night. They mean dream straight away. There's no need to demonize dreams or victimize it just because of some. That's what I'm just thinking. Another, So I would just keep that in the shelf somewhere. That you probably can ask God that, okay, I want this and this and that. I wouldn't say there's anything wrong. Now what they will tell you is follow peace. Read news, like I said again, New Testament is just like, is it 2% of timeline wise, even volume book text wise, which is easy to get text, is still around 33% or something or thereabout. But then timeline wise, that thing is just 60 years, and you've been coming at least 4,000 years, which you think is more than that. So 4,000 years against even 80, I think we came to 2% or so, timeline wise, right? And how many things were really, really just completely deleted and abolished? How far can you go? And the more you see, and the more you try to delete things from the so-called Old Testament, just deleted, Abraham deleted, or this or that, it has changed, this has changed, that has changed, this is no more. The more you just settle into the culture of the day, and you are constantly like a rolling stone. You can't settle. That's the problem. So the foundations of these things, you have eroded all of it. You say this one is old, that one is looking pagan, this one is looking this. So eventually you end up settling for just the culture of the day. Just watch it. I was in a church some other time, and the pastor was just preaching. I was saying, okay, and Mary was pregnant before she was, married to Joseph, and then Joseph was going to put her away. Yeah, we know today that's not really so much of a problem. Of course, European church. We know today's culture that's not really so much of a problem. And he went back to what he was saying. So at the end of the day, you end up the whole thing, Bible thing, will end up in your culture, and that is why Africa is just crouching and acquiescing to that Western culture, and they will use the Bible to justify that in almost every way. Just about almost every way. Anyway, that's just, I thought it's good to put that there. Also to put Abraham head. So Abraham too was a baby that was hearing God. Yeah, now that baby is good now. He was hearing God literally.
Make a point.
Yeah, today.
I know of a story of a pastor who, they told him God has called him. He also was able to, pray and have dreams and things like that. He said, just to confirm, he told God that when he was younger, his WAEC never arrived in the Ilorin village where he was. You understand? They look for the results. They never found it. And I said, God, if it's truly you did it as a joke, make sure that that result, let it arrive. The next week, a postman came to their house and delivered that result that had been missing for years to his house. That's how we knew that he was
how
really
long?
called.
How long between
12 years. He didn't see his result for 12 years.
Oh, he's been off for 12 years, and from the moment he spoke, how long?
He just told God to show him, if it's truly that you called me,
yeah,
you
let that
understand,
result come.
let that result come. A postman, these remote villages now where you don't even get, they deliver the result for printed and everything to his house.
And don't be surprised that postman is not a human being. I mean, how come? It might be an angel for all I care. It might just be an angel. Let me mute Enoch. His sound is like he's in the bathroom or something. It might just be an angel.
The man never said he was an angel, but he said he just asked God for a sign.
Yeah, I know, I understand you. I'm just looking at context here, the way things run. Because Joshua will let you know that
I
the
just want to
certain
make a
man that
point.
told Joseph,
I know what you
look, you
said.
want to say something,
Yeah,
please?
we should remember that the theology itself, if we ask who created theology, the same people who try to hide the scripture, they create theology. And theology is a lens, it's a worldview that they give, in which when you hold the truth, this is how you must interpret it. And this is what I was listening to a pastor. There's a man they call it Professor Walter. He's once a 7 Days Adventist, but he's no more. He says something about it's called, is it Toronto Revival or something like that? How they're going to change most of this doctrine over time again and again, just to go away from what the scripture is truly all about. So the theology itself, seminary school, who created it, who founded it, on what system and principles does this thing operate on? So those are
Generally, the Western world. If you say today that you are a clergy and you learned from some school, you must have used the Western curriculum.
Yeah.
That's indeed true. That's indeed just straight away. But then now that we're here, we need to just begin to check these things. Let's proceed. Let's see. So he said that. So I'm yet to find anything. By the way, did anybody do that in the New Testament? In fact, by the way, Peter cast lot, but they still gaslight Peter. They said, is it Peter? Yeah, for the 13th apostle. That is the one that was to replace Judas. And they said, well, they have not really known. Oh my God. They don't really know the Holy Spirit yet enough. That's why they cast lot. They should have asked the Holy Spirit. Maybe, right? The same way that they tell you the world is flat. They say, well, God was. Ezekiel tells you he saw an angel. He sees wheels. They say, well, maybe what he saw is this, but God just, Ezekiel has just a, small brain and all that. He doesn't know technology like today. So God has to use and tell him he's a bee. He actually saw an helicopter, all those kind of stuff. There's just this pride to it that you know a lot better than all those people and all that. Anyway.
But minister, if they made that claim, if they made that claim that they didn't have the Holy Spirit, say when they selected the five, when they selected the seven stewards, when they said let them give themselves to prayer and the word, how did they do that selection? Was it not lost the cast?
I think that one was not by lot, if you remember. So, but then it's just opening perspectives is what we're doing, so that this old new thing, let's check them well. Let's check it well. Especially this circumcision is still with us today. We don't even think. You just do it. You just do it. You don't do it. You don't.
It's as if they're intentionally clearing old landmarks.
Yeah.
They're trying to erase it to hide, perhaps maybe to just, reinforce that idea that, or to hide the, the real roots of Christianity and things like that. I don't know, or especially the African culture relating to the Bible, linking to the Bible.
What about the toasting of coin now? They do toast of coin now. Football and other places when they want to select.
That's football now. Coin. But people who dress up naked, that one is a long story. So, in fact, I suspect every sport that has ball in it, it sounds a little bit funny. But any sport that has ball, that ball is from Baal. Have you heard it before again?
Okay.
Going back to ancient Greece and Rome. Even the Olympics itself, that's why you see the ceremony always incorporate their rituals. Because the last Olympic, they have to go to Greece, do their ceremony and ritual before getting the light, the lamp, then pass it, move all the way before they take it to Italy. And this is a pattern. That's why you see most of the opening ceremony, you see those symbolic of those paganism and those satanists and all those things. Right? Just systematically putting in our face that this is what it's all about.
Anyway, let's just read. Behold, I stand here by the well. Okay, daughters of men come. So show kindness unto my master. So if you feel like casting the fleece, like they call it, Gideon said, if I put the fleece outside, and he swapped it and it became so, and anyway, let's keep reading. And it came to pass before he had done speaking that, behold, Rebekah came out, who was born to Bethuel, the son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother, with her pitcher upon her shoulder. And the damsel was very fair to look upon. She was 10 years old, by the way. But I think, like we have said, we just had to think of how to reconcile this, that very likely their physiology was different. They got into that, unlike our own is caused by some funny foods when children of 10, 13 are having puberty. But it's like they get to that kind of adultish, because even the same with the boys. Benjamin married by age 10, by the way. It's there in the book of Joshua. It was 10 he married, right? And so it's not like children marriage, forced marriage. No, you will see the respect they bestowed on her, right? They bestowed a lot of respect on Rachel. They didn't just say, yeah, bring that girl and all that. No, it was quite respectful. Let's see. So she was fair to look upon, a virgin, and never had any man known her. And she went down to the well and filled her pitcher and came up. And the servant ran to meet her, okay, and said, let me, I think they've taken off, the description is still there. Let me, I pray thee. So she was, and I can imagine God's spirit, God's angel is inspiring her to just begin to act in line. I pray thee, drink a little water of thy pitcher. And she said, drink, my lord. And she hasted. This is a 10-year, maybe a little bit physically mature and all. But this girl is doing this for this elderly man. This guy must be like 60-something now. Maybe not looking so old, whatever. Drink, my lord. And she hasted and let down a pitcher upon her hand and gave him to drink. And when she had done giving him drink, she said, I will draw water for thy camels also. She said that without being asked. Until they have done drinking. And she hasted and emptied her pitcher into the trough, and ran again unto the well to draw water, and drew for all his camels. And the man, wondering at her, held his peace, to wit whether the Lord has made his journey prosperous or not. He's not too quick because he's impressed already at this. Okay? And it came to pass, as the camels had done drinking, that the man took a golden earring. So now it's like, man, this is it. Golden earring, half a shekel of weight, and 2 bracelets for her hand, and 10 shekels of golden earrings, okay, of half a shekel weight, and bracelets for her hands. That's 2 at least, for 10 shekels of shekels weight of gold. So he must have kept that to look maybe poor, so that she's not too impressed with him, whatever. And said, whose daughter art thou? Tell me, I pray thee. Is there room in thy father's house for us to lodge in? And she said unto him, by the way, this is to show you there's not that very bitter envy between Eliezer and Isaac. Otherwise he would have, but at least there was this kind of maybe healthy jealousy a little bit, or competition. But he was getting a wife more or less for Isaac, who was 40 years old now at this point. Oh, that's like dowry indeed. Okay. All right. So, and she said unto him, I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah. I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, which she bare unto Nahor. She said moreover unto him, we have both straw and provender enough. She's quite welcoming. It takes a special kind of girl to draw water for multiple camels, indeed. That's why I suspect their physiology was different. She was 10 years old, according to Joshua. Or if you try to force the calculation with Genesis, you come to the same, very similar conclusion. So I think their physiology, also the 10-year-old boy also, Infinite, maybe we let you come up, Tayo. Come up so that you can express what you want to say, because your text is a little bit off the topic, all right? But maybe you flow along with us, then we'll bring you up to share what you want to share, maybe at the end of this chapter. So it's not like we're just ignoring your comments. No, it's fine. It is not so nice we're ignoring your comments because it's not in topic. And you seem not to mind anyway. But please come up after this chapter. And said, whose daughter art thou? Okay, said that, and said unto him, daughter of Bethuel. She said, moreover, we have both straw and provender enough, and room to lodge in. So she's very welcoming, this lady. And the man bowed down his head and worshipped the Lord. Okay. Good morning, Tyre. How are you doing? And he said, blessed be the Lord God of my master Abraham, who has not left me destitute. Okay, who has not left destitute my master of his mercy. Okay. And his truth. I being in the way, the Lord led me to the house of my master's brethren. Okay. So that was like a triple confirmation. And that, man, when that happens to you in the things of God, it makes you feel very much at peace. I mean, you were thinking of, I don't know, praying or planning a conference, thinking of maybe those that God led you to your life partner, and things are just clicking and clicking, man, it gets you very excited. And most of that's what I ask from God. Like, just, I want to see your hand in this thing. Where did I see that recently? Oh, of course, this whole thing, right? This whole thing that we are here today. There's some things I ask God, okay, let me just see your hand, right? You want to see God help you. You know, God helping you, God's hand coming, something just happening supernaturally. It really encourages you, right? It really, really encourages you. So he was so impressed. And that his heart is with Abraham. Otherwise, I would have been feeling, this guy wants to marry me. I don't marry yet. Or something like, why did they send me to go and get a wife for him? No. In fact, he was calling Isaac his master, actually, if I got this right. And also just like Abraham. And he was ready to serve Isaac just like he served Abraham. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Okay. So, and the damsel ran and told them of her mother's house these things. So that's when she started hearing what he was saying. He thought he was just looking for a little bit of a guest house to stay. She didn't know that it was about wedding. I don't know. And Rebecca had a brother, and his name was Laban, the Lebanese. And Laban ran out to meet the man because he had seen gold. He ran out to meet the man unto the well. And it came to pass when he saw the earrings exactly and bracelets upon his sister's hands, and when he has heard the words of Rebekah his sister, saying, Thus spake the man unto me, that he came unto the man, and behold, he stood by the camels at the well, and said, Come in, thou blessed of the Lord. Whole cash. That's what it means by blessed in this case. You're seeing gold. This thing is so complete. I mean, it's very easy if it was a story you were forming to forget to impute the character of Laban here early enough. Wherefore standeth thou without? For I have prepared the house and the room for the camels. You're seeing gold. And the man came into the house, and he ungirded his camels and gave straw and provender for the camels, and water to wash his feet, and the men's feet that were with him. Okay, so he didn't come alone, of course, makes sense. All the way from potentially Congo going to present-day Libya. That's a long one. 33. And there was set meat before him to eat, give him food. I will not eat until I have told mine errand. He's taking water a little bit, so it's like, let me do this work. And he said, Speak on. Now, this is Laban he's just so forward. When I read it some time ago, there was a point in time when I read and I started to realize that, it's like 5 years ago, 10 years ago, that this man is not letting the father of the house speak, this Laban. He's just the brother, right? Yeah, he's a brother, so he must be around maybe 40 years old himself. He's the child, he's part of the children of the house. He's probably not married himself, this Laban. He's not letting the Nahor speak. So he says, Speak on. And he said, I am Abraham's servant, and the Lord has blessed my master greatly, and he's become great, and he has given him flocks and herds and silver and gold and men servants and maid servants and camels and asses. And Sarah, my master's wife, bare a son unto my master when she was old. And unto him has he given all that he hath. So he's aware of that. He's gone to Isaac. And my master made me swear, saying, Thou shalt not take a wife for my son and the daughters of the Canaanite in whose land I dwell, but thou shalt go unto my father's house and to my kindred, and take a wife unto my son. And I said unto my master, Peradventure the woman will not follow me. And he said unto me, The Lord before whom I walk will send his angel. So he understood that this works by angels. His angels with you, and prosper your way. And thou shalt take a wife for my son, of my kindred, and of my father's house. Then thou shalt be clear from my oath. And thou, when thou come to my kindred, and if they give thee, if they give not thee one, thou shalt be clear from my oath. And I came this day unto the well and said, O Lord God of my master Abraham, if now thou, because I can imagine even those with him will hear that prayer, maybe if he said it aloud. If now thou prosper my way which I go, behold, I stand by the well of water. And it shall come to pass that when the virgin cometh forth to draw water, and I say to her, give me, I pray thee, a little water of thy pitcher to drink. And she say unto me, both drink thou, and I will also draw for thy camels. Let the same be the woman whom the Lord has appointed out for my master's son. By the way, a quick fun fact. There's always this thing, Laban the human. There's always this thing about women and the well. Maybe even marriage and the well. Weddings, love story around the well. Usually. Because this is one classical one. The next one would be Moses. Okay. And the next one will be Jesus at the well. But that was not, of course, not a marriage situation. But this women at the well kind of situation is common. Okay. And before I had done speaking in my heart, behold, Rebekah came forth with her pitcher on her shoulder, and she went down unto the well and drew water. And I said unto her, let me drink, I pray thee. And she made haste and let down a pitcher from her shoulder and said, drink, and I will give thy camels drink also. So I drank, and she made the camels drink also. And I asked her and said, whose daughter art thou? And she said, the daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son, whom Milcah bare unto him. And I put the earring upon her face. Okay. Upon her ear, face? I don't know. And the bracelet upon her hands. And I bowed down my head and worshipped the Lord and blessed the Lord God of my master Abraham, which has led me in the right way to take my master's brother's daughter unto his son. And now if ye will deal kindly and truly with my master, tell me. And if not, tell me that I may turn to the right hand or to the left. Then Laban and Bethuel answered, okay, both of them at least this time, right? Answered and said, this thing proceeded from the Lord. We cannot speak unto thee bad or good. But Rebekah is before thee. Take her and go, and let her be thy master's son's wife, as the Lord has spoken. And it came to pass that when Abraham's servant heard their words, he worshipped. That's Eliezer, worshipped the Lord, bowing himself to the earth. 53. And the servant brought forth jewels of silver and jewels of gold. Hey, Laban is seeing more gold. And gave them to Rebekah, and he gave also to her brother and to her mother precious things. Okay, so he gave to the brother, gave to the mother. And he didn't mention that he gave to the father for some reason. And they did eat and drink, and so that's almost like dowry, to be fair. And he and the men that were with him tarried all night, and they rose up in the morning, and he said, send me away unto my master. Look at the respect for the girl I'm about to bring up. And her brother and her mother said, let the damsel abide with us a few days. And at the least 10 days stay with us, which is kind of reasonable, to be fair. Like they wouldn't see her for quite a while that she moves. After that she shall go. And she said unto them, I think there's a way their mind is prepared to actually, because I think it's an African culture. When they are already young girls, they're already saying, you see such and such, I'll marry you. Me, I'll soon go to my husband's house. I'll soon do this. I'll soon do that. So it's in their mind, and they are constantly being expected to be taken away. Right? Babaladapo, thank you. Because it's already overlapping now in my memory somewhere. The girls will already be talking that I'll soon, and groomed, that I'll soon go, because it will seem like abrupt. For nowadays, your girl is still going to school back and forth and all that, and someone just comes to take her next day. It's not so. So it must be the case, and indeed it is, that once you're getting to 8, 9, 10, 12, 15, they're already, and it's still there to today. That's how they're pressuring some ladies and say, go marry, it's inside the culture. Cleaning, respect, cooking, and all. Yeah, okay, yeah, they started, yeah, they learn from the parents and see what their parents do automatically. So it's still the same thing that has gotten to Africans today from the Hebrews, which more or less the same ancestors, that they still pressure women till today. And in good faith, really, indeed, is how they do it. But now it's become looking like a bad thing. Because it's making me understand how she will be ready to leave like next morning. She said, I mean, it's like they just told you maybe you are in poverty and Western culture. Is it poverty? Okay, Western culture. Okay, poverty. Okay, I get it. Western culture. Yeah, Western culture is a different, very different stuff. Yes, it has affected the people. So it's like you've been expecting a visa to come. You've been praying or for admission. Aha! Now it is admission. Do you get it? Do you know that feel that boy or girl child, teenager, you have been expecting you want to have admission into Federal University of Owerri, or you've been wanting admission to FUTA or to IMSU or to Obafemi Awolowo or Unilag, and you are in you're living in somewhere in let's say Osun State, right? So you have been looking for that, and your admission letter come. It will look as if you travel that same day. I would say it's exactly the same thing. You don't even know who you're going to meet. You don't know the courses they are doing. You're just done jam. You're waiting for admission. Exactly. So it's been substituted. Am I saying people should marry at age 12? No, Vico. But then it's just to give you a feel of today's equivalent. You are ready to go. For an adult, it's like you've been applying for a visa and your visa comes, okay? To look as if you disappear immediately, and your family will send you happily. They can cry, da 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 da. They will spend that time bringing you to just spending time with you and sending you off. Exactly that. So she's optimistic. She's looking forward to that fresh life. She's ready. And I can imagine this is like from age 7, maybe. If she can leave at 10. Again, their physiology was probably different. So that's the only reason to make sense. For us, this looks very weird. This marriage talk is sweeter than that burial thing. It went for too long. Restriction is still there though. Let me see what they can do. Their appeal stuff. Appeal. I don't understand. Is it TikTok should not allow? TikTok does not. My life does not contain. Yeah, it's not so morbid. Okay, you want his water. Yeah, okay, so I've done the kind of appeal, whatever. In fact, it's like they granted the appeal, by the way. Yes, they were early starters. So just imagine getting admission. Most of us did university now, and your admission came, or the day your visa came, you've been wanting to move to Australia. You have been in this UK for a long time, or you have been in the US, you want to move to Canada, and it didn't came. Ooh, you just tear your employment letter. I mean, all your boss. You just happily you move, right? You move very, very happily. That's what I can imagine here. So, it said at least 10 days just to stand around. Okay, most of our grannies gave birth at 14. Ooh, gave birth at 14, and that's probably true. Yeah, that's actually probably true. Okay, so you see what we're talking about. Even bride price is being eradicated, right? Oh, grandma told you 15 years.
Most men will say is the thoughts that counts. It's the feelings. Are you for sale? I'm sorry, guys.
Don't mind, guys. The man don't want to drop money. If you check out where you don't want to drop money.
The price way is like yam and all these things, and you do this and you do that, and you bring all these traditional cloths and things like that. He doesn't want to do anything. He just wants a wife.
Look at that. In their time at 20, you're already late. So now they push for 40 nowadays, your life pause. Maybe it's network. Okay, maybe it's network time.
Good morning, Mr. Minister Kunle. Can I talk, please? 1 second. My mother gave birth to my brother at the age of 20, and she was considered a little late.
Wow.
Yeah, so our grandparents, 15, they've given birth.
Wow.
So it's even in the Yoruba culture, 25 as a boy, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
are you okay down there?
yeah, so and they say one thing. So a woman gives birth to a child when she's young and she still have the bones. So that's why you see our grandparents back then. My grandma 15, they've already given birth. By the time you're 18, okay, 20 you're late. 25 is abnormal. That means you have delay.
Wow.
So it's not strange. It's not strange. You can still trace it back. If you look at some of our mothers, they started giving birth at 17, 18. Because poverty and them looking for Rolls Royce, Mercedes Benz, wants to live in a duplex, as delay does, and they want to be a master's, I want to become a doctor, I want to have billions, as scattered our cycle of life. Let me just stop here for now.
Yeah, thank you so much for that short and sharp one. Because indeed, most men wants to get all the money, especially our Igbo brothers, Kasolezi them. Una want to make billions before you marry. Yoruba no get time, oh. Yoruba no get time. And it's had advantages and disadvantages, but Kasolezi, yeah, agree or disagree. First, you don't even marry yourself, Kasolezi. Let's start from you. We'll finish it today. Obiora, you don't marry. Kasolezi, you don't marry. People, or mute. So your mic is not working. Kasolezi was healthy, medicinal, just different biology. Kasolezi, you are suspicious the way your mic is not working now. Now so you reach. Obiora, you don't. Hey! If you hear Obiora voice, his voice sound like Wiki. Say good morning. Today's life, I read that Bible. You would think he's a grandfather. He's making money. Now money is a blocking neck. Money. I know I'm married. He's asking Ify now to come and visit him in Wuse. He has house in Wuse. They want to build. You want to be Kasolezi. Invite him again to unmute. He's hiding. Check on like that. He never marry. He might done the work before now. Now he might done off. You see him?
Why is that coming on?
You see him? So, but it's Western world, like we said. And if
Yeah,
not,
but for me, Minister, I think it's just maybe our economic level status that
yes,
has led us
actually,
not to marry early, because I know those within the villages marry much early.
yes,
But those
because
of
they
us
have
in the
food.
city,
They have food.
yeah, those of us in the city stay a bit long. I wanted to marry early too, but it's just my academics and everything that wasted time with strikes and everything, So I eventually got married at 29, but it was very late. I
Late, so
wanted to
very
marry
late.
much earlier.
Which I tried to do recording. Okay, you see. 29.
29, no.
That's
Yes.
not very late now. Very late. Huh?
It was late for me.
Ask
It
Obiora
was
how
late for
much.
me.
Another question. Ask Obiora how much. How would rather he is. Obiora, tell us your age, not football age, your real age. Tell us your age. Okay, good Prince married at 29 also. Obiora, tell us your real age. You never married, so voice like Wiki voice. Tell us what is your age. You comment your reserve. See him? You don't the shame. and that Baba will tell you people stop doing boyfriend and girlfriend. Marry direct. You don't go hear one.
Sorry, sir.
I think
Sorry,
the
sir.
economic condition actually. Go ahead.
But back then too, when you have a girlfriend and you're just keeping with her, your parents will tell you if that girl should eventually get pregnant, you will marry her.
You have to marry her now.
Because they'll keep telling you, you will marry her. If you impregnate her and tell her you cannot do it again, it's not possible. But these days things have become so difficult that we're now running in shadows. Everybody wants to make billions.
There's even abortion
and all of that.
So this thing was a menace from the Western world. It was too much for us. On every angle, they came against the human race. And I use that very intentionally. They came against the Adamic race. Education is pulling you on this side. What you watch on the movies is pulling you on that side. I mean, finances on that side, the oil boom, as we know, it dragged people away from agriculture. Right now, you can hardly even afford a land. You're selling land to have to move out of the country. Now, people are buying flat. Into your loan, you buy a flat. What does that mean? Right? When rent was actually very, 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 very rare in our days. Renting how? You are now buying. You say you want to buy, and in a flat they buy. Wow. 25, they were married. Our parents, 25. Married like that, you see? Oil boom, yeah. It was more of a curse. It became an oil doom eventually. So I know it's difficult. We can't say, okay, let's go return to the woods and all in Africa. But it's good to know these things. Just know. So that when time comes to return, which you should return, right? After a while, have a retirement plan. It just requires some discipline. The discipline you used to pay your mortgage, I'm not saying don't do mortgage. Discipline you used to pay your mortgage for 20 years, 10 years, 15 years. Save that money within your bank, do it in cash, keep it in your room, and move that money to Nigeria. Vex, buy one uncompleted and finish it up. Just do something. If you use that same discipline that these banks will run after you and you will run for shift, run for this to make the money to pay it off. Drive yourself that way. It's all about personal discipline and values, really, because from those values come motivation. By 55, you're back in Nigeria, right? Maybe from 40, 45, 50, 55, thereabout, you're already shuttling between the two, 6 months or 6 months apart. Your dad married at 28 and mom was 20. Wow, nice. So, and in my own head, I thought, and libido said no go let you almost kill you. Once you start entering 16, 17. And it's as if God now deceived us. Oh, not deceived, that's too strong. But it's like God played us. Why have all this libido when I'm supposed to marry at 35? Before you know, people don't get belay. Now they come wala. Because you don't want to marry, Abi, don't worry. you give person belay by force. So this is a Western.
Sorry, sir. 35. Some of my aunties are already grandparents. Oh.
Can you imagine, right? Because 15 plus 15, there you go. 15 plus 20.
Yes, sir. I know. Even if you go to Lagos Island Core itself, at 37, 38, you see grandparents that they are already grandparents. Because my grandma was already a grandparent at 35.
By the way. It's not stigmatized.
Yes.
They are giving birth to children like
Yeah,
that.
because at 40 back then, if you don't have a grandchild, it's like, what is wrong with your lineage? What is wrong with you guys? Are you guys potent?
That's 20 plus 20.
Yes, now. Yes, now. Because if you are already 19 or 17, you gave birth, and before then, look at Modric and the one Rodrigo. Modric is the same father with Rodrigo's father, and they're the same team. So it happens, but now things have just changed. It has affected us. I think it's a deliberate act to slow down the African population, apart from giving us virus, cancer, and all of that. So it's just to slow us down.
Twitter is bubbling today a little bit. At least we have somebody join Lindsay. Collins, you're welcome. So that's it. And the person at the top of that thing, or at the bottom, if you will, is just Satan. It's just that release of Satan in those 1700s is what I can. But it's now what they call 1,000 points of light. You cannot pinpoint it to one thing. You just see that everything is leading to a certain direction. He's a very terrible master planner. Very terrible master planner. Now you spend first 25 years of your life, you are very fast. You spend that doing what? Reading, just studying what you may never use for your life. And by the way, there's hardly anything a so-called graduate at 24, 25, 26 wants to do that the secondary school graduate cannot do. Like I've said before, I've trained graduate training before. I've been one myself before. And if you have a secondary school graduate that is cool-headed, that has really passed the secondary school stuff, just training 3-6 months on your graduate trainee, engineer, whatever stuff, he will pass. He will do it and he will start the job. And you know what they made to make it worse? They made it so that you cannot. Secondary school is still easier. You can decide to stop secondary school SS1 and you read for your WAEC and pass your WAEC and move, right? But there is no such exam you can do for those 4 years. They make it you must pass through those 4 years to eat that part of your life. That's what they are eating now. They have started eating their own children in the sense of making them take loans. People that came from Africa and did masters, they borrowed money from home, sold lands, etc., and they gave their money in cash. Some of them do just the first 20%, first 30%, and they do shift. Before you know it, they've paid it off. They use different things, different ways. Paid off in 1-2 years, right? They paid it off in 1-2 years. And then those who are here, if we are children of the soil, they go take loans of £50,000. School itself is maybe 10,000 or 9,000 per year times 4, already getting to 40. And then they take, okay, give me hostel, give me this, give me that, give me that. And it's trending now. I think they've gotten quiet about it. You start paying a loan from £55,000. You've paid it for 10 years, and they've told you how much to pay per time. You've paid that exact amount. And then after 10 years, £55,000, you have £70,000 left to pay. No joke. The money has increased over the years. So they will never pay it off. just to waste people's lives. So this be fruitful and multiply. I know ladies, Shadi didn't like that last time I said it. This be fruitful and multiply is a literal multiply, to have children. And I know it can be very difficult. It can be, it's actually, if they will say a koi woman, that means they're greeting you for the danger of childbirth. It can be a dangerous thing to keep having labor, etc. Right? But then I'm just saying, just to, so you know, the morality, the logistics, the feasibility of that is a different topic. But it's good to know. Be fruitful and multiply doesn't mean create a company or I create a ministry and the ministry is everywhere. It's not bad. But that's not what he was saying in Genesis. Just know. In Genesis, he was talking about actually having children. That's what he was saying.
Yes.
That's
It was
what he was
procreation.
saying. That's what he was saying. And this may sound very rascally. Or not rascally, but it sounds very crude. If you know, say you don't want to born more than one children, let the man get the ones who will give who will give birth to the many children. You born one, the rest. Okay, we can get more than see. I begin.
If they go verse, so
If you go first, that's why I said we can look for troubles more. So Catholic say you don't want to talk that time. We ask whether you married, you don't talk. Are you married?
me no, I was not here.
What
I
are
was
you,
not here. I went to the kitchen to do something.
what is your range of your age, sir? You're not married.
I'm 40.
And you're not married.
Yeah.
Let somebody bring holy water for deliverance. Hey, you see what I do?
You need to do prayer and fasting now.
You see how God reveals things. You just joke. No wonder you off your mic. My suspicion now, you were there.
No, he said he went to the kitchen. You see, if he went to the kitchen, if we were married, he wouldn't have gone to the kitchen. He just said, let me bring water, bring stuff.
To be honest, I didn't.
Eagle Prince.
To be honest,
Toma is back.
I didn't. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So when I was little,
Oh God, that's
I told my dad that one.
Which little?
Wait, now let me tell you one of the things that happened.
Explaining. Chioma, bring holy water.
So when I was little, I actually told my dad I want to be a reverend father. And he rebuked me.
Are you a reverend father now?
No, I'm not. He rebuked me, and so one thing that happened. So I will just say it here. I didn't grow up with my mom, so getting married was like I've been afraid of that because I don't want my children to live that same way. So
I understand. To be fair, I mean, joking with things, there's a way God's Spirit reveals things, and you need to open up. You need to open up, and you need to open up and move forward on that matter. It's the way God's Spirit reveals things, right? You need to open up. It's an emotional hang up you have, you seem to have, and you need to just break free from it. You're in West Africa, right? So it's easier.
Yeah,
I'm in Lagos.
Hi, Lagos.
Unless you want to use his pension to pay school fees. Mr. Kule, unless you want to use his pension to pay school fees.
I'm not a pensionable person.
He's just making fun of you. He want to make fun.
I'm not a pensionable person. I do what I do in business, so I don't care about pension.
I can tell. So I wish we can talk in private. It's a serious matter. I know we are just joking. That's how guys, we make fun of each other. Don't mind us. But the Western world, the way it is, and particularly your culture, of course, with due respect, which is good. That's why people that marry, but still, the ladies sometimes they enjoy it. Sometimes because the man will make sure he makes enough money before Yoruba man don't get time. If you don't care if you sponsor Yoruba man wedding, that Yoruba man they don't get time. But Igbo man will make money well. Those things are just cultural fathers and all that, the way the culture has been. So I want you, if you can, break free of that thing. It's you need to break free of it. Put it in prayer, then move forward.
Incidentally for me, my mindset growing up was that I wanted to grow with my kids. I wanted a situation where we were walking by the street, they'll be asking who is the father. That's
Oh,
just
yeah,
my
brothers.
mindset, and that's why I wanted to. That's why I wanted to marry early. Actually, my daughter is
Kasulese.
18.
Kasulese Biko, eh? Oh, your daughter is 18 years old again.
Yes.
Wow, that's wonderful. And even from even your face yourself, you said look like 28. So
True.
so Kasulese Biko, eh? I mean, you know one talk.
Now I'm listening to you.
Biko. If his mama still around, your mom.
Yeah, but she's not. So the thing is, I didn't grow up with her. She's not in Nigeria. She left Nigeria when I was a kid.
And she's still around.
So
You still
I've
talk.
been, yeah, we didn't talk for a very long time, but a few years ago, we started talking.
Please, I wish you can. I think it's God's will for you to break free from that. Eh? This is 2026. There's okay. Let me for the first time. Let me say this. Huh? There's a way God's spirit moves, and I don't want to be too quick to start being spiritual on life like this. It will still be that eventually. But the spirit realm is real. People might have abused the spirit of prophecy, abused things like that. But those things are real. So and the prophetic is very real. So I would say it's your season to get married. I believe so by God's spirit. Because God's word doesn't just come like that. And we're about to start seeing testimonies. Because when God speaks, there are times I've sensed things like I've said things to people jokingly, but I know what I felt and saw before I said it. But I don't want to go spiritual on everybody just all of a sudden. It's not. I want us to spend that time to grow the relationship, grow trust, grow the flow of things before I start saying things like that. So I think it's your season. It's something you might want to do this year. Because the person we are talking about was also 40 when he got married. Isaac was 40. Right, Kasoleze?
Yeah.
So I know is maybe is hard and all that, but you probably need to do it this year. Don't let the year pass. Do you know when your birthday? I mean, when is your birthday rather?
It's January 10th.
So it's just passed. So yeah. Let's try to get it done this year. On a very serious note, I know what I'm saying.
I'll do that.
You sure?
I've actually been praying about it, so I'll do that.
It's time. We go.
Obiora is talking to you, minister.
Okay. I have a beautiful lady for you, so they have started marketing. Let me pray. Yes, what of me? You like money. You're a marker. You like money. You just see chopping money. You there Abuja there, they eat me money alone. No. Only you buy shawarma, buy this one. Just wait first. Let me finish my ministry. Our ministry you like money. Your own no be marriage. You need more things than marriage. But step by step. So today is his own day. We'll tell you your own later. I had to make up myself. I've been to chop alone. But no content chop alone, buy alone. Because just they enjoy money, we just day. Your voice day like condensed milk that day. You day here now, we hear now. Your voice thick. Okay, you two go and marry. So Kasodi say God would help you, would bring to you your, someone that will be a bone of your bone, okay? And the flesh of your flesh. So that God will make you supernatural and it will be beautiful. All right, my brother.
Okay, thank you. I think this is my day, I will say.
Okay.
This is just they don't just happen. Even when you were calling me, I was not even here, so I didn't even know what you were talking about.
Now all these village people make you know here that time. Now you
I did like Samuel. They called me. I went to the kitchen and answered stand.
so please, So I know when God is speaking like that, and I'm very, very, very willing to say God is saying something. I don't like saying that, except it's people that are in much closer circles that I already know and trust the flow. So, but if it's still okay, is that it feels somehow. Felicia had a laugh because he's not married. Hope you're You like money. You like money. You want to become a Zego. All right, let's finish the chapter so I can let Taya speak and the rest. Chema, you're welcome back. All right.
Thank you. Yeah, welcome back. Yeah. Good to be back.
So let's see. So her brother and mother said yes. She said, let's. Oh, by the way, there's no leaning down to propose in this. In this Hebrew culture, it's a romantic thing to do, belonging to the Romans. You can't be a Hebrew man and be romantic. You're an African man. Shade don't talk here too.
We don't really need an Igbo culture. It's difficult. A lot of the marriages, they don't need one.
As in, let the damsel abide with us a few days. So it's definitely something they've been anticipating, like your admission day, like the day your visa comes for us today. That's what it was to them then. After that, she shall go. And he said unto them, hinder me not, seeing that the Lord has prospered my way. Send me away that I may go to my master. And they said, we will call the damsel and inquire at her mouth. That's what I'm talking about, respect. So they respect even a 10-year-old girl, which I suspect will be more mature somehow than 10 years old today. Physically, maybe spiritually also, and all that. And they called Rebecca and said unto her, will thou go with this man? And she said, I will go. And they sent away Rebecca, their sister. And her nurse, that's another thing, that it was and is an African culture. They always go with some nurse, some lady along. That one too can get married over time. Sometimes they're children of slaves, to be fair. Maybe captives of war, people that was going to unalive them, they caught from war and all of that. But there will always be a nurse going with the lady. It really helps, actually. It really does help. And Abraham's servant, okay? By the way, we like doing that thing. Even in Africa today, we get, I didn't know him. We get housemaid from the village, as we call it, right? There's some of them, let's say they'll come with Edomerate and start flying at night. But then it's still there. I don't think.
What did Shade do? Shade missed her offense. I missed my offense. What did I do? Allow Shade she be Oyinbo. What's that? What did I do?
Okay. What we said was that Isaac didn't kneel to propose to Rebecca.
Although now it's not an African thing to do all this this reveal video, jumping off a roof to propose and things like that. I think it's a Hollywood thing, these rom-coms and things like that. So yeah, that's the influence. It's not an African thing. African men will propose with gold. You see how was his name? How that's servant.
She has increased the thing. Ring is just 30 pounds. We go gold. Hey, see how. Oh yeah, go ahead. African man propose with gold. We were saying that maybe you wouldn't. Okay, Chema want to say something.
You raised the stakes. What is this? What am I going to do with
seriously?
this now?
An African man was saying, "I let me you down. That's better."
She raised the stakes.
She raised it. 24 karat gold. My darling, I will do that. So we're saying that is a romantic thing that belongs to the Romans. Okay. So, and indeed, that romantic is coming from Rome related. Okay. So, let's see. She said, I will go. And they sent away Rebecca, their sister, and her nurse. So they always have a housemaid. And Abraham's servants and his men. And they blessed Rebecca and said unto her, so this technically maybe look like a child marriage, but the respect was different. It was a different ballgame. By the way, talking about child marriage and slavery, the guy that came with gold and all that to his master, from his master, He's a slave, technically. So for you to just put child marriage and slavery in context, what they have gaslighted today, and of course, what wouldn't they even pervert really at the end of the day? So that's a slave who came to do child marriage. Look at the glory of it. Just to mention. Okay. Thank you, Father. Okay, and they blessed Rebekah and said unto her, Thou art our sister, be thou the mother of thousands of millions, you see, and let thy seed possess the gate of those that hate them. And Rebekah arose, so they blessed her with fruitfulness, and her damsels, and they rode upon the camels, just like the next day, and followed the man, and the servants took Rebekah and went his way. And Isaac came from the way of the well to the where Lahai Roy, okay, the well of the one who sees. For he dwelt in the south city. So they came to Isaac. And Isaac went out to meditate in the field at the eventide, and he lifted up his eyes and saw, and behold, the camels were coming. Okay, and Rebekah lifted up her eyes, and when she saw Isaac, she lighted off the camel. For she said unto the servant, that's Eliezer, I believe, What man is that walketh in the field to meet us? And the servant had said, It is my master. Like I said, he called Isaac master, which is very strong. So that kind of jealousy he was having was not so deep jealousy as such, if any at all, that he was having with him, Isaac and Ishmael. He said, It is my master. Imagine saying that to a girl, to a little girl, you know, because normally most people be like, so that this girl will respect me when she enter house. That's Isaac. That's Isaac go. That's my guy. He didn't say that. That shows you the state of his heart, right? He said, "That's my master." That's very powerful there. Okay, Rebecca was. Your eyes laughing. Rebecca was Abraham's niece as well as Sarah's niece. Okay. They're just cousins. By the way, that's also a cousin marriage in a way. Things were quite different, anyways. Okay. That is my master. Therefore, she took off a veil and covered herself. Oh, to cover, right? And the servant told, that's veil, by the way, marriage veil kind of situation. And the servant told Isaac all things that had done. And Isaac brought her into his mother Sarah's tent. So he was more or less living in the mother's house, and he really loved his mother. And took Rebekah, and she became his wife, and he loved her. And Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. So he more or less got another mother, a small mother. But Fulani maintained their culture to date. Oh, what culture is that? Okay, let's quickly hear from those who have not spoken before. I think that's going to be Tayo Infinite Tep. So just let's give him his 3 minutes. So Tayo, the floor is open for you, Infinite Tep, for your 3 minutes. Good afternoon.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah.
So, I just want to just add that.
Are you back in West Africa now?
What did you say?
Are you back in Lagos now? Or you're still?
Yeah. I'm back.
Okay.
I'm back in Lagos now. So firstly, I would just like to add I've been fascinated by the Euphrates, even though there's a lot of things about this earth, there are a lot of theories, a lot of stuff, essentially, so many knowledge, but narrowing it down to just one thing, the Euphrates, because when it was first discovered, Fabinius was like, this could never be the work of a black man, that this is from ancient Atlantis, a lost civilization. And it's the Bronze Age. And if we're talking about the Bronze Age, they are dating back to about the Bronze Age, it's dating back to about like early Egypt, like 3,200 years ago or something. And yet there isn't like any physical building that they claim that the Euphrates is from about 800 to 1600 CE. But yeah, there's no building, nothing at all, just the findings of that head. Just even it was even by mistake that they even came across that head, because it was one man that was trying to build his house and he just randomly just came across that. So I feel like uncovering that part of our history might shed light to the future, because it seems like the ancestors are they're kind of holding us back because we've kind of ignored them. No matter what time and era they might be, feels like, and even with now with how ChatGPT and all these things are, they are also erasing our history with ChatGPT now and all these AI models. They are keeping things from us. So it feels like it's gonna get worse if we do not start going physical, like start doing actual excavations, like actual excavations, actual funding to go and start to go to these places and start doing real dating and all of this stuff. Because why would they compare the Bronze Age to the works of Greece and even say it's even better?
Of course.
Huh?
Yeah, indeed.
So they even say it's better than the works of the Greeks and all of that stuff. So I feel like if we could just discover who those heads or who those people are, I feel like that might be a very, very important part of our history. And I feel like until we can actually discover some things about our own history, yeah, physically, then I don't think there's any moving forward, to be honest, because people hardly believe until they see actual like things that, oh yeah, this is actually real.
Yes, that's an
That's what I
important part.
feel.
Yes, true. That's an important part you brought up. It's very important to take those things. And some are talking about reparations or bringing back those things that is in the British Museum. Some people have said there's nothing in the British Museum that is British. In other words, they stole from many different places. You know, but then one other side of that I see is, also re-educating at least those who are alive and bringing back those things. They say they were on it already. That's nice. The Yoruba Nation is saying that, bringing back the things that we know, the culture, retaining that. In fact, if anything, I thought that's what is even saving us, in the sense that we didn't forget the language, we didn't forget some of the cultures. Circumcision just will not go away. So just retaining that, keeping them, beginning to build them back. So that is going to do a lot, because you can't. The the only way you can eventually wipe out that side of the whole thing is if you wipe out the whole people, because that way you're handing to children, children gives it to children, so it keeps going on like that, and that stays in the land of the living. You can carbon date, discover carbon dating is not the best. They tell you all sort of stuff. They tell you, well, the stuff belongs to Atlantis, like they said, But then it's good to have that part also. By the way, quick one. I mean, one you might find interesting, Infinitep, is, did you know that the supposed tomb of Abraham in Israel, did you know that there is no proof that there's any body there in the first place? And on top of that, there is law that prevents people from testing, which is to confirm how fake those things are. Because they tell you, because it's a sacred site, is a this, is a that, you can't dig, you can't check, you can't even use stuff. Tells you this thing is just a joke, but the outside is branded nice. They write their Hebrew thing, looking wonderful. It's a business center, really, at the end of the day. Anyway, let's do our 3 minutes from the top. Let's do our 3 minutes from the top all the way down, so that we make that the last set for the day. So, or should we do it bottom up? Let's do it from top all the way down, so that we can begin to close. I have a kind of meeting now I need to attend to, or soon. I know it's kind of flexible, but I can. So Babala, last just word for the day. 1-2 minutes, or do you need just 60 seconds or 1 minute?
All right, so I'll first of all start with the first topic I made, talking about how we bury the unalive people. I think it was from different, for the Yoruba race, I know it depends on the circumstance. For those that are drowned in the water, they bury them by the sea there.
Oh.
Yes, it's still happening. I lost a brother some 7 years back. They went to the beach to swim, and so unfortunately they had alcohol in their system, and one of them did not make it alive, so it was buried at Badagry. So, and then for some people that have done too much evil, my grandma told me that they would land sometimes reject some of them, and they have to do some things to put them back. So it depends on the circumstances that back then.
I see.
And then for some place in part of the earth, for the Danish, the Vikings, they bury them on the boats and then they just strike fire. So some people they just burn, they spread their ashes around. So different reasons why they bury different people back then.
Yes.
And so fast forwarding now to marriage and all of that, I think you've said it all. And I'll keep saying it. May God bless you. God bless what you are doing. This is not an ordinary job, an ordinary task. It takes somebody who has been chosen by God to do this. It can't be better said than this. There's no better place to be than what we are doing right now. It's about your consciousness and then what you guys are doing. Thank you for you and Mr. Gia. So I just want to wrap up now and say thank you so much. That's all I have to say.
Yes, thank you very much. So, Yang, do you have maybe last word for the day before we continue the way down?
No, maybe they do. I was when they are done. Maybe just finish it done first.
Sorry?
I said, are you done with Enoch and the rest of them?
Yeah, we're starting from the top, but since you came from the top, so I just...
Okay. Well, it's quite fascinating again to...
Something has muted you. You're muted.
Okay, Genesis is to give us tidbits of the actual events, but still stuff we could still work with. And it's interesting to see how things are done in those days, you know. You can see that as soon as dowry was paid for the hire, the age wasn't an issue, they just took her away. But I was saying that the Fulani still practice, I think the Fulani has some northerners. I don't know whether the house has practiced that too. But they practice marriage between cousins, you know, even to date. They haven't abolished that. So you could see cousins get married. It's happening here. It's still here, you know.
Yes, that's true. Thanks for that. Let's hear from Enoch Eben as we start to close.
All right, thank you very much. I think we just everything we've been reading in the scripture is everything our culture. And the Westerner, everything we're seeing now is just the Westerner, and they did that intentionally just to eradicate what we have in the first place. And if we can just go back to this place, and the system is just making things difficult for most of us. So it's just intentionally also. But I pray, since we begin to have the knowledge back, we'll begin to walk in line with the principle of the Most High itself, and things will begin to fall into place. And I ask that the Most High will continue to strengthen you in your ministry and give you more grace to proceed and to finish well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Enoch Eben, for those prayers. Grateful. Yeah, Chima, let's go.
Okay, so I don't know if we discussed it while I went away, but I don't know how many 10-year-olds that you know today that can feed or water camels. And we're talking about camels in a caravan. And the Bible does say that Eliezer sat back to watch her water all camels. So I guess that also adds, that kind of corroborates what we were discussing the other day about how their physiology was sort of different from what we have right now, because I don't know any 10-year-olds. I don't even remember myself as a 10-year-old able to do that kind of menial labor. And Eliezer watched until this girl finished watering camels. And do you know what it means to water camels? These are buckets and buckets. So she's running up and down that, drawing water from that well, running back and forth, watering. And we're not, and a caravan of that size, carrying that kind of, we're talking at least 5 camels.
20 liters of water or whatever.
Right? How many 10-year-olds, that can do that? And the fact that, okay, they felt she was within marriageable age, there wasn't any protest or anything. So probably their physiologies were different. This girl probably looked like a 16-year-old for all we know.
Yeah.
Right? And the fact that, you know, in the Bible, I'm just going with what the Bible says. I'm not even going into Joshua. How the Bible says that she sees this guy, comes down, knows to pull down her veil. Okay, maybe as a child she sees the adults doing it. But the Bible now says that he's comforted by this 10-year-old, seriously? And it's not just a physical thing, like, okay, maybe because he's using her body to comfort himself. There must have been more depths to this 10-year-old girl that she was able to comfort a 40-year-old man. Do you understand? So it's a lot more than what we are seeing. You get, and yeah, so I just feel, and it's also interesting how spoiled Isaac was. He's a 40-year-old man that has no game. His father has to go and look for a wife for him. Seriously? Like, so he was like a serious mommy's boy. And this is not conjecture. It's as in, even looking at Joshua, the mother has to choose his clothes for him. The mother has to put the turban for him.
Only
The mother
child
has...
of a very old woman.
I get that, but yeah, I get that, but he was kind of spoiled though. He's 40, he's 30. His father had to look for a wife for him. I don't know if there's anybody in among the patriarchs that they did that for, but it just showed how.
Also call it Dangata now.
Sorry?
That's call him Dangata.
That's what Hausa call it, Dangata.
Dangata, yes.
That's the act of getting a wife for your child. Because I'm thinking it has
a child that is pampered so much.
Oh,
a child that is a child that is pampered so much and taken care of.
Yeah, he was somewhat of a mommy's boy, right? So maybe that was why he really liked his son Esau, because Esau was so different for him. He probably didn't like Jacob because Jacob was more like him. Jacob was like a mommy's boy as well. So that's why he didn't really like Jacob, because it was like seeing himself. But Esau was the wildling, you know, like the wildling that Ishmael was, you know. Conjecture, I'm just saying. But it's interesting how Abraham, I don't know, he had to look for a wife for him, and it's that 10-year-old girl too that was comforting him. That was, you know,
I would say,
even the family dynamics. It's the woman that said, "Oh, I don't want my child to marry a wife from here. Let's send him to my brother. Oh, okay, bring your brother, bring him. Let us pray for him." I guess he was a very peaceful guy. He was a sweetheart. You know, mommy's boys are usually sweethearts, but I just felt that was kind of interesting, right? That, you know, they are people of God, but they have their weaknesses. And in spite of that, God still loved them. God still chose them. God was still going to bring his purpose through them. So it's kind of like an encouragement for all of us that, yes, we're all work in progress. All you have to do is be available. And as long as you're available, God is going to use you. And if you have the right heart posture, we see that Isaac did have the right heart posture. It's just that he had this funny behaviors that was just like, seriously, a 40-year-old? Are you joking right now? You know, but it is what it is, right?
Yeah, I mentioned that in part 3 or part 4 of our of the Interview 91 podcast. That just like Isaac is kind of quiet, you know, not that fully forceful patriarch. Is how it's like that of Kombi in that Yoruba cosmology is also very quiet. In fact, some have even removed him and said after Oduduwa just gave birth to Oromiyan straight away, they just removed the Kombi from there because nothing, just easygoing. They just literally transmitted the blessing, more or less, you know. And again, it's like this thing that people's puberty pop up nowadays with funny food is like it's the fake version of what they had then. I suspect that once they're getting into 8, 9, 10, look at Ephraim, right? Manasseh, that was punching a 45-year-old man, and the man feel him, he just gentle, just 14, 13 years old. So their physiology change. If you just get, we say, it's a pedio, whatever, it's a PDF. This one is not PDF document anywhere. Their physiology was different. She probably was in puberty from 9 or so, and not the evil puberty of nowadays coming from milk and baby food or Indomie and all that. But perhaps this kind of
I strongly agree. Yeah.
And the men too, the guy is ready to punch the man. Remember Joseph, is it Ephraim, right?
Right? Yeah, Manasseh that beat his uncle or something.
Was it between 9, in fact, 9 and 13 was what we calculated.
Right, we calculated it between 9 and 13. Yeah, 9, 13, 14, yeah.
Yeah. So I can imagine 8 and 9 and 10, they're already getting of that. And another thing we said was that while you were away, is one thing that would have made it so easy to everybody to just pick a girl. You came from Mesopotamia, whatever, right? From modern day Congo to almost to Chad, and you are picking up a girl and you're taking her away the next day. Is probably because, which we probably hear when we said it already, that the way they must have been prepared for that, and maybe from age 8, 7, 8, 9, they're already saying, okay, one day my husband will come take me, one day my husband, and they keep repeating that. And we try to parallel that, what Rebecca must have been feeling with what some of us felt the day you got your admission letter. You're ready to pack your bags, like to get out of the place, or the day you got your visa to go to Australia, like you've been applying and stuff like that. The day you know, so those things have been replaced by this Western related education and all that. So you got your admission, your mommy can cry, whatever, but you are your eye don't dry, you're ready to go. Is that day you later cry, but you don't know the friends you meet, you don't know the nation you're going to in the case of visa traveling, but you are so anticipating that you're ready to go. It's very similar to what must have been the case here. So 10, 12, they're ready to go. Odette, Godia, Godia, Godia. Godia means grateful. I just found that out this morning from search. Good morning, Odette. Lindsay. You're
Good
muted.
morning. Hi, everyone.
How was the
I had to
trigger?
come back to TikTok from Twitter because I couldn't really engage there. So I've really found the session very educative and really nice to hear how things happen in different places. I just wanted to touch on two things that kind of stood out for me. I know as a child, I used to know that they used to bury only our village heads standing, or they'll put them on a chair. But I don't really know if it was on the ground or in a cave or whatever. But I never really heard more details about it. But I know that has stood out to me. And I used to be like, that's interesting. More or less like you can never fall. You're going to be buried standing. So for me, it was like, I liked the idea, I kind of liked it. But yeah, that aside. No, that's in Nasarawa State. We're very close to Gang, so we have things in common. Yeah. Then the second one was, I know growing up, our parents gave birth to 7 of us, and I grew up wanting a very large family as well. My husband also, there are 7 on their side. And that was it for a lot of us for many years, because it was more or less like you had your friends, your best friends. You found you. Sorry.
How market now?
Market has changed. It's annoying me now because I've got just 2 children, So back to my sisters, they may not like this, but if you're hearing this now and you kind of understand that everything was a programming, I would encourage you to have as many as you can. It's my opinion. I know you may not like it, but it's too late for me now. I can only adopt, But I'm just like, if I kind of knew.
There's nothing. Are you 60? What are you again? 61?
Kule, leave that one. Just leave it first. But it's a bit too late for me now, I'm in my 40s. I'm in my mid-40s.
So what are we talking about?
It's complicated. I can't be bringing it out here.
But nothing is so hard for God to do, even if it's a.
No, it's not that. It's not that. It's a bit late. Maybe the gap between now we're almost 15 or 20 years.
No, it's something else. No, it's something else. It's actually. I think it's something else. Maybe very private medical.
Wait, you know how you guys have spoken about 10-year-olds, 9-year-olds having their periods early? Some of us are already seeing menopause at this age. So let me just say it out there, So it's not bad. I would say it because a lot of people have even shared more personal things here than I have. And it's nothing to hide. It's the truth is out there. So, I'm just saying that it's a bit too late for some of us. But as you said, I believe in miracles. There's Sarah now, 60. So if you guys hear me inviting you for naming ceremony in the next 9 months, probably someone has said prayer for me here now already. So yes, that's it. So those are the 2 things I was going to kind of bring. Me, I was brainwashed, because after the first chat, I was like, I'm not doing again.
Who would they ask? Who are you asking? Kasule, wait first. Let me Give me this man. Oh,
It's
go and pray.
Kasolize now. He's the one that is on the chopping board this
I
morning.
know.
So
Let him go and pray first. Go and pray. Go and pray. But most
so
of the
yeah,
women here are
that
married. Actually, that's maybe the Joma is married.
that's
But go ahead.
so you can mute me. I'm done. Thank you.
When did you start to enjoy your gist?
Me, but I'm on break, so I'm going to run back
Okay,
into
you
the
have to get back
office.
to
Then
work.
I'll just
Thank you
be
for coming.
incognito. Yes.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for
So
coming.
no, that
Nagode. Yawa.
So it's interesting. So let's keep it pushing. What we'll keep doing is next time when we start reading scripture, you people start entering because that grave matter. I don't understand. It just slow us down. But it's fine. We pick back up and we're able to get beautiful things. But it's good.
no, yeah, but again, Minister. Sometimes some of these things, we are trying to discover our culture, right? And looking at Africa as and the Bible as the heritage or the history of Africa. These are some of the things that, like now, I'm connecting a lot of things from what I know to what I've read. I'm seeing that when you were reading it, then your mindset was that okay, this thing was from the white, all of that. But now now that you know that it's not. You begin to connect your culture, certain cultural practices that you see with what you have seen in scripture, and then because then we will have thought that okay, these things was the Christianity that was brought in that made us begin to do them. But in the real sense, no, we were doing these things before it came. They just came and met us doing it. So these are the reasons why I'm a bit more fascinated. I'm asking questions and asking more questions, to know more about, our spirituality, our worship, our core cultures. For us, we are a bit getting a bit middle-aged and we are digging this information. We have a view of it, but there are some people that didn't even grow in the village like us, and then they didn't have the privilege of meeting elderly people while they were growing up. So some of this information, they don't have it at all. So it's because I have a bit of it, so I could ask questions to know deeper and know more. But there are people that don't even know nothing about it, because of the generation they were born in. So it's quite interesting, much as it almost took us away. But again, it's good to discover. I've never even thought of the burial until today. I was talking about and imagining, oh, this was how we did our burial. They used the capstone, put somebody in a small hole and cover with a capstone, and that was it. And people don't even go to visit it again. You just cover, that it's there. Once in a while, you remember that this person was buried there. You can go there and it's there. Even yesterday, when I was talking to my cousin, he was like, this thing is in our other place now. If you want to go, I can decide now to say, okay, let's go see the graveyard of our great grandfather. I could go there and just see the capstone still there. Wow. Amazing. So some of these things are much as it took us off, but again, it's just trying to make us connect deeper to this truth that we have discovered, making us see the correlation and the relationship between our way of life and what was written in the Bible days. So sometimes it's not really that, it's just more confirmation and affirmations for us.
I even got something like that. I never even knew that people put in tombs and cover. That's exactly how they did Jesus Christ, with the cover and all that. That was quite instructive. Thank you so much, everybody. Let me update what we're doing tomorrow. Will be Genesis 20. what is that? 25. Yes, thank you very much. So we'll put that there. So let me let's begin to appreciate those who are here today, 25. And we can close for the day. It's always refreshing. The moment, as long as we yield to God's Spirit and all that, it's so refreshing. Okay, thank you, Hali. Thank you, Clifford. Clifford has never come up before. I wish you can do 60 seconds like right now. If you can come up, Clifford, just 60 seconds. I've sent you. Just say hi. Enoch, thanks for coming. Techspect, Kali Works, Saya Epitome, Piero, Wisdom, Oluseyi Akombi is just in the comments today. Black Hebrew, Effortlessly Shade, D Best, Malanga, Rodige, Obiora Humuka, Salty, and Clifford. Okay, I've asked them before. Then Odette Godia, Lindsay, Giang Z, and Chima. This is Chima.
Has Gilbert come up before?
Gilbert.
Best.
Dbs, yes, a long time ago. So it's just been more quiet recently. It's come out quite a long time ago. Okay. So thank you everybody for coming. God bless us. We'll meet again tomorrow. We thank God for today. It's just wonderful. So you're studying.
Thank you,
Okay.
Minister.
Yes, thank you so much, my brother. So we'll see you tomorrow. God bless us all. Bye bye. Bye.
Bye. Dibs, what are you studying now? Huh?
I had a PhD in the do. God bless you, brother. I even prepare someone to make money than just the read book. Oh, that's in it.
Now the book they bring money sometimes, Minister.
Sometimes, all right, sometimes. All right now.
All right, dog.
Bye.
Bye.
Genesis 22. Set. All right, good morning, everybody. Doing Genesis 25 this morning. Hope we had a good night rest or having a good day already. Let's begin. We just need to share. Next thing to do. Can please let me know if I'm audible in the comments. All right, thank you. So let's pray and get started. But good morning to Chioma Okoye, to Giang, to okay, thank you. Harriet, you're welcome. Amo Ologo, you're welcome. Okay, great. Who else is there? Chidima, good morning. Chosen, King David, Wisdom, Tammy, Walalani, Eagle Prince, Cali Works, Bessie, Josh. Thank you all for coming. Let us pray. So it will be Genesis 25 this morning. Father, we're grateful for everything. It's another beautiful day, another beautiful moment to have a glimpse into eternity, to have a glimpse into your plan, into the beauty of your wisdom and your love and your grace. Another opportunity to look into the codes with which we were formed and were brought upon this planet in this side of eternity to experience time. We give you thanks. As we read these words, cause it to make us wise, cause us to be more like you, to be strengthened with your might in our spirit by your might. And we ask that you cause us to know you more, cause us to be transformed to be more like you. We resist and break any and every distraction, power of the enemy. And we want to distract our conversations. We decree we are gathered in your name, and let your presence be with us as promised. We give you thanks. In the name of your Son, Yeshua, we've prayed. Amen. Genesis 25. Genesis 25. Then again, Abraham took a wife. That's after the death of Sarah. He took a wife. And her name was Keturah. And she bare him Zimran, and Jokshan, and Medan, and Midian, and Ishbak, and Shua. So that's 6. So Abraham had 8 sons, I think, altogether. Ishmael, Isaac, and these 6. And Jokshan begat Sheba and Dedan. And the sons of Dedan were Ashurim, and Letushim, and Leumim. And the sons of Midian, Ephan, Ephar, and Hanok, and Abida, and Elada, or Eldar. And these were the children of Keturah. And Abraham gave all that he had unto Isaac. By all that he had, I think he's referring to the blessing, because he gave this other one some other things. Okay? And unto the sons of the concubines which Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts and sent them away from Isaac, his son, while he yet lived. So he did that when he was still there, so it doesn't cause issues when he's left. Okay? Because apparently people were just eyeing his property and all of that, as we could see yesterday. And these are the days of the years of Abraham's life, which he lived, 100 threescore and 15 years. That's 175. Then Abraham gave up the ghost and died in a good old age, an old man full of years, and was gathered to his people. And his sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Ephron, the son of Zohar the Hittite, which is before Mamre. Okay, so before you get to Mamre, Mamre is further south, I believe. Okay, the field which Abraham purchased of the sons of Heth, there was Abraham buried, and Sarah his wife. And it came to pass, so they could reuse the cave. Castle is a good morning. Okay, so the field which Abraham purchased of the sons of Heth, there was Abraham buried, and Sarah his wife. And it came to pass after the death of Abraham that God blessed his son Isaac, and Isaac dwelt by the well Lahai Roy, the one who sees. Now these are the generations of Ishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar the Egyptian, Sarah's handmaid, bare unto Abraham. And these are the names of the sons of Ishmael by their names, according to their generations. The firstborn of Ishmael, Nebajoth, and Kedar, and Abdiel. So I think this Kedar is that tenth of Kedar that scripture would refer to, very dark. And Abdiel, and Mibsam, and Mishma, and Duma, and Massa. Okay. Hadar and Tema, Jetor, Naphish, and Kadema. These are the sons of Ishmael. These are their names by their towns and by their castles. 12 princes according to their generations. So he had 12 also. Okay. These are the years of which there's a prophecy that there is a person who will have 12 sons, right? Somewhere along the line. That's written in the book of Enoch. When he was prophesying everything, he mentioned 12 sons somewhere. And somehow Ishmael had 12 sons. So Satan is usually interested in what God is interested in. And these are the years of the life of Ishmael, 137 years. And he gave up the ghost and died, 137. Okay, so he didn't live as old as his father. And was gathered unto his people. Okay. And they dwelt from Avila unto Shur, that is before Egypt, as thou goest towards Assyria. And he died in the presence of all his brethren. And these are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham begat Isaac, and Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife, the daughter of Bethuel the Syrian, of Paddan Aram, the sister of Laban the Syrian. So that place they call Paddan Aram, or Mesopotamia, is the place that has almost the most confusing name in the scriptures that I've found. Because one place has up to 6 names, which I don't think would have been necessary if they had not started translating names. So it's called Mesopotamia. That's the most popular. It's called Mesopotamia. It's called Paddan Aram. It's called Paddan. It's called Aram. It's called Syria. Okay. So that's how it's got up to 5 to 6 names. Okay. And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife. He prayed because she was barren, and the Lord was entreated of him, and Rebekah his wife conceived. And the children, that's a long story just summarized there. And the children struggled within her, and she said, if it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of the Lord. And the Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels. Can someone confirm? Yes, of course. That's one thing with Genesis. At this point, Abraham was still alive. Now I can remember firsthand why it feels as though Abraham lived and died. Yeah, Chima, thanks. So Abraham lived and died, and then after he died, Isaac started living. After Isaac died, Jacob started living. It's because of the way Genesis summarizes it. Because it tells you somebody the main thing they did, tell you the end of their age, okay? And then move on to the son. So It runs like from here to here, just to tell you the full thing. It backs off here and runs from here to here, backs off here, runs from here to here. So that's the way it's done, just like that. That's how it seems to be with Genesis. Okay. So Abraham was still alive here because I can remember they went to Abraham that what's happening with your daughter-in-law, you know, that there are two children struggling, and he said something. And for those that have been with us, which is most of us, Jacob was teenager when Abraham died. Yes, I think he was 15. So that's his grandson, Jacob, grandson of Abraham. So for those that have been following us, you will see that kind of almost a little bit of passive kind of disposition of Isaac when his wife was barren and she was praying. She was asking that she needs children and all that. And Isaac said, well, God will provide. He said, well, go and pray. He said, but Abraham, our father, has prayed for us and God has promised. That's quite a lesson there in the book of Joshua, I think. So Isaac said, our father Abraham is there. He's been praying for us, and don't worry, you will have a child. He said, you go and pray for yourself. I don't know if those that have read it will remember that. He said, Isaac, you go and pray for yourself. Abraham has prayed his own. His wife was also barren. He has had his own breakthrough. I'm just paraphrasing now. Say, you go and pray for yourself. Then I think Isaac had to go pray for himself, truly. That was funny. And that thing is true. Oh my God. You know, when God gives you a prophecy, you should war with that prophecy. Joshua 26, thank you. Thank you. So you should war with that prophecy. Don't just sit with it. You war with it. You engage with it. Don't be surprised. Satan could have, I just say Satan, but because I know he's usually involved. He could have made Rebecca, the wife of Isaac, die childless. Perhaps even Isaac died childless and continue with Ishmael. Maybe because he knows he has a greater flow, greater control of Ishmael. Because Ishmael already had 12 sons. That 12 is very prophetic. It's already written in the book of Enoch. That somebody along that lineage will have 12. It was said that Abraham will have 8. That was said. I think it was Noah that told him that he will have 8 children. Or Eber or someone told Abraham already you have 8. And indeed he had just exactly 8 sons. So there's been said somebody there will have 12. And this guy already was kind of towards his 12. See? So he had to go pray by himself before the things started moving and all. So, and she went to inquire of the Lord. Okay, and children struggled together within her, and she said, if it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of the Lord. By the way, the way they chaptered Joshua is kind of close to the way they did Genesis also. You see that we're in Genesis 25, but it's matching almost Joshua 26, thereabout, is what I noticed. Maybe even Jubilees was almost close to that. Because Jubilees also has 50 chapters, exactly like Genesis 50 chapters, if I can remember right. Joshua is about 91 chapters. If it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of the Lord, and the Lord said to her, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people. 2 manner of people are strong. This is very strong, what is happening here. 2 manner of people is a very strong word. I mean, how do you call somebody's children of the same parents, 2 manner of people? This is a long shot, but I'm suspecting something happened to Esau in pregnancy. Yeah, 50 chapters in Jubilees. Yeah, thank you. I'm suspecting something happened to Esau in pregnancy. I'm just suspecting that. Esau became something else over time, almost as funny as Cain, to the point that there's still Esau situation till today. Okay? Because Esau apparently mixed with Kittim, which is Cyprus. And the dukedoms that you still have, they call them dukes today. in Britain, right? In the UK, you have these dukes. So, and it's very suspicious to think they might have come from Edom, somehow mixed in together somehow. Okay? So two manners, they also mix with Mount Seir, yes, of which interestingly, they unalive all the Mount Seir people later, but then they must have had children from their women. So Esau became something else altogether. Two manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels, and the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger. One people shall be stronger. He didn't even tell us which one will be stronger, but he said one will serve, the elder will serve the younger. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. Okay, and the first came out red, all over like a hairy garment, very hairy garment, something like this, right? Very hairy garment. The first came out red, all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. And after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold of Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob. And Isaac was 80 years old when she bare them. So he was 60. So he waited for 20 years to have the children. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field, and Jacob was a plain man, dwelling in tents, to stay home more. And Isaac loved Esau, but he did because and Isaac loved Esau because he did eat of his venison. So, we were thinking yesterday maybe he liked him because he's the kind of child that looked or that was kind of different from him. I was outgoing and all boys like it was because of the food. But Rebecca loved Jacob, and there was no condition to that. Interesting. And Jacob sawed pottage, very quick summary. And Esau came from the field from actually fighting Nimrod, killing Nimrod altogether. And he was faint. And Esau said to Jacob, feed me, I pray thee, with the same red pottage. By the way, there was some level of farming at that time. So, with the same red pottage, for I am faint. And pottage is still red in Africa today, isn't it? Or porridge is what we call it, because you put palm oil. Feed me of the same red pottage, for I am faint. Therefore was his name called Edom. Esau, Edom. Edom is Adam. Edom. That's like, it means red. Okay? And Jacob said, sell me this day thy birthright. Wonder why he said that. And Esau said, behold, I am at the point to die. And what profit shall this birthright do to me? And Jacob said, swear to me this day. And he swore unto him, and he sold his birthright unto Jacob. How? Sale. You expect money, but there was no sales. There was no money, rather. There was words and there was food. There was words and there was food. Then Jacob gave Esau bread and pottage of lentils. And he did eat and drink and rose up and went his way. All these kingdoms are in Africa, by the way. Yes, they are. But some of the people seem to have moved to the north. So, by the way, it's almost like most of Japheth is already wiped out, is what is appearing. And they keep wiping out up until northern Africa, where you now have so-called Arab people. He rose up and went his way. Thus, Esau despised his birthright. So that is why I tell people today that when people that say, what does it matter? What if Africans are the Hebrews? And so? And I'm like, that is an Esau kind of response. That's an Esau kind of response. to say, what if Africans are Hebrews, and so why do you say something like that? And the people controlling the world they call themselves Hebrews? Don't you think there's something there? Don't you think there's something there? Twitter is just muted. The thing is muted. It's not unmuting. Just a moment. Let's try to fix it real quick. Consistently, Lord, I want to know your heart. Know your heart, know your heart. Know your heart, know your heart. Consistently, Lord, I want to see your face. Honestly, Twitter is not encouraging at all, but we're just pushing it. See your face, see your face. I will pray in the morning. I will pray. I will pray. I will pray. Are you taking guess? Yes, Baal, Malek, we are. I will pray in the time. Still not unmuting. Okay, it is. Great. Okay, Baal Molek. Why do you have the name of Molek? You have requested. What do you want to say? Baal Molek. What do you want to say? What do you want to say? So I say that it's an Esau kind of question. You say, well, Africans are Hebrews and so what? That's an Esau kind of question. That's an Esau to despise his birthright. You see. But Molek, what do you want to say? Mhm. I will pray.
Good day.
Consistent. Yeah, good morning. It's morning here.
If I understand well, you're trying to say that Bible is Black African history.
Yes.
Well, if it's Black African history, why didn't Jesus preach in Africa? Why didn't he go to Egypt to preach, or any of the apostles?
Where do you think he preached instead?
He preached in their Middle East, Israel.
How do you know he preached there?
Because it's in the Bible. When Herod was looking to unalive him, his parents took him to Africa, which is Egypt. Egypt protected them. But when he brought the good news, he did not take it to Egypt. These people know rate Africa.
So, how do you know he didn't come to present day Nigeria?
It's not written in the Bible.
Would Nigeria have been written in the Bible? Did the name Nigeria exist then?
No, but we had kingdoms there.
Good. So what were those kingdoms and what were they called in Bible days? That's the real question.
They know rate Africa. They didn't come. They didn't come to this side. If they came, they would have had names like Benin Kingdom, the Oyo Empire, and even the North culture that predates the Bible in the North. They know rate Africa at all. Anything black.
I understand. So, but my question is, what was, Kikongo, right? Kikuyu, what was their name in Bible days? Do you know what their names were? Or what was happening here during that time?
The Kikuyu in Kenya, right?
Yeah, I'm just calling random names rather.
Okay, well, they didn't. They weren't mentioned in Bible times. The gospel was not brought to them.
That's what I'm saying. Let's assume they were not mentioned. And I think the reason why you won't see them is because they had different names there, right? So my point is, what do you think was happening in Africa during the time of Jesus Christ?
Africa was pretty developed, like the great Zimbabwean civilization, like the ancient, what do you call it, the Punt Empire in Sudan. All right, Egypt. Yes. Egypt was so well developed. Egypt was like world power, So, but they didn't find, even Egypt is neighboring to Israel, it's trackable. They didn't find it, the blacks there worthy of hearing the good news. Paul traveled from Israel all the way to Rome. He didn't touch Africa.
Interesting. So, what do you think stopped them from entering deeper into? They got to Ethiopia, right? No, I think they did. You remember the eunuch in Acts chapter 8? You're muted.
Just give me one second.
No, it's not. Okay. It's not a debate. So if you can be vulnerable, we are not trying to win a debate. So if you're trying to search something to take our time, we can just talk. I can get your reference for you if it's what you're looking for, to make us get to where we're going faster.
Okay, I'm back. You were trying to say that they were in Ethiopia. I don't think so. They met an Ethiopian eunuch, but didn't say they were in Ethiopia.
In Acts chapter 13, when they ministered unto the Lord and fasted, the Lord said unto them, separate unto me Paul and Barnabas, right? But then there was Simon of Niger. I don't want to use the N word because of TikTok. There was Simon of Niger there in Acts 13, part of those who were ministering to the Lord.
Yeah, even the guy that carried Jesus' cross was from Libya. What's his name? Simon of Cyrene, if I remember well. So the one that carried Jesus' cross. But this is because he was in Israel, not because Jesus took the gospel to Egypt or Libya. They don't consider that place as part of anything that is worth anything. They don't believe black men should be saved. To put it in context, right? The Queen of Ethiopia traveled to meet King Solomon. That is Queen Sheba. She traveled with thousands of soldiers and gifts to meet King Solomon. So these people were relating and intertrading. But when the gospel came, there was discrimination. They did not want to take it to Africa for any reason.
Okay. Although we'll still get back to why you think that them brought it back so powerfully that they're spending millions. But we'll get to that. That's if that's the case. But let's think about, do you think Jesus looks like this? Of course not, does he? Or he looks like this guy on your stuff?
No. Yeah, it's more like the guy on my picture, even though I got the picture from Google. It looks like people from that area.
Okay. So my thought is, how were they able to successfully hide in there when Egyptians look like this? Do you agree? Until recently.
Look, yes, but until before Jesus was born. By the time Jesus was born, they were already whitened. Like the.
Although I don't agree. But that's fine. Let's go back in time then. How do you think Moses, was able to rule in Egypt? Right?
Because
he should be whitish.
Moses, yeah, because he's from Middle East.
And he's reigning among black Egyptians, correct?
Yeah, because he was raised in the king's court.
Let me add one more. How do you think Joseph's brothers were not able to recognize him?
It's a story, and probably because he was already fattened. The brothers were skinny and hungry. Joseph was already in power, probably in his robe and regalia.
We have to pick one. Is it a story that didn't happen, or is it a story that happened? We got to pick one.
We're just going with the story as if it's happened. So I'm just saying that by the time the brothers were getting to Egypt, they were already skinny, all right? But Joseph, the small Joseph they know has now grown into an adult and probably fattened in terms of, because he was in power, right?
So how then did it happen? Did the fattening also whiten his skin or darken his skin? Because he's among Egyptians.
Yeah, because he's light-skinned. He's light-skinned like them, yes.
So how come they didn't know he was even Hebrew? Because they did not know he was even Hebrew.
Yeah, it's very possible because by that time they were doing that. Egypt was already mixed. So, yes, but by the time Jesus was born, Egypt was ruled by the Greeks, which is Alexander the Great. 300 years before Jesus was born, the Greeks had already conquered Egypt and were ruling it. So the elite class, the ruling class, and the lingua franca of Egypt was already Greek.
Joseph was around 1700 BC. Jesus is 1 BC. Alexander is 200 BC. So, do you know what point they really mix, or you're just trying to?
No, they didn't say. There's no way Joseph was 1,200 BC. But if he is, right? They didn't say in the Bible, did they?
No, you can get it. They did say with the ages of the people. In fact, it's about 1,700 mainstream timeline. Moses is about 1,500.
So this puts Joseph 3,700 years ago.
If you use mainstream timeline, thereabout, yes, that's just about when he was.
Yeah, but it doesn't disprove. It doesn't disprove anything. Egypt was mixed for the longest time.
When? Do you know when?
When Egypt was mixed?
Yes. Do you know where
The
the
only
white
time it
race
wasn't
came
mixed.
from?
The only time it wasn't mixed was their first few pharaohs 4,500 years ago.
Do you really
The
have
first
proof for
few.
that?
Yeah, because the pharaoh, we have the sculpture of the pharaoh, which is a Nama, is a black face,
Okay.
black sub-Saharan African face. And then there was a time the Sudanese ruled the 25th dynasty. Outside this, the rest of the time, Egypt had fallen to foreign invaders, the
Do you know
Arabs and the Greek.
Do you know where the white skin came from?
White skin,
Yes.
reportedly in Caucasus Mountains, but European.
Let me jump to the beginning. How do you think humans even came to this world?
How humans can we evolved from pre-hominid species, and we are still evolving to different kinds of humans. The evolution is still on.
Okay. How do you think the world was created then? Big Bang. Oh, you're not sure?
No, Big Bang just kind of makes more sense, but nobody is really sure.
More sense than what?
Than telling me that a spirit flew over the waters and just said, "Let there be light," and light just appeared. So "Let there be river," and river just appeared. That's children's story now.
All right. Let me see the one to approach first. Let me approach that one first before we talk about cultures. Tom can remind me how to talk with him about cultures. Now, do you know when the Big Bang happened? Just roughly. You don't have to search. It's a comfortable conversation.
I get, according to science, the Big Bang is still on, and the earliest time we can measure is 13.6 billion years ago.
Okay.
So if we have better equipment, we'll still see further.
Sorry?
If we have better equipment, the more better our equipment telescopes are, the further into the past we can see.
I like that word, we. I hear there's a guy that used that we more than you. It would sound as though he's a boy and Armstrong, but that's fine. We is good. So, all right, let's do it this way. Do you know how big we have touched time? 13.8 billion years. Let's talk about space. Do you know how big the universe is according to your science?
Nobody really knows, but the one we can measure, there's measurable universe, which is basically the part that has light. And from calculations, this part that has light is like 4%. It's
So
still
what's the size? Can you remember, or should we search, or can I?
Offhand. Yeah, you can search, but it's gonna be a number with lots of zeros.
Give me a rough number that you know, so I know where to approach from.
I don't have a number offhand for the size, because it's still expanding. I don't really have. If you asked me how fast it's expanding, we know that. But how
fast is it expanding?
I think 60-something thousand kilometers per second. The expansion is why we can count time. The expansion, space is tied to time. So if it stops expanding, time will stop. If it starts shrinking, time will go in reverse.
I don't agree. But it's okay. The 6,000 number you got is just about the radius of the Earth. Is where you got that 6,000, I would say. 1,000 kilometers. Is that the radius or diameter of the Earth? Okay, supposedly. So, do you know what a light year is?
Yeah, that's the distance light travels in 1 year. If you flash a light, how far it's going to go in 1 year, that's a light year.
Do you know what that distance then is?
That should be somewhere around 3,000 something kilometers.
Okay. The 3 you mentioned, you got it from the speed of light, which is a value you will need to calculate,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
The 3 you mentioned is the speed, is about the
Okay.
speed.
Yes. Yeah. Right. I'm using Google now, so it's 9.46 trillion kilometers per year.
Not per year, just 9.46. Yeah, per year, kind of the
Yeah.
speed.
That's how far. Yes. How much it covers in 1 year. If you flashlight, how far the light will go
Yes,
over a year. It's 9.46 trillion kilometers.
good. So for perspective and for those listening who may not, just to get, it's not that people don't know things, just to put things in perspective. 1 light year is the distance light will travel in 1 year, and light is said to have a speed of 300 million meters per second. Okay, and what that distance, that, by the way, what that means is that if you shine a light on a globe model, it will go around. Let's say you are in Canada, well, let's pick the equator. You are in Ethiopia, right? Or you are in Uganda, Kenya. You shine the light, it's going to go around the earth about 3.5 times in 1 second. 0, 1. So that's how fast light is supposed to be. Let's say you have a globe earth, so it will go around the earth 3.5 times, thereabout. So that's the speed of light, right? So that's 300 million meters per second. So what the light year, I'm going somewhere. The distance that is called the light year is that 300 million meters, that's in a second, times 60 seconds. So 300 million meters times 60 seconds times 60 minutes times 24 hours times 365 days. So that's how we got that big number I mentioned about the millions, trillions
Yes.
of kilometers. Now that
Yes.
is 1 light year. Do you know how big we have? What they call solar system? That's a galaxy. What's the name of our galaxy?
Milky Way.
Milky Way,
Milky
right?
Way. Yes.
That's the solar system. It's not the galaxy, but our galaxy is the Milky Way. There are many planets in the solar system, many solar systems in a galaxy, many galaxies in a body of galaxies. But the Milky Way
A cluster. Yeah.
cluster, the Milky Way galaxy is about 100,000 light years. See?
Yes. Across.
Yeah. So that big light year I just described, that trillion of kilometers you mentioned, 100,000 of that is the Milky Way, the galaxy we're supposed to be in. Now, the universe is supposed to contain billions of galaxies, right?
Yes.
Good. So, so it's mind-boggling, isn't it?
Yeah, and the funny thing is, this is just the observable one.
Which you said is about 4%.
Yes, based on dark matter calculations.
Do you know what they call entropy?
Entropy, decay in rate of state of change.
Rate of change of state, you meant to say?
Yes, state in matter.
What is the second law of thermodynamics? You know it.
Which one is the second now? That
That's to do with entropy.
Yeah, in a closed system, right?
Yeah.
Is that the one?
Closed system.
The energy can neither be created nor destroyed.
That's the first one. The second one is, yes, Eagle Prince. Entropy is always increasing. That's the second law of thermodynamics. And what that means, like you said, is the rate of change of state. What that means is that entropy, another layman way can define what entropy is. Don't worry, we'll bring this to regular everyday talk and we'll enjoy it. Because this thing is more or less a cult. It's what science is, but it's fine. So entropy is the rate of disorderliness, more or less. Okay, if state is always changing, that's disorderliness, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So entropy is always moving forward. Entropy is always increasing. In other words, if you leave a closed system without an external influence, etc., is what a closed system is. It just means a place, a state. The rate of disorderliness tends to increase over time. Okay, that is to say, if the Big Bang supposedly started 13.8 billion years ago, the amount of disorderliness we are supposed to have is supposed to be excessively all over the place right now because of how much time you have given that closed system to evolve. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying.
So for Big Bang to happen in 13.8 billion years ago, and you and I are having this conversation out of a Big Bang, right? And it's just completely random events, and some tiny speck of blue dust in there has some tiny people, you and I, that are now studying the whole universe itself, right? The probability of that happening is more or less zero. Let me put it in perspective for those that are listening.
Is it 0 or near 0? Which one?
More or less zero is what I said. You know what I mean?
But it's not 0. It's not impossible, but it's close to impossible, right?
Infinitesimal, right?
Exactly.
So my point is, to put in perspective for the normal people who are listening, both of us are not normal the way things that have been taught. Okay. So it's like saying you blindfold is even worse than that. It's like saying you blindfold a 5-year-old who has just enough hand to keep banging the keyboard, right? And they keep banging the keyboard for as long as whenever. Let's just say 2 hours. And after they open their eyes and we check what they've been banging on the Microsoft Word document, somehow a perfectly written novel comes out of that.
Yeah, well, if you give that child 13.6 billion years to bang, what do you think is going to happen eventually?
What do you think will happen?
Eventually, they are going to come up with some all everything that can happen will eventually happen if given enough time.
Okay.
So there is a website called Tower of Babel.info.
Okay.
Right. In this website, what it does is it combines the 26 English alphabets infinitely into
Okay, that's
books.
26 combination 2.
Or infinite. It's just infinite. So
Okay.
So the system just combines, just an algorithm that combines this, right? So which means, since it's infinite, every single word in English language can eventually be found there, even though there'll be a lot of gibberish. But also, every single book that has ever been written will also be found there. Also, every single book that will ever be written will be found there because the combination is infinite. It's a website, right? So if you search for your name now, there, you will find books written about you and what you're going to do tomorrow, what you did in the past and everything there.
So just a moment. Let's take that theory that you have just proposed. I need to leave this level now. Let me enter that intellectual level. I'll come and explain to the people later. And I hope people are not stupid, by the way, with due respect.
And people are following. I think more and more people are even joining the live.
No, it's fine. People like argument, actually. It's the way TikTok is. So now, what you're saying in perspective, I understand it. I mean, basically everything possible will happen. Now, that means if we try to parallel those two scenarios, the Earth and we as humans is a kind of sentence in that kind of system, right?
Exactly.
Brilliant. Now, so let's say the sentence of the Earth is, or the word called Earth, whatever this system is EARTH. In that system, is there going to be repetition? Probably. That's why I mentioned combination and permutation the other time.
Yes.
Repetition, correct?
Yes.
Good. How come in the vast universe we have not found another EARTH that has repeated life as such in this level and significance?
Because we don't have the technology yet, but I bet you we're going to have it in future. We can only see 300 light years from Earth. That's our equipment can only see 300 light years.
Technology to do what?
To be able to see far, the vastness of the universe, to be able to observe whether there's another Earth somewhere.
What you're saying is reminding me of how the DNA works, but I don't want to digress into that because they check the DNAs and seemingly randomly AC, A, C, G, and T, and they see patterns. But I would say that if we're working, although the system is different, 26 alphabet is slightly more complex in this case of the solar systems and galaxies. But I beg to say, comparing the size of the Earth to the amount or the size of the observable universe, there should have been a repetition.
I believe, and I think most of science believes that there is definitely a repetition somewhere.
Good.
And this is the whole idea of NASA investing billions looking for this second Earth. You know.
Good. No, NASA is actually to eat up your tax, but that's fine. But you are beginning to touch on some words which I like. You have been using we all the time. And secondly, you are beginning to mention believe, which is very important. It's a belief, you see. But let's keep that in our pocket somewhere. Now, so like I said, we should have found some word like earth somewhere else, using that analogy of 26 scrambled words randomly. Even if you don't find earth, you should find ear, EAR. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Things that kind of make sense with ear is 60% of earth, EARTH, that's 5 words. Ear is 3 words, right? So we should find ear. Maybe some level of human beings have some level of intellect, maybe not as much as human beings, and observable, right? Somewhere. But that has not really been found, really. And I think it's because
we just started searching recently. The first telescopes were launched in 1929. So we are roughly almost 100 years of searching.
Good.
And within these 100 years, the radio waves we have sent out, like the messages we've broadcasted into the universe.
By the way, have you been to CERN before?
No. I've just read about
it. NASA before?
No, just read about it.
Sorry? Just read about it. Which of these experiments have you done personally, or have you been part of?
No, I've not done any of this. That's why I started by saying that it's more believable.
No, that's what I'm saying. No, I'm just pointing out. You keep saying we, like you were there, I'm
talking about we as humanity, or we as NASA.
You as scientists. It's not we. Those people.
As CERN or NASA. That's what I mean by that.
Just showing you some points, but it's fine. Let's keep going. So
remember how you said that I pointed out that even though it's not zero, it's close to zero, infinitesimal, right? So tiny, but it's close to zero. That's the way the probability of a second Earth is. It's very tiny, close to zero, but it's not zero. And most things that are existing in the universe today are close to zero, but not zero. For instance, do you know how much potable drinking water we have on Earth? Earth is 70% water, but the one we can drink is 0.9 or so. It's not up to 1%.
Just a moment. Rather than sticking stubbornly to the idea that randomness brought about order in some way, why not follow the common sense that suggests that for you to see design and symmetry and pattern, there's got to be a designer? The reason we have potable water is because water was processed out of the mass of water you have on the earth. Clean potable water didn't just happen somewhere in one pocket of little part of the sea. People worked on it, and you have potable water. That is common sense.
No, I mean like water that we can drink. For instance, we can drink water from rivers, but not from oceans. But the rivers are so few that if you were doing mathematics on whether human beings can survive on Earth, you will ignore that 0.9% drinkable water because 99% is undrinkable. But we are surviving on 0.something%. So that something is close to zero. My point is that something is close to zero doesn't mean it's not going to happen. As long as it's not zero, it can still happen.
I get your point. So, like I said, rather than just sticking with that 0.000, why not look at the bigger part? Is what I'm saying. The reason why human beings, by the way, would take clean water is because they've got some intelligence. But let's back off to we're talking about probability.
Order. You mentioned order coming from disorder.
Yes, and that's what you brought about Babel book. Babel, what's the experiment again?
Tower of Babel.
That's what they call that.
Yes.
By the way, is that a website or is it what?
It's a website. Let me get towerofbabel.info. You can check it. Just search your name
What are they about?
It's just a computer programmer that built an algorithm that combines the 26 characters infinitely. He's trying to prove that everything that can ever happen and has happened, the character combination can write it. So if you search your name, you'll start seeing books with your name, and if you search long enough, you'll start seeing complete English alphabets, the ones with complete English alphabet. Let me get the exact website so I can.
I understand that. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So my point is, I'm just wondering, it's apparent why the guy picked that kind of name anyways.
Yeah.
That's by the way. So like I said, you should have found another Earth. Another thing I was going to show you again is which makes it worse. How long do you think humans have been existing, right?
According to science, about 300,000 years. Like in the current form, current modern human, 300,000 years.
300,000. So let's even stay with that. I was even going to say 6,000, right? But let's stay with 300,000.
6,000 is too soon, of course. We still have.
No, that even makes your case worse, really. I was going to make it better for you. But listen to my question. Look at this graph. This is y-axis, right?
Yes.
This is x-axis. It's time we want to put on our x-axis.
Yes.
Tell me if I'm right. If I'm to draw the y and x-axis, audio gone. Can you still hear? No, audio should not be gone. I'm not using my.
No, we are hearing you very well.
Okay. Please share link at speaker.
Library of Babel.info. It's not Toel. Library of Babel.info. I've typed it.
Okay, it's not Tower of Babel. Library of.
Yeah, it was just a mistake.
So watch this. If we are to draw a graph, okay, of y-axis and x-axis, this is how intelligent humanity has been, how much technological advancement they've had.
Yes.
How would you say the graph would look? Use a mathematical name so I know you get what I mean. How would it look? I mean,
generally, most things follow the bell curve.
Bell curve is normal distribution.
Yes, most things in life follow that.
That's measuring the same thing within the same time, just measuring a group. This is a flow of time forward, right? Let's say start from 0. Time 0, which is when the first so-called Homo erectus, whatever, came up, or Homo sapien, right?
Yes.
Intelligence started increasing according to evolution, which is a lie, okay? But intelligence started increasing over time. That's my point. Is it going to be a straight line like this? Intelligence.
No. It's not going to be a straight line. A bell curve. Initially, even though intelligence is increased, it's not measurable until there's an invention, because we measure intelligence by inventions, and then there's a jump, then there's a leap, then there's a leap.
Just a moment. We are speaking from our own time. We are looking into the past, so we are the one drawing the curve. Don't bother about the people who didn't have the intelligence. Do you get my point?
Yeah.
Let me just say, it's going to be like an exponential curve, okay?
Yes.
This is the y-axis. This is the x-axis. It's going to be very crawling for
96,000 years, something like that.
Something like that, right?
Yes.
296,000 is going to be crawling like this.
Yes.
296. So that's 4,000 left, isn't it?
Yes. And then
Perhaps
there's
even push it forward, right? But anyway, it's going to start picking up.
Something pushed it forward that we know currently.
Tell me.
The invention of writing. Because every living thing is not able to pass down their accumulated life experience into the offspring.
Let's do this way. When did writing start, according to your stuff?
Around the actual writing, using it to communicate, around 4,000 to 6,000 years ago.
We are talking about the same thing, right? So let's even back it up from here to writing. So what brought about writing itself?
Human beings were trading, especially along the Middle East and European routes. So the traders needed ways to Okay, go ahead.
Just a moment. By the way, what we're saying, guys, is human beings exist for 300,000 years, and somehow there was this spike. Everybody just became smart all of a sudden. Boom. So we are trying to say, how did that happen, right? I'm just saying humans. I've not even expanded it to their theory of the universe, as it were. So just humans, okay? So how did human beings live 260,000 years and could not figure out writing? What do you think?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? The moment humans domesticated horses, okay, which was about 12,000 years ago, horses and cows, they can now travel longer distances. So when they were able to travel longer distances, they did longer trades. So the traders needed to keep documents of how much things they sold and who is owing them. They started writing in clays, marking it in clays. That's why today.
A quick one. How did they tell? What time did they domesticate horses, according to you?
Around 12,000 years ago.
12,000. Okay. And how were they sure that was when horses were domesticated?
Yeah, because of DNA. When they dig up old horses' DNA, they compare it with modern horses. So we know when the last bones of the modern horses were able to dig up.
We know. Let me quickly borrow your. Let me quickly borrow your phrase. We'll get back to our conversation. By faith, we know that the things that are seen are not made of things which do appear. That is, we know. That's our own we know. And this is your own we know, which is fine. I'm showing you parallels, but let's go back to our conversation. So, 12,000 years. What do you think stopped them from domesticating horses before 12,000 years?
They were probably trying. You know that intelligence is increasing. What do you call it? The human brain is evolving, especially the front part of our brain is still evolving to today. So the more it's evolving, the more we are figuring out things, you know. So eventually they figured out that they can travel by domesticating horses. They had to breed horses that can actually drive. Today we are still seeing some animals do that. Some animals are entering that age, like the baboons. They kidnap dogs and raise the dogs so that the dogs will help them to hunt. So human beings were at this stage years ago.
Hold on. There's a baboon. There are baboons that have trained dogs to hunt for them.
Yes, they kidnap dogs, baby dogs, right? They raid a dog. They want the dogs to hunt because they can't run as fast as the dogs. So when the dogs grow,
sorry,
yes,
my brother. There are baboons that have kidnapped dogs and have trained the dogs to hunt. You're telling me, right?
Yeah.
So where is that recorded? What part of the world?
I don't know, but it's on video. It's on video camera. You can Google it. Let me try and get it.
Let someone check that. I don't want to lose flow. Okay.
Yeah, but
so they taught baboons, they taught dogs how to hunt, and the dogs brought them food. Narrate the video to me, please.
So basically, these baboons, they can't hunt things like deer because they can't run as fast. But they are smart now.
Baboons eat flesh.
Yes, they have canine teeth. So what they do? Yeah.
Most baboons that I know, these primates, these apes rather, I think they will eat fruit generally, but these ones were carnivorous. Omnivorous.
Yeah, some are carnivorous. But baboons generally can eat flesh.
Okay.
Some primates don't. Some primates like some primates don't eat, but some eat. So these baboons, they can't run as fast. So, but their brain has advanced to the point where they know that they can use dogs for it. So they will, in a group, they will raid a dog wherever dogs are raised, right? So they will take the puppies and move back to their baboon den or something, and the dogs grow with them. So as they now go hunting, the dogs will run faster and be able to catch the prey. Just the way we humans domesticated dogs. That's what the baboons are doing now. If you go to YouTube, just type baboon kidnap dog, you will see.
So those dogs would take the meat and bring it to the baboons, right?
Yes.
Why not call it symbiosis rather than evolution?
Yeah, but imagine what happened in the brain of the baboons to be able to realize that they can do this.
No, irrespective, the dog will eat part of the food, wouldn't it?
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that baboons weren't doing that before, but they evolved to start doing that. No, something happened in their brain to get that knowledge that, okay, we can actually hunt better if we have this in our team.
I got you. You are using a different word now, team, because you are assuming that the baboon is one coordinating this operation. Or how did the video go? Can you give me details?
There are many videos of such. I wish there was a way to share links here, but no, you can just type on. Okay, yes, there's a way. Let me. Just give me access to share a video.
Tell me the URL.
On YouTube, just type baboons kidnap dogs.
Okay.
So the reason I mentioned that is because that's probably how the human beings were able to domesticate what they call it, horses. Because we figured out that we can hunt better, fight better if we ride on the backs of horses. But the horses were wild. So we kidnap them when they are small, and then we try to raise them until we breed the ones that can listen to humans. Same thing with dogs. But the major invention that really skyrocketed human advancement, which made us different from all these animals have symbiotic relationships in one way or the other and intelligent behaviors, but they can't easily pass it to their offspring. Do you understand? Except through DNA, right? But when humans started writing...
Has this kidnapping thing been repeated sufficiently?
Yeah, if you go on YouTube, you should see many of that, right? At least
No, I'm
I'm
just
seeing
seeing
at
one
least
actually.
4 or 5 videos of such right now. So basically, if this baboon can write, then the next generation of baboons don't need to see him do this. They just read what he wrote. So human knowledge started compounding beyond what DNA can pass. This is what made humans advance way, way better than, because if you remove writing, you will see that humans will just degenerate to what do you call it, feral beings in the forest. Have you gone to like a village where they don't have any technology at all? Exactly, that's Homo erectus, like hundreds of thousands of years ago. So because we
just a
can't write.
moment. Just a moment. So, what do you think brought about that writing about 260,000 years?
Because of trade, our brains are advancing, and the more our brains advance, the more we can invent
Trade
things.
brought about the writing. Because what I'm thinking is,
Yeah.
What I'm thinking is, if they were still a family, they could still have written, don't you think? I mean, just for the sake of memory.
No, the farming area doesn't really require writing. Like in West Africa here, we didn't invent much writing. Yes, we had writing, but we didn't use it for what they were using it for, and it's not that complex and advanced because we didn't really need it. Communities will stay inside one village, and they can be there thousands of years. Everything they need is around them. But in the Middle East, there are deserts. They have to travel vast distances to get even the most basic drinking water, to make trades. Because of that, they needed to document how much goods they sold, who is owing them, so they will mark it on clay. That's why we still use the alphabet, which is the Middle East writing system, Roman numerals, which was gotten from the Middle East and India.
Just a moment. That Roman numeral is about 300 years. You're talking about 400 years.
No, the Romans copied it from the Arabs too. The Arabs invented the whole writing we're using, both the numbers and the Roman numeral. The Romans just adapted.
Just a moment. Yeah, just a moment. Writing. Let me see. Trade. So, what makes you that? How did they think that trade was what made writing necessary? If you get my point, why not write for children? You get my point.
Yeah, because trade is more like a life and death thing. If you look at the earliest writings, it was just basically on trade. They are marking goods. They weren't writing any special thing. They were marking number of goods sold, like accounting. That was the first writing. It was more like for calculation.
First, tell me what's the name of that collection called? Is it the one in Cairo?
The collection
do you remember?
The collection of writings?
Yes, where they discovered that writing was the earliest, trading was the earliest form of writing, or the content of the writings first.
That would be things dug up from the what do you call it? The Persian empires. Let me try and get exact names, but these are from Persian Empire, the Babylonian sites, way before Bible times, right?
You can check. So while you're checking,
so basically, that's why that area is more advanced than we in West Africa. We were caught off guard because we were just talking.
That's a more recent. That's a more recent assumption. We'll get to that.
Yes. It's called Sumerian proto-cuneiform on clay tablets.
Cuneiforms. That's fine. We'll get to cuneiforms in a while.
But proto, the one before the cuneiform, that's proto-cuneiform.
Yeah, the first cuneiforms. So
used for economic transactions. That's what is written here. Sumerian proto-cuneiforms. Yes.
Let's zoom out and try to get closer to what people can also relate with. Because really what I'm about to say now is what the intention, more or less, for this philosophy you're with, that's the intention of what it wants to bring to humanity. So if I'm correct now, back to the space and time. This is the amount of time we have. for humanity, 300,000. In fact, let's expand it again to space. I mean, to not just humans, to the galaxies, okay?
Okay.
Right? So it means that the Earth, watch this, the Earth, and in fact, the last more or less 400 years, right? Or even 4,000 years, okay? Right? And the last, not just the last 4,000 years, but the last 4,000 years on the Earth. I'm talking about Earth is a tiny speck of dust. I mean, you can imagine the size of the Earth compared to the universe that you guys try to paint, okay? Infinitesimally small, correct?
Yes, yes.
Right?
Yes.
So, what do you think, like I said, the probability of life being on Earth, I mean, in the observable universe, the level of intellectual life you have, being on just Earth in the observable universe, do you know how tiny that is?
Yeah, it's extremely tiny.
Very tiny. Now, the way probability works, of course, if you're trying to compare two probabilities that must be satisfied, you have to multiply them, correct?
Hold on 1 second. The probability is actually 1 in 10 raised to power 282. We're talking about like 282 zeros.
Right?
Yes, yes.
282 zeros. Good. Good.
0.200.
Yeah. So what that means, guys, is if you want to check the likelihood is 0.000, you keep calling 0 to 92 times before getting to 1. Now, flow with me. If you want to satisfy two conditions to come to an outcome, so that those two conditions will be satisfied, you have to multiply their probabilities together. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, yes.
Good. Because it's not an or. If it's an or, you add it, but if it's an and, you multiply it. Now, the probability that happens within the space of the Earth, that tiny space, is what you've mentioned, 1 to the 10 of, minus 282, thereabout. Now, the probability that it happens within the time that it did, what you need to do is to cut 4,000 years out of 13.8 billion years.
Yes.
So you get what I'm saying, right? So combining that probability that happens at the Earth in the first place and multiplying that with the probability that happens within our own lifetime, that's the past 4,000 years. Do you know how lucky we are? We are so lucky, aren't we?
Yeah. Lucky depends on whether we are enjoying life or not. If we're enjoying life, then we're lucky.
This is an extremely complex symmetry. Do you know how many cells are in the human brain and how they're perfectly arranged and how they function?
I wouldn't say perfectly arranged, yes, but how they function.
This conversation, my brother, is from a Big Bang, just randomness, right?
Yeah, here's the thing, right? All order come from randomness. All order come from chaos. In fact, all chaos is a form of order. If you mixed a bunch of red and black stockings inside a bowl and spray it, yes, it's random, but if you look inside it, you're gonna see two pairs, like red and red. Eventually, you're gonna see red on red on each other or black on black. If you close your eyes and pick, there is a probability that you can pick two red stalks, even though it's mixed.
That's fine. Let me hit you one thing. Now, this is very subtle, but I want you to open your mind. It is one thing, watch this, that Earth happens to host that life at all, at this level of symmetry and intelligence and order and design, that we can have this conversation out of it. That is one problem. The second problem or second situation is that happened within just a short time, right? And so-called writing or domesticating horses or doing business of some random ammonia and organic compounds decided to put themselves together to become this human being and started doing what they call business. And that happened within that timeline. That's the second problem. Now, let me hit the third one, but pay attention to the third. Do you know there's a difference between order and symmetry existing, one, right? Mm-hmm. And for a being like you and I to be able to understand symmetry.
Yes.
Where did the ability for a human being to understand symmetry? How did you come to a point whereby you can tell that two red stalks, where did that intellect come from? You see? Because it is one thing for a symmetry to exist. It's one thing to have a being that understands and appreciates symmetry.
I understand
And
what
all
you're
of that,
saying.
yeah?
It's a very interesting question, but the answer is that in existence, there are two kinds of things that exist, living and non-living things. And it's a property of things that are alive to understand their environment and interpret it for their own use. It's just a property of living things. If anything can understand its environment and interpret it, that thing is probably living. Non-living things don't understand the environment. They are responding to gravity. Non-living things, like if you throw a rock, it just falls. But if you throw a bird will fly because it understands what is happening. So even down to the cell, single living cell, first cell, they understand the environment. It's not just we human beings that understand what is happening and appreciate the universe. It's not just we human beings. Even bacteria understand it.
Let me help some way. Let me expand what you have just said to say that what if even symmetry is a form of disorder and you are thinking this thing is symmetrical, meanwhile to other beings it's not even symmetrical?
What do you mean by symmetrical in this context?
A human body is bilaterally symmetrical. It's got design.
Yes.
I mean, there's an eye ear, there's an eye ear, right? And you think that makes sense to you. Doesn't it make sense to you?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Exactly. So the ability to know what makes sense, where does that ability come from? How come that ability also evolves so sharply? Because, like I said, it is one thing for symmetry to exist like this, right? If this thing is just, I mean, I'm trying to excuse this madness, not yours, but of science, and I've taught people this foolishness. I'm trying to excuse it for as long as possible. To say that, okay, somehow ammonia gases and organic compounds kept combining until somehow they figured out to combine themselves this way. Okay, that's one. And that happened just on the Earth, right? That's space-wise. And time-wise, that happened just within the last about 4,000 years to where they can be this intelligent, okay? Just a very tiny bit of the 13.8 billion years. So my question is, the third part I'm trying to get you to factor in is that why didn't all of that happen and somehow the intelligence to understand that that is happening did not happen? Do you understand what I said?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. But what I'm saying is that
like
every
this
living thing
and be like a slut. You know, they are very beautiful flowers that can't write books. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
They're very beautiful mountains. You look at it, you're like, why is this thing so beautiful? You look at the clouds. The clouds don't speak French. Maybe they have their own language, but they don't control humans. Humans understand the cloud. They can go to the cloud and pick it. I've not seen any cloud come to pick human beings. I've not seen rocks come to capture human beings and train them.
Yes, but here's the problem with that. Human beings appreciate the environment, like you said, but other living things also appreciate the environment. Every living thing appreciates
That's
the
why I'm
environment.
trying to push you to that extreme of almost whatever to say that. What if even symmetry is not really symmetry? It just means symmetry to just you.
So here's the thing. Once there's gravity and anything has to move within gravity, 99% of the things that will move in a gravitational environment will have symmetry. It must be balanced, otherwise it will tip over. So that we evolved symmetry is because we needed to move. So 90-something% of living things have symmetry, but not all. So symmetry is a function of gravity. So here's the thing: living things are trying to survive in the midst of non-living things, right? Earth is so toxic. Even the oxygen we are breathing is gradually cooking us. We are glycating that's why we are getting older. You understand? And out of all the species that have tried to survive on Earth, 99% have gone extinct. So all the living things you are seeing here is just 1% of species that has ever tried to survive on Earth. Earth is so toxic, we are just barely managing to survive on Earth. So it's not a perfect design. It's a struggle to survive. We are making daily efforts, burning energy just to survive. In fact, according to science, our brains are so advanced that it can last for 1,000 years. If a human brain does not get a disease, it can last comfortably for 1,000. What usually unalive people in old age is their organs, like the heart, the liver, the kidney. But the human brain is way ahead
Are you
of these organs.
You're saying that this is not perfect, it's just randomness, and somehow we pulled our way through. We got to have it one way or the other.
Yeah,
right?
most of the
Because
human cousins are unalive now. The Neanderthals, the Denisovans, they're all unalive. They
I
couldn't
mean,
survive on
you are
Earth.
even lucky to have you're lucky to have cousins, whatever you call that, in the first place. My point is, why has this cousinness, this luckiness, this one you have called imperfect, oxygen is poisonous? Why don't we have something like this in other so-called planets and galaxies? Is the point. Observable universe. It's
They
still very
probably
extremely
exist, but we've not searched long enough. For instance, the only object we've sent out of the solar system
Mars.
was sent 32 years ago. It took 32 years to even leave Pluto. And right now it has gone so far, we can't even hear from it. So our technology is way behind our brain advancement. We know what we want to build. It's just taking us time to build to it. Just like dogs. Dogs are way mentally advanced than their body. You understand? A dog will know that it's supposed to turn off the lights, but it doesn't have the fingers to do that. A dog knows that it needs to talk to a human being, but the voice has not developed. So in living things, brains always develop way before the body catches up. So currently, we human beings, we are way more advanced. Yeah, go ahead.
A quick one. I'm saying that they must search for life beyond Pluto, beyond that orbit.
The only life we have actually searched is in Mars because that's the closest, most possible. They
No, that's
believe
what
that.
they said they found, which is probably
Yes.
Canada, by the way, that Mars. But let's
I
leave
don't
that.
think they have found life.
Now,
No, it's just a rumor. They have not found life anywhere else.
my
But
question
they
is,
have found
my question
ice.
is, how far have they searched? Is the point.
For life?
Is it just Pluto? Yes.
For life, 300 light years. Basically,
That's what I'm saying.
Basically, what they are looking for is planets that are closer, that are in the same distance from the sun, like the Earth is from our sun. So planets are usually revolving around galaxies. So they are looking for the ones that are within the Goldilocks zone. Yeah, but even if you find a planet within the Goldilocks zone, your telescopes are not good enough to zoom in and see whether there are living things walking on the ground. So we're not there yet.
300 light years is what
it's a very small. Yes.
Well, let's use that 300 light years as our system. We can forget the rest for this particular talk, okay? Now, my point is, do you agree, of course, which you do, that the Earth is very lucky to be the only one that has this level of advancement of advanced life in that 300 light years? Is it 300 or 300 million?
Yes.
300,000.
Yes. 300 light years. Yes. Very, very lucky. Would I say lucky? Extremely rare occurrence.
Do you understand? So don't say this Earth is not. This is compared to all that. This is near to perfect conditions. Do you get what I'm saying?
Not perfect, because have you seen people living in ice? They are freezing to death.
By perfect, let me flip it for you, my brother. By perfect, I mean take the probability and flip it upside down. Probability of that happening at all is 0.00001. So the fact that it happened is 99.99999 perfect. Do you get my point?
Yes, yeah, I get.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's almost perfect. Who scores 99 over 100 in every test?
Yeah.
So,
the point I
that
was trying to make is that that's the normal way things happen in the universe. Most things that happen is 0.0000000. Most of the activities we're saying, the chances that it will happen is extremely, extremely tiny. The universe is just mindlessly expanding and things are crashing into each other. For instance, where they first saw life, the earliest living cell, you know that the earliest living cell is still alive, right? The first living cell that ever existed is still alive. Because every other living thing is just a division. Every other living thing is just a division of that same cell. It's just multiplying itself and recombining.
No, you're putting yourself like that. Okay, where is the first living cell? Have they found it?
It's in all of us.
Like it must still be.
It's like a mother. It's like a mother that has many children. It's in all of us.
That was divided. No, that's common sense. I mean, what if you say the thing that expanded in the first place is still alive? Of course it is.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to say actually. So where they found that, they also found rocks from Mars. They found rocks from Mars around the same area. So there's a theory that Mars was the same way Earth was. Mars was the one that had life until something happened, caused an explosion, it lost its atmosphere, and some of the debris crashed into Earth. It's a theory, but if you calculate it, it's rhyming with the time the first living cells came, which is about 4 billion years. The oldest living cells, 4 billion years on Earth. It's rhyming with the time that Mars lost its atmosphere.
But when you say
So
first living cells in our solar system, kind of, right? Not first.
first living cells on Earth. You know, we can date biology, right? So
That's
when we
correct.
date,
That's what I said.
yes,
That's the one you found, really, by the way. I mean, they have not tested every single carbon stuff. By the way, what's the age of the first living cell?
around 4.1 billion years.
What dating method did they use?
There are different dating methods. Amino
Do you
acids.
remember which one they, I remember
There are
the
so
one they
many.
used.
There are so many different ways. You know, in science, you can't just confirm something from one method. You have to deploy 3-4 different methods, and they all have to come close to.
That's why I'm asking if you remember the one.
One way is to check the non-living things. When was Earth cool enough to harbor life, the way we know life today? Earth used to have a lot of volcanoes and all those eruptions. When was it cool enough? If we can backdate to that, we have a rough idea that even if life appeared, it must have appeared when it was cool enough to harbor life. Another one is we know when the moon crashed into Earth. The moon once crashed, and a planet crashed into Earth and bounced off as the moon. We can measure that because we know how the moon is rotating and is moving away. The moon is rotating away from Earth. If we backtrack it, we can tell when there was a collision. So when you put all these things together, we can tell when the first living things appeared.
But that won't be dating necessarily then. That would just be, trying to put things together and say probably, right?
There is DNA dating that has been done. That's how we found how old when the first modern humans appeared. Then we cross-checked it with the bones we were digging up, like the fossils.
Is it carbon dating? Is it uranium? What do you remember? Or you're not?
Okay, 1 second. Let me Google it.
Real quick.
Yeah, it's opening. First living cells, I'm reading now. First living cells likely appeared around 3.8 billion years to 4 billion years ago. They were dated using radiometric dating of fossilized organisms. 1, 2, geochemical signatures in ancient rocks. And 3, by determining the age of surrounding geological formations. These methods identify microbial mass or carbon isotope ratios in rocks from Western Australia and other sites.
Okay. The third point is probably what they must have used because carbon dating has a serious
just 50,000 years. Yeah, but we can date half-life of uranium and lead. So if a living organism is found in an environment, we can date the environment instead of the living organism.
So quick one. So like I said, I'm trying to tolerate this. Like, okay, somehow the Earth was that lucky. Somehow the timeline, apparently our timeline was that lucky to have that exponential spike, right?
Yes.
Good. The third problem I want you to approach, like I said, is where does intelligence come from? Where does the ability to understand this symmetry comes from? You see?
Very good.
Right?
The thing
and
is,
how did it come just about at that time?
Yeah, that's the same question as asking where did living things come from. It's just intelligence is a function of living things. You can't be alive and you're not intelligent. Every living thing, down to your white blood cells, red blood cells, they are all intelligent. It's a function because an intelligent being, a living thing has to understand its environment. Otherwise, you can't even prove that it's living. So that consciousness is a function of living things.
What I want to strike particularly is that spike. Do you know the exponential curve with it?
Let's look at something like terraforming. If we wanted to turn Mars to Earth, how many living things do we need to move to Mars? The answer is just one. We just need to move one living cell to Mars. And we wait 4 billion years and it has evolved to whatever we have today in its own way. So all it takes for Earth to evolve life is either a planet carrying life crashing into Earth or the amino acids combining in such a way that life will come. But here's the thing. When we look at life on Earth, we can't find any extraterrestrial thing inside a living thing. Like everything that made up living things are also found on Earth. If we take a living cell or a living human being and dissect, every single thing that made up this person's body, all the chemicals are found on Earth. So that's how we know that this whole thing started from Earth. It's a very good argument. If it started from outside space, if some god or somewhere came and created it, we should be able to find something inside a living thing that is not from Earth, like a special chemical or something that we can't find in the environment.
No, that one can fly. I mean, that can really fly. I mean, what if the same person that created the other thing created a human being? You find it in both places. That can't really fly. But my point is, oh no, it's bad. Let's touch on the stars. But like you admitted yourself, if I have not even checked the number, to me it's as good as just infinitesimal. But the probability that this human life came to be is 1 times 2. Yeah, sorry, 1 times 10 raised to power minus 200 and something, right?
Actually, the word you use makes more sense in terms of luck, because if you look at how all the other hominids, human cousins died out, you see that we are extremely lucky. In fact, there was a time that all human beings on Earth died out. It remained 1,000 people in Kenya, in Ethiopia. There was a volcano called Toba volcano. If you Google it, Toba. This Toba volcano caused the whole Earth to be black for years.
100 and something thousand years, right?
Yeah, about 70-something thousand years ago. So the Toba volcano.
That's a theory?
Huh?
Are you aware that's a theory?
Because they can find ashes from that Toba volcano in other parts of the world. You understand? In science, you have to measure things and you have to prove what you're saying. So
that's what I'm saying.
This Toba volcano, they found where it happened, right? And they picked samples from the eye of the volcano, and they can go around the Earth and still pick samples of that same place. So they know that this thing went round. It was so powerful, it blacked out the skies. And living things need photosynthesis. Because of that, a lot of living things died out. Yes, exactly. Must have.
Go ahead.
So a lot of living things died out. The only humans that survived, all the human species wiped out. The only ones that survived were about 1,000 individuals. So all our DNA on Earth now is traced down to these 1,000 people from Ethiopia. They have the oldest DNA, the oldest haplogroup. So they were lucky. They were living on top of a mountain. They were living in a mountainous area. That was why they were lucky to even survive in the first place.
They must have been living in because if I ask you for their names now, you probably don't have them.
No, but we have their DNA. Every human DNA has a DNA from that particular town.
That's why I'm saying they must have. Okay, but now let's move over. So the probability is too crazy, right?
It's extremely small, but still possible.
But what if? Have you considered, by the way? Because like I said, just flip this thing the other side. Rather than stubbornly staying in the corner that this must have been random, this must have been this. What if there was an intelligent design? Have you considered that?
Yes.
And a designer?
Yes. Let me give you a counter example. The solar system, which is the sun and how many planets? 8 or 9 planets, right?
I said I was going to mention something. Can anybody remind me what I said I was going to talk to him about that you should remind me of? I think it's culture.
You remember if I'm talking, Sha.
Culture. I'll touch on it.
Yeah, if you look at the solar system, right?
Hold on. Just a moment. I'll get back to this. The stars. Polaris. Okay. All right. So hit it. Let's go.
Okay. So if you look at the solar system, right? The solar system is the sun and about 8 or 9 planets, a bunch of other moons and stuff, right? And the sun is traveling and pulling these planets, right? Because of its gravity. The total mass of the solar system, all right, the sun occupies 99%, 99.something% of the total mass. Like if you weigh the solar system, the 99.something% of the weight is the sun. So the whole planet, everything you are seeing in the solar system, the moons and all, they are all within 1%. So if you are trying to determine whether there are planets on the solar system by measuring the weight, you're going to miss all the planets because the sun would do 99%. You say, okay, it's 99% empty or 99% this. So the point I'm making is that most things in the universe.
No, just one more thing. I missed something. Sorry, I missed something. Go ahead from 99 size of the, if you're measuring the size of the solar
what I'm
system.
saying is if you measure the whole sun and all the solar system, if you put them together and measure them on a scale, the sun takes 99.99%. Yes. So if imagine an alien in another galaxy trying to measure, weigh the solar system to determine whether there are planets there. They are going to miss it because the whole weight is 99% of the sun. The remaining weight is insignificant. But here we are. So most things in the universe function on based on that tiny little infinitesimal possibility.
Long story short, they may be live, but you might have missed it in your measurement, science measurement.
Exactly. I gave the other example with the drinking water.
Choma is because you have not been here. We have been looking for people like him. But it's not a hijack. We've done the one chapter, so it's intentional. But we do one chapter, then we discuss. I wonder where people like him went all this while. We're looking for them. Sorry. Okay, so it just takes a while. And you discover people like argument. You see that people just like to hear. They just turn it on like a radio and keep hearing stuff. They say, They like that kind of stuff. So I already know I'm going to spend about 90 minutes with him. Sorry. Okay. There are some people, their hearts open first. For some, it's their mind. Okay. So just forgive us for that. But usually we must pray. If we have prayed, we must read scripture. At least one chapter we have done that. So usually conversations go ahead, especially people who disagree with what we're talking about. It's how we've been doing it. Okay. So if I'm right, you could have science world supposedly could have measured the universe and they might have missed life. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. We've only measured one planet and one moon. We've not even measured the solar system.
300 light years.
Yeah, I mean, like the ones we have seen, we can see the messages we have sent out is 300 light years, right? But actual measurement, collecting samples and measuring, we've only collected from Mars and the moon.
Can you check this? By life, you don't need to go so far. You see humans moving. You will see something of this magnitude and complexity, right? And order. You will see some form of animals, or aliens, if you will, moving, right? You will see that, or perhaps more intelligent than you, that they can kidnap you or something. You get what I'm saying? Using your monkey theory, which I think is more or less symbiosis, actually. Okay, but that's fine. Let's leave that.
They are not the only. There are many examples of them evolving. Most of those primates are evolving now. Some of them have entered Stone Age. Like monkeys have entered Stone Age. They are now using stones to craft whatever they want. And humans were in Stone Age about 1 million years ago.
Oh, brilliant! So supposedly, are we the most advanced, so to speak?
Among the primates, yes, but among living things, no. There are living things that are more advanced than us.
For example,
bacteria and viruses. Everything we have accomplished as humans, bacteria and viruses have accomplished it too. In your stomach now, there are more bacteria than your living cells. So if we have gone to the moon, that means bacteria have gone to the moon too. And they control our advancement.
That means, what's the word?
Our emotions, most of our emotions are controlled by bacteria in our stomach. And those things are living things that are not us.
So, this advancement has to be defined. Then the unit has to be defined, because if you're using that theory, if it is true that way, just a moment, which is what science has told you, I think that so-called bacterial stomach is still part of you, so you can't separate it that way. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, but we can take it out and it survives on its own.
Of course, there are many things you can take out.
So that means it's a living thing, unlike your living cells, like your white blood cells, red. If you take it out of your body, they will die. But bacteria cultures in your stomach and intestines, you can pass it out, and they will have their own entire life and even enter other living things.
Okay, brilliant. Have you isolated such bacteria, and has it gone to the moon by itself? That's the question. Do you see my point?
Yeah, but if it's inside a human being and the human being has gone to the moon, that means bacteria have been there. But we can't say the same thing for chimpanzees, for instance. You understand? Chimpanzees have not been to the moon, but humans and bacteria have been there.
My brother, there are two things we need to define. Number one is the unit or species or person or whatever you're calling it. And number two is the definition of advancement. So let's deal with the subject first of the sentence, which is the person. In this case, you can't say bacteria is one thing. There are similar bacteria in monkeys as you have in human beings, supposedly, based
Yes,
on
in some cases,
SubSaharan.
yes, yes.
Yeah, so let's leave that one. A human being is one, monkey is another one. This is a dog, that's a fish. So is there anything more advanced than a human? Simple question.
Yes, the bacteria. They are way more intelligent than us. Now, here's my proof, right? If you drive a car to a destination, would you say that the car has gone to the destination, or would you say that you went to the destination? Both of them is true, right? The car went to the destination and you, the driver, went there. So if you are possessed by a bacteria, if there's a bacteria in your stomach and you travel to a place.
I'm trying to make this easy for you. My brother, hold on. When you were going to the moon, now, this area you're taking, you're making this conversation, this fight, you're making it me win too easily. And I'm enjoying it. Yeah. Why are you giving up like that? When you're driving a car, you made that decision. When humanity supposedly was going to go to the moon, which was a fake moon landing, by the way, but we'll deal with that later. Well, it was not the bacteria that coordinated the activity and said, let's enter different human beings and carry them to the moon. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, what you're saying now, can you prove that it's not them? That's the question. Because, wait. Because this bacteria has been proven to control our emotions. Like 90% of, I think, oxytocin, like our bonding emotion, is produced by this bacteria in our stomach. They decide who we love. People that gain weight, the bacteria decide give you cravings to eat food. You understand? That's why when you fast, you poop out most of this bacteria, and then you can regain control of yourself. When you fast, you kind of gain control of yourself, and your life changes. Like you make better decisions in life. But when they are too much in your body, they redirect your thinking.
I get what you're saying, but my point is, do you have proof then that the bacteria intentionally coordinated the human beings to do what they did, or they're just living randomly and that happened?
That's the point. Now we don't have a counter proof that these things are not that smart, that they're able to control human beings to achieve.
But there's no proof anyways.
But we have proof that they are controlling our emotion, right? There's proof of that.
For example,
if something,
imagine
that something is inside you. In Christianity, we call it a spirit, right?
I believe that bacteria are spirits. Wait. Don't enter. Use another thing. It would superimpose.
Okay.
Use something else. Let me try. Hold on.
If something is smart enough to enter you, and you just like what do you call it? Cross pollination. When a tree creates flowers, so that birds or insects will come and suck the flowers, and they soak up the seeds on their feet. When they now fly across a distance, they kind of indirectly plant the seed of the tree. So in the other way, we can see that the tree is intelligent. Since it can't walk, it's using the brains of things that can walk and fly to transfer itself across distances. Seeds do that. That's why seeds are strong. Seeds are strong so that animals that eat the fruit cannot digest it, and they can go outside and poop it. That's how trees spread themselves. That's intelligence.
I get your point.
So if we look at bacteria the same way, we can see that these things are super smart. They are using us to go far ahead and do whatever they want.
No, that argument is not nice. Like I said, you're losing. It's not an argument in that sense, but that direction you went is too weak now. Let me give you an instance. It's like I go out in the cold. Are you saying the cold is intelligent enough to tell me get back inside because I feel cold and I want to be warm and I come in and I'm warm? I'm the one deciding where I went to. So that the cold doesn't feel comfortable to me. Do you understand what I just said?
Okay, let me read this for you. This is science. It says
just a moment.
Bacteria.
Before you read, just a moment. Before you read, do you understand what I just said? The code didn't say I want 30 people outside today, so let me make 10 people feel cold out of the 40. Do you understand? I am the one who decided to come in.
I understand, but the code is not a living thing. I understand, but the code is not a living thing. Can you give that example with a living thing now?
What if I say the bacteria in the code? What if you
saw a lion?
The bacteria in the code?
Wait. If you saw a lion and started running, wait. I'm trying to rephrase your example now. If you saw a lion and started running, you can say that you saw a lion and made the decision to run. That's correct. But also we can say that we can also say that the lion made itself scary. so that if you see it, you're going to run because it's a living thing. We can attach some intelligence to what it's doing. We can see the advantage in what it's doing for itself.
You have changed. Bringing bacteria is not a nice one. They are more interesting.
Wait, let me read this. Let me read this so you can get. Look at gut bacteria. That is bacteria in your stomach, right? In intestines. Gut bacteria significantly influence human emotions and behavior, with studies suggesting they produce hundreds of neurochemicals, including about 95% of the body's serotonin that regulates mood, stress, and cognitive functions. These microorganisms, part of the gut-brain axis, can alter brain chemistry linked to anxiety, depression, and social behavior, potentially shaping fundamental emotional states. You know how concentrated a scientist has to be on one task to invent something, right? If we know now that 95% of our behavior and mood is controlled by these things in our stomach, is it not right to also think that these things are smart? They are the ones controlling the scientists.
Smartness is not the way to go necessarily, right? It's not necessarily smartness. If what you said is true the way it is in the theories, do you get my point? You can't say smartness. If you call it smartness, if there is proof, right? And like they used to say, the burden of proof is on the person making the claim. There has to be a proof that is making you feel that way to a certain end. Do you understand? There has to be an end to it. The guy is just living, if it is true. The worm just wants to eat whatever it wants to do, and you feel however you want to feel. But they don't have a bigger coordinated reason they are doing it.
They have. For instance,
what's the reason?
Yes, there are some bacteria, right, that for them to grow, for them to multiply, they need sugar. If you are infected with it, you will start craving sugary carbohydrates. You go wake up from like you're looking for bread to eat. It will be talking to your brain. Remember what I read, gut-brain axis. So this is how people get fat. Most people don't know that weight loss has to start with antibiotics. You have to like depopulate the bacteria.
So what is then that single cell lives for how long? 3 weeks?
The bacteria, they are reproducing. They need sugar to keep increasing in population.
That's what I'm saying. Each one of them lives a certain time. No, you cannot, brother. Now, the direction you took it is
have you seen where bacteria is resisting antibiotics, right? Antibiotics will wipe out 99% of the bacteria.
If I'm to use your language, that's fine. If I'm to use your language, that is just simple survival. Animal, you want to kill it, it will avoid, it will resist your knife.
But that avoidance involves intelligence, right?
It's survival.
Living things cannot, non-living things cannot avoid destruction. But living things have to think.
All right, that's fine.
Okay, wait. How do you think that fasting works?
Why
do you think fasting changes people?
No, my brother. You can't take bacteria out and on its own it just starts going to the moon. Do I now? Let's talk something.
Every religion was founded by somebody that started fasting, right? Every single religion.
We'll get to that. Don't cross yet. You keep wanting to bring faith. You will enter faith. You take time.
I was just trying to make the point that if you reduce this bacteria, you gain more control of your life because your cells are now more than the bacteria.
That's a longer matter. That's a different matter. Just hold on. Let's shift it back to my question. The answer is just a yes. Human beings are the most advanced as far as we know. There's no other species somewhere, animal or thing being somewhere, according to science, that has come to study human beings, except if someone start entering Anunnaki, which you don't really have proof for, except writings. You see?
Yeah, you're right.
So human is not advanced. Don't worry, it's not. You don't have to feel. It's not a test. Okay. Let me get back to this. So that probability is too tiny. That's the main problem Big Bang has. Like I said, it's like, which is what you took me to that Babel something, Library of Babel. You cannot my brother, you cannot blindfold a 2-year-old, 5-year-old, and he's banging a laptop. This is the lesson, right? You cannot close the eyes. Shadi needs to sleep. You cannot close the eyes of a 5-year-old and he's banging a laptop randomly, and you will have a reasonable textbook come out of it. Now watch this. This is what I was trying to get you at. That's the first problem. Now, if a textbook comes out of it, that's the first problem. There's hardly a chance that something inside that textbook will be able to read the textbook itself. It is one thing.
Why not? Why not?
Why not? The gravity is too tiny, right?
But we are building machines now that can study us, right? We are building AI now.
Mm-hmm.
AI can study you,
That's another
diagnose
lie
you.
that AI can become. That's another lie that AI can become sentient. That thing is a lie. They are setting you up for something else. But let's back off from that. AI cannot become sentient and it begins to do. No, somebody is behind it that programmed it for a certain reason. You can create a robot that just goes out in the street and start unaliving people. You designed it, right? It's like taking a knife. The knife is one of the what's the word? One of the most primitive technology that exists. It's like
Yes.
taking a knife now and unaliving somebody and say, you see, this knife now can take people's life. You are the one that held the knife and did that. The same thing with technology. Someone programmed that thing to do whatever it's doing. So it's not sentient, right? But like I said, the intelligence to understand symmetry, the probability that symmetry exists to this level of advancement is the first problem. Now, the bigger problem is that somehow within that symmetry itself, an intelligence rose that could understand itself and see that, wow, this is symmetry, this is disorder, and this happens, that happens. That's a big, very big problem, right? I would rather go with a more commonsensical thing. There was an uncaused cause, which is God, that created humanity. That makes a whole lot more sense to regular, normal human beings.
That means we agree now. We agree, right? You just agreed with me that it is possible for something not to be caused.
Of course, there's an uncaused
So
cause.
the only place we disagree is that you say that thing that is uncaused is different from the universe, which is God.
Of course, that's where those two school of thoughts came.
So what I'm saying is not way out of order, that it's possible for things to not to be caused. Everything must not have a cause.
That's not your argument. The argument is not that something exists that was not caused. That's not your main argument. My point is where things flow, which is divergent from that point of uncaused cause. Evolution, Big Bang start from an uncaused cause. Same thing with Yahweh, the creator of heaven and earth. They are both uncaused cause, okay? So where the thing flows to is where the problem is far opposite. One is madness, one makes sense to me personally.
I get your point.
I'm saying that uncaused cause is the Most High Yahweh that created me. You might have come from slime, etc. That's nice, respectfully. But I am saying there's an uncaused cause that designed this thing. My God, it's simple. You are saying there's probability.
Okay. Here's the thing, right?
Just a moment. We'll soon get to the stars. Just a moment. Science has expanded the universe to the point that you will show just, okay, let it be random enough. There has to be one tiny thing somewhere that brought about this. I am saying this thing is not that long. An intelligent being created the first man, put the thing in place. By the way, science has so low a self-esteem, it needs a younger cousin somewhere, or in fact a spouse. Like I said, there's this Anunnaki thing, which I know you have.
I know. I don't believe it. It's just what do you call it? A Sumerian tablet.
They will still drag you into it. You think this Baal and Moloch, you don't know this is the name of one serious demon you are putting on your thing. But
I know. I just put it there.
That's okay. So my point is, I said this is so easy, right? Rather than going through, look at how long we've spoken. I think this is over an hour, right? And I understand. I knew it was going to go that far, and I was ready. And I knew you came intentionally also, which is good. So, but my point is, rather than going through all that madness, is what I call it. Why all that? Because I tell you, I understand. As you can tell, I understand science. I just don't believe in it. It does not make sense to me.
Yeah, you understand it very well, actually, compared to any other person.
It makes sense to me. You see.
But here's the thing, right? Let's look at what you just said, right? Your own position. Let's assume that this thing is too complex to evolve on its own. That something must have designed it, right? Now, in your own case, now, how did you come to the conclusion that it is one thing that designed all these things?
Because he told me, and I believe the book.
The book.
You have used the word believe, so believe is on both sides.
Now, this book, was it written by that uncaused cause, or was it written by humans?
Good. We'll get to that in a moment. So now we are back on this area, this side of sanity. But before we get back on sanity, let me touch one more thing. I just want to hear your answers, okay? The reason why I talk to him is because he's a kind of thought leader. He will think that humans will think about what we have discussed over time, okay? When we finish the thing. So it's good to, that's why I spend time with people like that, okay? So, of course, respectfully, and spend his time in that. So now watch this. Just a quick one. I just want to get your opinion on this. Are you aware that the Polaris, do you know what the Polaris is? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The North Star is the North Star.
Yes.
Do you know the Orion Belt?
Yes.
Yes. So how come that despite the randomness of the universe and the Earth rotating about its axis, and revolution, and the movement of the solar system around the Milky Way, and the movement of the Milky Way itself, right? Is that all true? Yes.
Yes, yes.
Why is it that the Polaris has never left true north? Why is it that you always see the Orion belt in the south in July? I can see it off of my window, the south window, when you are in the northern side of the world. Why is that?
Yeah, if you understand the trigonometry, which I know you understand, you will see that the further 2 points in a triangle is, the less you are going to notice any movement. It's moving because the Earth is rotating around the galaxy, but it takes the Earth 65 million years to even go halfway. About 120 million years to go around the Milky Way. So, and we have we human beings have only done 300,000 years. We have not gone anywhere. So that Polaris is still generally in the same direction, but if we have a better measurement, you will see that it has moved ever so lightly.
No, that's not the point. It's okay. Is the Polaris static?
No, it's not static.
You see my point? So by this, what do they call that, a model, even the Polaris should be having its own facade madness also. Do you get my point? So why is all of that thing? Did you know people use the stars to navigate the Earth?
Yes.
Then, so why is it so fixed, so sure, despite the supposed random movement of every supposed, because every star is supposed to be, to every star there should be a solar system around it, theoretically. So why have they not moved, and all of the madness, why do we always have
moving? It's moving because Earth wobbles, right? In a 26,000 year cycle. I remember I told you that Earth was impacted by another planet that became the moon. So that impact is still there, still wobbling. It's not rotating perfectly. Because of that.
That is worsening the, what's it called? That is worsening the situation. That's another degree of freedom, as it were, with regards to entropy, you see?
Yeah. As Earth is wobbling, it's taking 26, that wobble is 26,000 year cycle. We're in the middle of it. So from when we discovered the North Star, which is just about 3,000-4,000 years ago, when people started counting stars, right? For dates, till now, the time is so small to observe any significant change, because the North Star is on top of the Earth, you know, like it's in the North Pole, right? If you're standing on the North Pole and you're looking up.
I don't think, I got you. I don't think the point is time. I think the point is, trigonometry is better than what you've said. I think the point is perspective. And this thing will move at a certain angle. I mean, all you need to back the Polaris, is just turn that way, or the Earth is turn that, which it does literally every day, right? So, you understand? Perspective, and by the way, the three stars also have not moved relative to each other. It's quite something. Let me hit another one, if that one is taking time. This should be the last one before we enter matters of the Bible. And I'll talk about culture, like I've typed down here, which also has some little probability to it. Do you know the sun is about how many times bigger than the Earth? I'm just trying to remember. I know what the amount is, but I want to be sure.
By a million times or so, or how many million?
No, I don't think it's a million. Maybe I'm wrong. I think it's 400 times.
No, it can't be 400 now. 400 is like Jupiter. 500 is Jupiter. So.
Right.
I'm Googling it. 1 second.
Distance is one I want to hit, actually.
Yeah, I'm Googling it. 1 second. So the sun...
Make it distance, not size.
Okay, distance. How far the sun is at? That's 8 minutes. 8 minutes of light in light years.
Yes, I think it is 400 times farther away from the Earth than the moon. That's what I'm trying to hit.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes.
But it is much bigger than the Earth, and the Earth is bigger than the moon, supposedly, according to science.
Yes.
So explain to me, which I want you to present this yourself, so it's not me presenting it. How come the sun and the moon look the same thing? I know the answer, but I want you to say it in 30 seconds, 1 minute. How come they look the same size to us on the Earth?
They don't look the same size. They change sizes depending on the season.
Approximately the same size.
No, it's like a building, right? Have you taken all those pictures where people stand in front of Eiffel Tower? And it's like they are the same size with Eiffel Tower, right?
Why?
Like when people go to, it's perspective, right? When people go to...
It's one thing. Sorry, my brother. Sorry. do you agree the sun and moon look approximately the same from the earth? Yes.
Yes, 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 yes.
So let's move forward. Perspective. So why let's use the sun and moon. People can get it. Don't take Eiffel so we don't get distracted.
No, I wanted to use Eiffel as an example to make people understand.
Try the sun and moon.
If you stand in front of a building, it's perspective, right? If you stand in front of a building, the closer you stand to the building, the bigger the building looks. But if you stand miles away, the building will look like it's your size, right? So that's the same thing with sun and moon. The sun is way bigger and way further, and the moon is closer and way smaller. Just because of that distance and perspective, they look like they're the same size, but they're not.
Okay, so let me say what you've said in another way. Somehow, the sun and the moon are, let me just use actual figures. The sun is 400 times farther away from the earth than the moon, okay? Correct?
Yes, yes.
So that means that the moon is positioned at the point that makes it just at the perfect distance away from the earth, that makes it look just as big as the moon. Do you understand?
Yes, yes, yes.
Again, that's another probability problem. What is the probability that it just placed itself just at that perfect distance and not farther away that it's like, oh, so the moon is actually smaller, or so close that the moon is actually bigger? Do you get my point?
I get your point perfectly. Here's the thing. They are not the only things that look similar. Like all the stars in the sky, to the naked eye, look the same size.
I get it. But how come this is just two? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we can't say because they look the same size to the naked eye, then it's perfect. No, until you get a telescope and see that they are vastly different sizes. All the planets look the same size for the naked eye.
I get you. But what I'm saying is that it's just at about the same size because of the relative distance, right?
Yes, yes.
Because I'm still staying on this probability thing, right? Now, I want to multiply two probabilities again, like I've done before, okay? I want to multiply two probabilities. The first probability we are dealing with, which you have agreed with, is that somehow the position of the moon, location, if we are working with the idea of random Big Bang, and that the sun is actually, which I think they're actually the same size, by the way, is what I think. But let's work with science theory, okay? Right? And say, sorry, we'll soon take guess. I know people are requesting, just give me a moment.
Yeah, if they are the same size, how come they have different brightness?
We'll work on that. Don't worry. We'll work on that. Theory is very easy to develop. You'll soon discover. But one theory became popular and was sustained, literally beaten into you. You don't pass these theories, you don't get to marry a wife you like because you won't be able to make money. You see. But let's leave that. I'm telling you, let's leave that. One theory just got more popular than the others. You can build theory just like that, but they won't get yours because they've got theirs. So, but let's leave that. So my point is perfectly at a distance that makes it look just the same size of the sun. You got it? Are you aware also that if you move the position of the sun by, I think, as small as 1% closer or farther away from the earth can either burn up or freeze up? Is it 1%?
Yes, yes.
That's another probability.
Yes.
And somehow, now that is a survival kind of situation to ensure the survival of the earth, right?
I wouldn't put it that way, but I would say that's why they are living things on Earth.
I understand. That distance ensures survival in a way, makes survival possible. Good.
Yes.
Somehow that kind of distance also make the appearance also perfect to look like the moon. The same in the same breath. Do you get my point?
Yes, yes.
I would rather say somebody put, if I'm to meet you halfway, I would rather say somebody put that sun at that perfect, which is what pastors try to do when they don't want to leave science. But
I get what you're saying.
Let me let normal people understand.
It's a very good argument, and it's one of the famous arguments. It's a very solid argument. The only problem is when you compare.
Let me let people understand first. Let me let people understand first. Then you bring the problem later. Just a moment. I would rather say if I'm to meet you halfway, like pastors that are still holding on to falsely so-called science, right? What I'll say is that, oh, our God is so wonderful. Did you know? And they will think I'm an intelligent pastor, and I'm probably sincere. Now I'll say, did you know that if you move the sun 1% farther away, we could freeze? People say, If you move it 1% closer, we could dry up. They'll say, And somehow that position, the earth, by the way, the same thing applies for the moon. theoretically, according to falsely so-called science, did you know if the moon was closer to the Earth, it was going to cause tides and right?
Yes, yes.
Good. The same God, what it did, let me take a microphone. What it did was that, did you know also the moon, if you were to move it 1% farther, the tides of the oceans could flush the whole Earth. Yeah. And closer could cause that. Do you know with the same kind of design, what our God did? Somebody say hallelujah, hallelujah. What our God did was that somehow they end up looking just about the same size to us, so we're not scared about the different size. Somebody shout, our God is good. Very intelligent pastor, right?
Yeah.
But he's wrong.
That's true.
The two of them are the same size because the pastor is not trying to read, but it would align with this science to the point that let me get offering. They're not black male pastors. I'm telling a pastor myself. So I see the people that want to pay that already, hallelujah. But my brother, I would rather go with the idea with a book that is written, which we're about to get into. We may get into that tomorrow because it's been a long one, right? I'd rather flow with that idea and say that there is an intelligent God, which is where the pastor is a little bit, that he put those things there and he designed it to be that beautiful. I think that's a better argument. So now bring your problem of that argument.
Okay, the problem is when we compare it to the downside. For instance, if you had an intelligent design, right? Would you add cancer to it? Would you add polio? Would you add polio to your design? For what purpose? Would you add death and destruction? It doesn't look intelligent. Do you understand? Would you add what else? Disease, right?
Epstein files, etc. Fine. Right? I got you. Now we are getting into common sense gradually, with due respect. Now, let's do two things. Let me answer in two ways. The first way is that, let's say this intelligent design is God, right? And it did what it did. Now we're on my side of the argument. Now it's my turn to show proof, okay? And to show common sense. Now, considering what cancer does to a person, plus Epstein files, plus Epstein files, plus all the mayhem in the world, combine everything together, right? Are you there?
Yes.
On one side of the scale, and on the other side of the scale, we compare the amount of perfectness it requires on your own model, by the way, to make the Earth even exist at all. I think this is very light. People have a way to still evade cancer. I would say you are luckier than your cousins to still have cancer and live 40 years than the guy who didn't even get a chance. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not that bad.
I get it.
It's not that bad. But for me the second part I wanted to mention will take us into theology, which is that it's a different argument of the morality of God, how we decide to design this thing, and maybe the intelligence, or whether he's the one that did it at all. Okay. But I think we should pause it here and maybe come tomorrow if you don't mind. I hope you enjoyed it.
That's good.
Hope you enjoyed the conversation at all.
You're the first pastor I'm discussing with that really truly understands science.
I just don't believe in it. That's the problem.
Yeah.
But like I used to say to people that I talk to, it's not fair on me. What did you study in your first degree?
Engineering, electrical.
Second degree.
Computer science.
So maybe I like saying this humorously. It's not fair on you, rather, that I studied physics in my first degree, and second was engineering, and of course it included computer science somewhere. So I probably know science a little bit more than you, but most of it is personal study anyway. But nice talking with you.
You did not make a single poor argument. That shows a strong grounding in science.
I thought so. So I understood science, I just don't believe it. And if I understand science that much and I'm still telling you Jesus is Lord, maybe you want to consider what I'm saying. Do you see?
Sure, good argument. Sure.
A lot of people ask me, why do you know so much and you're still following Jesus? I say, because I'm not a cultist. Just joking. But just a little bit before we start accepting, which I should do already. Let me start accepting our guest. Just a little bit is, I think Gyang has gone to sleep. It's like these people. So, but just a little bit before we start accepting our guest, I was going to use the same kind of probability argument, so to speak, I saw if we move forward, it's not the best. I had to take us back to the source and to first principles. So, but one thing I want you to consider as I wrap up my conversation with you about Moloch is circumcision is an African culture. Just go watch my interview, please. That's the quick one. These ones are not in my interview because it's a deeper occultic conversation. I didn't put that one in my interview. It's too far. I tried. I didn't go too far because these are normal human beings that pay bills, not scientists that are. You understand? So I have to talk like a human being, not like a robot scientific person. But my point is, please go watch my interview. That's the way to do it. Okay. Someone please let me paste the interview for Baal Moloch so you can go watch it. So so guys, please forgive me for the time. I knew I was going to do 90 minutes with him. So so check that interview. There are things in African culture because now we're in a different field. Now we're like, okay, fine, God created humanity or humanity was here somehow, but most of the situation you're finding is more of a side of the world just wanting to oppress another side for some very deep reasons, which we think we have found potential motivations for them to do that. Okay. So circumcision is a strong one. It's been in African culture since forever. Even the colonialists and the missionaries could not beat it off of the Africans. With due respect, I can guess probably you are circumcised yourself. Maybe you are not, but maybe you probably are. But this thing has been there, and you find it somewhere in the book, in Abraham's book, in the book of Genesis. And that book of Genesis has existed since like 250 BC, at least latest, Septuagint, right? When the Greeks translated the Hebrew to the Greek, right? So it's been there for a long time. There is no way that they studied, which is what people say. They knew what Africans would want, and they took it into the book and make a story out of it and brought it to deceive Africans. No, it's not likely. So I know you're an intelligent person. You catch the gist. So watch that interview probably the whole of today, tomorrow, next week. Then you can come back after the interview and see. By the way, I hope you know that moon landing is fake. Last question about Molek before I let you go.
I believe so. They are trying to do a real one soon. Well, I believe the first one was.
Let me commerciate for that one. Boy, faith is a very strong thing. You see, faith, people, faith is not normal. That's faith. What you just said now is faith. That is very strong faith. Why would somebody who spend that much money to deceive you now say, you know what, sorry, that one it was just a joke. We know it's possible, but we just wanted to show we are bigger than the Russians. Let's not do a real one, okay? They don't bow the person head with that. But where are you calling from anyway? West Africa? You're probably not in West Africa, are you?
I wouldn't say where I am for some reasons. Some people already in the comments.
In the world, at least. Or are you in Andromeda's? What planet are you?
I can DM you where I am, but I don't know if you've been reading the comments.
No, to be fair, are you in Africa or not? That should be easy. Are you living in Africa past 2, 3, 5 years or not? Simple.
I've lived in Africa in those times, but not currently.
You must have, I can tell. But you've been away from Africa for 3, 5 years?
Yeah, 2 years.
2 years, okay.
2 years.
But say is it the Africa, they don't kidnap your cousin. Remember prayer. If they have kidnapped your cousin, you remember God. Or your plane when you were leaving 2 years ago want to crash. You understand all this. So it takes to be fair, and it's good. I mean, to be honest, when what gives you time.
One day, what you said now is funny. One day I had an electric shock. Like the cable stuck to my palm. Yeah, the cable stuck to my palm and was shocking me. I was screaming, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. So,
but Jesus does not exist.
Exactly. When I broke free, people started laughing. At first, I didn't know why they were laughing. Then I backtracked and was like, oh, shit. I said, when you're in trouble, you're calling Jesus, bro.
The bacteria inside you. The bacteria inside you didn't want you to die, so they make you Jesus. It's the bacteria, it's not you. They are smarter than you, apparently. Hey, Hey, this man don't go keep us. It's the bacteria that are shouting Jesus. Ah, oh my God. So I like your sincerity anyway, because there are three things that there are three things that make us take guests in this life, okay? Even if they don't agree with us. First is they have to be logical. We call it SLR. You have to be sincere, logical, and respectful. So you passed all three is why you are going to stay this long. But I really salute your sincerity. That's so if we keep pride out of this thing, it doesn't take long. You will soon see that this science thing does not make sense. And it's good you understand. That's why I said there's some people their minds open first before their heart. There are a lot of our ladies, with due respect, and sometimes it pays them. How many women have you seen now commit suicide because they don't have money? Lie. Now men, I don't have money. How will I be without money? Go commit suicide. You don't see women commit suicide because of money before. Very few. You understand? So they open their heart faster than they open their mind, as it were. Okay? Or rather, the heart leads their mind. But the people that their mind opens first, they want to understand it. What are you saying? Does it make sense? You understand? So I understand people are like that, and I like to engage with them. It's not as if you are wasting time or they're trying to be funny. So take your time. You will enjoy that interview. Try to copy it and paste it. Go look for it and just listen to it. You would enjoy it. Then you would come back and see, to maybe talk further. So you can do a DM like you say, which is fine. Just to say it's nice to meet you. So, but there are things in the African culture. Is this Bible thing, right? So, last statement before I let my guests come through is, yeah, you can bring everybody else up. So, last statement is that you see this Bible thing that they have fought tooth and nail to tell you that it is fiction. It is a history that is supposed to have a people and supposed to have a land, okay? And then you have, and of course, the people and the land are not fitting the story, right? The Middle East are not fitting. That's just the fact, okay? And then you have this land and people, supposedly sub-Saharan Africans, right? There's a land, there's a people, but they don't have a history, according to mainstream, to the same people who is telling us this. So history, no people, no land to show. There's land and people, no history. We discovered they are one and same. And this thing I just showed you, this thing here, is enough reason, right, to bring up as many lies as you have learned in science. That's exactly where they are going, on a certain level of their deception, okay? That's why they have gone that far. Check all your Dalton's theory, Neil Bohr, Schrodinger, none of them is African. It's all white men. The world does not function like that, right? It's not true. They're always whitish men. Just about always. So it's whitewashed, terrible stuff. So what you are seeing, and you're telling the sky is so wide, it's 5 billion light years, 13.8 billion years old, Homo erectus, and at the end of the day, when they would categorize it, they will still put you at the bottom and tell you are Negroid. That is Caucasoid, Mongoloid, they will still put you at the bottom. On the visas, na bottom on a day. On the religion, you are still at the bottom, always begging to go to Saudi. And on politics, global politics, at the bottom. Economics, bottom. Why is it always that no matter the science, no matter the area of life, the people are always at the bottom? There's something about those people. There's something about them. So, and that's not where we started our argument with, but it's just a broad way to see the thing. So that's that. So please watch that interview. Let me know if you've got the interview name, okay? So that we can move forward with the others. Have you got the interview name? Just watch it. I think you enjoy it.
I have the name. Somebody gave me in the comments, so I'll watch it later.
Please. So take your time. Thank you so much, Baamolok. What's your real name, if you don't mind? I don't.
I'm not saying for a reason. I can DM you.
Okay.
Please, I have something to say to him before he goes. Good day, everyone.
Okay, Baamolok, a normal human being wants to talk to you, unlike myself. Who is on my bed? Speak with him.
From last year, longest time, my brother.
It's been long. Well done. See, when you guys were talking, I wanted to say something, but no, they couldn't bring me up. When you are comparing human being with animals and all that, living things rather, when you are putting all of them to the same. So my question I wanted to ask you before you leave is that you can see that human being, men have been improving. over the years, improving, but animals are still where they are. It's only men that can be helping them to improve. So if man can help other things to improve, man is improving on his own. He doesn't need any help. But man can assist other things to improve. That doesn't. Is that not shows you that men are unique? Men are different from others. Men are different from all these things. Science is saying that, you understand. So sit back, sir.
You are a normal human being. You are a very normal human being. Me and him, we are not normal. The conversation we're having is not normal, but I just had to go through it. What you said is just common sense. But we're not thinking with that brain. So he will give you an answer. Let me not even stress you. He will tell you maybe bacteria is even the one helping humans. Another question. I've helped him already. Another question. What he said is common sense and perfect. Who else has a question for him? Is it Kasolese? Is what somebody saying there?
I can also ask. Yeah, Minister, I can also ask to say, so does he believe that there's a life after this life?
He will tell you it's chemical. Oh yeah, life after death. Ogaba. Life after death. What's happening there? It's just our ideas. It's our ideas. Okay.
Don't see human beings as fundamentally different from that. The best thing is not to allow anybody to unalive you, because you can't bet on what will happen after that. So quick answer to Wisdom's
I know
question.
this guy talking. I know this guy. He
Wisdom.
has
Yes. So Wisdom.
I know this Baal talking. I know him very well. Okay. I know him very well.
Okay.
He has
don't say common sense, no talk.
He has a bigger channel.
Common sense, no talk.
I know
No
it's fine. I know. They've been stalking me. I know they've been stalking me.
I know him very well. I know him very well, and I always he's a guy that I visit his channel very well. He may be seeing my video also.
Expose him. We don't mess. Expose him.
Val.
Yes.
When I sit back,
He's using a different handle to come over here.
I know.
Expose him. Let me answer.
I'm saying
Wisdom, you said
human. Yeah, meet him. Expose him, my brother. Look at me now, opening my camera, showing my face. You say you don't even want to tell if you're in Africa. Now, mass you there. Oga, expose him. Common sense, expose him. I'm waiting. No. Otherwise, we'll ban you from this channel. I will accept him. Expose him. Unmute common sense. There's another common sense. Two guys that I know that use that name. Expose.
Question.
Before your question, want to expose first.
So he uses. He believes in nature very well. Don't mind. The others he is saying inside of him, he knows what he's trying to. He's just a kind of a person that is actually following this channel and coming up to have a counter argument, but you understand what he's trying to do, and he's also fetching knowledge while you are exchanging the same this argument with him.
I said you have not exposed. Are you what is the name of his channel? Expose.
Don't worry, since he's begging, I wanted to say it, he started begging. But with the few that I've said, you know that I know him very well. I know him very well.
Expose him.
So my brother, should I go on?
Okay. Are you asking him? No, we bring you on this page.
Okay.
I'll say what you want to say.
Okay, now this guy has a channel. He has a channel.
It's called what?
The name of the channel. Don't worry, I will get the name of the channel.
Minister, I'll DM.
Hey, you see him? Oga, Dave Panthers. It's like I know Dave Partners. Is that the name?
Thank you.
Sorry, Shade. Sorry.
Okay.
Has been but Charlie, hold on. Your channel is not even popular. You get reach 200k. If the channel reach 200k,
Yes. He's trying.
what is the
He's trying.
size? Not yet. What is the size? Is it
No, he's
500k
doing well.
or
Dave
2
is doing
million?
well. Dave is doing well, even in
Okay.
Twitter.
How many followers?
He has, I think he has more than 700. I think more. Let's just say like 400 to 400k.
I know it's 400k. I know even know your channel. Oga Dave, if I change this thing for you, I just go spiritual. Nah.
Dave has a very. He's a big. He's trying, you know. He's trying. But the thing is this.
Trying anything. Let him go and promote. Let him promote this thing. Why is he promoting?
That's exactly what I want to say.
That's
exactly what I want to say now.
Let him promote this thing. See as it stressed me. Shall do you understand what's happening?
I understand what's happening. I'm just here silent. I told him Baal and Molech are demons. He says, no, you're just scared. Okay, sir. My gut actually needs to connect, so I'll stop being scared anymore. Once my gut bacteria can connect to my
If you don't want me to, the reason why I'm saying this is that he's going to go to his channel and promote this channel and make sure that we have other people coming over.
Let him promote it. What are you doing?
Dave, do you promise to do that?
Even if he doesn't promote
the channel. Like Shocker Night, say Jesus, save and finish. He don't go call the fight Jesus for years. That life will make you be like Dave Hawkins. I think Dave Hawkins is very smart on his wheelchair. I'm sorry, Stephen Hawkins. Stephen Hawkins, not Dave Hawkins. God forbid for you, my brother. I better go stop roughly. All right, well done, Somebody else has a question for him. And this channel, I just don't want it to have too much of a spotlight because there's a way we're not pushing it too much. We're letting it be just organic, no push. Because the moment you start getting 300, 400k, you start getting some attention with these things, and I want to keep it in alive to feel what I want to do with it. So, but it's good. So, somebody has a question for him before he leaves. Any other question?
It was Wisdom. Wisdom asked a question on
answer his question.
Yeah, he was saying that since human beings are the ones building all the technology on Earth, are we not different?
Okay.
The truth is, we're really not that different, but our bet on evolution turned out to be better than most living things. For instance, every living thing focuses its evolution on one part of the body. Like snakes, they focus their evolution on their eyes. They can see in the dark, they can see infrared, but we humans, we can't, because they need to hunt in the dark. Lions focus on their claws and their teeth because they need to hunt, right? But we human beings, all our body is weak. Even a human baby can't do anything until maybe after graduation at 22 years old, can't fend for itself. But our evolution was focused on one part of our brain, which is the hypothalamus, the front of it. This is where we create music, poetry, abstract thinking, and so on. So this is what really saved us in terms of all our cousins, all the hominids dying out. We're able to think far and plan things. Most animals can't really plan because their evolution is focused on different parts of their body. So because of this, we're able to advance in terms of intelligence. But physical body, if you place a human being with any other animal of even half the size, a human being can't defeat the animal. We are weak physically, but very powerful because of our thinking capacity. And most of our progress, we are basically looking like animals. If you look at the ancients, even people living in isolated tribes, they still live very much like chimps, right? The thing that made us advance is because we invented writing. Because of writing, one generation can pass on their accumulated knowledge to the next generation and next generation. So human knowledge started compounding. So because of that, we're able to advance in technology. So this is where we actually defeated all these other living animals because we invented writing. Take a society without writing, you will see that the society is way, way backward. Like they are living in the forest and tying leaves on their, and these are still human beings in this modern era, just because they don't have access to writing. So writing is a very, very important invention when it comes to technology. And that's what really set us apart. So thank you. I hope I answered
I
the
would have
question.
assumed that what sets us apart is weaponry. Our ability to forge weapons, our ability to hunt. Hunter-gatherers, that sort of mentality. I would have thought that that was what made us a little bit more advanced. Our ability to trap animals, as mighty and as powerful as they are, not writing.
Fair
That's my
enough.
assumption.
Because in a way, it's a change of topic. I don't even agree with anything he's saying, really. I'm just listening out.
So you just 90 me. You made my
So,
gut axis
Minister, please,
disconnect.
let me
Eh?
add something. Please, let me add
Mr.
something.
Kule,
Please, let me add something. Please, let me add something. Now, let
go
me add
ahead.
something to what I asked him because he did not, all those things he answered me, I'm just laughing. Now, Baal, which is called demon, they say Baal is demon and Molech. So, man can produce, do you know man can produce animals? Man can produce different kind of animals. Man.
Reading them.
Breed them, okay, sorry, breed them. Man can do whatever he wants to do on earth, but animals cannot do what men. Animals cannot even do what would I say 10% of one man can do. And you are comparing man with animals. My brother, you are funny. Do you know that there was a day I was seeing like a vision or a dream physically, like I've existed on earth before, like I've visited this earth before. I was seeing things. Later, people started telling me stories of those things I've seen so many years before they told me that story, and I was shocked. So don't tell me men are gods, animals are animals. Are you getting me now? So if you are here still seeing yourself as an animal, my prayer is for your eye to open so that you know that you are a god. You are not an animal. You can't compare yourself. Bring yourself down to a common animal. And you are calling them your cousins. It is your own cousins because when you say our cousins, just say your own cousin. There is not our cousin.
So that's what I do most times, to just say I got your own. They call it Oyo. Well, thanks for coming all the same. So, like I said, it's good for people's hearts. This what we're doing. Sorry, August 14. Let's go real quick. Let's give him 60 seconds. August. August 14, 60 seconds. We probably will have a
Okay.
special guest on Saturday. Just reminding me of that. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry, am
Go
I
ahead.
audible? Okay, great. Okay, so back then in university, I actually studied geology and mining. I think that was over what 15 years ago or so. Studied geology and mining, and there's something we discovered actually back then. Actually, just three quick points. There's something we discovered. The actual age of the Earth and how it's been determined, of course, using carbon dating, using carbon 14 and all of that. Certain scientists actually put that together. They just carry different layers of the earth and rocks and whatever. Then they compressed it under extreme pressure and temperature. And then that particular experiment that they did actually gave a result that seemed very similar to the ones you find in carbon 14 dating. And that means that an event can actually happen and then the earth can actually be compressed, or layers of the earth can be compressed, and then it would give you similar reasoning. And the similar event that happened to cause that was actually a global flood, because it wasn't
Just
just
a
water
moment.
covering, there was water. Yeah, please go ahead.
Just a moment, brother. Let me see if I'm understanding you. They tested uncompressed rocks. It gave a certain age, right?
Yes, they tested, let's say sand. They put different layers of the earth. So there was sand, there was limestone, and other things. So when they compressed that under extreme pressure and temperature,
Compressed which?
and they
Sorry,
dated
all
it,
of it.
yeah, all of them on each other, superimposed.
Each. Okay.
Yes, superimposed on each other. When they were compressed, and this experiment just took like 24 hours. And when that happened, they gave similar reading to what people were saying actually was formed 15 million years ago and all of that. So it's
Exactly.
actually possible. Yes, it's actually possible for an external condition, for
Brilliant.
lack of a better word, exactly, to
Brilliant.
create that. And then the thing that actually caused that, in fact, the conclusion was that It was a global event, a flood-like event that actually
Yeah.
compressed the
Good.
earth. And then there were readings that came up after that were
Brilliant.
totally distorted. So that's
Yes.
just one point. Then secondly, I think the father of
Good.
the space race, Warner
Good.
von Braun or something like that,
Yes.
is the cause of all these problems with space travel and whatever. But if you research Project Paperclip and how the US
Yeah.
converted some of these Hitler's men to work for them, and then they are the ones that founded NASA. And NASA is just an organization that just keeps spreading lies back after one after the other. Because if you actually research Van Allen belt, you'll discover that there's a particular part just in the I think outer Earth's orbit where you cannot even cross. They said the radiation there is just so much, but I think they're just trying to use words to describe the firmament, because there's the firmament, and then we live in a closed system. We're not going anywhere. Nobody's going anywhere. Nobody can escape. You try to launch rockets, they will brush against that thing and break off. Or you keep launching things and sending them straight to the ocean. Nobody has launched a rocket outside of Earth's orbit.
Really. But
And they'll tell you
said
that they shoot it, and then they say, okay, they want to shoot it in the opposite direction of the Earth's rotation, so that it can what's it called in physics? I forgot. I think something about
neutralize the
gravity or something.
rotation. Cancel out the
Exactly.
rotation.
So yes, so that it can escape the Earth's gravitational pull, which does not even exist. It's just density. So when he was talking about the fact that everything responds to gravity, and the fact that if you're not subject to gravity, I think you're distorted or something, it's just density. Because even Einstein himself still hasn't understood gravity completely. They just gave the name gravity, but basically it's just density. It's just if you are heavier than an object, you will just somehow, you know, be closer to the surface of the earth. So that's just basically my point. So I think he can check out Project Paperclip and see the origin of these things, and check out what Warner von Braun even put on his gravestone when he died. Aha, good. And then Warner von Braun, the thing he put on his tombstone when he died, the earth declares something, and then the earth, and then sorry, the earth declares the glory of God, and then the firmament his handiwork. And that was the founder of NASA. Towards his last days, he actually did that, and then it was put on his tombstone. So yes, I think that's my 2 cents. I don't know if you about that. Thank you.
Project Paperclip first. The Germans invented
is it
rockets.
breaking? Is it all through, or is it just my end?
No, it's all true for me. So Project Paperclip. Yours is freezing. Your picture is freezing though. We can hear you.
Need to climb temperature.
Your internet is slow. But guys, can
Let's do this one. So you guys can let me know when the sound returns. Okay. Can you see me though?
Yes, I can see.
So do I go ahead?
It's breaking. It's really breaking here. It's really breaking.
You can turn off your internet
No,
and
just a
turn it
moment.
back on your
Just a
phone.
moment.
Yes, go ahead, Donald.
Just a moment. August was sort of a condition established to know when he wants to add something or answer something. This is breaking. His audio is breaking out.
On your phone. Just do it quickly.
No, for me, it's not internet. It is. It's not internet. It is. I think it's overheating. If this is localized, then it's caused by overheating device. I would say.
Oh, okay.
But let me speak with August. Let me know if I'm back. August and Diane.
Yeah, I can hear. I'm with you.
Phone.
Yes, I've done that. I've
You can
done
put it
that,
up
and I
against
brought
the
it
fan.
close to the window so it can.
Okay, well, if you have a fan, you
Yeah,
can
I've
put it
done
up
that so
against
it
the fan
can.
and then mute.
Yeah. So I think. Well, I don't know. So is it steady now? Let somebody
Yeah,
unmute.
it's
Maybe
steady.
Val you can unmute.
We can
You're
hear you
very
clearly.
steady,
It's
sir.
steady.
I can see you steadily now.
Thank you. August, can I? Yeah. August, can I hear from you quickly? Was that a question or a contribution? August, you're muted. August.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of both a question and contribution.
Let me hear
Because
the question part.
okay, the question
Let
is,
me hear the
I don't even
question
know how I
part.
framed the question. I was hoping maybe since earlier in the discussion there was mention of the Earth's age and dating and events that happened and stuff and rock fragments found around the world and all of that. So he actually touched into my course of study. So I'm just trying to say, even at that, there has been experiments that were conducted that proved that compression actually could actually create similar results that the carbon dating produces. So if you compress layers of the earth under extreme pressure and temperature, it can actually look as if that particular sample that was experimented on was millions of years old. Because that's just how it works with testing.
I got you.
And then this was done. And then also
I got you.
there's
Just a
been
minute.
okay. And then
I got you. So the question part, let me give just a moment. But I'm going to give you 60 seconds. Is that good?
Okay, the question part is this. So the global flood that happened, that the scriptures actually confirm, right? Of course, this is to Bar Molek. The global flood that happened. Can you say that could also be the reason why there was like a sudden spike in dating? Because if you check dating, it's almost as if everything just happened at once at the same time. That's why they say the Earth is so years old, because almost everything happened at once. But when you now excavate and all of that, or when you find fresh segments, there's a clear mark between aging. I don't know how I can explain to somebody that is not in geology, but there's a clear mark. It's like something is missing. There was a line or a timeline that was missing when it comes to dating, because you say, okay, this existed in the
Am I audible?
in sorry.
August, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. I can hear you, but I don't think you can hear me clearly.
I can. You are breaking really, but I think I got your question.
Okay.
We have moved past that.
All right.
Although I think I have an answer, but I think I'll let Val go first. But 60 seconds is what we're getting at. Val, can you hit that in 60 seconds?
Okay, he asked 3 questions. I'll try and go the 3 in 60 seconds. So first one, he asked about Project Paperclip. The reason why the Americans took... sorry, go ahead.
I want to know if I'm even audible. I've closed
you. There's just a small lag, but we can hear you.
Good. August, was it really 3 questions you asked?
Yeah, there was a time you missed. He talked about Paperclip, Van Allen belt, and then his last point about sedimentation of rocks due to flood. So the Paperclip, in the last year of the Second World War, the Germans invented rockets, and they tried to use it, but it was too late, right? It couldn't turn the tide of the war. So because of this, after they lost the war, the Americans took their scientists, over 1,000 and something of them, and that's the Project Paperclip.
Val, just a moment. I think we are going off the topic. This is contemporary global politics and science,
I get
right?
That. Okay, so
the main problem we have is for you to stay with Big Bang. It's a serious problem, honestly, on a serious note, okay? In my opinion.
Yes, I understand. Yeah. So second question was Van Allen belt. You can't debate against results because SpaceX just launched Polaris, which pass through the Van Allen belt. Yes, it's radiation, but it's not impossible to pass. Once they have enough sheet coating around the spacecraft, it passes it easily. It's not like it stops anything. There are many spacecrafts that have comfortably passed there, even though it's better to avoid it in some cases. Then your last question about sedimentation of rocks, they were able to do it artificially, and it looks like the original one. We're not talking about artificially. We can build artificial mountains. We can create artificial rivers. But what we calculate is how long will it take nature to create this thing? You know, we create dams these days. There was a dam that was created in China. It slowed down the rotation of the earth. So we can do these things artificially now, but you can't use that to calculate how long it took the nature to do that. So we're calculating natural one. About global flood, water goes high and down every now and then because the earth is wobbling and rotating. So there's no time there was a global flood. You can't find such a sedimentation in Africa. So most of that happened in Middle East where there was deserts. So there's no time. If there was global flood with your theory, what happened to the fishes? Did the flood affect the fishes? What of the whale, the sharks? or is it just about land animals? What of mosquitoes? Did mosquitoes board Noah's Ark?
Can you hear me, Bob?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to work on is, I want to see if the question, if the question that August asks is what you're answering. The first two is fine. I don't think they're too relevant. Now, if I got you right, August, say hi. Let me see if you can still hear you.
Hi.
Okay. He's trying to answer the question this way that, let me just say what I know straight away. So you are saying that compressing rocks and testing them after manual compression can give an impression that they are older than they actually are, correct?
Exactly.
Good. In other words, those compressed rocks were dated and they gave a longer date than they were before they were compressed, potentially effectively, correct?
Exactly.
Good. So Moloch, 60 seconds to answer that if you know at all.
Okay, what I'm saying is that we human beings can create artificial things. We can create rain artificially. So we can use the artificial one to gauge the natural one. We can create rivers. We have diverted rivers and had artificial rivers. We've created dams. So you can't say because it took you 6 weeks to create a river, all right? Therefore, there's no way rivers took thousands of years to form. You can't just say that. So you can arrange soil in sedimentary rocks. You can arrange it and say it looks like the original one. But what we're calculating is how long did it take nature to produce that?
You missed it. You missed it. That's why I'm trying to see if I understand. And I think he knows that I understand him and I indeed understand him. Well, actually, it's getting to the main point. But let me try one last time. August, tell me if I'm wrong. I'm oversimplifying it, I understand. But effectively, this is what I think I heard from August, who studied geology and all that. Rocks and sand, etc., more or less, were tested before they were compressed. They gave a date, let's say 50,000 years, based on the testing. Am I right to that point, August?
Yes, go ahead.
And then they compressed those rocks and then tested them again. And then they were giving results back as though they were like 2 million years, something like that. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you remember, by the way, what dating method it was, if you can remember?
I think they used carbon dating.
Okay, carbon. Okay, carbon will still work within 50,000 years. So now, Baomolog, do you understand the question better now?
Yes, I understand, but you can't use carbon dating on non-living things now.
No, right? You can. Well, can you? You can't.
That's why it's 50,000 years, the half-life of carbon. You can't go beyond that.
The numbers I gave are hypothetical, right? So that's not really the point. You see?
No, it's not like they were trying to create. You know, experiments sometimes are conducted to show that maybe we missed out certain things. It's not as if they were trying. This is what they were trying to do. They were trying to explain other reasons why sometimes dating could be inaccurate. So if you're trying to say the Earth of the age of the Earth is so million years old, you're only getting that because you try to use testing methods and you try to test maybe rocks and other things, or even fossils. Then you are trying to test them against what you know. leaving out that there may be a possibility that a global flood caused a lot of compression
Or
on the
anything.
Earth's surface that could create these things. So what it ultimately means is that those things may just be maybe the age of maybe or maybe it may have formed at the time just
Boy, let me
during the
help you.
flood or just after the flood, not
Well, let me
necessarily
help you.
millions of years old. And that's how we're having our calculations wrong. We're having them wrong because we have this mentality that no, something happened a billion years ago and this happened. They have found human footprints with somebody with sandals very close to a fossil that people have dated to be 450 million years old. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's ridiculous sometimes to use certain testing methods to just rule out every other possibility that no, there's no intelligent design and this and that. Nothing
So let
created
me,
it. Trying to discount what the Bible says.
Yes, thanks, August. Let me say this for the records, then we leave this topic once for all, so I can let Bal go watch that that interview, which is this, that there's something, Bal, and now I'm speaking with you, Bal. Hopefully it's the last one. I hope that's the last question for him. Before we move on, there's something called the Scottish Enlightenment. Oh, Tilo. Bal, are you there? Oh, you be in the comment, that's fine. So there's something called Scottish Enlightenment, right? Which is about the time when the Illuminati started, by the way. You could say it's coincidence, okay? Okay. But during that time of Scottish Enlightenment is when they started this method that August described, which is that when you see, let's say, I'm oversimplifying it, but when you see a mountain, rather than assuming that something impactful happened to cut a mountain out for you, right? They rather assume that sand started piling up gradually until it got as high as a mountain. So what they do is that how long does it take this river Nile, for example, to flow, and you have 2 millimeters height of sand? They say, well, it takes 2 weeks. Okay. So what's the height of this sand dune, for example? It's about 20 meters high. Okay. So how many 2 millimeters or 2, whatever that is, right? 2 centimeters can you find in 20 meters? Is so and so amount. Okay. So therefore, it means then that for this to happen, then this river must have been packing sand for such and such number of years, and they multiply the weeks with the year, and they got years. And one problem with that assumption, by the way, even if you try to work with it within their scope, is that it assumes that everything follows a simple linear flow, right? It cuts out the possibility that there are cataclysms, that there could be external factors that could affect things sharply. In fact, sometimes within itself, because with their theory, even the language the human came up with, etc., happened within that closed system, you see. And things can just happen and your graph will be messy. It can't be that linear thing. It can just jump up and you are busy drawing a straight line. So it's not always like that. And that's a strong one. I saw that problem. I didn't know there's an experiment like August is saying that has been conducted. So effectively, you could compress a rock and date it, right? And then it will bring back a result to you to make it look as if it's older, you know, and that's very significant. So if August would not mind, I would have liked to get maybe that detail so that people that believe stuff like this is trying so hard to validate Bible fairy tale. Okay, Adebayo, we already know you, Adebayo. You don't, maybe you are part of his fans. So, but Adebayo, August rather, do you have a little more detail to that? Let's see. Although to me it's not important, but people that believe science like that would like stuff like that. Do you have maybe more details as to this experiment, August?
Yes, it was creation. I'll check. I'll send to you because when I did the research, I actually wrote it down because it was very close to my field of study, and that completely went. It shattered my belief because geologists we actually study the earth and all of that. So when that was said, it made a lot of sense to me because we had all that questions. We used to ask that question a lot in school back then. So I'll do that because also the purpose of the experiment again, because the people that conducted it came from, they had the, should I say, biblical backdrop or template that they were using. So they were saying something is off. There was an argument about how old the earth was biblically and what science and education is saying the age of the earth is. So certain experiments were conducted. So they tried to use the possibility. Can you hear me? Hello, am I audible?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, yeah. So they conducted a bunch of experiments. Now, apart from that, there were also other things that were displayed during the arguments, and one of them was a human footprint, and not primitive human. Somebody that had sandals, meaning there was some form of leather works during that time, very close to a fossil that existed millions of years ago, and then they were dated equally, like they had equal dates. So they were saying man and those things existed at the same time, but something happened. Yes.
And
So
one is supposed to be 450,000 years, which is more than what they've been saying before, right?
Exactly. So that was what the whole
it's
experiment was about.
It's a belief system. Like I caught him himself, not caught like that, but it was like we believe, we think. He has to use the word believe. That's why I asked earlier, have you been to NASA before? He said no. He just left Africa maybe 2 years ago. That's not bad, that's fine. But have you been to NASA? No. Have you been to Large Hadron Collider? No. Have you entered a rocket? No. So which one is we did this? We sent a rocket. Which we? That's the way we to also say we. But ours is of faith and is of truth from the Spirit. So it's that's why I told him then immediately that by faith we know that the things that are seen are not made of things which do appear. You see, it's a kind of we and a kind of knowing. So it's into a faith system, and they've got dogmas too, if you can use that parallel, that they don't like you touching. So it's the same thing. You got to pick your belief, really. The only way to know how man was created was to go back in time, which is literally impossible. So anyway, thanks for that. Chioma, good morning. It's afternoon already.
Oh, good morning. Oh, I think I was going back on.
Yeah. So we used to, we started this a long time ago, and there was a season and time when we'd have people like this almost every other week.
Oh no, we know that this is your wheelhouse. See how excited and animated you are. You have even taken off your jacket, so we know that
As you were sweating. I witnessed the sweat. In winter London. I'm not there, but I know it's cold in London. Pastor was sweating with joy.
So we know that this is your spec. So
yeah, you didn't finish what I was gonna say. But if the moment there is I think you can break that back. The moment we just let people like you and I, we already know each other, we talk, it's almost becoming like a closed thing where you just allow people that know that they would support you. You understand? And those are the people you talk with. It's not the best. Then you are not evangelizing in that sense. Okay. So what I just did, or what we just did really, is like what you want to call soul winning. Okay. It's not like I'm getting him to say, Jesus, I love you, you're my savior, you're my sinner, and all that. But it's the mind is part of the soul, long story short. Okay. So it's very important. Is in fact is one of the core reasons why we're sent here, actually. So that's what we allow people. The Adebayo that just spoke and left now, we've had him a few times and he wasn't quite answering questions and all that. I don't know if Adebayo is still there. I think he's gone with his bow or something. But he wasn't quite answering questions. I can't remember how the thing ended. Okay, Adebayo is still there. Okay. So Adebayo, you can come up again. One day you I don't know, but you can come up. So what we do is more like soul winning, and this thing has been long away from the church. Okay, this particular kind of thing. Okay, it's been long away, and the problem with it is that you have to go and learn that madness first and understand it, right? And then you understand this one and be able to hold the two together side by side. But most times when you have not learned their stuff, in fact, the world has been browbeaten and being intimidated to the point that they think that if somebody is saying something and you don't understand it and it looks like he knows what he's saying, then because you don't understand it, therefore it must be true. No, actually it's the opposite. If somebody keeps saying something and it sounds like it's making sense, but you don't get it, right? It's just so complex, including the so-called, what I call pseudo-grace. It just keeps twisting Greek words. It's just so complex. You're like, it's deep, and you just accept because the guy is wearing a nice suit like myself, like I do sometimes, and you just agree for that. That thing is not true. Most things that are true can be explained to just about anybody that understands the language you're communicating in.
The truth is simple.
It's usually very simple.
Very simple.
Very simple. So the moment you start hearing some registered words and light years that the guy told us, okay, it's true. Minister self cannot talk. That guy know that, man, a lie. It's what you have been indoctrinated with, and you use that into earn salary. Tell me who will not cram that kind of thing. And I told him, it's just indoctrination. It's just a theory. And that thing is a trauma you've gone through for 2-3 decades. And if you don't cram that thing and tell them Boyle's law, Charles' law, gravity, electromagnetic spectrum, and all that stuff, you're not going to get a job. You may not get married, right? You have a girl you like, you follow another person who has crammed that thing, and you are staying with truth. Okay, better cram it and pass the exam. So it's a traumatic thing they do for 20 years. You understand? So you need to understand that madness, like I call it, and understand God's word, and then you will be able to work with them, to flow with them. So very important. Soul winning. So we ended up reading just one chapter. So we'll continue tomorrow exactly 1 o'clock. That's 3 hours today, and it's a good one. So we give time to such people, either if you have a first timer or if you have a contrary opinion. By the way, Adebayo can still come up. I think they have already forced me into the mood already. So if common sense can come up also.
Past my bedtime. I wanted to say two things.
I know you need to rest, but do you want to speak?
There's this I read something interesting. Yeah, I read something interesting today about this guy called Mudashiru Ayeni. In 1971, he tried to build an AI bot in Nigeria, but they literally committed him to an asylum. The Nigerian government. They said he was mad. Real story. Go and just Google it.
Yes,
just Google Ayeni. I don't understand how it is.
They don't know that Nigerians, the guy was the first guy that invented AI. He invented AI, and yes, but the thing is this. But the thing is this. Our government are not functionally independently.
You think it's an psyop? It's an external.
Yes, our government are not functional. They are not independently functioning. Like they depend on the international bodies, which are the multinationals.
Yeah.
So now they give.
Just a moment, my brother. Come on, just a moment. I want to zoom. Forgive me. I want to zoom in on the guy's story. Tell me the full gist. Who locked him up? Why? I mean,
he introduced the whole thing. When he introduced the whole thing to Nigerian government, they called him crazy. They said they needed to go for psychiatry. And I said, no. After he now went there, after all this, yes, he went to psychiatry.
Why did you answer them? This is my fault.
No. They will force you. They will cajole you. This thing. That's what I'm saying. Is deep. It's deep for the. It's just like me and you now. It's just like me now coming to invent something that should never be invented in this area. Just like what you are saying, we are always down. Mm-hmm. So there has a reason why they push you down, regardless of whether now you get the brain for all this. They will always put us at the down. Now? Thank you. And so now, when the guy invented it, our government are not functionally. They are not independent. They are not independent. So a great man should never come out from Nigeria. Mm. Or it's not the only person. The computer that we are using was also invented by a Nigerian, an Anambra man.
I know. In fact, even this thing where you can send images with text, this instant texting, a lot of things, by the way.
Even GPS. They said GPS too was a Nigerian thing.
And that's why they can never inside creating AI, they can never create the best out of it. Okay, the guy that created an open claw, they call it an open. I'm an AI software engineer, so I can tell you more. There's a guy that created, they call it an open claw. It's not them. It's the black man.
I want to hit something. Sorry, forgive me. Common sense. Do you know detail? Can someone maybe what's the full detail? So, do you know the full? The guy is still in arrest. I mean,
I literally sent you something on Instagram in your DM. I saw the story. Somebody was trying to talk about how Nigerian government is backward and they referred to a story. So I sent it to your Instagram DM. And I said, Pastor, we're going to talk about this, so permit me. If it's not something you want to, because I can come with some topics and you're like, yeah. So that's what I think.
Story, right?
Yes, this Ayeni guy story. So maybe not today, because how do you say it? You may have other things you want to know, but if we delve deep
And
into it,
mind you,
the
this has
guy
been a very
was,
long
yeah,
time. This has been a
yeah,
very
yeah.
long time. 1971.
Yeah, but I was
It's
going
not
to lecture.
something that happened there of recent. Oh, is that? It's not.
Yeah, I was going to
It's not something that happened of recent. It's a very long time period
very
since
recent
19.
to me.
Yeah, since 1971.
Just less than 60 years, you see.
So
Just
imagine they're bringing it out in 2026. But since 1971, a Nigerian has gotten the brain and everything to do and to produce an AI.
I'll check.
And
I'll
that's
look into
another
it.
thing. And this is, I want to link this back to spirituality. I really feel there's a lot that God has possibly even given to Nigerians, right? There's some things, and this is me talking about things that I know, especially with regard to slavery, colonialism, all of that. I find that a lot of the things that were invented, your light bulb and whatnot, the people that wrote the blueprint of this thing were black. The people that they claim that were on the patent were they're white enslavers. And everyone that knows IP rules knows that you can't create a blueprint if you're not the original person that wrote it. It's impossible.
So
You
that's
understand? So I
so
really
anyway.
feel, continue.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
there's something that I want to chip in. All the technologies that you're seeing today are technologies that have been known for a donkey years, but they reserve them, they go and keep them for a particular time to unleash them. If you remember, you will understand that that America has been they have been depending on the oil. They have a petrodollar agreement with the Saudi, and if you understand, if you see that the petrodollar agreement is no longer working, the Saudi are now making business with China, so they are losing ground. So they need another place where they can they always want to feel special. They always like to create something and bring out something and feel special about it so that they make income. So it's about capitalism here. So they now introduce this AI. This is a way of making a huge amount of money. If I tell you what ChatGPT is making in a month, billions of dollars. You understand? So it's capitalism. So it's capitalism.
So let's do
So
this.
I'm listening.
I like
Okay, so
condensing things. Yeah, I like condensing things into actions. We must be those people who should stop um, demonizing Africanity, right? And African things. And we should stop demonizing each other, okay? And that's why we're building a community. That's why these things must be strong. I want you to, if possible, go back to that guy since he knows you, talk to him. Let him, I don't know, let him make sure, follow him up. He might not come back. I forgot his name now. Your friend.
Dave.
Yes.
The Balmolok.
Yes, Moloch. Let him go and read that name. He cannot lose it's only supposed to be a win-win.
See, what you don't understand is this. What you don't understand is this. For Dave to come over here, Dave has been admiring you. He's a very sneaky person. He's a very, very sneaky person. He get plans. So what he does is this. If he comes to you, he knows that he understands you and he understands what you're preaching. And he might have also liked what you're preaching very well. But what he does is this: he will sneak and come over to thank you, to have a conversation with you, so that he can now go.
That's why I told you I'll change it for him. Let him. Otherwise, he has no patent now. We'll go cast him out.
No. I'll follow him up. I'll even dare him. I'll dare him right now. We used to talk on
the. He finds truth. But what I'm gonna say is, we have a Telegram channel. Someone can post it. Okay. We need to stop demonizing. I've had an African come here before and tell me, "Hey, sorry, Mr. Kule, this is nice, but where did you get this thing from?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Is there an American affiliation you have? Because most of the things you know is always Oyinbo that's bringing it. Which Oyinbo is teaching you? Look at this man." And you said it's from Nigeria. I say, look at yourself now. So it means you yourself, you can't create anything good now. That's what you are saying. Yeah, not like that. I say, So you see,
Just to add
anyway.
to what you said, Pastor, a friend of mine told me long before she's because she does a lot of this non-for-profit work, so she's exposed to a lot of white people. She told me something. She said that demystify Oyinbo, demystify them now, as in like immediately, because once you're in their circle, there is nothing about they don't. If you really dig, even the American accent that you are this thing and whatnot and whatnot and what, there is nothing exciting and exotic about it. But in our head, we attach this exoticism to them. The British accent, the Cockney. That's some Raz English. Go and compare it to the Queen's English or Prince Charles English. Compare Cockney, deep Cockney. Do you understand? So, do you understand? Like, demystify them. Everything that you are, like as a African or Nigerian, that's what they have tried to be for hundreds of years. What Shileba? From your style to your carriage to the way you talk to your understanding of to the way you naturally understand your culture. Like now, if you pastor come into Australia and you go to Aboriginal lands and you see someone, oh man, you just know what not to do. You understand? You don't have to be you don't have to be Aboriginal to understand that, okay, when they refer to something as sacred, there's a way you react. When Tabari Oba, you know how you act in front of a king. You understand? These things they don't know. Ask a white person, what's your culture? He will tell you helicopter.
It reminds me of those funny videos. This guy that will ask, what is the past tense of swim? The guy said, just go forward. It's forward. And Nigerians are studying WAEC and failing WAEC 6 times to study English because of use of English. Long. Anyway, let's join the Telegram page. It's like a kind of, they can close this account anytime. Okay.
Yes.
So please let's join that Telegram. This thing is at the very least it will do is to begin to open people's self-esteem, right? And in fact, to begin to equate their self-esteem to their God esteem and know what God says about them, know who they are. And this topic is very important. It may sound like a religious kind of stuff. It's very key. If you know how many Christians and people rather, Africans are under this Bible thing, either in a good, bad, or ugly way, there's a lot. If they can understand that they are the people, honestly, I think it's a big leap forward. I mean, just that. If let's destroy all this, a large part of this movie industry, right? You don't just take something because it's British, whitish, the way you think Donald is a Christian name. You think Macron is a Bible name. It's not. These are just the names of Europeans.
Pastor, the problem is here. This thing has been in our face right from when we were growing up, through the media, through the visual things that we see. So it has recorded in our brain. And you found out that most of our brothers that traveled out, that are over there in overseas, they will always try to let you understand that they made a very good decision by traveling overseas, not telling you the real truth. You understand? Now, you that are over here will be clamoring, oh God, how I wish I were over there. Now, but you have your life, everything to live here comfortable, and you're okay. But because of the lack of not being able to say the truth, because if all our brothers that are over there, we tell you that, we only came here because of exchange of currency exchange and all that, and we're working ourselves hard to die over here and to buy over here, and things are not really going well. Please try as much as possible to appreciate where you are. I think our sense of belonging and our sense of we develop. But when you try to talk to somebody, okay, look at what is happening. Most of our brothers travel over there and they go over there and marry a grandmother, and just because you want to stay over there,
What's happening there?
you know, and our beautiful girls are over here, our beautiful ladies are over here, not seeing a husband, but a grandmother. A grandmother is having a very strong young blood, where our beautiful girls are down here without no husband. Okay.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
You understand? And this is
Yeah, I
painful.
got that.
This is very, very painful. And another one is this: the only atomic nuclear weapon we have is our manhood. And they understand that the atomic nuclear weapon we have in ourselves is our manhood. That with our manhood we can populate the earth.
I'm not hearing him. Is it just me? Shadi, can you unmute?
Yeah, I can hear him loud and clear. If you're not hearing, he's talking about the
I think
atomic.
it's just me. I'm seeing everybody glowing like they're talking, but
They're laughing.
I'm not hearing them.
Chairman, things are
So
being said, and Pastor cannot
no,
say.
sorry, no.
Can
I
you
don't
hear
understand,
me?
Pastor.
Can you
I'm
hear me
using
though?
see,
Maybe I'm
I'm
heard,
making
but
it,
I'm
I'm
not
making
hearing.
it a layman
Let me take out
discussion
the
so that we can
charger
understand. I said the only
and
strength,
try
what I
to
mean by atomic
mute
bomb,
and
the
drop
only
the
strength we
temperature of this
have,
thing.
the only thing that we have over them is our ability to populate the earth, to have kids. To have kids. If you check the population of Europe, the birth rate of Europe last year, you will find out that we here in Nigeria had babies more than the Europeans. And this is one of the things that they are very afraid of right now. They are very, very afraid of this. And that's why they are doing everything more possible best to decrease our population through all the things that they have invented. GMO, so many complications in our birth rate now in the hospital. So they don't really understand this thing. But population is one of the weapon that we can use to stay up. Population, and they know it. They know it very well, and that's why if you check on the Epstein file that came out, if you check on the Epstein file, there was this thing they were doing over there. Thank you. Trying to there was a
Nigerian
letter.
women.
Thank you for Nigerian women. They made an inquiry of Nigerian women. Why is that Nigerian women give birth rapidly? And they are very, very afraid of it. Kissinger report, which has been a report for a very long period of time, said what? The people that are very strong and that can populate all, they don't need to rise. We must make sure that we keep them down. So imagine the only way our ladies feel like they have arrived is when you see them with a white man giving birth to. I'm telling
Not
you.
me, oh. I mean Nigerian ladies. I don't feel that way. Oh.
I thought you wanted to say weak. I was saying they will chop you now. You mentioned that
Me,
weak.
I don't care. Me, I don't
Nothing
care.
do wig, and they wear wig for Egypt now.
Me, I normally say, I will always give birth to a black baby, no matter what. Yes, I'm very, very particular about my race because I don't know why you are pushing that race down. I don't know why you hate the race. I'm particular about it. You understand? So our women, the only way they feel they have arrived is when you see them with a white. Okay, there was a white Russian guy. That his video is flying all over everywhere now. He went to Ghana. He was just busy messing up with our ladies. Because of what? He's a white man.
So let's do it. Let's do this. Thank you so much for your timing. So someone can paste that Telegram link again, so that we can begin to close. Then we'll start from the top. Just 3 minutes to wrap up. Maybe 1 or 2 rounds. Okay, cool. Yeah, trash it. So so that we can begin to wrap up. It's been over 3 hours. So the Telegram link. Join that Telegram is like just the other side. You can put announcements and things like that. Let's join that. We have a conference coming up in 2 months by God's grace. So it's going to be in Sheffield. It's the 2nd edition. So it's the second edition. It's going to be in April, end of April. If you are close to Sheffield, come around. We just have that time together. We share truth, we share light, which is in God's word. You see, that's where you find it. That's why that book is the most, more or less, mocked, attacked, and everything. That's the human history right there, right? Which indeed started in Africa, because life started in Africa. So apparently, that's also African history. Okay, so we talk about that. There's no private jet for you, Shadi. So let's run from the top, from Australia. Kwa. How much will the whole conference cost? It's a private jet for you in Australia. All right, let's go. Shoma, let's run your 3 minutes so that we run from the top and we run this way. Let's go.
Isn't it myself that yours is tomorrow. You're actually supposed to do it, but you don't have the staff strength.
Okay, staff strength. Oh, sorry, I've muted Gian. Sorry, I was trying to talk about logistics. For sure.
Sorry.
All right, let's reset Chioma's time so she can restart from the beginning. All right, Chioma, let's go.
Okay, so somebody sent me. One of the things I wanted to talk about today was this Eurocentric, and you keep talking about this American perspective of contemporary Christianity nowadays. So somebody sent me a message this morning, a video of a very well respected minister of the gospel in Nigeria, and he was talking about dreadlocks. So he was talking. Yeah, sorry. No, I'm not calling names. I understand. I respect your policy on that. So he was talking about how the dreadlocks are demonic and how it's a tradition from Jamaica, and how people from Caribou, when they want to take out the dreadlocks, there are rituals that have to be performed. So the person who sent me the message just recently installed her locks, and she was wondering, are we now as Christians supposed to cut the hair and all of that? So I was like, well, I understand, with due respect to the man of God, to the minister, I think it's all this Eurocentric ideologies as to how we're supposed to look in terms of our hair, because maybe it's lack of understanding of knowing that a human in a sorry, I don't mean to digress, but this is part of why these conversations are very important for us. Because if we understand that we are the original Hebrews, then we will understand that the natural state of a black man's hair, or somebody of African descent, the hair will not, if you don't comb it, it will naturally lock. You don't need to do any manipulation. It will lock by itself. Is he trying to say that someone like Samson is demonized? Is he going to say that someone like Samuel, because remember Samuel, they didn't cut his hair. Are you going to say Samuel is demonized?
Ezekiel.
Exactly. All these prophets, even Elijah, John the Baptist, would you say these people were demonized? Because if they were not cutting their hair, why are we grooming it? We are all out here rough and rugged for the Lord, right? So these are part of the things that these conversations are important, because if we are still thinking it's those people from the Middle East, then how do they naturally develop dreadlocks? How is such a person Samson, right? So there's a disconnect, and because they are pushing this Eurocentric thing, this is why women are wearing wigs. I just wanted to bring that thing of the wigs thing again, because you are trying to cater to that Eurocentric thing. But if you understand that your hair is natural, whatever, this was something I wanted to talk about. Yeah,
that's very true. That's very true. And it takes some time to transition gradually. It takes time, is what we're looking at. In fact, the way the scripture puts it, which I think is more accurate, which is what you said, that any African person that does not comb their hair and leaves it, of course, clean it, etc., it will probably end up in dreadlocks. And that is why scripture puts it this way, that anyone that, I'm just paraphrasing, but I hope I'm doing it right, that anyone that chooses to be a Nazarite, in other words, anybody can be a Nazarite as long as you don't cut their hair. You see, it's just about how it seems to be. So if you don't, just like the hair of mad people, to be fair, okay, and decide not to cut their hair, and they don't decide, but you know how it is, and it becomes dreads like that, you see, automatically. And I do not think a Caucasian can ever have
exactly
dreads. he has to go put something to make it look somehow.
And it's really dirty because of and it's no disrespect to them because of the way their hair structure is. So they have to do things to it to make it look like that. We don't have to. Like you said, the mad person, where is comb to comb the hair? So he's just leaving the hair, and so the hair naturally becomes like that.
Yeah, so it's a matter of self-esteem at the end of the day, you know. And what these guys do most times, they make you ashamed for who you are, what you have. When you throw it away, they go pick it up, change the dressing, and bring it out as the main thing. You now come to buy that thing later. That's exactly the pattern.
This thing is capitalism.
Let me hit you your 3 minutes. Let's go. Common sense.
This is capitalism. You understand? This is capitalism. Capitalism is the worst. Capitalism is devil itself. You understand? Because he's motivated by greed.
Yeah.
You understand? He's not a commercially. See, anything that is not commercialism, that does not favor everybody on the same, then it's not of God. It's not of God. So now what happens is this. Since they are the master of capitalist system, you understand? What they do is this, that they try as much as possible to use this. Okay, wig now is one of the top business right now in the world. In Africa. And they are selling. They are making millions. So they are looking for every loopholes. What Africa don't understand is that Africa is the land. And they understand that Africa is not barren. Africa is a woman that will keep on having it for you. Very, very fertile. So they are the barren land. So barren land will always suck on the fertile one. Because you remember what he said in the Bible. He said a tree that cannot produce a fruit should be cut down. Yeah. You understand? So they understand this very well, and they understand the only way they can see, if not because of capitalism, like the way they set them up, they will never allow us. In fact, I think by now we should be slaves. This one we are still slaves, but they made it in a way. Okay, you are no longer, but you are still. You understand? So now if you bring it down to Nigeria here now, you will see that the upper echelon is those upper echelon people wait there for that table, wait that are in this table, in this realm of Nigeria now. Those are the one controlling this state of here, giving them all what they need. Promote the wig business. Let our women not value themselves any longer. Now they see their hair as a sacrilege. But one of the, sorry to say, the best thing that I admire in a woman is her forehead. If I can see your forehead here, where your hair is coming from, and the only way I can see your forehead is when you plait this danchiki. They call it danchiki, where you plait the all back thing. That is the only way I find a woman attractive. I'm not lying to you. I'm not lying to you.
But they won't believe you. The problem is they won't believe you.
But they will never believe me. See, the only way I can find you attractive is when I look at that your forehead and I see the hair crawling back. I will like, okay, I will look at you. I will look at you again. But with that wig,
so you don't like in a Mongolian. Let me give you a classic example. Sorry, let me just give you a classic example for our call to bar, right? Well, sorry, let me just, even that hair thing. It's not just wigs. Even for our call to bar, right? We couldn't come out with we had to perm our hair because you're going to have to wear the wig. During the process of the call to bar, you will now be told to put on the wig, that white wig. So for women, all the girls, we had to come with our hair freshly permed. So it's not even, it goes past the wig thing. You are taught as a child that you need to cut your hair because your hair is a distraction. Remember all those things they used to teach us about in secondary school? Cut your hair because your hair is a distraction. The first time I got to Canada and I saw children with their hair down to their bum bum, and it messed me up because I was like, So what happened to their education? Does this mean that they are, you're watching movies, but it never connected until you saw them live? You came and told us that we should cut our hair so we can focus on our academics. But your girls are hair, I saw children with their hair down to their bum bum. I'm like, then what was the disconnect here? Why did you tell us to cut our hair, but your children can
They are
grow
not distracted.
their hair? So that thing messed
The
me
hair
up
didn't
big
distract.
time. Right? So it's not just the wig, it's you're taught from childhood that your hair is not good enough. You have to chemically treat it, and then studies are now coming out to show that all these relaxers are causing cancers, of the scalp and all that stuff. So it goes past the wig. It's an ingrained thing that these were missionaries, female missionaries who came to teach us the word of God and taught us from childhood to hate yourself with your hair. So it's deep. So forget that weak thing.
It's okay. Let's hear from Shadi 3 minutes. So, by the way, I think Kali Works is his first or second time. Shadi, let's hit your 3 minutes.
I'm not even sure we're going to be up to 3 minutes because my network, I think, is just doing something I don't understand. But if you can't hear me at any point, yeah. If you can't hear me at any point, just kick me off. I'll listen in and then go to sleep after you guys are done. But anyway, what did I want to talk about? I wanted to talk about please listen to go check out that Ayeni guy, that Mudashiru Ayeni guy, the AI guy and whatnot. I really feel like the part of our reading says God says through your seed all nations of the earth shall be blessed. To your inheritance, all nations of the earth. I really feel that's what's playing out. All nations of the earth, although they are drilling and exploiting all of Africa, they're basically, Africa has been drained to the point whereby it should not have anything left. If you really think about the level by which they have plundered the resources of Africa. But every now and then, you then discover that there is still gold somewhere. Places that they haven't even touched, places that they haven't even looked at, So there's still resources. Anyway, that's my own submission around, how do you say it? The idea that I really feel that if we could have confidence in ourselves, if we could, I don't know, embrace this our culture that we don't like. You understand? The way that I'm looking for yam in this country. I've been looking for yam for 3 months now. It doesn't even exist in me. I can't find it. That's part of the reason why I'm thinking maybe if you pick me and I see it in UK, I can bring it back. But they'll seize it at the border. These are simple things that people don't understand how, they don't embrace it. They don't. And when I stayed in South Africa, that's one thing I learned. You can't talk rubbish about South Africa to a South African. And we're talking about a place whereby you can't walk at 6 p.m. in the evening. You can't leave your house at 6 p.m. and say you're going for the walk down the road. Somebody will stab you. No, it's not phobia. Go to South Africa and see what I mean. 6 in the evening.
They've got xenophobia, right, for strangers. So
yes, they've got xenophobia for anyone that is not South African.
That's what I'm saying.
Do you understand? It's South Africa that I first understood that black on black racism exists. I never knew there was something like black on black racism. I knew there was tribalism, but I didn't know there was black on black racism until I lived in South Africa. And I lived in South Africa for at least 10 years. So I know what I'm saying. But even at that, with the fact that every 6 seconds a woman is raped in South Africa, that is how high the crime rate is. You cannot talk rubbish about South Africa to South Africa. But take a Nigerian, the way you say, so what is wrong with Nigeria that you don't like it? It's just even the house is dirty, the girls dirty, everything dirty, the smell dirty, dirty. Every other country has its own issues if you don't know. But I find that, especially when Nigerians, talk to Kenyans. Kenya is beautiful. Have you visited this? Have you visited that? Oh, it's in Nigeria. There's nothing there, Jare. Is it? Where are we visiting? Shey Oju Elegba. In Oju Elegba, there are Amala spots. Beautiful Amala spots. We don't talk nice about what we've got. Not our relationship. Not our...
different layers of the same self-hate, just in different forms.
That
That's exactly what I was trying to say. So there's a deeply ingrained self-hate. And I'm telling you now, one of the things that I learned to do was explore African countries. Right? I've been to Malawi, especially the South. I've been to Zimbabwe, I've been to Zambia, I've been to Botswana. I've been to a lot of African countries. It is only Nigerians that when you tell them, open your mouth and talk about Nigeria, you will shudder. You'll be weak.
It's because of that same thing. Nigeria is the more or less headquarters of Africa, and that is where a very strong population and strong breed of the tribe of the Hebrews are. I mean, there's no two things. And Satan is that's where the most of the attack is. When that place breaks free, maybe plus the Congo breaks free, the world is going to end. I mean, there's nothing left for the Western world. And that's just what the problem is. So Satan is on that, sitting on the...
Yeah. That's something that Fela said, although, we try to talk about everyday things. Fela said something, if Nigeria can get it right, the rest of Africa, if it was Nigeria that did what this Traore did, they will have bombed us.
Yeah, they'll start fighting.
Immediately, they will launch a nuke.
And what will happen is that maybe Russia will then turn against them. Then that was the real world war, not that fake one where they're just dragging Africa.
Exactly. So Nigeria, for whatever reason, we have influence. I'm telling you straight up. In South Africa, when I lived there, I walk into a supermarket, into and I'm confident. Nothing doing. Waiting. I go to cower. I go to cry.
First, let me just chip in something.
Sorry, please let me finish because my network is this thing. Sorry, sir. Sorry, Mr. Common Sense. Sorry, sir.
Let me add 2 more minutes for Shadi. So because I want the thing to flow this way.
Yes.
Let's go.
I walked into a supermarket. So this Afrikaner guy, I don't know what he thought he was doing. He said something mean to me and he swore. I insulted him. When you insult someone, the ladies at the till were shaking. And I'm like, what are these ladies shaking? I even looked around. There's just something. I bet this guy is a serial killer and maybe I've got to go and say the wrong thing.
Yeah, never start saying I don't shake.
You understand? So as I was living there, where are you from? I said, I'm Nigerian. They're like, they were looking at me like, are we this bold? And I told him that everything you're wearing is credit. At least I pay cash. He walked out of the supermarket, but I insulted him. When you insult someone, you're like, filth. As in, let me speak, more one leg. You get? But this is something that they cannot do. They see a white person, they start to quake. They start to shake.
That's hypocrisy, you see. That's the hypocrisy.
So the boldness that we have, even they will tell you that the thing they like about Nigeria, a lot of them are now becoming bold because they hang out with Nigerians. I hope you know. A lot of Africans are becoming bold because they hang out with Nigerians. You want to intimidate the Nigerians. Say what's up.
Malema said that.
Yes, exactly. Even Malema said it. You want to.
So there's something on that country, and in a way, it's also the most populated in Africa, if I'm right, so far. So there's something there. That's the core. That's the core. Without gainsaying, it's not like we're trying to make it sound, And there's nothing.
Obiora said that Nigeria you portray so. I think the thing is this, because I've traveled so much and I've lived in many places.
You will tell. It's exposure will let you know.
But anyway, and I will end with this, because I've learned this. They're not going to accept you until you like your own. That's why I love South Africans for that. Even the language, when the president is addressing the country, he's not speaking English, yo. All this English you are telling, he can speak Queen's English. He's speaking in Zulu, also in Ndebele, one of their local languages, speaking it. If one of the presidents climb on stage now and speaks Igbo, can't he speak English? Where is his WAEC? Didn't he graduate? Is speaking English a measure of intelligence?
Shouldn't be.
Yes, so I think we need to start by loving our own. That puff-puff seller down there, that our puff-puff that you're looking down on. Do you understand? You need to start loving it. That your bully. You understand? Bolly that they sell at certain time, bolly and butter. Sometimes they even sell bolly and fish in some places. Maybe because I'm hungry, it's very late. I can't be eating. But anyway, I'm just talking those local things that you are looking at and like, oh my God, it's so like you want to be eating pizza. Benny, cancer is waiting down the line. You're eating nonsense. You're telling yourself you're eating food. But meanwhile, these things have, you understand? So self-esteem, even in the things that we have, that doesn't look so appealing. Those things that they are calling savage is what they are going back to. Those things that they are calling savage is what they are using behind our backs. And they are now telling us that they invented it. So I think that's the thing we need to start with. We need to start understanding that, yes, demystifying, but there's nothing that they have. Oh, Jen Koko, they're nothing. And I'm not saying it because I'm racist. Maybe I'm partially racist. I don't know. Someone will tell me. But I'm not saying it, but because I've lived among them to the point where I can sit down and can be on some, nah, man. Nah, I beat them, I better them anytime, any place. Do you understand? So that's it from me.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Correspondent, back to you. I'm talking as if I'm a news this thing. Back to you, Newcastle Minister. Back to you.
Thank you, Shadi, from Australia with your correspondence. Melbourne, Australia. I want to jump to Cali straight because these men are, they're fairly there just about. So I think it's almost his first time or second time on the. So I want to jump to Cali works for 3 minutes. I just said last one of that Shadi part. I'm thinking in my head, if things go that way, don't be surprised. They will take Gary. This is your Gary that you're saying, you're making people blind, poor man food. You just put weather milk on it, freeze it, put it in the fridge, and sell one can for you for maybe $5, $7, $10. It's 20,000 naira. Gary, 1 cup, less than that will swell where. Put sugar, sugar is free. Put sugar, put that, and freeze it, and sell your Gary back to him. But because it's a white man that is serving, you say, oh, thank you, it's Gary, carry him. Your mother drank that, you make that look as if she was old. Or she was, it's a self-esteem problem. It must be healed. It must be healed. Cali Works, let's hear from you real quick, 3 minutes. Then we'll go back to Council Lizzie.
Hi, it's my first time actually speaking. My my name is Lindy. Cali Works is just my brand.
Are you from South Africa?
I am from Botswana.
Botswana.
Yes, but I live in Canada. So the session starts at 5 a.m. my time. So I'm in and out of sleep, but I'm in. I'm paying attention.
Lindiwe, is that your language?
Lindy's Kalanga.
Oh, that's your full name, isn't it? That Shade is trying to paste.
No, my full name is Lindani.
Lindani.
Yeah, but I don't go by Lindy to please the other folks. I do it because it's my nickname. It's how people address me. Yeah.
It was just kind of guess, I guess. All right, let's have it. By the way, you're welcome. Chioma, did you know Lindy from someplace?
Chioma is my sister.
Lindani.
There's a friend.
We were in school together. This is my sister.
She wakes me up every 5 a.m. with a link, and I join in every day.
Oh, that's nice.
Actually, I'm gonna try to switch on my camera because I want to show you guys something in addition to what she was saying. I'm gonna try.
That's nice. I've been seeing Cali Works, but I've not. I don't think the person has come up. Eventually they did today. It's wonderful. Okay. Do you mind make a camera big? Is that okay?
I don't know how to do that.
No, I'll do that. That's fine.
Oh, okay.
Wow,
so
nice.
I wanted to share with you just to add what Chichi was saying. So these dreads that I have, I've had them since 2019, and I have never in my life twisted them. I just wash my hair and I make sure that my hair is clean, and this is what resulted in it. So I am evidence that when you don't do anything to your hair as a Black person, it will naturally twist itself. Just in case you get another scientist who tries to tell you hair, all these stories, right? I'm gonna switch off my camera now.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's okay.
Yeah, and I wanted to add to what effortlessly Shade was saying about South Africa. One of the things with South Africa is that it's not just pride in like the nation being South African. It's actually pride in their culture, in their tribes. Like a Zulu man, even 20 generations from today, they're still gonna have that. The kids are gonna be have that pride of I am a Zulu man, you know, Xhosa man, a Tswana man. And really, like if you look at the history, even before colonialism, you look at Shaka Zulu, you look at all these big leaders in South Africa, when it comes to their tribes, their culture, that's what really like carries a lot of their pride within themselves. I don't support what they do in terms of the xenophobia, but it's just part of the miseducation of Africa, and that was also part of colonialism, right? It was coming in and saying hate each other's tribes and these guys are better than you guys. So the idea of Nigerians for a very long time, I think up until like the last 10 years, was quite negative. But because of, I guess also there is that positive side of immigration, right? You have people now being in global stages, right? I'm not the best example for this because I think Nigerians, I really think biblically, like there's something there, a huge thing, because I'm like, there's no way one country can have the richest man, the most intelligent people, doctors, lawyers, engineers, musicians. There's no way that is not in a spiritual way. So for me, I'm not the best example of an outsider because I put Nigerians on a pedestal, but I do understand what you guys mean in terms of like internally, maybe Nigerians don't see that. But from an outsider, yeah, I think Nigerians are just, there's something spiritual. It just doesn't make sense to be logical. Like it just doesn't make sense.
It is indeed. Yeah, thanks for that. So, and that's exactly what we're saying. So the thing is that those who came to divide Africa, apparently, of course, headed by the devil himself, apparently they know that there is something in that part of the world, right? In fact, in precisely that part of Africa, and the extent to which I would say, although I can't prove this in one breath, but the extent to which they enforce the Western culture on Nigeria is a little, I would say, it's kind of stronger than they did with the other parts. They still let them have a kind of leeway, but they were very, very intense to make them hate themselves to the extent to which they do at the moment, is what we're saying. Thanks for that, Kali Works. It's nice to have you. So once again, let's post the Telegram link so people could join. We could have a kind of community there. In case this comes down, then we can have some place to build stuff up. So thanks for that. And most times, most people wouldn't acknowledge other people's strengths. Like they're just a kind of humble non-Nigerian to acknowledge Nigeria like that. Let's go, Casolese. We're wrapping up gradually. It's almost 2 o'clock. Casolese.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay, great. So this whole thing, we know the truth. So the truth is always like light. When it comes, darkness disappears. That's how it is. And Bible has told us already that we are the light of the world. So no matter what any other person thinks, me, I started like feeling. So my sister got married to a white guy. We lived together for some time in Port Harcourt. So every other person, when I'm working with him, people now look at us like, even me, they look at me in certain way. But me, I just see him as a normal person, you know. I started feeling that way for a very long time. I don't see them as special. I see them as
Your brother-in-law is
other
special.
human beings. I see them as other human beings, you know. So when it comes to that level, no, I will not say I don't rate them because that would be like this. But according to Shade, so you were Kwere in South Africa. That's what they call.
Yes, so yes, you do have, yes. So they had the racial slur for
Yeah,
Nigerians called query. Yes, so that's what they would. It basically not just Nigerians. Any person that's not South Africa, they don't
that is
like
black.
you.
That is
That is
dark.
black, oh, that's you
Not.
like them. They don't like you,
Mm,
and they don't want you in
yeah.
their country.
They will tell you when I hear query. So the thing is so what caused it, I think, is they've lived with those white Muzungu, as they call them. They've lived with them for a very long time, so they now got used to them. And I think during that their oppression, they didn't have access to other Africans. They did not connect to other Africans. They were basically almost alone. So it affected them. Then when other Africans came after that 1994 and they saw them living among these Muzungus, as they call them, they they got angry. I think that's part of the reason they don't like black people. They say like these people that were oppressing us, we people were even living with them, living in their own environments and all that. So, but at the end of the day, what will happen will still happen. The key to all
Yeah.
those things, the trigger is actually Nigeria. It's also in their map. So when Nigeria
Yeah.
breaks out, every other place will just explode. That's what it is.
Thanks for the contribution. So starting to wrap up. Gang has spoken before, but we can still Gang 2 or 3 minutes, 1, 2, 3 as we wrap up. If you don't leave,
Two or
Shadi
three.
will get
Well, yeah, well, 2 or 3 minutes. Sorry, it's been an interesting day, and I enjoyed all of the conversations. But again, just to appreciate Kali for the comments on us. For me, wherever I go to, you're black, you're my brother. I don't care whether you are from whichever country. The moment I see you black, I love you. I treat you like a brother. I don't care what country you come from, So because I believe that we are together. Forget all of the divisions that these guys came and do on us. We are one. Sincerely, the culture, the behaviors, the mannerism, and almost everything, we are together. So that is the same thing that is happening in Nigeria. And you see me when you hear me talk in Nigeria in other space, you see me defend Igbos and you think I'm Igbo, but it's not that. I just don't like us talking down against ourselves. We are the same. We are from the same source. That we are separated by other. God made us, give us a try for us to get distributed. It doesn't change the fact that we are from the same source, and this is who we are. And the earlier we are able to appreciate who we are, the better it's going to be for us. So it's been quite a great time listening to everyone who has spoken, and looking forward to tomorrow. I know we didn't talk much about what we read today, but again, a great place to talk. I still have my bias with respect to the people who say Rebecca was not too nice to Esau or that. But again, this woman inquired about her children, and God told her, I inquired about my children, and God told me this one will be better. Why would I not align with the one that God has said this is the person? And then follow the one. Thank you, everyone. Have a great time. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, so that brings us to the end of today's discussion. So we'll be back again tomorrow. Let me see just a moment. So we'll be back again tomorrow. Let's so that people can go to sleep, because I know if we keep staying, is that they sleep on their phones, or especially Shade, we don't want her to, because it's literally 12:52 a.m. where she's at, and she's probably going to work tomorrow. So thanks for all that have come. So we keep these conversations going on. You can join the Telegram group. Someone can help paste that there again, so that we have that. We have a conference coming up in April. Just a time in God's presence. And we share God's word and all that. We have that. And then there is an academy coming up. Thank you for that, gang. There's an academy coming up, which will put these things in a simple course that will teach and show us some very important things, just basic things in life. Teach you about money, teach you about how the global systems work, teach you about this part of the things. You have the opportunity to learn Swahili within that course, right? Or to learn Yoruba if you have not. perhaps even to learn the Chinese language, just a little brief of introduction into that, all in one simple course and flow of modules is quite something, I would say. Okay, it's quite something. So let's look out for that. It's gonna happen soon. I have two people requesting. What do you want to say? I've not seen you before. One says 100, one says Xarak. So let me know what you want to say before. To talk to me, what do you want to say? 100 about life. What about life? About yourself. You can type what you want to say about yourself. Say about me. We don't want to bring. Oh, Oluseya Akumbi. Okay, let's have Oluseya. Or was it intentional immigration? You can come back tomorrow, 100. Oluseya, was it intentional?
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. You didn't sing "You Are Welcome in the Name of the Lord" for those two. For those who came first and the other time. That's what I wanted to say. It's been
Oh
a
my
great
God,
time
that's good.
hearing you when you are very excited
Oh
with
yeah.
those guys. God bless you. Thanks for your effort. And I did something very tiny to what you sent to me.
Okay, oh yes, forgive me.
Yeah, but let's not talk anything about it. But it might come. It might not be again this month, but next month I'll just move something else. But it is
Okay.
well with you. We'll talk later. Bye, sir. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you. God bless you, Mr. Sheko. Thank you. Wonderful. So, for those that may want to kind of give, what he's trying to say is that he gave something to the ministry. So just go to the website, you find it there. The time will come, we'll maybe start pasting the link. We're just not wanting to put those kind of things forward first. So that's the end. Let's appreciate those who are here. Zerak, or Zarak, what do you want to say? I hope you're not underage. He's gone. 100. I hope you're not underage. He's also gone. Well, I just brought them up and it disappeared. All right, thank you everyone. Let me appreciate those who are there. Thank you, Vessi Josh 360. Vessi Josh is like right from the start.
Hello.
Okay, good. How old are you?
Nigga.
He wants them to block the live. I know that's what he wants to do. So let me appreciate those who are there. Just a moment. Tap. And some of them are sent, but it's fine. That's not it. Vessi Josh, thanks for coming. 360 SVG Tech Spect, thank you for coming. Hali, thank you. Snow Multimedia, Kathleen, thanks for joining. Oh, Gang, you can block that person that has 100 so that they don't even come back at all in case I forget their username or they change the username. Let me try. Everyone should be. So what I can do is look for a way to. So just to block. Well, Gang can help me block with that. I don't know how to do that from here. Let's see. I only wanna be. Well, it's not working. Okay, I think I got another way to do it. Mute account first, then hold it on, then block, confirm. Yeah, so we've blocked them. Okay, here's to come from block them from your aura. Well, I didn't get that. Well, block the person anyway. Okay, so let me appreciate. Obiora, you're just requesting now. Abba, why now? Okay, we'll talk tomorrow. So, Bessie Josh, thanks. Snow Multimedia, Hali 360 SVG, Tech Spect, Ancient Hebrew, Ola Henry, ITZ, Liberation, Kathleen, Tom Star, Wala Olani, Paddy 000, Baal Malek, thanks for coming, by the way. That's Dave. But I don't know, I didn't know them before today. August 14th, Strengthen Me, Tanyi, Freshly, Giang, Chioma Okoye, and Obiora Onwuka, thank you so much for coming. We'll see you tomorrow. So we're here 10 o'clock every day, UK time. And that will be 11 o'clock West African time. So 10 o'clock GMT. If you want to continue the conversation, go to YouTube now. We're always on YouTube 24/7, 7 days a week. You can watch there and drop a comment, questions to respond to you. Then our call to actions, join the Telegram, watch the Abrahamo movie. Just have fun and enjoy the rest of your day. God bless you. Bye. See you tomorrow by God's grace. Bye.